Chapter 1. The Crossing. Boyle, Boyle, can we bring along some friends from the water realm? Let's not be so rigid about gender, shall we? If I marry the streamer, even if I become a moderator, I would gladly accept it. Why is the person above taking and eating at the same time and looking at their profile? There's still a guy. Fainted from the shock of you guys, male copper. In the live broadcast room of Chao Sueha, the water friends were engaged in a heated discussion. The pale white screen illuminated the figure seated before the computer desk, resembling a piece of cold jade, with their fair skin radiating a delicate glow. The dark, tousled hair was adorned with white headphones, causing the ends to gently flick upwards, adding a touch of playfulness. After Chao Sueha executed a critical hit with their game character, their alluring almond-shaped eyes cast a sidelong glance. Catching sight of the crude barrage of comments, they pressed their lips together, silently enduring this unabashed display of sexual harassment. Seeing that the streamer remained unfazed, the water friends in the chat became even more fervent, showering gifts without restraint. Most of the water friends in this live stream possessed a hint of masochistic tendencies. Since Chao Sueha started streaming, their blunt and unembellished style, exceptional gaming skills, and just a smidge of charm ridiculous have attracted a vast following of both beauty enthusiasts and gaming fans, with the beauty fans being the most peculiar, renowned across the internet, primarily divided into two factions, the 4i fans and the non-tone fans. Of course, they share a common goal, to marry Zhu Bo as their wife. Chao Sueha's male fans have even surpassed the female fans. Outshining top edge-pushing bloggers, various memes emerge one after another, bringing laughter to the entire internet. The gaming fans were also categorized into honor of Kings fans and PUBG fans, eager to team up with Zhu Bo and climb the ranks together. It must be said that Chao Sueha's gaming talent is remarkable. Many veteran fans have witnessed the streamer's journey from a bronze novice to a dominant force in the national server. At the suggestion of the Barrage, they began to explore various competitive skill-based games, successfully reaching the pinnacle in each one. Streamer, I admit you're quite impressive if this were real life. I'd have to call you bro, buy you drinks, and hand you a cigarette, but I'm sorry, remember, this is the internet. What I mean is, you still need to practice, doghead. If you're bad, then practice more. Can't handle losing, just play me shy. Streamer, you're really not a qualified friend, forget it, just be my husband. Zhu Bo, I was wrong, where did I go wrong? Loving you leaves me at a loss. The screen was flooded with flirtatious banter, overwhelming newcomers who eagerly took screenshots to study. The atmosphere in the live stream was exceptionally lively. 2 hours later, after completing the scheduled broadcast, Chao Sueha mercilessly ended the stream, leaving a screen full of sorrow and pleas for their return. Overtime work was simply out of the question. After sitting for 3 hours, Chao Sueha stretched languidly, their apricot white sweatshirt rising to reveal a glimpse of their slender waist. They opened the Zhongqing Welfare Institute's official website to donate half of this month's income, and upon seeing the tender electronic certificate issued on the screen, Chao Sueha couldn't help but chuckle softly. Truly, the lovely Qin Mama. Time passed swiftly. Chao Sueha now lived without worries, yet they constantly reminisced about their childhood days. It was a winter when, in the new year, Qin Mama found him. He didn't remember the biting cold of winter, only the pained expression on Qin Mama's face. This was a marvelous, life-renewing emotional force. They met in that winter, and in the new year, Qin Mama named him Chao Sueha, symbolizing harmony and unity. The name conveys wishes for friends or family to experience smooth sailing and good fortune in the new year. Every meaningful name is beautiful. From a young age, he displayed extraordinary talent, with quick reflexes and an exceptional memory, possessing a gift for understanding. Thus, Qin Mama firmly believed that Chao Sueha was destined for greatness, supporting him with her modest retirement funds to continue his education after compulsory schooling. Living up to her expectations, Chao Sueha was admitted to the highest institution of learning and established an online platform for the Welfare Institute, garnering more assistance from loving individuals. Strangely enough, perhaps due to the innate aftereffects of that winter or some other reason, Chao Sueha's health had always been frail. Even after visiting the hospital, no specific cause could be identified. Concentrating for 4 hours would leave him sore and dizzy. Thus, Chao Sueha ventured into the burgeoning live streaming industry, where fortune smiled upon him with a streak of good luck and exceptional skills. he became a formidable force in the gaming realm, particularly in MMO mobile games. Every dungeon run yielded unique rare gear, and every crafting session resulted in coveted golden attributes. Upgrades always brought desirable traits, coupled with peak technical finesse. Who could possibly stand against that? Chao Sueha rose from his gaming chair and sauntered towards his room, casually tossing his straight-leg jeans onto the bed. Entering the bathroom, he removed the glass-like pendant from around his neck, which shimmered brilliantly under the light. This pendant was what Qin Mama found when she discovered him. Based on the experiences gleaned from most television dramas, it was likely a token or identification. At that time, the young and overly imaginative Qin girl had carefully preserved it, later handing it to Chao Sueha upon reaching adulthood. Thinking of Qin Mama, Chao Sueha couldn't help but smile again, as the warm jade emitted a pale blue light that gently illuminated the boy's fair face, enchanting the passage of time. After a moment of tranquility, Chao Sueha began to dry himself off, a glimmer of light reflecting off the warm jade hanging nearby. Just as he was about to open the door, Chao Sueha inexplicably slipped, his forehead colliding with the lotus-shaped warm jade mounted on the wall. The lustrous pendant shattered instantly, resembling colorful glass sand. In an instant, a flash of pain surged from the center of his brow, and he lost consciousness, his body going limp. After a long while in the Yunjian Villa district, Chao Sueha, enveloped in a haze, was jolted awake by a stream of cold water, groggily opening his eyes. Still in the familiar bathroom, yet something felt amiss. "Am not Chao," Sueha murmured, dazedly touching his unscathed forehead. "Where's the pendant?" Rising, Chao Sueha discovered that the chilling water was cascading from the ceiling, as if a rainstorm had been artificially summoned. Something was off. Everything felt both familiar and foreign. Chao Sueha stepped out of the bathroom and approached the full-length mirror, bending down to inspect his forehead, only to find a faint lotus-shaped mark. Due to Chao Sueha's exceptionally fair skin, the mark appeared strikingly clear, reminiscent of the floral adornment seen in traditional portraits. Upon seeing this mark, Chao Sueha instantly realized that something was amiss. That pendant was indeed problematic. At that moment, a blue light flashed in the bathroom. A mechanical voice echoed. "Detection indicates the master has exited the bathroom. The system will automatically deactivate the shower mode." Having shifted his focus from examining his forehead to the surroundings, he noticed that the mirror was not ordinary. In the upper right corner, pale blue text displayed the information of the youth before the mirror. Height, 176 centimeters. Weight, 65 kilograms. Physical condition, in transformation. Chao Sueha's pupils constricted, and he quickly donned a bathrobe, hastily exiting the washroom. Meanwhile, the lower left corner of the mirror displayed year 3100 of the Dawn calendar, 1957. Chapter 2. The Dawn era. Zhao Yue and the original owner slumbered in the bedroom for 3 days and nights. Ever since that day when they emerged from the bathroom, an overwhelming torrent of memories had seized control of their mind. As if the entire life of a stranger had been forcibly implanted within Zhao Yue's consciousness. The deluge of information compelled Zhao Yue's body to instinctively enter a protective mode. While it is quite common for the youth of today to fall asleep at a moment's notice, the robotic butler Poo Poo dutifully transported the restless young master to the bedroom. The electronic screen of Poo Poo displayed a large, exasperated expression as it activated its intelligent engine to search for answers. What should I do if the young master dislikes sleeping in a bed? What are the risks of collapsing into sleep? Meanwhile, Poo Poo engaged fervently in AIQA. Awakening slowly on the bed, Zhao Yue, having integrated the memories of the original self, realized the stark differences between them. The original owner had suffered from developmental delays since childhood, with an IQ stunted at around 10 years, yet possessed extraordinary physical prowess, achieving an SS rating in the Dawn Combat Institution's assessments. Speaking of the Dawn Combat Institution, it is essential to mention this peculiar era. A century ago, human technology advanced at an unprecedented pace. The metaverse, chip-enabled smartphones, spaceships, and more emerged in quick succession, only to encounter extraterrestrial visitors in the year 2506. For various reasons, these extraterrestrial beings brought with them a lethal alien virus that proved fatal to humans, in a mere 6 months. The virus spread globally, and subsequent studies revealed that the virus's factors could induce either evolution or mutation in human cells. Scholars named this phenomenon the torch element. Those afflicted by mutation gradually lost their rationality, developing an insatiable craving for human flesh, thus earning the moniker zombies. Conversely, those who evolved merely experienced enhanced physical capabilities, devoid of the supernatural powers often depicted in novels. After a century of struggle, humanity finally eradicated the zombies and developed a cellular serum to prevent further mutations, averting a tragic conflict among their own kind. Thus, the epic struggle of humanity came to a close, and the illustrious era faded into history. Throughout this prolonged conflict, two nations that initially mastered the situation and advanced technology evolved into today's superpowers, the Solar Empire and the Lunar Alliance. The supreme rulers jointly proclaimed the end of the illustrious era and ushered in a new epoch. The Dawn Era. In the words of Earth, it was the worst of times, yet also the best of times. This was a unique transitional period from apocalypse to interstellar existence. Humanity had embraced the cleansing of the torch element, elevating the quality of life and qualifying for integration into the cosmic star network. Poised to engage with advanced extraterrestrial civilizations, the original owner was an orphan, residing in a lost city within the Federation. The Zhaos, while touring the Alliance, fortuitously discovered the abandoned original owner amidst the war relics and decided to bring them back to the Empire for adoption. Naming them Zhaoyue. Tragically, when the original owner was 8, both Zhaos perished in an explosive incident. The family system automatically allocated a portion of their estate to the young and intellectually challenged original self. With the care of household robots and meager dividends, the original owner was spared from starvation. However, my situation contrasted starkly with that of the original owner. One was inherently deficient while the other boasted a physique nearing 2S. I possessed an impeccable memory, while the original owner's IQ stagnated, sharing not only the same name but also the same visage. Zhaoyue pondered, frowning deeply, acutely aware that the connection between them was far from simple. Were these two versions of myself from parallel worlds complementary, or were they inherently one and the same? Unable to resolve this internal conflict, Zhaoyue buried the questions deep within, preparing to rise and find sustenance to reward themselves. Upon turning, they encountered the petite household robot Poo-Poo, who wore a perplexed expression. The electronic screen scrutinized the newly awakened young master with laser-like intensity. Zhaoyue, you have risen half an hour late today. Little one, please refrain from sleeping on the floor in the future. It could lead to chills. This shameful tone of coaxing a child, coupled with the robotic voice, was utterly exasperating. Zhaoyue helplessly covered their face. Internally grumbling, Poo-Poo, I am hungry. Ignoring Poo-Poo's admonishments, Zhaoyue deftly shifted the topic. The endearingly simple-minded Poo-Poo readily complied, cheerfully inquiring about the young master's preferences. Zhaoyue, would you like this strawberry-flavored nutrient solution? Or perhaps the grape or watermelon flavors? Or your absolute favorite, the milky flavor? Gazing at the noticeably larger milky white bottle in comparison to the red and purple ones, Zhaoyue smirked, recognizing the predetermined choice. Accepting the milk bottle that Poo-Poo brandished, they replenished their energy while contemplating their next steps. The original owner had merely inherited a house from their adoptive parents along with a small dividend, lacking a stable source of income. Though there was a minor allowance for minors, having turned 16, there remained a mere 4 years until reaching the Empire's legal age, at which point the allowance would cease. It was imperative to swiftly adapt to interstellar life and secure employment. Additionally, there was the matter of education. The original owner had been tutored at home due to their intellectual challenges, receiving private lessons. Despite subpar academic performance, the original owner's extraordinary physical aptitude allowed for a successful completion of secondary education. However, higher education differed significantly, necessitating students to leave home and engage in a closed campus environment for study and training. The Zhaos had originally arranged for familial connections to secure a recommendation to a prestigious institution, allowing for admission without examination in light of the Zhao's untimely demise. However, certain family elders expressed discontent over Zhaoyue, a non-blood relative, monopolizing resources meant for the clan's youth. Additionally, the recommendation slot had displaced some talented juniors. And with the Zhaos no longer providing their indulgence, the family felt inclined to rescind Zhaoyue's interview opportunity. Nevertheless, under the oversight of the Zhao's patriarch, Zhaoyue was still granted eligibility for the first round of advanced selection examinations, essentially the inaugural entrance exam to connect with the cosmic star network. Given their 2S qualification, the Zhaos refrained from completely closing the door, holding the examination admission ticket for the first round, Set to commence at the end of June, Zhao Yue felt a sense of calm. There were several months to prepare. Having been a top student since childhood, Zhao Yue felt unfazed. After all, the subjects were merely a glance away from mastery, and with the integration of the original owner's memories, much of the material that had eluded the original was now absorbed. Curiously, although the merging had only just completed, this body felt entirely natural, as though it belonged to them. Zhao Yue flexed their slender hands, the faint blue veins subtly tracing their way to the fingertips. Vanishing amidst the rosy hue. Zhao Yue, this is the helmet sent by the school, Pu exclaimed, its diminutive wheels gliding excitedly. Chapter 3. Holographic Game. Star Constellation is the first holographic game since the Dawn era. Previously, holographic technology was primarily utilized for military applications. Following the connection to the cosmic star network, it was officially made available to all inhabitants of Earth. Coincidentally, just as Zhao Yue turned 16, the game was set to undergo its official public test. Coinciding perfectly with the examination content for Zhao Yue's cohort.in the year 3100 of the Dawn era, the Star Network forum buzzed. Only 10 minutes left. I can hardly wait. I never imagined I would get to play a holographic game in my lifetime. I must craft a helmet for my great-grandmother to fulfill her wish. Rumors circulated that the star constellation holographic experience could awaken supernatural abilities. Is that true? Don't leave, upstairs. At that moment, various media outlets reported. The first Interstellar holographic mobile game has launched with a stunning impact. Boasting 100% realism that may become a second world, the Empire and the Alliance have joined forces for its development. The star constellation is now accessible via the Cosmic Star Network. Can playing this game truly awaken supernatural powers? Click the link for more details. www. Shocking. The content of the college entrance examination unexpectedly intertwines with gaming. Could this be a distortion of human nature or a decline in morality? Amidst the immense fervor, the yet-to-launch game Star Constellation has swiftly emerged as a sensation capturing the attention of multitudes. Zhao Sui, donning a helmet, hears a beep as the Star Constellation system client initiates. Scanning the surroundings. Identity verification successful in an instant. A torrent of data composed of zeros and ones envelopes Zhao Sui, plunging him into darkness. He feels his body gently levitate, and upon opening his eyes, he is astonished to behold the vast, swirling starry river before him, as if he has truly materialized beneath the celestial expanse, both beautiful and enigmatic. Monitoring your five-dimensional consciousness, an electronic voice resonates, echoing through the starry cosmos. Beep. Your spiritual perception is 100, fully compatible profession. Healer.do you choose? Yes. Zhao Sui gazes at the array of initial professions below. Sorcerer, magical ranged, body cultivator, brutal melee, soul master, aggro management, puppeteer, summoning manipulation, archer, bow and crossbow ranged, among them. The system recommends both healer and soul master as supportive professions within Star Constellation. Point 1 is tasked with healing and protecting allies, while the other draws aggro from bosses, safeguarding the DPS output. Zhao Sui is indifferent to what he plays, even preferring supportive roles. This allows him to observe the movements of all damage dealers, enabling him to grasp the overall situation. Since the system has suggested the healer, he finds no reason to decline. Moreover, shouldn't a support role provide a safe haven for all damage dealers? After clicking confirm, the once slowly rotating starry river accelerates. The word healer shatters and bursts forth in dazzling white light. As a distant shooting star approaches Zhao Sui, piercing through the fragmented text, a beam of blinding white light, tinged with a soft green glow, strikes Zhao Sui's heart. In that fleeting moment, the starry river collapses, and the blinding space compels Zhao Sui to involuntarily shut his eyes. The distant bells toll as night deepens, the starry river yearns for dawn. A profound voice, reminiscent of an ancient sage, reverberates throughout the space, stirring echoes aplenty. As the white light dissipates, Zhao Sui regains his senses and opens his eyes once more. Before him lies a scene brimming with vitality. The intoxicating fragrance of blossoms wafts through the air, mingling with the earthy aroma of soil. The boundless azure sky casts heavy shadows of clouds, and every flower and tree appears remarkably tangible. As he surveys his surroundings, Zhao Sui realizes he is situated within a colossal sacrificial formation, measuring several hundred meters in diameter. His attire has transformed into a light gray robe befitting an initial profession. with wide sleeves cinched at the cuffs adorned with delicate floral embroidery, and a white sash accentuating his graceful figure. His originally ear-length hair now cascades down to his waist, tied up with a gray-white headband. A few strands of hair dancing playfully in the air, truly a handsome young gentleman. In the void, a data screen materializes. Please enter your name. Sueha. Without hesitation, Zhao Sui inputs this ID that has accompanied him through countless gaming experiences. Creation successful player Sueha. Welcome to the Star Constellation continent. Star map panel activated. Ready for viewing. Zhao Sui opens the panel. ID. Sueha. Profession. Healer. Basic profession. Spiritual perception. 100. Fixed attribute. Activated at 100. Full additional talents. 1. Counterattack. By probing other players or boss skills with your spiritual perception, there is a 50 chance to acquire a modified profession skill book. Note: this skill book is for personal use only and cannot be traded. 2. Percentage player. You are a noble percentage player. Skill enhancements will be displayed as percentages, and targets below your level will receive percentage boosts. With just these 2 talents, Zhao Sui is left astounded. As a professional gaming streamer, he is acutely aware of what these talents signify. 1 offers him immense potential for growth, as his skills will not be confined to mere support, allowing him to learn unique offensive techniques exclusive to the healer. The other is an extraordinary percentage amplification, meaning it can disregard health points and player level restrictions for enhancements. No wonder the system recommended him as a healer. This is the blueprint for becoming the premier healer of Star Constellation. Zhao Sui continues to scroll down. Skills, unselected school, M. Zhao Sui clicks on the skill option, revealing 3 types of healer weapons: Wind Chime, Spirit Beast, and Acupuncture. This implies that Wind Chime belongs to the area healing school. Relying solely on numbers, as it is sound therapy, suitable for players lacking in dexterity. Spirit Beast involves capturing the spirits of plants and animals and nurturing their intimacy to issue healing commands. Zhao Sui contemplates the descriptions on the panel. Upon reaching Acupuncture, his eyes light up. This is indeed the clinical manipulation of traditional Chinese medicine passed down through generations, with high operational intensity and substantial potential for advancement through game modifications. He makes a decisive choice. Selecting Acupuncture, the skill module finally updates, revealing 3 basic skills. Fine Needle. Basic Healing. Applies 40 of total health as healing to a single target. 7s cooldown. Plum Blossom Needle. Group Healing. Composed of 7 fine needles, capable of simultaneously providing 20 total health healing to 7 players. 10s cooldown. Acupuncture Copperman. Group Shield. Grants 40 health points as a shield to teammates, providing an additional 10 for the player. Lasting 20s with a 1-minute cooldown. What initially appeared as unremarkable basic skills, when enhanced by Zhao Sui's talent, percentage, instantly becomes extraordinary. In fact, the acupuncture healer skills are inherently formidable, yet they come with a critical requirement: the precision of needle insertion techniques, supported by spiritual perception reserves. Otherwise, the true power of this profession cannot be realized. 2 silver needles materialize in Zhao Sui's hand. One small and shimmering with a silvery glow, while the other is a resilient bamboo stick bound by law. Its tip revealing the needle point, with 7 densely packed needle tips resembling plum blossoms, sending shivers down one's spine. As his spiritual perception swells, an invisible energy envelopes the 2 silver needles. Under Zhao Sui's command, they begin to spin rhythmically around his fingertips, then abruptly halt, gradually expanding the controlled range, moving with the grace of an extension of his own will. After thoroughly exploring the profession, Zhao Sui adjusts his robe. Intending to exit the sacrificial formation, it is only through practical combat that he can truly grasp the healer's skills. Venturing to the novice village to seek tasks for leveling up and unlocking more profession skills is currently his foremost objective. Chapter 4. Peach Blossom Spring. Stepping out of the sacrificial formation, he faces a winding and steep cliff, with 2 massive stones rising on opposite banks, a narrow passage between them allowing only one person to pass through. Initially narrow, it eventually opens up. Unlocking map. Peach Blossom Spring. This must be the novice village, Zhao Sui thinks, rolling the silver needles into a cloth bag. Upon exiting the formation, he notices a surge of players around him. Densely packed. Unlike other games, Star Constellation lacks task guidance, relying solely on player exploration to trigger encounters. Drawing from experiences in other games, players have already congested the area around the village chief. The throng of players does not deter the village chief's expression of exasperation, showcasing the intelligence of NPCs in Star Constellation. Zhao Sui has no intention of acquiring experience through task channels, as that would be a waste of time. He would prefer to venture into the wilderness to grind monsters and hone his skills. Familiarizing himself with his profession, Zhao Sui heads toward the level 1 monster area, and as expected, he finds a gathering of high-level players, guilds, clubs, and streamer teams teaming up to farm monsters. Standing in a corner, he activates his talent, Counterattack, channeling his spiritual perception to probe an archer nearby who is engaging in long-range attacks. Counterattack triggers successfully. Congratulations to the player for acquiring the skill, Flying Needle Technique. Flying Needle Technique, the 8 methods of acupuncture insertion, encompassing thrust, claw, rub, flick, shake, touch, trace, and twist. Both offensive and defensive, exploiting weaknesses can yield remarkable results. Zhao Sui chuckles softly. The acupuncture healer is indeed a profession with high potential. It is not merely confined to support roles. This flying needle technique serves as an offensive tactic. Furthermore, he is aware of several fatal acupuncture points, perhaps allowing him to unexpectedly eliminate his opponents. He checks the panel to find that nearly half of his spiritual perception has been consumed. It appears he can use Counterattack twice a day, but exhausting his spiritual perception would negatively impact his combat state. Akin to suffering a debuff. It is better to plan for tomorrow. Departing from the level 1 monster area, Zhao Sui ventures deeper into the peach blossom forest. Passing by a stream, he casts his gaze toward a pack of wolves to his right. This is a group of level 3 howling wolves, surrounded by rivers and dense peach blossom trees. Should he encounter difficulty, escape would be feasible. After all, he is still at level 1. Caution is never unwarranted. Any creature can be subjected to acupuncture, as the acupoints of both humans and animals are largely analogous in ancient Earth. Over 360 usable acupoints were identified on cats and dogs, making canines an excellent practice target. Wolves are similar to dogs, with vital points primarily located in the nose, cheeks, and belly. Zhao Sui rolls up his sleeves, and the cloth rolls appear in the void. The fine needle glimmers with a silvery sheen. While the pack of howling wolves has now noticed Zhao Sui, baring their teeth as they charge toward him. Zhao Sui remains unfazed, leaning slightly forward, his 2 fingers rubbing together as he twists the fine needle in a specific direction. With a swift thrust, a flash of silver light darts forth, piercing the Wolf King's Qingshan acupoint, instantly depleting its 1,000 health points, a swift kill. Casually sidestepping the lunging wild howling wolf, with his left hand deftly twisting the bamboo rod adorned with plum blossom needles behind his back. He gracefully sliced through the air, instantly grazing the acupoints of 2 wild howling wolves. The robust beasts fell to the ground, unable to utter a single howl of despair. With a swift motion, Zhao Sui and Wuji grasped the air, a minuscule suction manifesting, as one foot kicked against the peach tree trunk, sending the ferocious wolves crashing violently into it. The 2 silver needles, guided by the vibrations at their tips, found their marks, while Zhao Sui elegantly twisted his waist in midair, flicking off the bloodstains from the needles. Droplets of blood arched gracefully, never touching his garments. In mere moments, he had decimated the pack of wolves entirely. Congratulations, player, you have reached level 2. Slaying foes beyond your level proves to be remarkably swift. Zhao Sui nodded in satisfaction, wiping the pristine silver needles clean before advancing towards the fallen wolves to employ his gathering technique. A flash of white light appeared as the wolf carcasses transformed into ethereal wisps, their blood concealed beneath the falling peach blossoms, revealing a wolf fang necklace and a bracelet on the ground. Both were of white attire. After donning them, Zhao Sui ventured deeper into the peach blossom forest, encountering 2 more waves of wolves, each effortlessly dispatched. 2 hours had passed, and Zhao Sui had already ascended to level 5. With the wild howling wolf set complete, he gained the set effect of 6 strength, a modest boon. Just as Zhao Sui was preparing to return to the village, he suddenly halted. The sound of flowing water grew louder, akin to a gentle murmur at his ear. Not far ahead, the stream's end dipped down, forming a crystalline lake. At the heart of the lake lay a small island, where a modest thatched cottage, obscured by a massive peach tree, was faintly visible. A gentle breeze stirred, causing countless red silks to flutter from the tree's branches, also tousling a stray lock of Zhao Sui's hair. as a faint medicinal scent mingled with the bitter fragrance of flowers wafted through the air. Slowly, he approached the lakeside, his right hand tightening around a cloth pouch at his waist, the tips of his fingers resting against the needle's tail, ever vigilant for any rustle in the grass or breeze. The wind suddenly intensified, sending countless peach blossoms soaring into the air, only to be whipped and shredded against the sky. Delicate yet wild, an innumerable number of blossoms were carried afar, leaving only 8 or 9 before Chao Sui. Arranged in peculiar shapes, they resembled erratic footprints, or perhaps the gentle wave of a graceful hand, enigmatic and extraordinary. Ding! You have triggered the unique encounter of the peach blossom ditch. Will you continue to complete the trial? Yes. Chao Sui stared wide-eyed in astonishment. Without a moment's hesitation, he accepted the task. The next moment, a carefree voice rippled across the lake, creating waves. Ha ha ha, little one. Have you come to the peach blossom ditch without taking a sip of wine first? Come to my dwelling and share a drink with me, dear fated one. The tipsy voice murmured before fading amidst the clinking of cups, leaving only the lingering aroma of wine. Chao Sui studied the formation of peach blossoms before him. Meticulously observing the landing points of each petal, he grasped the prerequisite. It was to discern a pattern among these blossoms, acquire a special skill, and then traverse the lake to reach the thatched cottage for wine. In other words, the preliminary task could grant him a free skill in lightness, an extraordinary stroke of luck. This lightness skill, akin to agility, would greatly enhance his speed when combined with matching agility stats. Thus, the significance of technique became apparent. This reminded him of a short video he had watched previously featuring Master Chin's lightness training course. Step 1, digging a hole. Step 2, inverted hook. Step 3, dragonfly skimming the water. Step 4, scaling rooftops. Had it not been for his poor physical condition at the time, he would have certainly joined in, just like the popular memes circulating online. The master said to believe in science. There's no such thing as lightness, and then jumped off a cliff over 10 meters high. With a clear direction in mind, Chao Sui gazed intently at the few blossoms in the formation, increasingly perceiving them as melodious footprints. Images of peach blossoms gently drifting down danced in his mind, as a gust of wind swept by, lifting them up and down in a graceful ballet before they finally settled firmly upon the earth. Chao Sui began to understand that feeling, the interplay of the blossom's descent and the wind's rotation, the ethereal sensation of soaring, riding the currents of the breeze. Chapter 5. The peach blossom immortal. The still blossoms in the formation seemed to come alive in Chao Sui's eyes. The wind and footsteps ebbing and flowing. With a delicate touch of his toes, his figure began to blur, the elusive fragrance of peach blossoms swirling in the air, yet evading detection of its source. Ding! You have comprehended, peach blossom step. Treading upon the serene silhouettes of peach blossoms, Chao Sui soared lightly, creating ripples upon the lake's surface, akin to petals gently descending upon the water. What appeared to be a slow and leisurely motion was, in fact, completed in less than half a minute, as Chao Sui glided across the lake to arrive before the cottage at its center. Before the thatched cottage stood a stone table, at which sat a figure draped in white hair reaching down to the ankles, flowing loosely to the ground. Even from just a silhouette, one could sense the unparalleled nonchalance of this individual. Greetings, esteemed elder. Chao Sui mimicked the gestures he had seen on television, bowing to the figure. The white-haired figure waved his hand, remaining silent, merely chuckling softly as he tossed a massive wine jug from the table with one hand, while the other gracefully swirled a cup, raising it toward the moon. Chao Sui understood. He took the wine jug and raised his cup toward the figure, drinking deeply under the moonlight. Congratulations, player, you have completed the unique encounter of the Peach Blossom Immortal's inheritance. Successfully unlocked hidden profession. Peach Blossom Immortal. Suddenly hearing the system notification, Chao Sui nearly choked on the wine. Was this truly how one acquired a hidden profession? Just by sharing a drink? Truly befitting of the carefree Peach Blossom Immortal. The wine jug was indeed quite sizable, nearly half the size of Chao Sui himself. He embraced it as he performed a comical bow to the Peach Blossom Immortal. However, due to the figure's back being turned to him, he failed to notice the corners of the immortal's mouth curling into a smirk. After this silent act of apprenticeship concluded, just as Chao Sui was about to return the large jug to the Peach Blossom Immortal, a hand, calloused and lined with thin calluses, gently pushed him back. Sit, my dear disciple. A magnetic, languid voice echoed, laced with a hint of teasing, instantly shattering the previously mysterious demeanor of the immortal. Chao Sui's head slowly rose, adorned with a large question mark, although the immortal's aura had somewhat dimmed. Chao Sui nonetheless obediently stepped forward to sit on the stone bench opposite the Peach Blossom Immortal, finally getting a clear view of his enigmatic master's face. Moonlight cascaded down, illuminating the immortal's jade-white visage. Tinted with the faint blush of intoxication, the pale irises lazily scrutinized the child before him, ultimately focusing on the lotus mark upon Chao Sui's forehead. Extending a finger, he dipped it into the peach blossom brew. The pale pink manna surged forth, accompanied by an intoxicating floral fragrance, and suddenly pressed against Chao Sui's brow. A sharp pain radiated from between his brows, but Chao Sui did not flinch, gritting his teeth to endure. Time slipped away, and eventually, Chao Sui succumbed to unconsciousness. After completing the inheritance, the Peach Blossom Immortal withdrew his finger from Chao Sui's brow, observing the child who had fainted from the pain he had inflicted. Unable to suppress a sly smile, with one arm, he gently lifted his disciple and laid him upon the wooden bed in the cottage, placing a bag of belongings upon the child's rising and falling abdomen. With a flick of his sleeve, he vanished into the depths of the lake's cottage, in the Peach Blossom Ditch. Beneath the Peach Blossom Temple, the immortal known as the Peach Blossom Saint was once revered as a divine healer. Wherever there was pestilence, there bloomed the peach blossoms, initially worshipped as a deity. However, those who were unsatisfied believed the peach blossoms brought misfortune, convinced that only by consuming them could calamity be averted. That fateful night, the blossoms were stained with blood. Thus, does the oleander count as a peach blossom? Oleander's language. Beware of danger. Chao Sui jolted awake, the horrific scene of countless people devouring one another vividly replaying in his mind. What terrified him was not the frenzied crowd but the realization that the saint seemed not to be a peach blossom spirit, but rather an oleander brought to life. Oleander is a toxic plant, with all parts being poisonous, containing potent cardiac glycosides. Just one leaf can be lethal, and its flowers can easily induce allergic reactions and poisoning. Yet, it can withstand smoke, dust, and toxins, purifying the air and water. Clearly, that crowd of villagers had all been poisoned to death. With a firm grip, Chao Sui muttered, "A diamond hand, a bodhisattva's heart." The terrifying dreamscape had caused him to overlook the fact that his once lustrous black hair had transformed into a cascade of white. The ribbon that had adorned his hair had unknowingly come undone, and his waist-length hair now flowed freely, shrouding him in a mist of ethereal beauty. Moreover, as Chao Sui had yet to reach adulthood, his features retained a certain youthful innocence, enhancing his androgynous allure. The previously inconspicuous lotus mark on his forehead now shimmered with a peachy hue, exuding an aura of danger and an alluring, mysterious appeal. This moment, Chao Sui noticed the bundle upon his abdomen. Upon opening it, he discovered a white garment fading to pink, along with a wide-sleeved outer robe, reminiscent of his whimsical master, the Peach Blossom Immortal. The attire bore the embroidered insignia of his sect, peach blossoms and oleander. Congratulations, player, you have obtained the costume, Peach Immortal. This is a costume. In this game, appearances are divided into equipment and costumes. If one lacks a costume, the mismatched equipment worn will display its effects. Thus, Chao Sui was fortunate to have gathered a set. Although the wild howling wolf set made him resemble a savage, it was still preferable to the bizarre appearances of other players. Costumes override the appearance of equipment and can conceal it, making them a rare treasure. Primarily because, well, they look magnificent. Though this sect uniform bore a hint of pink, well, strong men ought to wear pink. Right? Chao Sui reassured himself, swiftly donning the Peach Immortal attire, only to be astonished to discover that this sect uniform possessed special effects. He gazed at the gently falling peach blossoms around him. Chao Sui and silently pressed a hand against his chest. At least this was better than being a savage, right? After scanning his surroundings and failing to spot his master, he noticed a colossal wine jug atop a stone table. Rising from his bed, he opened the door of the thatched cottage, gently closing it behind him. After bowing in farewell to the dwelling, he hoisted the wine jug onto his back and leapt away from the heart of the lake. Along the way, he encountered no more peach trees. They had all transformed into vibrant oleanders, and the wild creatures in the vicinity had vanished without a trace. Yet, A sense of tranquility washed over Chao Sui. He opened the panel displaying his class interface, which had already undergone significant changes. Class: Peach Blossom Immortal, Hidden Class, Unique, Hidden Class Talent, Master of Healing and Poison. All skills will embody both healing and toxic properties, automatically converting healing skills into toxic attack skills when facing non-party players and formidable foes in the wild. Hidden Class Skill: Gift of the Oleander, a purification skill that instantaneously dispels weak, medium, and strong control effects as well as all debuffs, granting the player an additional 5 seconds of invulnerability. When combined with the Peach Immortal outfit, it emits a fragrant peach aroma that provides immunity to toxins. Peach Blossom 9 Needles, a strong control skill where the user wields needles in the right hand, swiftly piercing acupuncture points to elicit powerful stimuli in the target. Beholding the extravagant panel, Chao Sui couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. Indeed, as the sole hidden class, it was akin to possessing an additional class altogether. The thought of his once innocuous healer now capable of delivering a lethal strike left him both amused and bewildered. Chapter 6. Forum goes viral due to the time spent inheriting the hidden class. Chao Sui remained at level 5, intent on leveling up. He set forth in the direction of Peach Blossom Source. Utilizing the Peach Blossom Flicker skill in no time, he arrived at the village entrance. There, a youth clad in white, with sleeves and hem adorned in pale pink, appeared as though he were scattering peach blossoms with each step. Most striking was his long, flowing white hair, giving him an ethereal presence reminiscent of a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. Players in the novice village, upon catching sight of Chao Sui, stood dumbfounded in awe. Wow! Why does he look so different from us? What class is that? Look at his attire. He seems like a healer, but why does he appear so distinct from what I saw before? That must be a top-tier player. He is definitely sporting some elite gear. Truly impressive. Quick, take a screenshot. So handsome. One player, glancing down at his mismatched ensemble, fish scale headgear on one side and bone spike trousers on the other, topped with a plain white cloth armor, felt his self-esteem plummet in comparison to Chao Sui's celestial aura. The disparity between them was staggering. Unbeknownst to him, many players discreetly snapped photos and shared them on the forum, where the buzz surrounding Xingqiu was already at a fever pitch. This forum not only attracted players but also numerous minors who were unable to experience the game due to age restrictions. Amidst a flurry of posts celebrating top-tier players slaying monsters, the sudden appearance of a seemingly elite support class caught everyone's attention. To make matters more intriguing, this top player was a male healer. Having chosen the most challenging support role of acupuncture physician, and most importantly, he was extraordinarily attractive. The post view count skyrocketed, quickly becoming a hot topic. With nearly a day since the launch of Xingqiu, detailed guides for each initial class had been compiled. Statistics revealed that the majority of players gravitated towards damage-dealing classes. After all, in a game that mirrored reality, few would willingly forsake the chance to enhance their own power in favor of supporting others. Perhaps only those nurtured by professional guilds or those with a genuine passion for support roles would make such a choice. Consequently, it was noted that merely 9 of players opted for Spirit Master and Healer classes, with a staggering 98 of the healers being female, predominantly favoring the Windbell and Spirit Beast builds. Although the flashy acupuncture style attracted some attention, a particular support streamer known as One Sip of Milk had also chosen the acupuncture physician path. Unfortunately, the acupuncture technique proved to be problematic, with misaligned points leading to diminished skill effectiveness, and even inadvertently activating reverse debuffs. This resulted in One Sip of Milk being blacklisted by wild teams. In a moment of desperation, the streamer swiftly used his first free class change voucher to switch to Spirit Beast Healer. A video of this mishap was humorously edited with amusing audio and uploaded to the Xingqiu forum, drawing countless spectators and laughter. Many players who had chosen the acupuncture path gathered in the thread to vent their frustrations, highlighting the overwhelming difficulty of mastering the acupuncture physician role. A plethora of acupuncture players sought to change their classes, leaving only a handful stubbornly clinging to their choices. However, wild teams were hesitant to recruit acupuncture physicians for dungeon runs, fearing they might be either divine beings or malevolent spirits in such an environment. A post titled "The True Master of Acupuncture Healers, Male Healer in White," a fleeting vision rapidly gained traction. Many began to recognize a particular acupuncture physician by the ID of Sueha, who, regardless of appearance, was undeniably remarkable for achieving level 5 in such a specialized field. As discussions flourished around the post, Chao Sui remained unfazed, accepting the scrutiny of countless eyes while maintaining his composure. He visited Ant, who shopped to purchase a 10-slot storage bag, placing the wine jug within it. Turning, he ventured back into the woods to continue leveling up, observing the calm demeanor of the top player amidst the crowd. The onlookers inhaled the faint peach blossom scent and couldn't help but marvel. Indeed, a true master. Chao Sui intended to search for a group of wild creatures in the opposite direction of Peach Blossom Dock. He opened the World Channel to check for messages and was immediately drawn to the discussions among players. World Channel. Xiaoyu, have you heard? There's a dungeon triggered in the canyon across from Peach Blossom Source. Shi Sido, is that true? I'm still grinding monsters at level 2, and some people are already in a dungeon. Don't be too competitive, Bloodsword. It's true. It seems like it was discovered by the Yaoguang Guild. It's a level 5 novice dungeon, and they're currently gathering top players. Tyrant Warrior. Are they still in need of damage dealers? A dungeon? Chao Sui's eyes lit up. He was in desperate need of a swift leveling opportunity. Immediately, he sprang into action and darted towards the canyon. At that moment, Peach Blossom Canyon had transformed from its usual tranquility into a bustling hub, filled with many players drawn to the excitement, effectively blocking the wide entrance. Meanwhile, within the Yaoguang Guild, the strategist, Doghead, lamented as he observed one of his overly enthusiastic guild members, Iron Fool, who had inadvertently leaked the information to the World Channel. Who would mistake the World Channel for the Team Channel? If it were anyone else, Doghead might suspect foul play, perhaps a spy from another guild. However, given that the blunder was committed by Iron Fool, Doghead found it unsurprising. What else could he do but indulge him? After all, Iron Fool had been misled into this class. A swordsman with the ID of Wind Rider patted Doghead on the shoulder, saying, "Forget it, Doghead. Don't hold it against Iron Fool. This might attract a good number of players. And we could use a healer." While the guild was not without healers, most were currently focused on Windbell and Spirit Beast builds. The Windbell healers provided area healing but lacked potency, which was insufficient in a 6-player dungeon. As for the Spirit Beast healers, it was still only day 1. Most had yet to form contracts with their Spirit Beasts, and even if they had, their intimacy levels were insufficient for effective command. Previously, Yaoguang had assembled a team of 6, only to be swiftly annihilated upon entering the dungeon by a swarm of bats that unleashed devastating soundwave attacks, inflicting debilitating debuffs. At this stage, damage dealers generally lacked control-breaking skills, with only a handful of fortunate players having acquired them through unique encounters. Faced with the relentless assaults of the bats, the team was unable to withstand the onslaught, ultimately succumbing to their relentless gnawing. Most healers were female, and in an effort to assemble a team with control-breaking damage dealers, they sought out other healers within the guild. Unsurprisingly, those with higher healing capacities were hesitant, as entering the dungeon could spell disaster, while those unafraid lacked the necessary healing proficiency. After all, this was the first fully immersive dungeon. It was daunting enough for women, let alone a grown man like him. If it weren't for the multiple team wipes they had experienced, he might have been even more terrified, likely performing worse than the women. Chapter 7. Forming a team observing the throngs of onlookers. Windrider scratched his head in confusion. He opened the live stream chat for Xingxiu, as he was a pioneering streamer. Such roles were commonplace in every guild, serving to promote the guild's overall image and attract skilled players. As a swordsman, a branch of the physical cultivator class, Windrider possessed commendable skills and was relatively affable, making him the perfect choice to handle the live streaming responsibilities. The chat was abuzz with activity, as players had migrated from the forum to the live stream. "Brothers, we are still forming a team. We need skilled players with substantial healing capacity for the level 5 dungeon. Anyone who meets the criteria can apply to join. Yes, we only lack a healer. We have enough damage dealers." Despite Windrider's persistent efforts to attract participants, the chat remained filled with idle chatter, with no one stepping forward to join. The crowd consisted mostly of spectators, aside from the established teams from other guilds who quickly perished within the dungeon. With a sigh of resignation, Windrider turned to the quiet puppeteer leaning against the cliff. "What should we do? Winter is coming. We can't seem to recruit anyone." The puppeteer closed his eyes, a piece of black cloth veiling the lower half of his face. His sword-like brows and starry eyes were striking. Once tender, His peach blossom eyes now appeared distant and unapproachable under his cold gaze. His slightly long black hair, reaching his ears, was hastily tied into a small tuft with a piece of hemp rope. As winter approached, he stood as one of the top deities in the bustling forum, a figure that had once dominated various competitive games, an incarnation of the human version of Answers, having amassed countless fans. Regrettably, he seldom live-streamed, leaving most of his winter fans to merely satiate their cravings in the Yufeng live room. Finally, they were able to see the great deity, Ling Dong, after several days without a broadcast. Had the master forgotten about them? QAQ truly deserving of his title, even the stand-in technique could be executed flawlessly. All one could say was YYDS. They clamored for a tutorial, having devolved to the point where even walking felt like a challenge since adopting the stand-in technique. Not to mention controlling the puppets. They found themselves moving in clumsy unison. What to do? Ha ha ha, the person above was too real. In such a situation, one could only say that there was nothing a transfer coupon couldn't resolve. Doghead. The puppeteer specialized in summoning-type professions, branching into two categories, beast taming and stand-in techniques. In simple terms, one controls demon beasts while the other controls avatars. The beast-taming puppeteer was somewhat akin to the spirit beast healer, with the former commanding demon beasts and the latter commanding the spirits of flora, both requiring the cultivation of intimacy and harmony. Meanwhile, the stand-in puppeteer was on par with the acupuncture healer, both showcasing the upper limits of their respective classes, but forever shrouded in mystery concerning their lower limits. A stand-in puppeteer lacking the ability to multitask was essentially rendered ineffective, without the puppets as their main weapon. This branch ranked as the most fragile among all classes. Since the game's launch, it had been the source of many amusing tales. For instance, a comical streamer, defying fate, challenged the stand-in puppeteer, only to produce a hilarious video of both the real body and the puppet moving in tandem. Stumbling awkwardly in response to Yufeng's inquiry, Ling Dong straightened his posture, his sharp eyes surveying the throng of people before him, ultimately resting on a white-clad figure. Sensing the gaze, Zhao Sui raised his head to meet it, their pale eyes and dark eyes locking across the sea of people, the cacophony of voices fading into a momentary silence, a mere backdrop to their exchange. After a brief moment, the puppeteer inclined his head slightly in greeting to the white-haired youth, turning his face to signal Yufeng to post a recruitment message in the nearby channel. Why Yufeng, momentarily taken aback by the crowded scene, quickly complied, selecting the restriction criteria and sending it out. The notification tone chimed, and players around them received the recruitment message. Zhao Sui opened the recruitment post, narrowing his eyes at the captain's information. Is Ling Dong coming? Zhao Sui murmured to himself, quietly noting this puppeteer while promptly submitting an application. Amidst the throng, many submitted applications, though most did not meet the recruitment criteria and were automatically rejected by the system. After a long wait, Yufeng finally heard the melodious sound of the system notification. Hastily opening the applicant's profile, his pupils dilating in shock. It was an acupuncture healer, and a level 5 healer at that? How could such an impressive healer not have a fixed team? We are incredibly fortunate to encounter a wild support genius. The viewers in the live room also spotted the information. Some frequent forum-goers immediately recognized Sui's ID and urged the streamer, "Wow, this Sui is a big shot. Hurry and let them join the team. Don't let this big shot slip away. Isn't this the renowned white-haired healer? The one who's super popular on the forum is level 5 difficult? Go back upstairs. My brother is an acupuncture healer and is still struggling at level 2. Upon seeing the barrage of comments, Yufeng was stunned, instantly grasping his leader's intent, and promptly approved the application. Thus, a complete 6-member small team was formed. Taizi, Yuhan, Yufeng, Body Refinement, Swordsman, Doghead Strategist, Art Refinement, Fire Mage, Chiu by Tei Chu Chu and I, Archer, Ling Dong, Puppeteer, Stand-in, Sui He, Healer, Acupuncture. Zhao Sui clicked to teleport to the coordinates provided in the team channel, vanishing from his spot and reappearing before the captain. In the squad, Taizi and Chiu by Tei Chu Chu and I had also arrived from the village. Before they could be seen, a hearty voice echoed through the canyon. Finally gathered everyone. Ha ha ha, let me wait for so long. Let Shiobai see which big shot it is. The newcomer, with golden hair and blue eyes, sported a prominent nose and exuded a lively demeanor. Clearly a mixed blood, he spoke Mandarin fluently. Qiubai's turquoise eyes lit up upon spotting the fair Zhao Sui, rushing forward to offer a gesture of greeting from his hometown, only to be swiftly pulled back by the vigilant Yufeng. Hey, hey. What are you doing, Choo-Choo? I just wanted to show a greeting from my hometown to the male mama. Just a simple hello, Yufeng. Why are you so nervous? I won't bite. Seeing Chiobai about to prattle on, Yufeng tossed the golden-haired one behind Tai Zi. In the midst of organizing the team, Yufeng, sword in hand, grew curious about what kind of greeting was customary, his mind racing as he searched for the meeting etiquette from the Windmill Kingdom in front of the live audience. As Yufeng watched a video of two foreigners joyfully greeting each other with 3 cheek kisses in a right-left-right sequence, his face darkened. He spun around, flinging a large towel at the golden-haired Choo-Choo. Bewildered but unbothered. Hey, what are you doing? Chiobai gasped. Male mama is protecting me. Look at him. Standing taller than Zhao Sui, the golden-haired giant placed a hand on Zhao Sui's shoulder, creating a rather comical scene. Ling Dong tightened his grip, unable to resist giving the large Choo-Choo a gentle nudge from behind. What a troublesome habit, Ling Dong thought. Chapter 8. The Bat Cableway. After replenishing resources, Tai Zi stepped to the forefront of the team, conjuring a half-human tall silver shield as they advanced. Even the most boisterous Chiobai wore a solemn expression, retrieving the eagle bow from his backpack, gripping the bow with his right hand, palm up, thumb pointed left, poised to unleash an attack. Meanwhile, Zhao Sui had extracted all the silver needles from his pouch, holding a short yet sturdy needle at its center, his middle finger arched against his ear. The Plum Blossom and Peach Blossom 9-needle skills were concealed within his sleeves and waist. Wai Yufeng held his sword with one hand, catching a glimpse of the healer summoning the silver needles. Quickly counting over 10, glinting ominously. The thought of most being used on himself sent a shiver down his spine. As the Yao Guang team formed, the live room's excitement soared. With the presence of the deity Ling Dong and the enigmatic acupuncture master, the viewer count surged to a new record, drawing the attention of many netizens who shared it on forums. This team is incredibly valuable. Come watch Ling Dong's holographic debut. The deity is so handsome. The first dungeon, quickly call my team leader for the strategy guide. Crushed by the acupuncture healer, Sob. Look at how Sui he plays. Oh my, did anyone see how many needles Sui he has? As an acupuncture healer, why do I only have 2? Despite the lively atmosphere in the live room, the tension on site remained palpable. Following the puppeteer, Zhao Sui and the others gradually entered the narrow gorge, initially needing to pass sideways. After a few seconds, it widened, resembling the passage from the sacrificial array to the peach blossom source. The only difference was that the end of the passage did not lead to a serene paradise, but rather a bottomless cliff, its sheer face adorned with a bridge made of withered vines. This was the preliminary challenge to enter the dungeon. Only by crossing this vine bridge could they officially commence the dungeon. Doghead strategist adjusted his glasses with his index finger. Next, we will be ambushed by a swarm of bats, accompanied by biting and sound wave control. Everyone, brace yourselves with your defensive measures. Healers, keep an eye on your teammates' health. We will attempt it once. Tai Zi. 1. A striking number slowly floated through the air. The silence was deafening. Doghead strategist's forehead twitched, gritting his teeth as he glared at Tai Zi, who was crouching with his shield at the front. Could you not just say it directly? Oh, I forgot it was holographic. My bad. Tai Zi scratched his head, discreetly retracting his message. Taking a deep breath, Doghead strategist decided to ignore why this iron-headed fool felt the need to retract his message. Seeing everyone prepared, he patted the large figure in front of him, signaling to begin. Entering combat mode, Tai Zi's intelligence surged. Holding his shield, he released battle energy, forming a golden energy shield around him. Being a fire mage, Doghead also cast a similar shield. As Tai Zi stepped onto the vine bridge, a sudden rustling sound erupted within the silent cave. A wave of piercing sound waves exploding, creating visible ripples in the air. Everyone activated their blocks. Doghead's mage robe fluttered in the wind. However, before he could finish speaking, Zhao Sui, with hands forming seals, swiftly changed gestures, executing a powerful move. Acupuncture Copperman. Upon the 6 individuals, a faint barrier of violet-black hue suddenly manifested. Unlike the circular energy shield of the Iron One that enveloped its bearer, rather, it clung closely to their flesh, resembling a layer of starlit flow gliding upon their skin. At this moment, the first wave of sonic bats had arrived. Launching ferocious bites at the players, yet failing to breach this ethereal violet glow. The dog-headed leader, stunned, gaped at the buff notification, glancing at the enraged bats that were utterly ineffective. By my mother's grace. This shield's magnitude exceeds even my golden bell shield. Who is the true spirit guardian here? The Iron One, feeling the protective aura equivalent to 40 of his own health points, found himself questioning reality. Rindong raised his wrist, gazing down in astonishment at the violet-black luminescence. Without discussing Cupid and the astonishment of Rindong's group, even Chao Sui and himself were taken aback. For he discovered that the shield's strength on him and his teammates was not a mere 40 of their own health, but rather that of the Iron One, indicating that this skill had a significantly different effect when in a team. The situation was dire. Chao Sui and the others had no time to ponder this. Observing that despite not being harmed by the bites, the sonic attacks had rendered the dog-headed member, Cupid, and Yu Feng immobilized, entrapped in a meditative state, unable to advance. Chao Sui lifted his right hand, a resplendent oleander blossoming in the air. Merging with his palm, it brushed across his chest and he spun gracefully, his white robe billowing, petals rained down, and a mark upon his forehead shimmered in the flurry of white hair, the oleander petals. Akin to butterflies, seemed to flutter peacefully yet appeared at the foreheads of the five in an instant. Group purification, the gift of oleander. The cool petals caressed their brows, bringing a sense of tranquility and clarity, as if they were floating in a warm, hot spring, completely isolating the sounds of sonic attacks and biting from their surroundings. Chao Sui sought to awaken the dazed companions, intent on rushing toward the vine bridge. He suddenly felt a chilling hand encircle his waist from behind, a powerful push propelling him forward. Looking up, he saw it was the puppeteer, or rather, his puppet. Chao Sui made no attempt to resist, for being drawn along by the puppet was far swifter than he could manage on his own. While Rindong and the puppet dashed swiftly, one on each side of the ropeway, the senses of the main body and the substitute were interconnected. In the darkness, Chao Sui failed to notice the puppeteer's gentle caress of his left hand. Cupid, the dog-headed warrior, and Yu Feng, as damage dealers, were all keen on attack speed. Thus their inherent speed attributes were quite commendable. As for the spirit guardian Iron One, he had already positioned himself at the forefront. Flipping his shield beneath him without hesitation, soon to be kicked aside by the passing dog-headed member and Cupid, who quickly blinked to the front of the party. Woohoo, take off, the Iron One reclined leisurely upon the rushing turtle. No. The shield, paying no heed to the mischievous kicks from the two, for the purification effect of Chao Sui's gift of oleander rendered him immune to the dizziness of the spin. The foolish are blessed. Yu Feng, who was exerting himself to run with his own legs, cast an annoyed glance at the spinning Iron One ahead, then at the white-haired healer cradled within the puppet's arms. What did you say? To carry me along? Shouldn't that be for the little healer? How could the beautiful healer be left to run alone? Alas, such is the double standard of this situation. In the live stream of Yuxing Tianxia. Endless question marks filled the screen, isn't it? The bats that troubled Yaoguang and various guilds were resolved by a healer's 2 skills. Am I still dreaming? A purification skill this early? Truly, the acupuncture master is impressive. Does Sueha need output apprentices? Those who can warm the bed, of course. Did I alone notice the value of that violet shield? As a spirit guardian, I'm starting to sweat profusely. Male mother, white-haired male mother. Oh, how I long to be caressed by the male mother's shield. How I wish to be marked by the male mother's petals. My goodness, that upstairs is quite perverse. Let me through. Chapter 9. The Peach Blossom Tomb instance having traversed the ropeway. The group successfully unlocked the instance, a notification sound resonating as a system pop-up appeared before Yu Feng's team and the viewers in the livestream. Peach Blossom Tomb, Level 5 Beginner Instance officially opens, difficulty, 1 star, equipment quality, silver green, boss count, 1. As the instance officially commenced, the previously silent cave was activated, transforming the atmosphere dramatically. It felt akin to hearing a ghost story, where despite being alone, one could sense the presence of others in the room. Do you understand that feeling? The viewers in the live stream felt a suffocating sensation through the screen, with many instinctively holding their breath. Meanwhile, Chao Sui and the others, being seasoned players, maintained their composure, merely adjusting their mental states. Suddenly, a leisurely sigh of an old man echoed. In the Jin Taiyuan era, a fisherman from Wuling made a living by fishing, wandering along the creek, oblivious to the distance traveled. The aged voice slowly narrated the tale of the Peach Blossom Spring, reverberating in the empty underground cave, lending an eerie quality to the atmosphere. Of course, Chao Sui had studied this passage from Peach Blossom Spring, a fantastical realm imagined by the author Tao Yuanming. However, given its connection to the instance, the current ambience suggested it was far from simple. This not only reminded him of the peculiar legends surrounding the Peach Blossom Spring, but also piqued the curiosity of the dog-headed warrior, who had never encountered this text before. He was well-versed in classical literature and ancient customs, being a seasoned strategist. After learning about the backdrop of the starry constellation, he had diligently studied ancient culture for several months, and now it proved invaluable. This introduction should be comprehensible to all, right? It tells of a fisherman, the dog-headed warrior turned to discuss with the group. However, upon turning, he found himself met with the Iron One's keen gaze, causing him to twitch his mouth and dismiss the Iron One's presence, continuing his analysis. This is peculiar. As far as I know, ancient fishermen, focused on their trade, were meticulous in judging weather and terrain. How could they be unaware of how far they had traveled? Meanwhile, the barrage of comments erupted. A viewer promptly challenged, "Isn't it possible that the fisherman was simply too engrossed in his craft?" I love watching the dog-headed warrior speak earnestly and nonsensically. Could the fisherman have been distracted? How could such a beautiful village turn eerie? The dog-headed warrior, oblivious to the viewer's teasing, continued to analyze fervently, suddenly encountering a peach blossom grove. Hundreds of steps along the banks, devoid of any other trees. Look, in ancient times, peach trees were also known as ghost-repelling wood, used for warding off evil spirits, such as peachwood swords. He glanced at the level 5 peachwood sword in Yufeng's hands, who shivered and hugged the sword tightly. In the live stream of Yuxing Tianxia, the audience reacted, "Whoa, I'm starting to feel something. It's possible the peach blossom grove symbolizes romantic fortune. Love-brained, get out." Initially narrow, then suddenly spacious, the background sound grew louder, as if discovering something wonderful, tinged with a morbid flavor that echoed in the darkness. The passage described a narrow space that could barely accommodate one person. And after walking a few dozen steps, it opened up dramatically. Isn't this a description of ancient burial passages? The dog-headed warrior's words struck the hearts of the group like a thunderclap. The Iron One was no longer at ease. After all, he had come to tackle an instance, and no one had informed him that it had suddenly transformed into a horror scenario. The mere thought of having to be at the forefront soon made his sturdy legs feel somewhat wobbly. Chao Sui observed the eerie background sound. The reader's emotions often revealed their understanding of the text. If one were to discuss this outside the game, such speculation could be quite pedantic. However, they were within a game instance. And considering the unknown elder's tone and the environment they were in, the dog-headed warrior's assumptions bore significant weight. The elder had begun recounting the fisherman's experiences upon entering the passage. Indeed, the elderly and children lived in peace and prosperity. The elder's voice was hoarse yet calm. Had they not been in the depths of the cave, they might have genuinely felt compelled to express admiration for the idyllic peach blossom spring. The live stream audience, led astray by the dog-headed warrior, began to analyze spontaneously. Why is it that no one emerged after just a few steps? Or could it be that they simply cannot exit? Isn't this suggesting that the living can enter, but the dead cannot leave? Upstairs, if they don't wish to leave, what is it to you? Don't conspire to scare me. The dwellings are well arranged, this proves it. Ancient villages were always neatly situated. Aside from some large towns, only tombs remain. With such abundant food and living conditions inside, why wouldn't the fisherman choose to stay? Surely he must have discovered a grand tomb to report to the officials of that place. After recounting the background, the elder coughed, and his voice faded away, plunging the cave back into a dead silence. "Damn it, dog-headed warrior, you're shaking my resolve." Yufeng's playful voice shattered the stillness. "If you scare me again, I'll strike you down with my peachwood sword." The dog-headed warrior felt utterly wronged. "I'm merely analyzing here. Look at the instance's name." Yufeng hastily opened the information panel, the large characters Peach Blossom Tomb weighing heavily upon his shoulders. "What shall we do then? We're not tomb raiders," the Iron One lamented, scratching his head in despair. The dog-headed warrior landed a punch. "So you're identifying with the fisherman, are you? Truly hopeless. This isn't a murder mystery. It's an instance. Just fight the monsters. who said anything about raiding tombs. Taking a deep breath, the dog-headed warrior sensed something amiss. Where had the ever-present Cupid gone, since the beginning of the instance? I have not heard the incessant chatter of that noisy cricket, and now I find myself oddly missing it. Upon glancing back, I was taken aback to see the large golden retriever crouched firmly between the leader and the male caregiver. Standing rigidly with an arrow poised, its gaze unwavering as if ready to enlist at any moment. Zhaoyang also noticed Cupid's peculiar behavior, and a suspicion arose in his mind. Could it be that he was frightened? Amused by his own conjecture, Zhaoyang inquired aloud. Cupid, filled with an overwhelming sense of guilt, muttered softly, "I'm not afraid. Back in my hometown, we fear nothing. I just fear the ghosts of your huaxia." At that moment, the arrow in his hand was trembling slightly. The stark contrast of his demeanor sent the crowd and the viewers in the live stream into fits of laughter, dissipating the eerie atmosphere. After the team analyzed the background of the instance and adjusted their emotions and equipment, they proceeded toward the opening ahead. During this time, Zhaoyang suddenly unleashed a wave of Oleander's gifts, and the group was astonished to discover that the background sound had also been afflicted with a debuff. It was only after Zhaoyang's purification that they received the notification. This debuff, known as fear, is one of the most common phenomena encountered in supernatural instances, lacking specific attribute reductions. However, for players like Cupid, its effects were significantly more potent, capable of distorting their actions. The team, including the dog-headed one and others, felt immensely grateful for having Zhaoyang as their supportive ally. Chapter 10. The Twisted Skeletons. After dispelling the fear buff, Zhaoyang and the others traversed through a rectangular pit that was wide at the entrance and narrow at the bottom, heading westward. There was no sense of enlightenment as described in the text. Instead, they found themselves enveloped in a pitch-black, confined space. The dog-headed one snapped his fingers, igniting a small flame between them. But this sound seemed to trigger some unseen rule, causing a cacophony of creaks and groans to erupt around them. Teasy immediately fell into a defensive stance, crouching low with his shield in hand, eyes fixed ahead. Suddenly, a ghostly white skeletal hand broke through the earth, viciously gripping the ankle of the puppet master. Winter reacted swiftly, as he nearly exchanged places with his doppelganger the moment the bone claw latched onto him, simultaneously activating his manipulation thread and giving a gentle tug, causing the skeletal hand to shatter into fragments. However, this was merely the spark that ignited a greater chaos, as more pits erupted, and a multitude of skeletal hands surged upwards, finally revealing their full form. They seemed no different from ordinary skeletons, yet curiously presented a twisted posture, half kneeling as they crawled forward. Their tattered clothing, eroded by the earth, bore a faint resemblance to the attire of the villagers from the Peach Blossom source outside. Twisted Skeleton LV.5 White, Bone Claw Hand Close Range Damage, Twisted Charge Small Area Damage. The Twisted Skeletons were merely minor foes, easily understood with an investigative technique. Just moments ago, the skeleton that had its arms severed by the puppet master trembled as it moved its pelvis, its head retaining a sliver of health, its hollow eyes fixating intently on the nearest dog-headed one. With a sudden lunge, it initiated a twisted charge, its bones cracking like spikes aimed at them. The dog-headed one, shielded by a violet barrier, sidestepped with agility, casting a rain of fire. However, the minion's health bar, barely a single point, remained unscathed. Attack the skeleton's head. Teasy's commanding voice resonated, startling everyone. Without hesitation, the puppet master plunged a dagger into the skeleton that had attacked the dog-headed one. The named Teasy quickly executed a wave of taunts, drawing the ire of all skeletal minions, which began converging on him as he watched the skeletons encircle him from all sides. Teasy gritted his teeth and cast a golden shield upon himself. Simultaneously, he unleashed a defensive skill, stepping forward with his left foot, following with his right, and raising his shield at a 45-degree angle. By the time he unleashed his taunt, Zhaoyang had already cast the copper shield on Teasy. Yufeng and Winter, the swordsman and the puppet master, will flank from the side to eliminate the enemies, Zhaoyang calmly instructed. Originally, the dog-headed one had been the commander, but given the current circumstances, as a ranged spellcaster, he found himself preoccupied, and Zhaoyang naturally assumed command. Observing that even their leader was unquestioningly following the directives of Sueha, Yufeng and the others had no objections. Archers at East 35, spellcasters at North 67 to output. Upon receiving the orders, Cupid and the dog-headed one promptly ceased their barrage, repositioning according to the command before resuming their attacks. Gradually, the two were astonished to realize that their positions were impeccable. Elevated, with solid stone beneath their feet, they had no fear of a sudden assault from the skeletal minions. "This is so comfortable." Zhao Yang continued to execute the peach blossom step outside the throng of skeletons. Adjusting his position, his spiritual sense enveloped the area, meticulously observing every movement within the instance. With a flicker of silver light, he pinched the needle's handle between his fingers, resembling a pin, and with a quick twist, he released it, the needle piercing TZ's body. The needle skill activated. TZ instantly felt a wave of rejuvenation, regaining 40 health points. What the? My goodness, this healing power. I could stand here and let this bunch of wretches beat on me without fear. TZ, who had been anxiously surrounded by the minions, suddenly felt a surge of relief. Zhao Yang brushed past a skeleton, catching a glimpse of TZ's triumphant antics out of the corner of his eye. "Yu Feng, be cautious. 4 skeletons have been aggroed at North 60. Dog-headed one. Clear them out." The pointed-out TZ felt a sudden pressure and guilt wash over him. He hurriedly unleashed a long-awaited taunt, unexpectedly finding that even the healer had calculated his cooldown time perfectly. The sudden realization of his chaotic aggro left TZ momentarily stunned. Not just TZ, but everyone except Winter was left sweating profusely, despite the healer's voice being melodious and lightly tinged with youthful softness. The authoritative tone that emerged once he took command was undeniably oppressive, leaving no room for dissent. If he were to call out TZ's name next, it would not merely be a shiver. It might as well render him paralyzed with fear. Yu Feng mused internally, only to be caught off guard by a skeletal claw that grazed his wrist before he could cry out in pain. A sharp glimmer arrived first, as the needle securely embedded itself within him, completing the healing. Yu Feng, the swordsman who had been named for the first time, felt a jolt of energy, his swordsmanship accelerating dramatically. Observing the frantic strikes of the swordsman, Zhao Yang couldn't help but feel a bit exasperated. "Yu Feng, your accuracy is lacking. Aim for the center of their eye sockets. Your precision is still lower than TZ's. Focus on your technique." Embarrassed, half an hour had elapsed, and the minor monsters had finally ceased to respawn. After vanquishing the last of them, a fissure quietly opened in the corner beside Chao Sui. A chilling wind wafted from the crevice, heralding the arrival of the final boss. Chapter 11. The Black Zombie General traversing through the shadowy tomb passage, Chao Sui and his companions at last beheld the main chamber of the Peach Blossom tomb. Adorned with painted windows, the base of the platform was similarly decorated, mimicking the architectural style of real-life halls and residences. However, the paintings had succumbed to the ravages of time, revealing only a glimpse of their former splendor. Surrounding the coffin were an abundance of lavish burial goods, earthenware figurines, animal pottery, and canopies. Doghead's eyes sparkled with excitement. These ancient artifacts were treasures beyond measure, not only rare in the Age of Dawn but also priceless on old Earth, holding immense collectible value. Were it not for his current predicament within the dungeon, he would have rushed forward to examine them closely, in stark contrast to Doghead's yearning for the burial items. Yu Feng had immediately fixated on the coffin at the center. The 6-foot-long coffin, eroded by dust to reveal a pockmarked exterior, exuded an aura of solemnity and dread. Chao Sui's nostrils flared as he keenly detected the gas permeating the air. Turning to glance at his companions, noticing the puppeteer's brow slightly furrowed, it was evident that Lindong also sensed something amiss. The two exchanged a knowing glance, silently comprehending each other's thoughts. Lindong was the first to act, unleashing an endless barrage of threads that obliterated the surrounding burial items. In an instant, dust swirled in the air, coalescing into a thick, ochre substance. A creaking sound emanated from the coffin as a pull of suction emerged, visibly drawing the mist within. Simultaneously, as Lindong engaged, Chao Sui employed the gift of the oleander to shield his team from the potential aftereffects of inhaling the minute mist. With a thunderous crash, the obsidian coffin lid was forcefully flung aside, and a shadowy figure materialized in the center of the tomb chamber. Compared to the skeletal remains outside, this boss appeared far more dignified. Adorned in a robe patterned with deer motifs, its skin was a dark, greenish hue, interlaced with purplish-black veins, and its elongated, razor-sharp nails emanated a malevolent aura. Doghead cast a detection spell on the boss, revealing only its name. Corporeal Black Zombie General, Level 5 Boss. Skills? Let us commence a preliminary engagement to test its mechanics. Chaosway suggested, drawing an arc with his hand to cast a protective shield over the team. Are we prepared? I'm ready. Let's engage. Iron Child responded, dashing forward and donning a golden shield before successfully drawing the boss's aggro with a taunt. The black zombie's eyes glimmered ominously as its bizarre claws elongated, coalescing into a sinister bloodlust. With a swift motion, its right hand slashed down towards Iron Child, striking against Yuhuan's shield and sparking with fiery flares. Yet the claw's wind did not cease, extending 3 meters back and impacting the Cupid position behind, degrading its purple shield by 10 points. There's poison. Cupid tightened his grip on the arrows, alerting the group and sharing the status of the Corpse Poison buff in the team channel. Corpse Poison 5. Upon reaching 50, it reduces player's basic attributes by 10. After 50, every increment of 10 will continue to diminish, and at 100, the Black Zombie General's attacks will result in instant kills. Note: cannot be dispelled. Following the onset of the Corpse Poison, a countdown appeared on the public screen. Boss Berserk Countdown. 498 seconds. Calculating silently in his mind, Chaosway noted the implications of the poison. A chilling voice resonated through the tomb. Archers, hold steady. This shot is merely a test of mechanics. Target the boss's heart from the southwest direction and control your output. Cupid, slightly flustered from the effects of the poison, steadied himself upon hearing the command. He swiftly turned towards the boss's rear while unleashing continuous normal attacks interspersed with control skills. Having evaded the boss's onslaught, the corpse poison did not further accumulate. All melee fighters directed their backs toward the boss, aiming to avoid its attacks. Chaosway surveyed the battlefield, mentally tallying Iron Child's accumulation of corpse poison. Once he confirmed the count, he swiftly placed an acupuncture doll just as Iron Child's golden shield dissipated. Through recent observations, Chaosway realized that the corpse poison would not stack while in a shielded state, meaning as long as a shield was present, the status would remain at 5. His acupuncture doll had a cooldown of 20 seconds, and when paired with Iron Child's Yuhuan Golden Shield, they could achieve a seamless connection, preventing the main tank from being felled by the corpse poison. As the countdown reached 30 seconds, the Black Zombie General raised its arm, unleashing a sweeping slash that sent a tempest roaring through half the tomb. Yufeng and Cupid were caught in the gale, losing half their health, but quickly regained it with 2 of Chaosway's needles, albeit accumulating a 10 stack of corpse poison buff. At this moment, Cupid's buff had escalated to 15, significantly slowing his attack speed. Up ahead, Doghead and Iron Child sustained damage from the slash, adding 5 stacks. Only the agile Lindong and Chaosway remained unaffected by the boss's corpse poison buff. The situation seemed dire, yet Chaosway felt no concern. He was confident in his strategy. This boss was far simpler than he had anticipated, relying on just 3 mechanics, all hinging on one principle: evasion. The optimal approach was to have 1 tank and 1 healer, supported by 4 ranged damage dealers, allowing them to maneuver effectively in the next moment. As the boss raised its right hand, Chaosway instructed Doghead and Cupid to converge and target the boss's rear heart for a weak point attack. Beware of the poison shield. Activate Yuhuan's shield, and Yufeng, dodge from the side. Once again, a 3-meter claw wind descended, this time striking only Iron Child. Chaosway prompted Iron Child to release a taunt to stabilize the aggro. The boss unleashed 2 more waves of poison shield attacks, prompting Chaosway to frown and replenish the purple shield, instructing Iron Child to maintain distance from the boss. During the 3rd wave of poison shields, the puppeteer swiftly executed a peach blossom step, yanking Iron Child along with shield and all, flinging him 3 meters away. Use the decoy to block. As the words left his mouth, a shadow darted past, a puppet emanating a cold light that shielded Iron Child from the oncoming assault. The puppet, being an inanimate object, was immune to the effects of the corpse poison, and its durability far surpassed that of the main body, merely sustaining a scratch. Not far away, Iron Child, who had been tossed 3 meters away by the healer, was seeing stars. Regaining his senses, he stared incredulously at the slender healer before him, then glanced at his own muscular 2-meter-tall frame. Feeling as though his worldview had been profoundly challenged? Is this truly the beautiful healer you all speak of? Am I moved? I dare not act. I dare not act. Where is my delicate beauty? It seems to only possess the beautiful attribute, right? So violent. I like it even more, darling, step on me. Iron Child was not the only one. The viewers online were equally astounded by this stark contrast. Numerous netizens recorded the scene and shared it on forums. Poor Iron Child remained oblivious that his expression would be immortalized in countless memes, becoming an essential emoticon for future players of the Starry Souls game. Chapter 12. Completion. As the Black Zombie General set its sights on the highest damage dealer, the puppeteer, Chaosui, glanced at the astonished Iron Child and offered a wry reminder. Having been flung 3 meters away due to a lack of a shield, Iron Child had narrowly evaded the boss's poison shield skill but had still sustained some damage. Chaosui swiftly administered another needle to him. After being singled out and pricked once more, Iron Child instinctively recoiled, dismissing further thoughts, and hurriedly repositioned himself back to his original spot. Meanwhile, Yufeng, fervently dealing damage with his peachwood sword, observed the entire episode unfold with a mix of astonishment and admiration. Iron Child's attributes were heavily allocated towards defense. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, his shield alone weighed 100 pounds. The white-haired healer's immense strength led Yufeng to question whether Chaosui could indeed punch him to death. Not only were Yufeng and the others taken aback, but even Lindong, who was maneuvering the puppet for defense, cast a sidelong glance at the spectacle. The puppeteer class inherently required multitasking and trusting in his teammates. He had been solely focused on dealing damage. When he heard the healer call for him, he unhesitatingly summoned his puppet to absorb the damage. Yet, he had not anticipated witnessing the diminutive healer effortlessly overturn a Yuhuan twice her size. This transformative scene only deepened his curiosity about Chaosui. Within the dungeon, the Yaoguang team was hitting their stride. A palpable silence enveloped them, broken only by Chaosui's melodic voice as he periodically called out updates. Sensing a dark glimmer in the black zombie's eyes, Chaosui instinctively retreated, issuing a sharp command. Archers to the west, mages to the east, positions at 33 degrees. Once he confirmed the ranged players had taken their positions, he turned to Yufeng and Iron Child, instructing, Swordmaster Yuhuan, retreat 5 meters south. Do not overextend at AS for the puppeteer. It was a laughable notion. Standing in the back, even the hurricane wouldn't touch his hymn, true to form. The black zombie raised both hands, unleashing another gust of wind, but this time, no one was caught off guard. With 30 seconds remaining until Berserk, all players hastened their output, even Chaosui activating his dual mastery of medicine and poison, talent to sneak in a few healing needles on the boss. Countdown. 20 seconds. The black zombie's attire suddenly tore apart, and from its grayish-blue skin, countless black hairs erupted. What had once been a vaguely human form was now an indescribable monstrosity, howling and shaking the tomb as dust fell from the ceiling. AoE damage, everyone be cautious, and all control effects are on standby. Chaosui and Feishan leaned toward the corner, surrounded by a swirling purple glow. Amidst the relentless howls, the shields of Cupid and Yuhuan, afflicted most severely by the corpse poison, shattered swiftly, their health plummeting drastically as the boss's AoE persisted for an agonizing 5 seconds without respite. Chaosui and Shun suddenly sensed a grave misalignment. He and the puppeteer, untouched by the poison, had not lost a single point of health, while the two most afflicted were already below half their health. In a flash of inspiration, Chaosui's mind illuminated with a sudden realization as he noticed the 6-foot coffin at the center. Conjuring a reasonable plan, with a swift motion, he used 2 sets of plum blossom needles to restore the health of Cupid and Tizai, urgently instructing them, Cupid and Tizai, quickly get into the coffin. Unfazed by their shocked expressions, he found their movements too slow, and without waiting for a response, he effortlessly lifted one under each arm and, with a graceful slide of his right foot, activated the peach blossom step, propelling them several meters away. The astonished looks on their faces barely had time to fade before Chaosui had shoved them into the coffin, closing the lid with a resounding thud, effectively severing them from the wrath of the frenzied black zombie boss, halting their health depletion and shattering the youth's fervor and tears. Chaosui might never comprehend the indelible shadow his small act cast upon the young archer and Yuhuan. The pain was excruciating. Meanwhile, Yufeng's eyes widened in disbelief. The shocks the healer had delivered that night were overwhelming, each revelation eclipsing the last. He could sense the healer's regretful gaze upon him. Had the coffin been larger? He suspected the healer would have taken him as well, given that he had the third lowest corpse poison layers in the entire field. For a fleeting moment, Yufeng felt the white-haired healer more fearsome than the boss himself. Gazing at the silent coffin, once a resting place for a close-range boss, now housing two individuals in silence, their fates unknown. Yufeng recalled the healer's regretful look when he had captured the two, and suddenly felt surrounded by the healer's scrutinizing eyes. Trembling, he transformed his fear into strength, perceiving the black zombie boss as handsome, his output soaring past that of An Yi's output. The dog-headed strategist glanced at the healer beside the coffin, a bead of sweat trickling down his forehead. As a fire mage, he was the nemesis of the shadow-type boss, compared to the reckless Cupid, who had been repeatedly ensnared by the healer's guidance. He had been well managed under command, positioned in the most advantageous spot to achieve the second highest output. As the saying goes, happiness is often built upon the suffering of others. Witnessing the misfortune of Tizai and Cupid, the dog-headed one initially felt a pang of schadenfreude, followed by relief, thankful that he was a fire mage and not a part of that terrifying ordeal. Soon, under Yufeng's extraordinary performance and the steady output from the dog-headed strategist and the winter, they depleted the boss's last remaining health. Congratulations to players Sueha, Lintong, Tizai, Yufeng, Doghead Strategist, Cupid for their first clear of the one-star dungeon, Peach Blossom Tomb, earning 100 reputation points. The system announcement echoed throughout the server, broadcasting 3 times consecutively. At that moment, outside the dungeon, the world chat across various game regions was inundated with messages, as countless players sought news of the Yaoguang team. Is there really a dungeon in the novice village? Surely, I'm not the only one mindlessly grinding monsters, right? You're not alone upstairs. Who has the live stream recording? 110086 Worship the Great One. Salute. Salute. No way. Everyone is level 5. Some are still studying those 2 or 3 skills. And some have even cleared the dungeon, crying uncontrollably, "Hey, Great One upstairs, don't leave." What do you mean everyone is level 5? The earlier news of the dungeon's discovery had only circulated in forums and within the local area. After all, the novice village had a limited capacity, and the Xingqiu novice starting area was notoriously populous. Now, a single world announcement had catapulted the Peach Blossom Source Novice Zone, where Zhao Sui and others resided, into one of the most popular birthplaces. The first server-wide announcement since launch had also propelled the names of Zhao Sui and his companions into the spotlight, particularly the healer, Sueha, and the puppeteer, Lintong. Without needing much introduction, Lintong was a player deity with built-in popularity, and his holographic debut naturally drew countless observers, his skillful maneuvers and mysterious attire captivating many. His fluid puppetry skills in the live stream earned him the title of chief puppeteer among countless players. Meanwhile, Sueha was elevated to near divinity by a multitude of players. Numerous clips from various live streams surfaced on the forums, with many videos going viral, racking up millions of likes. Various official marketing accounts quickly jumped into action. Roundup of the acupuncture healer Sueha's divine moments, trending, shocking. The first dungeon clear reveals a powerful healer, carrying 1 team member in each hand. Trending, that day. The coffin shattered the dreams of youth, trending. Lintong's holographic debut, trending. Detailed strategy for Peach Blossom Tomb. The ID Sueha surged into the limelight. The combination of white hair, snow-like skin, nurturing demeanor, acupuncture expertise, calm command, and extraordinary strength sparked remarkable discussions. Unaware of his newfound fame, Zhao Sui was perusing the rewards from the dungeon. Painted silk, purple appearance, acupuncture bag appearance, adorned with mysterious ancient illustrations, fire needle, bronze equipment, made of tungsten wire, possessing high-temperature resistance, skill book, Ximen Acupoint, a mystical acupoint technique passed down through ancient earth folklore, capable of inflicting lethal damage on enemies with specific finger techniques. If used correctly, it can yield extraordinary results. With an appearance, an equipment piece, and a skill book, along with some copper coins, Zhao Sui felt the drop rates were quite satisfactory, oblivious to just how fortunate he truly was. It seemed he had forgotten something as he idly touched a strand of hair by his ear. Oh, Cupid and Tizai still haven't been released. Ignoring the resentful gazes from the two as they were just freed from the coffin, the young healer awkwardly twirled a lock of hair, a hint of guilt washing over him. Fortunately, the two were quickly captivated by the equipment that had dropped from the dungeon, prompting Zhao Sui to exhale in relief. Yufeng had long since closed his live stream after the dungeon ended, staring blankly at the two level 6 silver items he had acquired, a grand entrance to the dungeon, arduous battles, and upon opening the loot, it was empty. Who can endure this? However, after years of gaming, Yu Feng had grown accustomed to his unfortunate luck and did not easily falter. After all, being a streamer, he could always resort to spending money. Yet, comparisons were inevitable. Although everyone's rewards automatically entered their bags and were invisible to one another, Yu Feng immediately spotted Tizai's newly equipped bronze shield. Its brilliant luster was almost blinding. Out of curiosity, Yu Feng began to sneak glances around, noting that the leader seemed unbothered, while Cupid appeared devoid of any loot, and Doghead was expressionless as he donned something. Something was amiss. There had to be something good. His gaze casually drifted toward the white-haired healer, but upon catching sight of the painted silk ribbon floating behind Sueha, he froze in astonishment. This familiar painting, isn't it the same design as the one on the window? How did that dull bag turn into this? There are appearances in the novice dungeon? Yu Feng was left questioning his existence. Observing the healer clad in a white robe with peach blossom attire, adorned with softly falling peach petals, and his strikingly white hair shimmering in the tomb, he appeared ethereal. Behind him floated a richly colored silk ribbon, with a lotus mark lightly imprinted on his forehead. As his slender fingers deftly manipulated a blue needle, flickering with flames, resembling a celestial being plucking flowers. With such a visage, who could refrain from praising him as a transcendent being among mortals? Glancing back at himself, he lamented, "Oh no, I must look like a cowherd who stole the celestial maiden's clothes." Zhao Sui remained blissfully unaware of Yu Feng's inner musings. Had he known that Zhao Sui had also obtained an even rarer skill book, his heart would surely have shattered. As everyone organized their bags, Zhao Sui checked the time, realizing it was nearly dawn, and bid farewell to the Yaoguang team before logging off. As night fell, exhausted from a day of play, the Yaoguang team also decided to log off for some rest. Before leaving, Yu Feng glanced at the leader, who had been standing still for quite some time, puzzled. After casually inquiring, he walked away, thinking it best for a junior to refrain from meddling in the leader's affairs. Yet, a nagging feeling of forgetfulness lingered until Yu Feng lay in bed, suddenly recalling, "Oh no, I forgot to add the beautiful healer as a friend." At that moment, at the dungeon's entrance, Lin Tong opened the system interface. Typing Zhao Sui's ID into the search bar, hesitating over the Add Friend button for quite a while, seemingly lost in thought, though his fingers were almost sparking with tension. The half of his face obscured by the mask flushed slightly. With a soft sigh, he switched hands and clicked Add Friend, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Lin Tong had many friends, but they were all added by others. He couldn't understand why adding just one friend felt so unsettling. Perhaps it was the extended gaming session, as Lin Tong loosened his mask and once again opened Sueha's homepage, gazing at the silhouette presented there. This was an automatically captured single photo by the system, displayed on the homepage. Essentially, these are the highlight screenshots of players. The keyword system aesthetics has even briefly ascended to trending status. The silhouette image on Sueha's homepage has just been updated, with a dim background reflecting a soft glow. In this shadowy light, the outlines of a cup and a snake create an atmosphere thick with menace, fraught with danger. The scene captures a beauty, as exquisite as jade, with delicate features and an air of aloofness. Her cascading silvery hair flows like a waterfall, and her slender fingers lightly tease a verdigris-hued ancient needle. The flame flickering at the needle's tip rises high, tracing the upward slant of her phoenix-like eyes, as if adorning her with a vivid red eyeshadow. Half of her figure is illuminated by firelight, while the other half is shrouded in shadow, exuding an otherworldly charm. After staring in a daze for a considerable time, Lin Dong quietly saved the image and logged off at lightning speed. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhao Sui, awakening from his helmet, was subjected to the scrutinizing gaze of the robot Poo Poo. It detected that Zhao Sui had played for a staggering 10 hours. Missing 2 nutritious meals and a delightful afternoon in a pit, lamented how long it had been since Zhao Sui last spoke to it. Poo Poo recounted Zhao Sui's transgressions one by one, growing increasingly aggrieved, as if on the verge of shedding electronic tears. Feeling a twinge of guilt, Zhao Sui swiftly resorted to a clever diversion. "Poo Poo, I'm so hungry. I want some milk." This tactic, tried and true, caused Poo Poo to cease its lamentations and turn to prepare nutritional milk for Zhao Sui. Observing the round and fluffy Poo Poo, Zhao Sui couldn't help but smile, then opened the Star Network hotspot, momentarily taken aback by a series of trending topics about himself. It seemed he had underestimated the popularity of the celestial constellations. Clicking on the hottest post revealed a compilation of highlight moments featuring the acupuncturist, skillfully edited from a live stream. Deft needlework, petals swirling as they brushed past like a peach blossom in a hurricane, and a cloud of petals dancing as the oleander bestowed its gifts. Clearly, this content creator excelled at capturing dynamic beauty and intimate character close-ups, garnering unanimous acclaim from the online community. Absolutely stunning. This is 1,000 times better than any TV drama. Yes, this is how I imagined I would play, but why do my needles always miss? Is it really that smooth? I want to try acupuncture again. Someone stop me. Chapter 14. The next day, after waking and freshening up, Zhao Sui greeted Poo Poo before diving back into the game. As soon as he logged in, a friend request popped up. Zhao Sui had long since disabled friend requests. But in the Star Network, friends who had previously teamed up could bypass this block and send requests directly. Gazing at the notification, Zhao Sui couldn't help but recall the figure in the dungeon. Swift as a shooting star, with a decisive click, he accepted the request, and his previously empty friend chat box finally displayed its first companion. Curiosity piqued, Zhao Sui opened Lindong's homepage, only to be momentarily dazzled by the striking profile picture. The puppeteer, clad in a velvet black night suit, showcased a tailored shirt that subtly hinted at a toned physique. One arm crossed in front of him, while a strand of hair brushed against the leather cuff. Dark gloves enveloped his wrists, extending to the knuckles, with dark bandages wrapping around his index and middle fingers, as his pale, youthful hands firmly gripped a silver dagger. The puppeteer bent slightly, his other arm parallel to his waist. Palm turned backward, silver threads bursting forth, and the water stains on the ground froze in dynamic stillness. A palpable tension emanated, reminiscent of a black panther hunting in the tropical rainforests, sensual yet perilous. Stunned by the allure, Zhao Sui blinked. The puppeteer's presence in the dungeon had been subtle, with only the top damage statistics highlighting his unique status. Even his attack style was elusive, resembling that of an assassin rather than a puppeteer. Those sharp, starry eyes left a deep impression on Zhao Sui. He hadn't anticipated such striking imagery. Noticing a heart-shaped icon in the lower right corner of the picture, he promptly liked it. On the other side of the electronic screen, a notification chimed. Ding, player Sueha has saved your image. Lindong curled his fingers slightly, his face, concealed by a mask, flushed with a hint of warmth. What does this mean? The puppeteer lowered his eyelids. Adjusting the mask on his face, a wordless shyness permeating the air. Yesterday, he had merely taken a screenshot, not expecting the physician to express himself more directly, despite appearing rather indifferent. Zhao Sui, oblivious to the significant impact of his small gesture on the inexperienced puppeteer, redirected his focus to his system backpack. He had logged off too hastily the previous day to examine the skill book drops. Opening the skill book, a profound text appeared in Zhao Sui's mind. Once he absorbed the knowledge, he gasped in astonishment. This book was akin to an ancient earth martial arts text on acupoint manipulation. Acupoints possess microcirculation. Acupoint stimulation effectively disrupts this circulation, utilizing specific techniques to alter it, potentially causing thrombus formation and thus impacting the internal organs. This skill could prove remarkably effective even in reality. With the game's skill adaptation, the effects would no longer be gradual but instantaneous. The crucial detail was the 5-second cooldown. Zhao Sui recalled his past, where, due to health issues, he had dabbled in traditional Chinese medicine, frequently undergoing cupping, acupuncture, and gua sha. Remembering the 36 deadly acupoints from his recollections, he chuckled mischievously, realizing he might no longer need needles to incapacitate someone. After integrating the skill, Zhao Sui decided to hunt some wild monsters, aiming to reach level 10 and exit the novice village while familiarizing himself with the new skill. Arriving at a gathering of level 6 bear monsters, he cast a shield on himself and commenced experimentation. Perceiving an infringement upon its territory, a bear rose on its hind legs, glaring with burning red eyes. Fixated on the intruder, with a fearsome roar, the bear lunged forward, attempting to topple the unwelcome human. However, the bear's fantasies crumbled against the harsh reality. Zhao Sui's fingers twitched, lightly tapping the bear's divine court acupoint. This seemingly casual move caused a noticeable indentation on the bear's forehead. With a single strike, The bear collapsed heavily onto the grass, unconscious. Oh, perhaps I overdid it and almost crushed its skull. This seemingly effortless maneuver had actually cost Zhao Sui 1/10 of his mana. He had merely intended to induce a daze. Observing the slumbering bear, Zhao Sui swiftly concluded its life painlessly. For the next while, Zhao Sui tested each critical acupoint, based on the 36 secret arts he had previously encountered. The human body contains 108 vital acupoints, of which 72 are generally non-lethal when struck, while the remaining 36 are deemed fatal, also referred to as death acupoints. The death acupoints are further categorized into 4 types: soft paralysis, fainting, light, and heavy, collectively forming the 36 fatal points. Upon testing the last acupoint and clearing the area of bears, Zhao Sui reached level 6, alongside the system's level-up notification. A skill fusion alert sounded. Ding! Detected that the player has comprehended the complete skill of Divine Court acupoint manipulation. Please name it. Zhao Sui was taken aback. His knowledge of secret arts had fused with the system's awarded skill. After naming it the 36 acupoint secret technique, he eagerly opened the skill's detailed attributes. Following the fusion of 2 similar techniques, he noticed an additional verse beneath the skill description. As long as he recited the corresponding verse while performing the technique, he could cast the acupoint skill without cooldown. Were it not for the significant mana consumption, this skill would be extraordinarily overpowered. Zhao Sui sighed, intending to explore other monster hunting grounds when suddenly, a notification from the friend interface chimed. Upon checking, 2 bold characters popped up. Are you there? This amusing message struck Zhao Sui as unexpectedly humorous. Pahaha, the physician chuckled for the first time in ages. Zhao Sui had researched information about Yaoguang and Lindong before logging off yesterday. He knew that Lindong was a well-known expert player from a previous popular game. It was said that his family was quite wealthy, and the Yaoguang Club was established for their enjoyment. After losing interest after a few days, they passed it to Lindong. Despite his exceptional gaming skills, Lindong had repeatedly declined numerous professional teams' invitations, citing mere interest as his reason, and rarely exposed himself beyond occasional live streams. Unfortunately, his fans were left longing, as the main character was unmotivated, forcing them to linger in Yufeng's live streams, occasionally indulging in shadows. Thus, this aloof and enigmatic figure had humorously sent him a message. Are you there? It is not that he has a low sense of humor, but rather the unique friendship mechanism of the celestial constellations. When the avatar icon dims, it indicates that a player is offline. During this time, however, his icon remained illuminated, and he even leveled up during this period. This made Zhao Sui and you feel as if they were holding a meal on Earth and being asked if they had eaten. A situation both amusing and exasperating. Chapter 15. Hidden Peril. On the other hand, due to personal matters at Yufeng's home, he was unable to log in and had just entrusted the responsibility of the live broadcast to the leader via WeChat. Coincidentally, Lindong had not been streaming lately, and fans had long been eagerly awaiting the return.as for the content of the stream. The fluid and graceful operations of the puppeteer alone were enough to sustain a multitude of puppeteer strategy bloggers. It was not until Lindong reached level 6 that the comments in the live broadcast room slightly calmed down. However, before the fans could regain their composure, the next move of the puppeteer reignited their enthusiasm. Upon reaching level 6, Lindong did not rush to the next monster spawning point, but instead opened the friend dialog box and clicked on the profile of his first friend, Sui. The moment the image loaded, countless viewers in the live chat clasped their hearts, as the system display featured a mesmerizing interplay of light and darkness. The light perfectly illuminated the lotus ornament on the forehead of the ethereal beauty with white hair, exuding an aura that was both virtuous and wicked, providing a striking visual impact. The homepage stickers were visible only to friends, and Lindong quickly found the private chat button to switch the screen. Nevertheless, many quick-witted viewers had already taken screenshots and uploaded them to forums and social media, drawing the attention of numerous fans enamored with aesthetics. AS viewers watched the revered Lindong open the dialogue with the recently popular support player Sui. Their focus shifted rapidly. When did they become friends? I watched Sui log off yesterday. There must be something fishy about this. Both are master players and have teamed up before. Isn't it normal to add each other as friends? I can't help but ship them. Shipping anything will only harm you. Shipping anything will only ensure my nutritional balance. Winking, winking. The lively discussion in the chat room came to a collective hush as Lindong began typing, leaving everyone curious about what he wanted from Sui. Many viewers eagerly anticipated a joint live stream featuring the two. The message "Are you there?" shattered the silence, prompting a flood of sarcastic comments. Starting with "Are you there?" is definitely a clown move. Lindong is amazing. Not only is his gameplay unparalleled, but his social skills are also a model for our generation. Thumbs up. Ha ha ha. I don't know if Lindong is a clown, but you definitely are. As everyone knows, this is how both strategists operate. Before long, Lindong received a reply. Leveling up. Want to join? Sure. Where to? Peach Blossom Forest 234.1256. I'm live streaming. Is that okay? 2 minutes. The puppeteer visibly brightened upon receiving the definitive response. Meanwhile, the viewers were taken aback by the familiarity of their conversation and the palpable atmosphere between them. This truly is the unspoken understanding between masters. It was the first time they had seen Lindong so cheerful. He seemed to be spinning with joy, and the little healer felt a sense of gratification. Don't get too carried away. Who doesn't he enjoy leveling up with a supportive big brother? Straight men upstairs, please leave. It's time for fantasies. Shortly after, the two met in the Peach Blossom Forest. Zhao Sui glanced at the puppeteer, who was clad in a black cloak, and a striking image of his profile flashed through his mind. He couldn't help but scrutinize the well-built figure of the puppeteer, embodying the image he aspired to be, though he lamented that he had yet to reach the legal age of dawn and stood at around 176 centimeters. Would he still grow taller? Zhao Sui felt somewhat troubled, having maintained that height before his transmigration. As the puppeteer sensed the little healer's scrutinizing gaze, his body stiffened, and the once sharp glint in his eyes became unfocused. Drifting among the lesser monsters without making eye contact with Zhao Sui. Let us go. Zhao Sui enviously cast one last glance, signaling Lindong to lead the way. Experience was shared when teaming up against monsters. And no matter how capable Zhao Sui was in combat, he could not match the output speed of someone like Lindong. Surely, lying back to recover health was far more comfortable than solo grinding. Right? What was that saying? A match made in heaven, work is effortless thus. The little healer cheerfully reclined. Before long, with Zhao Sui's assistance, Lindong employed a reckless strategy, disregarding the risk of injury entirely. In fact, the little healer had not given himself a chance to be harmed. With perfectly timed shields and evasive maneuvers, the puppeteer's output was maximized. Their experience surged rapidly, and they soon reached level 7. Their efficiency enviable to others. Are the two masters considering forming a team? Money is no object. Xingtu X99. A flurry of starry gift effects filled the screen. Wow, a wealthy patron has appeared upstairs. Crying, the two leveled up faster than our 6-man team. Lindong, who had always allowed his fans to roam freely in the chat room, remained oblivious to the chaos unfolding. But he and the little healer had certainly reaped their rewards from leveling up. Especially for Zhao Sui, who had just acquired a mana regeneration skill, Soul Tier, leaving viewers questioning their existence. After some discussion, they unanimously decided to head directly to the Level 9 monster area for training. The Level 9 monster zone lay deep within the Peach Blossom Forest, winding down a shadowy path, with the puppeteer and his doppelganger racing ahead. Once again embraced by the puppeteer, Zhao Sui savored the moment, his eyes narrowing in bliss as the delicate yet slightly bitter fragrance of peach blossoms wafted through the air. The scent intoxicated him, causing a faint blush to rise on his fair cheeks. A wave of warmth surged from the puppeteer into Lindong's embrace, igniting a strange sensation within him, compelling him to quicken his pace to dispel this unfamiliar feeling. It was also the first time he failed to notice the hidden peril lurking within the seemingly beautiful peach grove. Meanwhile, the little healer felt an increasing heat within himself, as if a fire burned in his heart, clouding his awareness. In a daze, he glimpsed the skeletons beneath the swirling peach blossoms as the puppeteer dashed forward. Zhao Sui jolted, suddenly realizing that something was amiss. Given their speed, they should not still be in the shadowy path, and those skeletal remains clearly belonged to nearby monsters. Monsters defeated by players do not leave behind corpses. There was only one possibility. Zhao Sui pushed himself up from the puppeteer's embrace and leapt forward, tackling the puppeteer, who seemed to be running tirelessly as if under a spell. The two tumbled to the ground amid the scattered petals, and Lindong's eyes appeared vacant, sweat trickling down his forehead, oblivious to the fact that he would soon start losing health if he continued running. Breathing heavily from the fright, Zhao Sui raised his fingers to summon a dark-colored oleander, tapping its petals onto the puppeteer's forehead. With the purifying effects of the oleander-esque gift, the two finally shed the inexplicable warmth. Surveying their surroundings, Lin Dong keenly sensed the lurking danger, and Zhao Sui rose to brush aside the petals. Revealing the glimmering white skeleton beneath, gesturing for the puppeteer to take a look, they exchanged a glance, realizing they might have encountered a wild boss. Chapter 16. The Peach Blossom Maiden. The winding path was shrouded in darkness, with the midday sun obscured by the dense peach grove, casting no light whatsoever. Once the illusion was dispelled, they discovered that visibility in this area was exceedingly low. An unmistakable sense of danger permeated the thick white mist surrounding them from all directions. They had fallen into the domain of an unknown entity. Lin Dong summoned the puppeteer, gripping his dagger with caution. A silken ribbon materialized, shimmering as cold glints pierced through, while Zhao Sui, summoning a cloth bag, stared intently at the massive peach tree standing at the end of the path. It was evident that this peach tree was the root of all their troubles. The trunk stands robust and the branches flourish, adorned with peach blossoms that bloom with a vividness reminiscent of blood, exuding an aura both enchanting and foreboding. Curiously, countless red ribbons, symbols of heartfelt wishes, are entwined among the branches, fluttering chaotically in the breeze. As Zhao Sui and Qinghua initiate their attack, the petals of the oleander dance, lifting the silken ribbons trailing behind them. A technique known as the 9 peach blossom needles is unleashed amidst the vibrant colors, delivering a powerful control strike before swiftly retreating from the peach tree, establishing a relatively safe distance. The very moment Zhao Sui strikes, the puppeteer activates a silvery net that ensnares the entire peach tree. Invisible threads winding around the trunk of the tree demon, sparing even the nearby smaller peach tree. Each silver thread serves as a refuge for the puppeteer. The puppets, unyielding to pain, unleash an overwhelming display of violence in their strikes. The puppeteer, adept at employing finesse, deftly pierces with precision, maneuvering through perilous moments, perfectly evading harm with extreme agility. Following Zhao Sui's execution of the 9 peach blossom needles, the colossal peach tree seems to awaken, its blossoms rapidly engorging with blood, a vivid crimson ready to drip. The giant peach tree instinctively targets the puppeteer, its softened branches thrashing wildly in the art. It intermittently launches sweeping attacks, both rectangular and fan-shaped, which are effortlessly dodged by the winter's chill. The tree's health steadily declines until it reaches 70%, entering the next phase. The trunk elongates, tearing open at the center to reveal a hollow human face. An aura of decay and numbness flooding the surroundings, causing the ground to fracture. Countless roots surge forth from the crevice, collaborating with the gnarled branches above to weave an intricate web of entrapment. Winter, frowning, calls forth the puppet, bracing to withstand the assault when suddenly he feels a gentle tremor on the silver thread wrapped around his pinky finger. Instantly, he comprehends the little healer's intent, a subtle smile gracing his lips beneath the mask. Within the snare set by the peach tree, guided by the trembling thread, the puppeteer swiftly grasps his singular chance amidst the darkness. No one could fathom how radiant the little healer appeared. Leaning against the mountainside, ready to support him, in Winter's heart at that moment. His calm demeanor belies a heart that races wildly, though the mask conceals it. Zhao Sui remains oblivious to the puppeteer's peculiar behavior, attributing it merely to the recent danger. Vigilantly monitoring the boss's health, he remains cautious throughout every 5 and 10% phase. The instant the ghastly visage appeared, he had already conjured a violet shield for himself and the puppeteer. Seizing the moment of the ground's rupture, he initiates the peach blossom step, quickly searching for a safe foothold, all while discreetly retrieving a silver thread that hung precariously on the outskirts. This action proves fortuitous, sparing his companion from severe injury or even death. The two exchange a knowing glance, and the puppeteer turns once more to engage in battle, with Zhao Sui instinctively guarding the thread that serves as a lifeline for their team. Whether it is the newfound escape route or some other reason, Zhao Sui senses that the puppeteer's attacks have grown more ferocious, with a high critical hit rate, swiftly reducing the boss's health to 50%. Zhao Sui remains on high alert. In the realm of the holographic game, the stages at 50 and 10% health are often the most perilous, where a moment's inattention could trigger new mechanics leading to total party annihilation. Indeed, the next instant, the grotesque giant tree undergoes a transformation, twisting to the point of tearing itself apart. This sight leaves Chao Sui momentarily stunned. Did it just self-destruct? Countless peach blossoms drift silently to the ground, crumbling into dust. When flowers fall, who mourns for the flower burial man? A sorrowful female voice resonates, reciting a lament for the fallen blossoms. She is clad in a vibrant red robe, intricately stitched from numerous ribbons of various shades of red. Her long, dark hair cascades to her ankles, dusted with a hint of grime, slowly awakening from the spring earth. Once a deity born of beauty, she now lacks pupils, existing as neither human nor divine. As the humanoid boss emerges, accompanied by whispers, Chao Sui and the puppeteer finally learn the name of this entity, Piqiao. Dressed in a flowing crimson cloak, Piqiao's gentle visage, framed by her white eyes, becomes strikingly eerie, while the once vibrant pink hues of the surrounding area wither instantly into decay. Flowers bloom with ease, but fall is hard to behold. The flower burial man weeps at the threshold. With a mere gesture, corrosive peach mud forms a swirling vortex of 5 meters in diameter on the ground, as if to drag individuals into an endless abyss. In this second phase, the boss unleashes a multitude of wide-ranging AoE attacks, which would decimate a fully equipped 6-person team. Alas, this extensive damage poses little threat to either the puppeteer, who has assumed the role of an assassin, or the nimble Chao Sui, both of whom navigate the onslaught with greater speed than in the first phase. Soon, the boss's health dwindles to its final 5%. The moment the health bar vanishes, Piqiao softly intones, "Witness how spring fades and flowers fall, for beauty shall perish. A day of spring's end heralds beauty's decay. While flowers fall and life departs, both unaware." After a fragmented chant, she collapses into the rotting peach blossom mud, her eyes remaining forever open. In that instant, as the lordly boss meets its demise, all visuals come to an abrupt halt, leaving only the shallow breaths of the two. An invisible ripple spreads outward, unveiling an aged scene, unfurling the colors of memory. Long ago, in a quaint village, a peach tree thrived, its growth surpassing all others, while the others remained stagnant. Gradually, it became the subject of tales spun by storytellers, a metaphor for teachers, and an object of veneration by the village elders, earning the name Peach Immortal. Yet, it preferred the name Piqiao, for that innocent little girl would sneak beneath its branches, repeatedly reciting a poem she did not understand. She could neither write nor comprehend its meaning, sorrowfully pondering why her father forbade her from reading such verses. That year, she was not yet 18. Following her mother's passing, her father succumbed to alcoholism and gambling, offering her to the son of a gambling addict, deceiving her with promises of happiness, urging her to grow up. A union of two gamblers. That year, as the peach blossoms fell, she bid farewell to the peach tree, finally tying her own red ribbon to its branches. Piqiao believed this would be a final farewell, perhaps truly cherishing the girl. Yet, before she could mourn through a single spring, they were reunited. In every subsequent spring, they would meet. The girl would always confide in her, waving her emaciated arms childishly. Yet, before her feeble father, she forced a smile, feigning happiness. The peach tree's divine power grew stronger with time, its essence gradually coalescing. What form would it take? Piqiao envisioned the girl on that fateful day, adorned with a red ribbon. Tears mingling with the rain. That year, the peach blossoms withered, marking the girl's final visit, and she ultimately could not return. The girl had married far away, remaining childless for over a decade. Her husband grew weary of his mother-in-law's disdain. But the gambling family was merely ordinary folk, lacking the means or inclination to remarry. The impotent husband, witnessing his once beautiful wife ravaged by time, succumbed to malicious thoughts, believing she returned to Peach Source Village every year to rendezvous with a lover, perhaps a childhood sweetheart? How could a woman so indifferent to her family be deemed virtuous? That spring, she returned to the peach tree, her husband shadowing her, laden with his vile intentions. Hearing the girl's laments, he stealthily strangled her beneath the peach tree, before departing with a severed branch to take home, intending for his mother to craft a peach hairpin to sell for a new bride. Amidst the incessant rain, the tormented girl transformed into a vengeful spirit, her overwhelming resentment driving her to madness, seizing Piqiao's weakened essence, forever bound beneath the shade of the peach tree, unable to transcend. Peach blossoms bloom brilliantly, their hues ablaze. A child departs for marriage. destined for her household. The girl perished alongside Piqiao, both slain in the relentless spring rain, extinguished by the same avarice. Piqiao's heart shattered, not at the moment the girl usurped her divine form, but in the regret of her inability to aid the girl, helplessly watching her torment herself, ultimately condemned to an existence devoid of rebirth. She longed to tell the girl that she preferred to hear her sing of Piqiao. Deprived of both her true form and essence, Piqiao was deemed a malevolent spirit by the laws of nature, swiftly facing the judgment of the blazing sun. The sunlight pierced like omnipresent needles, inflicting countless wounds upon the once deity, until her suffering dissipated into the ether. The girl, possessing a body indistinguishable from Piqiao's, lacked clarity of mind and could not comprehend why she could never escape the peach grove to confront that man. Nor could she find the so-called her. Why did voices always urge her to cease singing the lament for the fallen flowers? What is Tao Yao? The girl who lay on her back has finally transcended. Yet she has never truly let go. After reading the story, Zhao Sui and the two were momentarily speechless. At this moment, the realm shattered, erasing the peach blossom girl and Tao Yao, buried in the spring mud. Congratulations to player Sui He, winter is coming. You've become the first in the entire server to defeat the outdoor bronze boss. The system notification echoed, awakening the viewers in the live stream who were immersed in the poignant and beautiful retrospective tale. From the instant the realm was triggered, the heat in the live stream surged dramatically, with some eager to record the screen and rush to the boss for a chance at the first clear. After all, outdoor bosses differ from dungeon bosses, as there are no restrictions on forming parties. However, when these viewers arrived on the scene, they found nothing and could only return disappointed. This was due to the special triggering mechanism of the Peach Blossom Girl. Coupled with the isolating effects of the realm.is, this really the first clear of a level 10 bronze boss. Just casually taking down a boss while leveling up, Doge. Yesterday, the 5th level dungeon still had plenty of players strategizing. Yet today, a level 10 boss has emerged. Indeed, the Peach Abyss at this hour is brimming with players. If it weren't for the absence of queues for dungeon entry, it would have been impossible to squeeze in. Did all of you manage to conquer the dungeon? Stop cursing, stop cursing. I'm just a useless fool who died lying down watching the live stream. Instead of toiling away in prison, one might as well level up to 6 or 7 before tackling the dungeon. You all carry on, who could possibly outpace you? The new dungeon was swarming with players at the minor monster area, and by now, only a few top-tier clubs had managed to clear it with the formation of double tanks. 3 ranged and 1 healer. It has proven that the clearing strategy of the Yaoguang team has too low a margin for error and is not applicable to the general player base. After defeating the bronze boss Tao Yao, Zhao Sui checked the items dropped in his backpack. Peach Blossom Hairpin, exquisite equipment, a specific drop item after clearing Tao Yao, agility 50, and an additional 20 effect bonus when paired with a special step technique. Heart Knot, a special item seemingly capable of enhancing bonds. The Peach Blossom Hairpin is delicately carved from peach wood, with the blossoms at the tip rendered vividly, the flower's stamen clearly visible, and a dark red headband entwined around the slightly raised branches. It resembles the one the girl hung on Tao Yao. Zhao Sui gently caressed the satin surface, curling his disheveled white hair. After wrapping the long hair at the back of his head around the pin twice, he effortlessly fashioned an adorable little bun. With a few deft strokes, a hairstyle imbued with ancient charm was completed, astonishing the viewers. I just blinked a couple of times. How did the master change their hairstyle? How do they look even more like an ancient person than those in Taiyuan Village? I no longer need a dungeon tutorial. Can the streamer produce a hair tutorial instead? Unaware of the viewers' playful antics in the livestream chat, Zhao Sui took a closer look at another item that had dropped. The seemingly ordinary heart knot appeared unremarkable, its usage button grayed out and inactive. Unable to deduce its purpose, Zhao Sui disregarded it and placed it in his backpack as a keepsake. Following this unexpected adventure, their levels smoothly rose to 8, leading the majority by 1 level. Shall we proceed? Zhao Sui recalled their original destination and inquired of the puppet master. Winter retracted her gaze from the small bun atop the healer's head. Pausing for a moment before responding, let's go to level 10. Her fingers twitched, eager to give it a pinch. Dio, you need the puppet's assistance to speed up? No need. I just obtained the Peach Blossom Hairpin to increase my speed. Zhao Sui smiled, feeling slightly embarrassed lying around with the monster. The puppet master, slightly regretful at the refusal, concealed her feelings. Thus, The two made their way to the level 10 monster forest, where, due to the absence of other players, resources were plentiful, and they quickly both reached level 10. Having taken extra time with hidden quests, the puppet master arrived at level 10 before Zhao Sui, becoming the first player to achieve that milestone. In front of numerous viewers in the live stream, the Star Constellation System's leaderboard officially opened: battle power rankings, support rankings, equipment rankings, wealth rankings. Only those who reached level 10 could appear on the board, currently featuring just the two of them. Time flew by while grinding levels, and before long, it was already 11 p.m. At this hour, the main city system remained closed, and players would have to wait until tomorrow to change classes. After a long day of play, Zhao Sui yawned, causing the small bun atop his head to sway slightly. "I'm logging off first. I'm feeling a bit tired." The puppet master nodded at the somewhat droopy healer. "You too, get some rest?" Zhao Sui replied, his eyes half closed, and with that, his figure dissipated into the ether before Winter good night. He hadn't even finished saying before the healer's swift logout left Winter feeling somewhat exasperated. Early to bed is impossible. It will never happen in this lifetime. For some reason, her phone always seemed more enticing at night than during the day. Ha ha ha, Sui he doesn't know, but Winter used to stream at dawn. I had to set an alarm to wake up and watch. How could I ever sleep early? However, before the viewers could share more playful banter, the live stream screen abruptly turned black, reflecting the astonished faces of countless viewers. On this day, social media erupted once again. The excitement over the first clear of the dungeon had barely subsided when news of the first kill of the level 10 boss surfaced. Casually snagged a first kill while leveling up, counting the Master's stunning display of humble bragging. The first bronze-level boss Tao Yao made an appearance, with the triggering mechanism and detailed strategy already published. The poignant tale of the Peach Blossom Girl and Tao Yao, along with Sui He's extraordinary hair tutorial, seemed to contain some peculiar elements. Chapter 18. Tian Quan. At this moment, Zhao Sui lay in bed clad in pajamas, sipping the milk being fed to him. Although nutritional supplements provide a sense of fullness, he always felt an emptiness in his stomach, which was quite unsettling. Before crossing over, he had been spoiled by the delicacies of the Celestial Empire, and this world had only recently emerged from an apocalypse, just a few decades past, with everything still in a state of revival. Many cultural and entertainment forms were also undergoing a renaissance, as only in stable nations could citizens pursue spiritual entertainment. Thus, in the years of dawn, the advent of the first holographic game signified that this world had officially risen from the ashes of disaster. Serving as a friendly symbol of establishing connections with outer space, one could say that the star constellation represents this world's formal entry into the interstellar era. Digressing. Although Zhao Sui longed for fruits and vegetables, they remained unconsumable due to contamination, still under research in the collaboration between the Empire and the Alliance. Fortunately, he could still eat meat. Zhao Sui sighed, pondering how he would survive otherwise. Embracing his star sand pillow, he rolled around in bed a few times before performing a graceful leap from the mattress. Just earlier, during mealtime, Zhao Sui received his graduation certificate along with the notice for the college entrance examination and the electronic admission ticket from the school. Not daring to glance too long at the abysmal grades and cultural subjects, Zhao Sui opened the examination notice. Dear examinee, you have successfully registered for the first advanced examination in collaboration between the Empire and the Alliance. This examination will be overseen by the Cosmic Star Network, which will be responsible for all content within the examination. The examination will be conducted in a live broadcast format across the entire network. Please take this seriously. This year's National College Entrance Examination marks the inaugural collaboration between humanity and the Cosmic Star Network. At present, humanity stands on the precipice of a true interstellar era, mere steps away from stepping through the gateway to connect with the Star Network. However, the official criteria for accessing the Star Network have yet to be disclosed, and media reports remain vague, only alluding to the connection between the celestial bodies and the Star Network. Regardless, it suffices to enjoy the celestial games before the examination. Zhao Sui and Hai He, filled with anticipation, eagerly await their first experience of participating in the examination through gaming. After refreshing himself, Zhao Sui donned his white bear pajamas, climbed back into bed, and put on his helmet to enter the game. Upon logging in, he received several friend requests from characters such as Yufeng Tieji, which he accepted one by one before arriving at the sacrificial array to prepare for his entry into the main city. A flash of golden light enveloped him, and mysterious patterns illuminated one after another, causing him to vanish from the altar in an instant. The celestial continent is a landmass shaped like the Big Dipper. The stars of the Big Dipper, starting from the top of the ladle to the end of the handle, are sequentially named Tianshu, Tianqian, Tianji, Tianquan, Yuheng, Kaiyang, and Yaoguang, which correspond to the 7 cities of the celestial continent, with Tianquan, located at the very center, serving as the main city. Naturally, all of this is irrelevant to Zhao Sui at present. It is essential to recount the moment he disappeared from the altar. He did not directly descend onto the celestial continent. Before him, the fleeting will-o'-the-wisps danced, and the starry river flowed, as his body gently floated in the celestial river. Gazing down at the boundless stardust, a profound sense of awe washing over him. Moments later, auspicious stars shone brightly, and 7 celestial pillars illuminated one after another. Zhao Sui hesitated for a moment before approaching the nearest celestial pillar. In an instant, he felt the buoyancy of his floating body dissolve, and he fell down the pillar, the sudden sensation of weightlessness compelling him to tightly shut his eyes. Welcome, player Sueha, to the Tianquan main city. As the system's voice faded, Zhao Sui found himself in a magnificent high-rise building, inertia causing him to crash onto a plush carpet. With nowhere to express his grievances, Zhao Sui rubbed his waist where he had bumped against a nearby support. Had he been in his previous body, the area would surely be bruised and swollen. As he lifted his gaze, eager to assess his surroundings, he was met by the incredulous face of an elderly man before him. Dressed in an ethereal blue and white robe, with neatly tied silver hair, the old man appeared to be a figure of great significance, reminiscent of a sect leader, were it not for the shock evident on his face. Observing the elderly man still in a state of daze, Zhao Sui, adhering to the philosophy of the enemy remains still while I act, began to survey the area. As he watched the fated individual he had summoned casually explore his surroundings. Jiqing Liu finally regained his composure. He served as the nominal master of the Tianquan Imperial City, a position he temporarily filled due to the lack of a true imperial master after the lineage of the former national master had been broken. Today, while organizing the inheritance in the star-picking palace, he discovered a book tucked beneath the table, which, upon opening, revealed a paper talisman. The note contained a message from the former national master, instructing him to perform a summoning ritual using the array depicted in the book along with the national master's talisman. If the fated individual truly appeared, he was to present the talisman to them, guiding them to the top floor of the star-picking pavilion to receive the inheritance. Jiqing Liu had heard of the fated inheritance, rumored to be enacted by every former national master during sacrificial ceremonies, yet he had never witnessed a true fated arrival. Over time, this ritual had evolved into a tradition, performed during festivals to pray for favorable weather. Though he did not genuinely believe in the efficacy of the array, Jiqing Liu respected the wishes of the former national master and proceeded with the summoning as per the ancient text. To his astonishment, as he completed the intricate strokes of the 7-star array, it began to emit a dazzling light, illuminating the entirety of the star-picking palace. A clear and youthful figure descended from above. Eyes closed with a gentle arch to his brow, his striking white hair creating an elegant arc, while his white robe accentuated his slender waist. In that moment of descent, Jiqing Liu felt as though he had witnessed a celestial being. Although the manner of his landing was somewhat ungraceful, the old imperial master could not help but smirk. However, the boy's remarkable composure in the face of such an unfamiliar environment suggested he was no ordinary individual. Observing the boy's striking appearance, Jiqing Liu could not help but marvel. Had he been 200 years younger, he would have undoubtedly found himself enamored and utterly lost in admiration for this youth. Zhao Sui, having completed a full circle, began to scrutinize the only local present. Noticing the inexplicable grin on the old man's face, he took a step back, feeling somewhat unnerved. The uncontrollable smile of Jiqing Liu caught the boy's peculiar gaze, prompting an immediate realization. Clearing his throat, Jiqing Liu stroked his white beard, momentarily unsure of how to begin, ultimately deciding to disclose everything to Zhao Sui. The moment the conversation commenced, Zhao Sui's interface was instantly updated with the old man's information. Name: Jiqing Liu. Identity: Imperial Master of Tianquan. Detection of player-triggered fateful encounter. Please choose cautiously. Chapter 19. The Reappearance of a Hidden Profession. After listening to Jiqing Liu's account, Zhao Sui understood that this was likely a unique encounter for being the first to arrive at the Tianquan city. Accepting the talisman from the elder's hand, he discovered it to be a special starry jade pendant, its dark, mist-like substance swirling mysteriously beneath its jade exterior. Liu noticed that the once dormant liquid within the pendant seemed to awaken. And he sighed, realizing he had indeed found the right person. The former national master's spirit could now rest in peace. With that thought, he led Zhao Sui to the top level of the star-picking palace. The vast platform beneath the dome was adorned with an immense blue-black star map, mirroring the boundless starry river above, creating a resplendent aurora, a sight to behold. Come, child, let us ascend to the pavilion. The starlight will guide you, and the constellations will reveal all answers. Liu stepped forward, adjusting the stone sundial at the center, the bronze pointer spinning to align with the heart of the Big Dipper. Tianquan, being the dimmest star among the seven, is situated at the junction of the Dipper's handle and bowl, historically known on ancient Earth as the Wanshu star. The Tianquan star responded to the guidance of the bronze needle. Its brilliance flickered, and a radiant meteor streaked across the sky, descending before Zhao Sui and merging into the lotus mark on his forehead. Overwhelmed by the blinding light, Zhao Sui tightly shut his eyes. When he opened them again, he found himself in a pitch-black pavilion, with only a gently glowing disk at the center. Grasping the jade pendant in his hand, Zhao Sui cautiously approached the disk, noticing its hollow center as if it were missing something. Examining the shape of the pendant, he unhesitatingly placed it within. Once the two elements fused, the disk shrank instantaneously and flew into Zhao Sui's body. In an instant, the pavilion vanished, and Zhao Sui found himself back at the top level of the star-picking palace. Simultaneously, the system notification sounded. Congratulations, player, for completing the fateful encounter of Tianquan's descent, successfully unlocked hidden profession. Astrologer. Hearing the notification, Zhao Sui's eyes widened in astonishment. He had suspected this encounter might lead to a profession. However, since he already possessed the hidden profession of Peach Blossom Immortal, he feared there might be a fusion or, at worst, a replacement. To his utter surprise, he had effortlessly attained another hidden profession, becoming a dual-class player. According to the official posts about the Starry game, a foundational profession can never be replaced. This means that no matter how fortunate the encounters, hidden professions cannot transform a support character who specializes in acupuncture into a damage-dealing sword user or any other class. Hidden professions allow for creative expression built upon the foundational profession, reliant on the player's foundational class limits. Initially, Zhao Sui had hoped his acupuncture and Peach Blossom Immortal would synergize to create a skill called Peach Blossom 9 Needles, and was already content with his dual mastery of medicine and poison talent. Little did he expect to receive the Phoenix Chick as well. Could the astrologer and acupuncture possibly align? Was a hidden profession truly so trivial? If other players were to hear this, they would undoubtedly be left in tears. Burdened with questions, Zhao Sui summoned the astrologer's exclusive weapon, and upon the familiar circular disc appearing, the young healer was taken aback. This was precisely the disc he had seen in the pavilion moments ago. Of course, after receiving the information about the astrologer profession, Zhao Sui learned that the disc was referred to as a star disc. The star disc was circular, with the starry brilliance at its center gently flowing. The starlight intersecting in a cross pattern, and the surface divided into 12 regions. His original silk ribbon, which housed the acupuncture needles, had fused with the star disc, now bound around its circumference in celestial orbits. All the needles had settled into the center of the star disc, resembling the pointer of a compass. Zhao Sui could sense a unique energy nurturing his weapon. Even more astonishing was the astrologer's innate talent. The body of stars. Not only did it significantly enhance his physical constitution, but the overpowering skill it granted was also extraordinary. Upon activating the body of stars, he would be immune to all negative effects for 5 seconds. The cooling time is 1 hour. Furthermore, the astrologer possesses the following professional skills: celestial descent. Within the designated area, all allies receive a 50 enhancement to all attributes for a duration of 30 seconds. Stellar Ocean. Upon casting, during the subsequent 5 seconds, allies' health will be evenly balanced, and they will also gain immunity to crowd control effects. All of these abilities are area-based skills, one enhancing damage and the other balancing health, making it the dream role for all damage dealers, an undeniable charmer among professions. Currently, the game still revolves around healing support, primarily in dungeons designed for 6 players, where a pure healer is essential for success. However, upon entering the main city, 12-player raids will emerge. At that time, buffing support roles will undoubtedly be in high demand, proving to be more effective than merely adding another damage dealer, especially considering the astrologer's unparalleled area buffs. Naturally, the late-game potential of the astrologer does not apply to Chao Sui and his situation. Acquiring this profession pushes him significantly forward on the path of an all-encompassing support. Finally, Chao Sui cast a solemn glance at the center of the celestial star. And besides the aforementioned skills, there lies a resurrection ability within the star chart. However, it requires the sacrifice of oneself to revive an ally, who will then receive a 100 attribute boost for half an hour post-resurrection. The cooldown for this ability is a full week, with the only drawback being the painful nature of the sacrifice. Resurrection skills have always been the hallmark of support professions, and this side effect is entirely acceptable, especially since there are no debuffs involved. Taking a deep breath, Chao Sui regained his focus from the skill panel, only to find that the elder Jiqingliu was pacing around the star chart summoned by Chao Sui. Jiqingliu's eyes sparkled with excitement as his silvery beard bristled, muttering, "So similar, truly remarkable." Only when Chao Sui retracted the star chart did Jiqingliu reluctantly divert his gaze, quickly regaining his enthusiasm and saying, "Come, young he. I shall take you to meet His Majesty." Chao Sui was taken aback. He had not anticipated the existence of an emperor in the city of Tianquan. Noticing the confusion on Chao Sui's face, Jiqingliu recalled the boy's status as an outsider. Thus, he elaborated, "This realm is divided into 7 cities: Tianchu, Tianqian, Tianji, Tianquan, Yuheng, Kaiyang, and Yaoguang, collectively forming our nation, the Star Constellation Empire. Tianquan serves as the central city of the Star Constellation Empire and is also the residence of the Star Emperor. Having accepted the legacy of the former National Master, and with the star-picking palace now lacking a successor, you must accompany me to meet His Majesty, thus inheriting the position of the former National Master." Upon mentioning the succession, Jiqingliu's eyes gleamed with excitement. It turned out that the elder was originally the leader of the Tianquan sect. After the former National Master passed away, the nation could not be without a master for even a day, as any festival activities required the National Master to preside over them. Being the sect leader who once taught the young Star Emperor and possessing sufficient renown, he was summoned by the Emperor to temporarily fill the role of National Master. However, he preferred to call himself the Imperial Teacher, fearing that he might desecrate the stars above. Now, he had to juggle the affairs of both the sect and the star-picking palace, resulting in a few more strands of white hair. Finally, someone had appeared to take over the role of National Master, and the elder could hardly contain his joy. Chapter 20. The despairing ritual dance of Sui Sui, sensing the immense joy radiating from the elder. Chao Sui felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, as he harbored a lingering suspicion that the role of National Master was a considerable burden. The elder and the youth ascended the jade-white staircase, with Jiqingliu having already informed the Star Emperor of the arrival of the Destined One, allowing them to proceed directly to the hall without further announcement. The solemn and majestic Moon Palace soared into the sky, its platinum walls reflecting the purest moonlight, surpassing even the brightness of the moon above. The guards opened the towering doors of the hall, revealing a spacious interior where a man sat upright against the light, exuding an aura as cold as ice. The moment Chao Sui approached the man, he felt a resonance from the star chart, the profound rhythm indicating that this was the chosen son of the heavens. The man wore a dark imperial robe, his pitch-black eyes emanating an oppressive intensity, while his pale lips were pressed together, and his strikingly sharp features made him difficult to gaze upon. Truly, he was the emperor. Chao Sui mused. Imitating Jiqingliu's gesture, he bowed to the Star Emperor. From the moment Chao Sui entered, the Star Emperor, Xuanqi, had taken note of this extraordinary little healer. Unlike the fear and reverence displayed by others, this child from beyond the stars exhibited only respect and curiosity. After the bow, the Star Emperor listened to Jiqingliu's account while observing Chao Sui with keen scrutiny. Chao Sui, undeterred, met the Emperor's gaze with a clear and steady expression. The Emperor, adorned in imposing dark attire, radiated authority, while the healer, clad in pristine white, appeared immaculate. In this fateful meeting, the two locked eyes, both sensing the tremors of the stars. Noticing the peculiar atmosphere, the loquacious Jiqingliu quickly fell silent, apprehensive as he observed the two still locked in their wordless exchange. Fearing the Star Emperor might intimidate the child, testing the waters, Jiqingliu ventured, "Your Majesty, what are your thoughts on my proposal?" The Star Emperor finally averted his gaze and spoke in a measured tone. I understand what the teacher has conveyed. It is settled. Jiqingliu, despite outwardly maintaining composure, was inwardly elated, wishing to celebrate with a jug of Baiyun wine right then and there. Sure enough, as the Star Emperor's voice faded, an imperial edict materialized in his hand. Xuanqi raised his hand, beckoning it to float before Chao Sui. Chao Sui received it with both hands as a sign of respect, and beside him, Jiqingliu removed the starry jade pendant he had been carrying. This pendant was quite similar to the one previously given to Chao Sui in the star-picking palace. However, while that one served as a token, this one symbolized the identity of the national master. In the instant Chao Sui grasped the pendant, the edict transformed into a golden light that entered the jade pendant. To Chao Sui's astonishment, the once unremarkable yet aesthetically pleasing pendant seemed to activate, becoming a piece of equipment. Star Constellation Pendant, a premium accessory signifying the identity of the national master. Luck 66, favorability from NPCs belonging to the Star Constellation Empire, 80 to 100. Player identity updated. Congratulations, player has obtained identity certification. National Master of the Star Constellation. Automatically acquired Astrologer, Comprehensive Ritual Manual, National Master S Star Robe, 7 Ritual Garments. Upon reviewing the system's issued items, Chao Sui understood why Jiqingliu was so eager to relinquish this position. The National Master, aside from needing to visit the star-picking palace at designated times to forecast auspicious days, primarily presided over various grand ritual ceremonies. Such events were crucial not only for NPCs, but also significantly impacted players. The conclusion of a ceremony would herald a new phase for the dynasty. And similarly, players within the game would usher in new versions, celebrating festival events and unveiling fresh dungeons. As the one responsible for hosting these rituals, he would have to perform the ceremony atop the star platform in the heart of Tianquan, linking the 7 stars to form the Big Dipper, and then dance before all. The thought of this made Chao Sui's head throb, and a faint blush appeared on his pale face. Observing the ecstatic Jiqingliu, who seemed to have shed a heavy burden, Chao Sui felt an urge to prick him with a needle. Sensing the chill from afar, Jiqingliu quickly composed his expression. The next upcoming festival was the Dragon Boat Festival on the 5th of May. Chao Sui rubbed his temples, looking up to see the emperor bowing in preparation to take his leave. Perhaps it was merely a figment of Chao Sui's imagination, but he sensed a glimmer of amusement hidden within the otherwise expressionless demeanor of the Star Emperor. As he stood side by side with Jiqingliu at the entrance of the Grand Hall, the elder overlooked Chao Sui's mournful expression. Laughing heartily, he clapped the newly appointed young national master on the shoulder and, with a gourd of wine in hand, drifted away, swiftly disappearing into the horizon. Upon returning to the star-picking palace, Chao Sui felt a whirlwind of complex emotions. The good news: he now had a home. Bad news: I have become a mere laborer in this game. Upon arriving at the stargazing pavilion, I single-handedly summoned the celestial disk, infusing it with energy which activated the disk, illuminating the 12 astrological palaces one by one, while drawing in the distant sundial. The once hidden stars in the sky now revealed themselves, forming a magnificent galaxy. The starlit room, which had only been lit by candlelight, was now bathed in the brilliance of countless celestial bodies, with concentric galaxies being drawn by gravitational pull, revolving slowly around the young national master at the center. Chao Sui squinted his eyes, carefully sensing the trajectory of the stars. As his luminous white hair floated gently with the gravitational force, the celestial disk under the command of the 5 elements, the deities of fortune, and the spirits of birth trembled vigorously, calculating today's auspicious and inauspicious matters before channeling the gathered magical energy to the sundial. Countless silver rays converged from the pinnacle of the star-gathering tower, shooting skyward as the emperor, emerging slowly from the grand hall, gazed intently at the dazzling silver light of the star palace. His distinctly defined fingers resting against the stone sculpture of a divine beast at the door. Finally, a barely audible sigh dissipated into the evening air. Unlike the silence of the royal palace, the citizens of the Tianquan main city were jubilantly kneeling towards the star-gathering tower, welcoming the new national master of the astral empire. Meanwhile, people from other cities, upon discovering that their calendars had finally been updated after 10 long years, realized that their nation had once again produced a national master, with many bursting into tears of joy. Some children, bewildered and unaware, gazed at the adults weeping uncontrollably, soon being pulled over to kneel at the offering table. On the offering table, year of Juchin the Dragon, month of Wuchin, day of Geo. Auspicious activities: cleaning, praying for blessings, securing doors, worshipping, igniting fire, consecrating, seeking children, moving to a new house. Inauspicious activities: acquiring wealth, breaking ground, felling trees, digging wells, trading, opening business. Hanging plaques, breaking ground. For the citizens of the Astral Empire, the astral calendar is their lifeblood, intricately linked to their daily lives. A village, a city, a nation without order is doomed to perish. The astral calendar serves as an unwritten rule. Meanwhile, all players' panels displayed the day's fortunes and misfortunes, quickly capturing the attention of the gaming community. Some obstinate players, skeptical of the warnings, curiously enacted the inauspicious actions, only to find themselves plagued by misfortunes even when merely taking a sip of water. Unaware of the uproar they had caused within the Astral Empire and among players, Zhao Sui extinguished the sundial, completing his duties for the day, and aimed to log off to contemplate the intricacies of the sacrificial dance. Chapter 21. Once again in frame, Zhao Sui, having logged off in haste, did not notice the flickering messages in his friends list. After removing his gaming helmet, he began searching for information on sacrificial dances using the Dawn engine. As expected, there were no relevant textual records from this era. How did the cultural backdrop and dietary customs of the Starry Dynasty mirror those of the world he previously inhabited? The Starry Dynasty is organized by the Cosmic Star Network. Why do alien civilizations seem to comprehend earthly culture better than their own kin? Zhao Sui abandoned further contemplation, realizing he could not rely on the Star Network's resources. He could only draw from his memories of ancient Earth-esque culture. Unfortunately, his memory had always been sharp. It is widely recognized that all forms of dance in Huaxia were originally intended for communication with the divine. Therefore, the movements and atmosphere of sacrificial dances tend to be exaggerated and immersive, instilling a sense of trepidation in onlookers to evoke reverence for the deities. However, the Dawn era is markedly different. Having endured a century of apocalyptic struggles, the mythological tales of yore have largely been lost to that calamity. In the ongoing battles, they worship their own strength. Humanity can conquer the heavens, and everything is within man's control. Thus, the interstellar age does not venerate deities. For them, traditional sacrificial dances resemble chaotic revelries, devoid of understanding or artistic appreciation. The Starry Empire within the game similarly does not worship deities but venerates stars, celestial phenomena, and nature itself. Hence, Zhao Sui's thoughts regarding the Nuwa dance turned towards the Qingming and Hanqi festivals as they were more fitting. Additionally, he planned to artistically adapt the dance, enhancing its visual appeal, thus contributing to the dissemination of exceptional Huaxia culture. Having formed a clear idea, Zhao Sui settled on the Dragon Boat Festival dance. Although he lacked a dance background, with his theoretical knowledge at full marks and his current 2S physique, he need not undergo basic training in flexibility and stamina. With several months remaining until the Dragon Boat Festival, he could easily practice daily without concern for failure, while simultaneously enhancing his physical fitness. Talent indeed allows one to act freely. After resolving the matter of the sacrificial dance, Zhao Sui logged into the game early, timely sending today's auspicious information via the sundial before finally opening the system panel. At the top of the interface, the small red, beside the puppeteer's avatar blinked incessantly, catching his attention. Upon clicking, he discovered the message was left at 11 p.m. the previous night, precisely when he had been divining fortunes. After completing the reading, he had logged off without further inspection. Seeing the leveling invitation from Lindong in the chat box, he recalled how he had been delayed by the job change yesterday. The image of a certain someone's agile silhouette floated through his mind, and he chuckled softly, thinking how pleasant it was to grind monsters alongside the puppeteer, so comfortably lying down. With that thought, Zhao Sui began composing a message in the chat box. I didn't see the invite yesterday. Are you still grinding? Take me along. Yes. Location 877, 1327. The puppeteer paused for a few seconds upon seeing the heart emoji in the chat box. The image of the small Doctor's cool expression flashing in his mind. Unable to resist, he poked the heart held by the little figure with his pale finger. Meanwhile, as Lindong opened the friends list and began typing back, viewers in the livestream quickly surmised that Sueha was about to join. I haven't seen Sueha for a day. I miss him. Lindong usually connected directly via voice for any inquiries. and typically, others sought him out. Only Sueha could prompt Lindong to type instead. How infuriating. This kid found such an excellent healing partner, pushing the Yulin Guild upstairs out of the spotlight, due to the overwhelming requests from viewers in the live stream. Yufeng was honorably relieved from duty. Who wouldn't want to see the main city of the Starry Continent? With a level 10 expert watching, the audience expressed their disdain for Yufeng, who was still struggling in the novice village. Yufeng was bewildered, wondering how he had lost all his fans after just a day of rest. Under Yufeng's desperate pleas, Lindong took over the live stream for the next few days. Soon after, viewers finally awaited the arrival of the small doctor they had longed for. A white figure approached from the distance, and the audience, separated by a screen, felt a momentary daze. It had only been a day, yet they felt as if they had been apart for 3 autumns, missing the presence of that cool, ethereal beauty beside them. Even Lindong's intense monster-grinding scenes seemed to have lost their vibrancy. As is well known, the presence of support characters is often subdued. Everyone focuses on the agile skills and extreme operations of damage dealers. It is only after the damage dealer falls that they remember the support, often blaming them for the mishap. In the wild, support characters without a fixed team are at the mercy of others. Yet Sueha was truly different. He emanated an aura of unapproachable dignity, deterring any infringement. When he cast his skills with effortless grace, accompanied by subtle footwork, it resembled a dance on stage, truly delightful to behold. A blogger once compiled all of Sueha's live stream recordings, only to be astonished to find that Sueha's skill hit rate reached an astonishing 100%. It must be noted that Sueha played as an acupuncture doctor, not a windbell, and even windbell players often fail to achieve such proficiency. Even more terrifying was that he maintained this perfect hit rate against Lindong. Renowned for his speed, from that moment on, viewers understood that Sueha was a true master, not merely a fortunate individual who gained fame through chance and beauty. Having not seen him for a day, viewers felt a shift in Sueha's aura, a sense of exalted detachment, evoking a longing to be pierced by the little doctor's needles. The master was the first to arrive in the main city, acquiring a hidden profession. I suspect Sueha has awakened as well. When Zhao Sui arrived at the gathering point, Lindong had already ceased grinding, leaning against a tree, patiently waiting. Upon seeing the small doctor's figure, he slowly rose. Unlike his earlier appearance when he had just emerged from Taiyuan village, the puppeteer's once simple night attire had transformed into a sleek black ensemble, vastly superior in material. A black and gold waist belt accentuated his slender waist, while long legs were encased in black boots, adorned with a few straps, hinting at a glimmer of danger. His black hair was neatly tied into a high ponytail, with a cloud pattern embellishing the eye area of his mask. Exuding an air of strict restraint, Zhao Sui couldn't help but comment, "You've transformed from an assassin into a leader of the Dark Guards. Have you awakened a hidden profession?" Zhao Sui scrutinized the puppeteer, pondering. "You're increasingly resembling an assassin, though undeniably handsome." Lindong nodded, not concealing the truth as he replied, "Shadow assassin. Goodness, he has truly become an assassin." Zhao Sui felt a jolt in his heart. Was it reasonable for the puppeteer to awaken the assassin class? It seemed rather peculiar. Chapter 22. Stars fall across the universe. Let us go. I have a new skill. I'll let you try it. Upon hearing these words, Lindong instantaneously comprehended that the young healer had also undergone a remarkable journey. Indeed, they had not descended upon the same city. As the first to arrive at a city, each must possess some hidden class rewards. This conjecture had evidently spread widely among the players. Just last night, when Lindong entered the star constellation continent, the excitement in the live stream reached unprecedented heights. Fans, casual players, streamers, club owners, all flocked in droves, and before the eager eyes of many, Lindong descended upon the city of Yuheng. Receiving the system's reward for being the first, a chance to transition into the shadowy role of the remnant assassin. This ignited the fervor of everyone present. A speculation resonated in their minds. Hidden classes were exceedingly rare, and the only known opportunities were tied to the first 7 players to land in the main cities. Thus, the competition commenced. Streamers formed parties, owners organized convoys, and guilds fervently leveled up, all becoming trending topics overnight. A wondrous adventure had befallen them. Owners lavishly spent fortunes just to reach level 10. Streamers like Yin Liang broadcasted their leveling endeavors for 3 days and nights, vowing not to cease until they attained level 10. With 7 hidden classes unveiled, who among the remaining 5 would claim them? Marketing accounts sprang into action, generating a flurry of discussions and traffic, speculating even on the profession Suwa he might awaken and which main city he would arrive in. Last night, Chao Sui had logged off early to practice dance, oblivious to the news circulating online. It was only today that he learned every player who was the first to land in a city would receive a hidden class. This piqued his interest. Chao Sui could easily imagine the tumultuous atmosphere now permeating the gaming community. He anticipated the emergence of other players transitioning into new classes soon. Contemplating this, Chao Sui walked alongside Lin Dong to the border of Tianquan and Yuhang, a vast forest where numerous NPCs were peddling their wares at the entrance. Take a look, exclusive, specially crafted healing potions. A whiff will invigorate you, and a sip will restore your spirit. Only 50 copper coins, what a steal. Martial arts manuals, windswept footwork. One kick and you'll take down a wild boar. Legendary techniques await the worthy. Hey, uncle, isn't this your sister-in-law's dance collection? Why are you selling it? Did you grab the wrong thing? Scram.as they brushed past the throng of NPCs and headed deeper into the woods. Many online viewers scoffed. Having a healer really makes a difference, huh? Yesterday, he was buying Ant by S blue potions. Today, he doesn't even glance at them. Right? He doesn't even buy healing potions anymore. This the advantage of having a healer around. I'm so envious. I'm soloing monsters, and I'm still only level 5. I need a partner, someone quiet. Who said having a healer means you don't need potions? One healer's output isn't enough. You'd need someone like Suwahi for that. Everyone else rushing to level up. All kinds of potions are in short supply. And who has hiked the prices? Everything is so expensive now. Upstairs, I'm telling you, didn't they say yesterday's update was terrible? Just follow the good news, and you'll make a fortune. Look at this guy, Yishang Zigun, Shrimp Head Man. In the game. The two had already reached their destination, a gathering of level 11 honey salmon. This fish resembled both salmon and wasps, characterized by its slippery texture and ability to fly at astonishing speeds. At least, for the average player, the honey salmon fluttered about. The young healer summoned his upgraded weapon, the star disc. The viewers in the live stream widened their eyes in astonishment. What manner of weapon was this? In my youth, I did not recognize the moon, calling it merely a white jade plate. The jade-white star disc, resembling the moon, was hollow at its center, with glowing floral patterns formed by starlight swirling within. A cross-shaped galaxy rotated overhead, while star trails crisscrossed the exterior, resembling tiny celestial bodies drifting beyond light years. It appeared less like a weapon and more like a work of art. What? This thing is a weapon? What class is this guy? How did he transition from playing with needles to wielding this? Initially, one might believe that wielding blades and guns was truly impressive, but now it seemed utterly mundane. They were merely a bunch of warriors. Lin Dong's transition from puppeteer to assassin had already been absurd, yet now it appeared he still played with daggers. Weapon of the same style as Suwahi? For more details, please click www. Upon summoning the star disc, influenced by its gravitational pull, Chao Sui felt his body lift slightly, about 2 feet above the ground. In the next moment, the brilliance of the star disc intensified, and the ends of the young healer's hair shimmered with a silvery hue. Starfall upon the universe, he murmured, and in an instant, the clear blue sky was engulfed by a starry void. A purplish-black galaxy surged forth, casting shimmering starlight upon the puppeteer. A pentagram mark appeared beneath his feet, and as the starlight enveloped him, the puppeteer stiffened momentarily, his eyes wide with astonishment. It was not that his resolve faltered. Rather, this skill of the young healer had instantaneously amplified all his attributes by 50%. What did this mean? For example, if Lin Dong originally possessed a baseline of 1,000, he would now have 1,500. If Lin Dong was stunned by the skill's effects, the viewers were utterly dumbfounded by the ethereal visual spectacle. Is it normal for support skills to be this powerful? Have you ever seen a buff descend from the heavens? Sweating bullets, right? Damage dealers? Whoa, the galaxy is surging. Why is everyone else honing their combat skills while Suwahi is cultivating immortality? While the young healer and Lin Dong enjoyed a peaceful moment, on the opposite end of the screen, the Dugu Guild was struggling to keep up. Zoguhong, ID. laughing alone in the sky, was the president of the Dugu Guild and the arch-rival of the Yaoguang Guild, humorously dubbed their nemesis by the online community. Zhou Guhong was a self-made man, having earned his fortune through live streaming and subsequently established a publicly traded company and a club, renowned for his technical prowess. However, since Lin Dong's emergence, nothing had gone smoothly. His traffic had plummeted by over half, and he had garnered numerous detractors. Initially, Zhou Guhong did not pay much heed, but the constant comparisons made by viewers sparked his competitive spirit. Some individuals react indifferently to provocation, yet if ignored, they can become relentless. Nevertheless, this rivalry remained a healthy competition between guilds. After all, those who rise from nothing are hardly fools, and Lin Dong's formidable background was not to be trifled with. Lying on the ground after being felled by the wild boss, Piqiao, Zhou Guhong watched the livestream where the current top healer was meticulously attending to the puppeteer, tears of envy streaming down his face. Chapter 23, Lin Dong and the Tree. In their quest for rapid leveling, the Dugu Guild monopolized the territory of the boss, Piqiao, preparing to send their elite team to farm. Unfortunately, the triggering condition for Piqiao required 2 players. This meant that 2 individuals must survive the initial phase to initiate a group attack, necessitating a healer for the early stages. However, none could endure to the second phase. While reviewing the recorded footage of Lin Dong's gameplay, Zhou Guhong realized the irreplaceable role of Sua He. Without Sua He's pivotal support, Lin Dong would likely have perished. Reluctantly, Zhou Guhong still led his team to farm the lesser monsters in the dungeon. Unbeknownst to the enviously glaring puppeteer, who was feeling the effects of his newfound power, he set aside his astonishment and prepared to strike at the approaching school of fish with his shadowy teleportation skill. From Chao Sui's perspective, the puppeteer transformed into a streak of black light, vanishing from sight, leaving behind only the pentagram mark visible to allies as he brushed past the school of honey salmon. Gazing after the swiftly departing puppeteer, Chao Sui wore a perplexed expression. What just happened? The puppeteer's speed during the teleportation was imperceptible to the naked eye. Had it not been for the pentagram mark, he would have had no idea where Lin Dong was. Knowing this only deepened his confusion. Did something go awry? With a face full of questions, the healer opened his friend list and sent a question mark to the puppeteer. The puppeteer did not respond immediately. The status above his name flickered between typing and reverting to his name repeatedly. A minute later, the puppeteer finally typed, "Buff effect, couldn't he control it?" Chao Sui burst into laughter. Unable to contain himself, experiencing genuine joy for the first time since his arrival in this world. His impression of the puppeteer began to shift to one of endearment. It turned out that after receiving the buff, the puppeteer, upon activating his teleportation slash, had only noticed a significant increase in power, completely overlooking the 50% increase in speed. As Lin Dong raised his hand to strike, the puppeteer realized he had leaped over 100 meters. Staring face to face with a towering tree, a few leaves fluttered down from the force of the wind, serenely landing beside the still puppeteer, freezing the moment with an air of melancholy. In stark contrast to this picturesque scene, viewers in the live stream were laughing uncontrollably. This is too entertaining. This spatial skill is terrifying. It just whisked away the entire school of honey salmon. Ha ha ha. Upstairs, are you stealing bamboo shoots? Ha ha ha. My Lin Dong representing starfall upon the universe. He can't stop. He simply cannot halt. In an instant, the entry winter is coming. Break failure skyrocketed to the top of trending searches, propelled by the fervent enthusiasm of countless netizens. Screenshots of tender gazes exchanged with the tree were transformed into memes, spreading like wildfire. Remarks such as "Winter and the tree," "Brother, you have arrived," and "Winter and the salmon," "Brother, you have departed," echoed in the silence, deafening in its intensity. The puppeteer, ensconced in layers of clothing, numbly opened the pulsating friend list after a prolonged hesitation, finally typing those few words with keen hearing. He distinctly caught the laughter drifting from 100 meters away, standing awkwardly in place. Yet soon he was captivated by the boy's laugh, which was markedly different from usual. The boy's laughter rang clear, reminiscent of a babbling brook in the morning forest, each note delightfully tickling the puppeteer's ears. A little more laughter would do good, he mused, recalling the little physician's typically aloof visage. Once the little physician had regained composure, he slowly approached it. That moment, the puppeteer's buffs had faded, observing the slightly stiff Winter. While Zhao Yang and others refrained from making any jabs, merely smiling as they unleashed the recently cooled Starfall universe. Surrounded once more by the stars, the puppeteer grasped the little physician's intent, casting aside his doubts and charging towards the hive salmon once more. With the enhancement skills in play, their monster hunting speed accelerated. Meanwhile, in Taoyuan Village, during these relentless days of leveling, most top players had already ascended to level 9, all straining to secure one of the coveted 5 spots. Among them, the most promising were the president of the Dugu Guild, Xiaoyin Guhong, the streamer Yin Liang, the tycoon Kai Sanyi, along with the dog-headed strategist and Cupid from the Yaoguang Guild. For the once great streamer Yu Feng, due to a string of unfortunate luck, his equipment paled in comparison to that of the top players, rendering him ineligible for the first tier. In this critical moment, the online atmosphere was abuzz, as the star constellation featured only 2 major servers, the Star Constellation Continent and the Galaxy Continent. The former represented the Imperial server, while the latter served the Alliance. 14 individuals were destined to stand briefly at the pinnacle when the game officially commenced. The betting frenzy among netizens ensued, except for the 2 who were so swift that the audience barely had time to place their bets. Under the collective gaze of the public, all 12 individuals finally emerged on the Imperial side. Aside from a slightly askew Cupid, the lineup was largely as speculated by the netizens. To everyone's astonishment, a previously unnoticed swordsman surged ahead, overtaking the favored contestant Cupid to be the first to reach level 10. The system announced, the destined ones of the 7 cities of the star constellation are now all in position. The universal blessing buff has commenced, increasing experience gain efficiency by 50. With this buff in effect, an increasing number of players flooded into the main city, heralding a new era for the star constellation. When the 14 individuals were listed by the blogger, it was shocking to discover that nearly all hailed from the foundational classes of body repair, sorcery, and archery, with only Sui He from the 2 auxiliary classes of Spirit Master and Physician making the cut. The puppeteer had 2 representatives. One was Winter from the Empire, and the other was the Alliance's beast-mastering puppeteer. The unveiling of this list drew immense attention, as many from the Alliance learned of Zhao Yang, and for the first time, creating quite the uproar. Is there really an auxiliary on the list? And in the second position at that. What is going on with the Empire? It was indeed the first healer of the server. However, Zhao Yang, who found himself under unprecedented scrutiny, felt somewhat discontent, having just received a system email. It turned out that this blessing buff was somewhat tied to him. As the number of adventurers increased, the buff would persist until the day of the Dragon Boat Festival, at which point a new version would be released. The game was timeless, governed solely by the celestial calendars set by the National Master, and he needed to retract the blessings to bolster the nation's fortune once the player count in the main city reached 50%. This meant that upon reaching a certain number of players, the system would forcibly designate the Dragon Boat Festival, initiating the grand sacrificial ceremony. Sighing, Zhao Yang could only hope that day would arrive a little later. Chapter 24. The sacrificial ceremony. Little did Zhao Yang anticipate that, due to the enhancement of the blessing buff, the rate of experience gain for players surged exceedingly fast, compounded by the system's failure to announce when the buff would end. This sudden feast of experience bewildered players accustomed to meager rations, inciting panic among them, fearing its disappearance after just one day. Consequently, the entire server was in a frantic rush, with statistics revealing that nearly 80% of players were engaged in all-night leveling. Ultimately, a collective effort led to the premature conclusion of the buff. As the notification for the current version echoed, many players who had stayed up late felt a sense of smug satisfaction. Indeed, it ended after just one night. Those who slept must be regretting it. Whether or not those who slept regretted it, Zhao Yang was undoubtedly left in a dire predicament by the system's buff. Originally intending to log in, he found his heart heavy with despair upon seeing the overwhelming anticipation for the new version of the star constellation flooding the internet. After breakfast, under Poo-Poo's admonitions, Zhao Yang resignedly donned his helmet. Indeed, upon reopening his eyes, he found himself in the star-collecting palace. Yesterday, he had logged out in the forest at the intersection of Tianquan and Yuheng, and now the system had brought him back. The spacious star-collecting palace was ablaze with light, rows of candlesticks ignited, as hundreds of maidens busily prepared the grand hall, their new green dresses fluttering gracefully. Never had the silent palace been so lively. 100 individuals bustled about, yet not a single voice broke the silence, the solemn atmosphere punctured only by the hopeful smiles adorning their faces. The Dragon Boat Festival is indeed a ritual centered around dispelling toxins. warding off evil and seeking blessings, embodying the people's aspirations for health and spiritual abundance, as well as a remembrance of their ancestors. Feeling the uncontainable joy of the maidens in the hall and recalling the player's eager anticipation before entering the game. Zhao Yang truly felt as though he was celebrating the Dragon Boat Festival alongside both ancient and modern spirits. With this thought, he chuckled softly, adopting a serious demeanor. He had never intended to treat the occasion lightly. Though he felt wronged, it was more a sense of helplessness, but since the ceremony had been advanced, he would showcase the magnificent culture of Huaxia to the people of the star constellation and dawn. Having adjusted his state, Zhao Yang followed a deep blue-clad maiden to a makeup table, where 5 maidens surrounded him, each holding a dish. Zhao Yang gently closed his eyes. The leading maiden bowed deeply and proclaimed. Step 1. Rice flour masked. A layer of pale pigment was applied to Zhao Yang's already fair complexion, imparting an otherworldly beauty. After removing the powder dish, the maiden bowed again. Step 2. Willow charcoal eyebrows. Step 3. Apply vermilion. The new green-clad maidens dipped matter into a diluted hue, laying the foundation and applying it to his face. Steps 4 and 5. Lip color. The deep blue-clad maiden took the lip color made of vermilion and animal fat, meticulously outlining Zhao Yang's lips. Soon, they reached the final step. The deep blue-clad maiden retrieved a precious vial from the dish, tilting it slightly to let the blue-green liquid spill forth, delicately touching the tip to Zhao Yang's forehead. Painting the Big Dipper symbol with utmost reverence, upon completion, the words "Ritual complete" awakened the drowsy young master, and as his long eyelashes fluttered, he opened his eyes. Even the experienced maidens gasped in awe. The beauty, adorned with makeup, appeared as if carved from jade, pale and translucent, with a hint of crimson at the corners of his eyes, and his rosy lips transformed the visage of the ailing beauty into something enchanting. Reminiscent of a mountain spirit in the woods, his flowing white hair was gently lifted and styled back, the maiden skillfully weaving it into a fishtail braid, secured at the end with a dark green ribbon. Cascading down naturally, the front strands were brushed aside to reveal the central Big Dipper symbol. Once the makeup and hairstyle were completed, Zhao Yang dismissed the maidens. Opening his system backpack, he located the ceremonial attire bestowed upon him and selected Dragon Boat Festival. A soft glow enveloped him as his peach blossom white robe was replaced by a verdant bamboo green ceremonial garment. The beautiful fishtail braid cascaded down, its ends disappearing at his waist, and he donned a flowing deep-sleeved robe in bamboo green. The overlapping collar and right front panel were embroidered with the 5 poisons, while a necklace composed of gold, agate, and turquoise hung from his neck. The waist sash, vibrant in color, harmonized with the rosy hue at the corners of his eyes, and the starry jade pendant symbolizing his identity as the national master shimmered softly among them, underlining his noble status. At that moment, the sounds of drums and gongs echoed outside the star-collecting palace, the air buzzing with excitement, heralding the imminent commencement of the Grand Dragon Boat Festival sacrificial ceremony. Meanwhile, players outside the game eagerly awaited the system's update notification, pouring in as soon as it appeared. Would they proceed to the Dragon Boat Festival ceremony of the Star Constellation Empire? Realizing that this update was likely related to the ceremony, players clicked confirm without hesitation, while the more astute among them even initiated live streams. In an instant, the world spun, and players found themselves abruptly teleported into a throng of NPCs. Since beginning their journey in the Star Constellation, they had never encountered such a multitude of NPCs. At a glance, one could roughly estimate that there were over 30,000 individuals present, with players continuously being teleported in, creating a bustling crowd. The viewers in the livestream were equally astonished. Unlike the host, their perspective was clearer, allowing them to see the altar not far away. Wow, so many people. The excitement is overwhelming. I wish I could join, but alas, I am still not level 10, confined to the village. One commented, their disappointment palpable. Don't even mention it. Our village chief has gone to participate in the grand ceremony, and I can't even turn in my quests. Look at that figure in black on the platform. Is that the emperor? Host, quickly squeeze to the front and take a look. Upon reading the barrage of comments, players were taken aback and began to push forward with all their might, finally managing to reach within 5 meters of the star altar amidst a chorus of complaints. Upon getting a clear view, they were profoundly moved. The altar was circular, with steps leading to its apex, where a ceremonial table was centrally placed. adorned with offerings of celestial bodies, flanked by rows of chimes and bells. The Star Emperor, Xuanqi, donned a dark ceremonial robe and a ceremonial crown, conducting a solemn worship, while the 6 city lords, Tianqiu, Tianxian, Tianji, Yuheng, Kaiyang, and Yaoguang, similarly clad in ceremonial attire, lined up to pay their respects. The players, upon recognizing the identities of those on the platform, were taken aback, astonished to see city lords they rarely encountered gathered in such numbers. "Isn't that our city lord?" "No way. Our city lord is here too. Everyone's come. Look at the second row. It's filled with big shots. Shijiao, Qingfeng, and even the great god of winter are here." One lamented, "I wish I were there. Sob, sob, sob. I envy all of you who have reached level 10. Where is the great Sueha?" Suddenly, the sound of drums erupted, the solemn rhythm resounding powerfully, reverberating in the hearts of everyone present. After the emperor and the city lords completed their offerings, Xuanqi raised a cup of Xionghuang wine from the ceremonial table, inviting the moon to join the festivities. The afterglow of twilight danced upon the surface of the cup, glimmering with a delicate light as the emperor gestured gracefully, sharing the drink with heaven and earth. Chapter 25. 9 Songs. The Mountain Spirit. The Starry Empire differs from the ancient earthly dynasties, as they revere the night and worship the celestial bodies, often conducting their rituals at night. Accompanied by the rhythmic drumming, the emperor's recitation of the sacrificial text echoed throughout every corner of the star altar, a warm breeze heralding the summer night as cicadas. In that moment, tens of thousands, both on the platform and below, held their breath, while viewers in the live stream ceased their barrage of comments, captivated by the solemn atmosphere. Once the emperor completed the recitation, he rolled up the silk parchment and cast it into a bronze cauldron, where it was consumed by flames, sending a wisp of fragrant blue smoke spiraling into the sky. Led by the Star Emperor, the 6 city lords took their seats, the drumbeats growing louder, signaling the climax of the ceremony. As dusk chased away dawn, the remnants of the setting sun gave way to a sky filled with stars. At that moment, the sound of gongs and drums abruptly ceased, plunging the venue into darkness. The Lord of Kaiyang, seated to the side, leaned towards Lord Yaoguang and whispered a hymn. "Have you met this new national master?" Lord Yaoguang, sitting upright, cast a sidelong glance at the fidgety Kaiyang, choosing to remain silent. Undeterred, Kaiyang continued excitedly, "I've heard he was summoned by the old man, the destined one, and he is quite young and handsome. I wonder what abilities he possesses. How could the emperor trust this young national master to preside over things? I believe there must be." Before he could finish, a swift strike from Yaoguang silenced him. Yet, Kaiyang's words reached the ears of the other lords, each lost in their own thoughts. This 6th one. The Star Emperor Xuanqi pinched his brow, troubled. By tomorrow at the latest, tales of his entanglements with the national master would circulate throughout all of Kaiyang City. The hour of the dog. The stars in the sky suddenly faded, leaving the world devoid of light. Suddenly, a voice, both heavy and clear, resonated through the heavens. Strands of aurora appeared in the distant sky, green and purple, fluttering like flowing skirts. Reminiscent of a fox tail swaying gracefully, on the altar illuminated by the ethereal green light, stood a figure clad in a bamboo green robe, methodically striking the variously sized bronze bells hanging from a wooden frame. The chimes rang out, their pure and ethereal resonance echoing through the flowing auroras. Though the ears were listening, each note struck deep within the heart. The mournful lament of a Chu person for Chu Yuan echoed through the ages. Unceasing in its sentiment, as the auroras cascaded upon the figure, they radiated a splendid glow, the long white braid cascading down, dancing in the summer breeze, subtly revealing a slender waist bound by a sash. With a voice as clear as the distant bells, the figure turned suddenly, revealing a fearsome mask, glinting with a cold light. A shiver coursed through the crowd. The haunting melody of the bamboo flute joined the altar's offerings, adding a touch of melancholy. In the depths of the bamboo grove, I see no sky. The treacherous path, I traverse alone. The sacrificial figure subtly raised both hands, skillfully spinning on tiptoe, adorned in a robe of azure. Wide sleeves embroidered with mysterious patterns of the 5 poisons. Long white hair danced wildly in the wind, and through the fierce mask, a pair of silver eyes shone like a river glistening under the moonlight, clear and profound. With the sound of the pipa and guqin resonating, silence fell upon the crowd, fearing to disrupt the sacred atmosphere. Meanwhile, the previously vocal Kaiyang sat spellbound, his mouth agape. Suddenly, the wide sleeves unfurled, swirling as if countless petals were cascading gracefully to the ground, each carrying a hint of sweet fragrance. Alone I stand atop the ancient mountain, the clouds billowing below. Clad in a dark blue ceremonial robe, adorned with agate and turquoise necklaces that jingled lightly. The figure danced gracefully, the rhythm guiding every movement. Each tremor in his left hand reverberated through his shoulder to the fingertips of his right hand. The ribbons trailing from his hair swayed in harmony. Each motion flowed naturally, reminiscent of a blossoming lotus. The day is dim, akin to night. The eastern wind swirls, as divine rain descends. In that moment, the ancient bells and drums were arranged, and the dancer moved with grace, embodying the rhythm. Every gesture harmonized with the drumbeats, the flowing fabric of his attire swirling in the wind, intertwining with the long sleeves, his figure a beautiful amalgamation of curves and lines. The absence of divine presence was now an established fact. And within the melody emerged a mournful, plaintive tone. Thunder roars and rain pours. The night is filled with the cries of monkeys. The intertwining sounds of thunder and monkey calls painted a vivid, desolate landscape of a mountain forest at night before the player's eyes. The flute and guqin harmonized, amplifying the echoes of the thunderous night, emphasizing the depth and tranquility of the mountain spirit's domain. As the wind whispered through the falling leaves, a sense of longing arose. Overwhelming in its intensity in this desolate stillness, the figure of the dancer lifted his leg to its fullest extent, leaning forward as if gazing intently ahead. The sacrificial figure slightly twisted at the waist. Eyes cast upwards towards the mountainous edge, uttering a sudden, heartfelt cry. Longing for you, my lord, brings only sorrow. Bearing the weight of countless grievances and melancholic thoughts, the figure departed amidst the thunder and the cries of monkeys. Throughout history, the more one expresses the sorrows and complexities of life in ritual, the more likely one is to elicit the compassion of the divine. Yet, as the performance concluded and the crowd dispersed, the gods remained absent. With a transformation in the dance, sorrow morphed into joy, each movement a display of lightness and mirth. His fair fingers plucked at the orchids, his joyful demeanor akin to truly grasping the flower's stem. Twirling gracefully as he meandered along the winding mountain paths, is it me or not? Is it divine or mask? I salute all beings, wishing them prosperity. With both hands gracefully adjusting the mask, the figure leaned left. Twisting right with fluidity, the fearsome mask slowly peeled away, revealing a striking totem of the Big Dipper adorned on his forehead and hauntingly red eyes trailing behind. The crimson mark between his brows lent an air of nobility and icy pride to his visage. Yet in the next moment, as players finally beheld the full face of the sacrificial figure, shock rippled through the crowd, disbelief etched on their faces. Wait, what? Is that Sueha? No way, you? I can't be dreaming. Can I? Is this esteemed figure the national master of the 7 cities of the Starry Empire? This brow, this stature, this signature white hair. Players could recognize him even if he turned to ash. Who else could it be but their server's premier healer? At the very moment he removed the mask of the ritual dancer, the puppeteer sat frozen in place, his heart skipping a beat as if jolted by an electric shock. Chapter 26, Instance Update. Lin Dong had felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity when he first encountered Chao Sui and the newly appeared figure, compounded by the realization that the little healer had yet to make an appearance. Therefore, he had harbored suspicions from the outset. Although he was somewhat astonished that the little healer would directly take the stage to preside over the rites, recalling that person's ethereal presence made it seem entirely reasonable. Yet, this calmness shattered the moment the dancers took to the stage. His gaze was firmly fixed on the figure that danced like a startled swan and flowed like a wandering dragon. Every movement captivating the puppeteer's heart and mind. When the mask was finally removed, despite having mentally prepared himself, Lin Dong was still profoundly astonished. Chao Sui's dance drew inspiration from Korean dance within the realm of traditional Chinese dance. With graceful movements reminiscent of willows and an exquisite balance of strength and softness, each gesture seemed to float among the clouds, while the resilience of her pauses resembled a golden moon breaking through the clouds. Accompanied by celestial music, the atmosphere was filled with a poignant blend of reflection, regret, and release. especially as the divine nature of her movements hinted at an enigmatic quality that left the Interstellar audience utterly astounded, many of whom had never witnessed classical dance before. Upon discovering that the dancer was not the NPC national master of the Starry Empire, but rather the only player to make the leaderboard, Sway, a flurry of discussions erupted. It should be noted that the grand ritual had numerous streamers broadcasting live, and the sacrificial dance had already surged to trending status as it began. From the gathering of the 7 city lords to the appearance of the Star Emperor, and the magnificent spectacle of the sacrificial aurora, the musical chime of bells sparked widespread conversation. The topic surrounding the Starry Empire's version update remained exceptionally hot. Under the watchful eyes of players both in and out of the game, the dance of the Mountain Ghost had completely ignited the Star Network. Both the Imperial Star Network and the Alliance Star Network soared to the top of trending topics, even drawing in many who neither played nor could play. Initially, everyone was entranced by the dancer's captivating grace, believing it to be a delightful reward from the game update, a beautifully crafted CG made especially for the players. Yet, once the mask was removed, the revelation that this was a player's performance left everyone incredulous. In an instant, the hashtag #SwayHe.nationalmastered sacrificial dance surged past the Starry Empire's version update to dominate the trending charts. From this day forth, I declare myself a devoted fan of Sway's dance. Proudly placing hands on hips, each pause is imbued with power. Every breath, every movement resonates perfectly, even sighs carry weight. Not only is the master's agility remarkable, but he can also dance, eyes sparkling. Why aren't you all astonished that the master can preside over the rituals in front of the 7 city lords? I have a bold idea. How can the master excel at everything? Unlike me, who can do nothing, life attempts to chew me up, only to find I dissolve effortlessly in stark contrast to the online clamor. The game itself was enveloped in silence at this moment. Players were left dumbfounded, while the citizens witnessed a dance that seemed to descend from the heavens for the first time, casting envious glances at the city lord on stage. Now they understood why lords and landowners adored watching dances. It was simply breathtaking. We too enjoy it. As the performance concluded, the aurora slowly faded, the starry night re-emerging, and the figure of the silver-haired beauty had long since vanished from the star platform. Coming back to reality, Kai Yang murmured in a daze, while Yao Guang savored the melody of the 9 songs, his expression revealing a hint of contentment despite his otherwise placid demeanor. However, the incessant murmuring from the individual beside him was proving to be quite bothersome. Growing somewhat irked, Yao Guang perked up his ears. He could hear someone whispering, retracting their earlier statement about how stunning the performance was, yet dismissively commenting on its coldness. Before he could catch the full context, the Star Emperor interrupted him, casting a cold glance at the lewd Kai Yang before standing to announce the conclusion of the grand ritual. No sooner had the Star Emperor's words faded than a notification window suddenly appeared before all players. Congratulations, players, on participating in the grand ritual. You are now awarded Duanwu Gift Pack X1, Duanwu Gift Pack, 5 Poisons Pouch X1, Sweet Rice Dumpling X1, Savory Rice Dumpling X1, Shtong Huang Wine X1. With news of a gift pack being distributed, players instantly perked up, hastily opening the package to inspect its contents: a pouch that provides immunity to basic toxins, 2 triangular packets with effects similar to medicinal pills, and a bottle of wine that grants immunity to snake venom. What on earth is the use of this? Just as confusion swirled among the players, an exuberant shout rang out nearby. You all need to check the announcement. Without hesitation, the players clicked on the system notification, revealing the update notes. A quick scan brought smiles to their faces. The system had rolled out 2 ordinary 6-player dungeons, one in Tianshu City and the other in Yaoguang City. Additionally, there was a 6-player dungeon named Ancient Dian Kingdom set to open in 2 days. Most thrilling of all, the system announced the first 12-person large-scale raid, the Dragon Boat. The countdown to its opening was 4 days, perfectly aligning with the last day of Duanwu. Upon hearing this news, the players erupted in excitement. It should be noted that in the past, encountering dungeons in the Novice Village was a rare stroke of luck, and now, the only dungeons players had experienced were the Peach Source Novice Village's Peach Abyss Dungeon and the neighboring Ren Family Village's Qingfeng Dungeon. Most players had been grinding monsters in the wild, occasionally stumbling upon a wild boss. Who would have thought that upon entering the main city, fixed dungeons awaited them? Aren't dungeons far superior to grinding monsters? Not only did they guarantee equipment drops, but players also received additional experience upon clearing dungeons, along with the prospect of acquiring special items that could elevate them to new heights in life. As this player indulged in daydreams, envisioning a bright future, he promptly turned and headed toward Tianshu City. Meanwhile, Chao Sui and the others returned to the Star-Gathering Palace after the ritual concluded. Greeted by the maidens still waiting within, upon seeing Chao Sui, they all bowed respectfully and then moved forward to remove the National Master's makeup. The Beidou totem was wiped away, revealing the original lotus flower mark beneath, and the pale, strange visage gradually returned to its former handsomeness with gentle strokes of the cool cloth. Out of personal preference, the dark blue maiden refrained from undoing the little National Master's fishbone braid and bowed as she took her leave. Chao Sui, oblivious to this small detail, changed out of the Duanwu ceremonial attire and gazed at the 7 gifts within the box, a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. Opening the system panel, he glanced at the lively friends list, where Yufeng, Doghead, Taizi, and Cupid had all sent messages showering him with extravagant compliments, the exaggerated nature of which made Chao Sui feel somewhat embarrassed. After responding to each, Chao Sui's attention lingered on a friend with a dark silhouette. Upon opening the message, he found the simple yet sincere compliment. "You danced beautifully," reflecting the puppeteer's style, even punctuated with an exclamation mark. Chao Sui understood that this was the highest praise Lin Dong could offer. Thinking of the puppeteer, who could barely muster a few words, and then glancing at the abrupt exclamation mark, he couldn't help but find it amusing. After replying with a simple thank you, he received an instant response. "New dungeon, shall we go together? You set the time." Reflecting on the other's decisive nature, Chao Sui quickly confirmed his agreement. Unbeknownst to him, the puppeteer had been attentively monitoring the message window. After the ritual, Lin Dong felt that something had shifted within him. Watching the online frenzy as people sought out Chao Sui and extended various friendship invitations, he experienced a sense of unease and inexplicable discomfort. Chapter 27, Tearful Cupid. Once the two had finalized their plans, Chao Sui logged off to enjoy lunch, although it was nearly the end of the hour in the game. The real world basked in the bright midday sun. Today was the Duanwu Festival. Although the Interstellar realm did not celebrate this tradition, Chao Sui felt nostalgic and had Poo-Poo procure some zongzi leaves and glutinous rice. However, Poo-Poo, in a single leap, transformed it into a zongzi-flavored nutrient drink, and to top it off, it was sweet-flavored. Can you imagine a sweet, zongzi-flavored beverage? This entire operation left Chao Sui in a state of bemusement. Yet, seeing Poo-Poo's eager expression, adorned with starry eyes, he could only helplessly sip the bizarre sweet zongzi-flavored nutrient drink. After finishing it in one go, Chao Sui opened the Star Network to browse information about the new dungeon, only to be captivated by a post. The sweet versus savory zongzi debate, trending? What's going on? Chao Sui opened the post with a puzzled expression. Savory zongzi is the best, no rebuttals accepted. Sweet zongzi is like rice dipped in sugar. Isn't it? Savory zongzi is just rice with salt, right? I've tried it, and savory zongzi has a fishy taste. You all can argue at your leisure. I prefer spicy. Wait, aren't you all eating plain zongzi? Zongzi without flavor. Cultists, get out. Since the emergence of the Dragon Boat Festival gift package from the Star Constellation, merchants from both the Empire and the Alliance quickly recognized a lucrative opportunity. Transforming the in-game 5 Poisons pouch into various merchandised DIY kits for both the pouches and zongzi dolls have even surfaced. Among these, the sweet and savory zongzi have been particularly well received by players. The previously waning culinary industry has experienced a renaissance, and the topic of the sweet savory zongzi debate has enticed many players to consume the zongzi from their gift packages, subsequently joining the fray. Chao Sui observed the online fervor, reminiscent of the ancient Earth's north-south sweet and savory contention, with discussions about sweet and savory zongzi, sweet and spicy tofu pudding, and the divide over the preferences for fold-ear root versus cilantro. Leading to quite the uproar, familiar sentiments elicited a knowing smile from Chao Sui, silently casting his lot with the I want them all faction that relishes both flavors. Scrolling further down, he finally stumbled upon a post regarding the new daily dungeons of Tianshu and Yaoguang City. As he delved deeper, Chao Sui found the comments increasingly bizarre, with an overwhelming consensus that the dungeons were exceedingly simple. Claims of no need for strategies, just rush and were rampant, yet screenshots of completed dungeons were undeniably shared. Is it really that easy, folks? My teammates and I cleared it in one go. The drop rates were astonishingly high. Out of 6 people, 4 of us received outfits, absolutely stunning, comparable to the one from Sueha's grand ceremony. Is that for real? I need to call my captain. I knew it was just a daily dungeon. No strategies needed, just go for it. After scrolling to the bottom, he noticed a few scattered comments, suggesting a tight-knit community. The post had only recently been published, and the majority of comments were from players who had just cleared the dungeon, many of whom were now preparing to tackle it themselves. Hence the lack of feedback. In summary, the dungeon was indeed favorable, but it was likely fraught with pitfalls. Having arranged to grind dungeons with the puppeteer in the afternoon, Zhao Sui stretched, tousling his disheveled hair before logging back in after a midday nap. At that moment in the game, dawn was just breaking. As soon as Zhao Sui logged in, he received a party invitation from the puppeteer, immediately followed by a teleportation request. With a flash, he found himself standing in the central square of Tianshu. Having traversed several cities, the square was bustling with activity, especially in the narrow alleys where a vortex of light and energy drew a throng of players. Yet, Zhao Sui's gaze was immediately drawn to the puppeteer, who was meditating beside a statue. Navigating against the tide of people, he approached Rin Dong, who abruptly opened his eyes, dark pupils fixated on him, filled with a complex emotion that Zhao Sui could not decipher. As though they might swallow him whole, stunned by the intensity of that gaze, Zhao Sui blinked, only to find the puppeteer's eyes now closed, leaving him to wonder if it had all been a figment of his imagination. Sueha, you finally made it. I missed you so much. Before Zhao Sui could gather his thoughts, a wailing golden retriever barreled towards him from a distance. Tripped by its own paws mid-stride, it collapsed on the ground, sobbing pitifully, its green eyes glistening with tears as it dragged itself along the ground. Noticing the peculiar stares from passers-by drawn to this commotion, the dog paused, turning to Cupid with a huff. You weirdo! It had originally intended to call for its mother. Cupid inwardly grumbled. Heaven knew how much he missed Sueha. After Sueha and the leader paired off, they had been left feeling desolate. During those days, they either teamed up with others from the Yao Guang Guild or staggered their schedules to mix with random groups. In that dark period, he and the Golden Retriever had endured significant hardships, often lacking sufficient healing power, as healers tended to prioritize melee fighters. What about ranged? You fend for yourself. In a scenario where he had to output damage while evading harm, he found himself at the bottom of the damage charts, utterly exhausted. This brought back memories of the days spent dungeon crawling with Sueha. Perfect positioning, an overwhelming sense of security from shields, and a health bar that never had the chance to waver. All he needed to do was focus on dealing damage, free from the burdens of other concerns, as the commander took care of everything. Such reassurance could only come from Sueha, in Cupid's view. Many overlooked Sueha's healing talents while entirely disregarding his exceptional leadership skills. And as for that Golden Retriever, pretending to be aloof while secretly yearning for Sueha's healing prowess. Unlike him, Cupid proudly clung to the legs of the little healer, casting a haughty glance at the Golden Retriever plotting against him. Soon, someone was pulled away by the puppeteer, and Zhao Sui glanced at the party members. Familiar faces, Golden Retriever, Tease, Cupid, were all present except for Yu Feng, who was replaced by a melee rogue named Qingfeng Jiue. Zhao Sui felt a flicker of recognition at the ID Qingfeng Jiue, realizing he was among the players who had acquired one of the 7 hidden classes. When the player known as the best healer in the server, Sueha, turned to him, Qingfeng Jiue, excited about his first party, shyly greeted Zhao Sui. True to his name, Qingfeng Jiue appeared refined, speaking in a soft and gentle manner. According to Qingfeng, he was a good friend of Yu Feng, who had relinquished his spot to allow his friend to join due to a scheduling conflict. After exchanging pleasantries, the group prepared to enter the new dungeon. Zhao Sui surveyed the eager faces around him and suddenly inquired, You all haven't used your Dragon Boat Festival gift packages, have you? The mention of the gift package reminded him of the pouches, zongzi, and wine inside. Upon hearing Sueha's question, the seasoned players instantly grasped Zhao Sui's implication. The items within the package were not mere trinkets and snacks. Each bore inherent attribute bonuses, especially in light of the newly released dungeon. There was an 80% chance that these items were related to the dungeon. The team's members immediately felt a twinge of guilt and lowered their heads. Observing their reactions, Zhao Sui sighed in resignation. It seemed his own captain was indeed the most reliable. The only one unfazed was Qingfeng Jiyue. It was no wonder he stood out among the seven. He was not without reason. With clarity in mind, Zhao Sui no longer delayed and led the way into the dungeon. One moment, they were amidst a bustling crowd. The next, they found themselves in a treacherous mountainous terrain. A sense of danger lurked in every thicket and corner. Thanks to the realistic holographic technology, the game even simulated the gentle breeze blowing atop the peaks. Just stepping into this new environment could unnerve many players with a fear of heights. Zhao Sui was unsure how others felt, but Tease and their party clearly struggled. His sturdy legs quaked, transforming his imposing height of over 2 meters into a mere 1.80 meters. The golden retriever clapped Tease on the shoulder, unable to hide the laughter in his voice. "You still afraid of heights, huh?" Once the entire team was inside the dungeon, the Union dungeon officially commenced. The sky has no 3 consecutive days of sunshine, the earth has no 3 feet of flat ground, echoed ominously among the layers of cliffs, resonating through the myriad caves. The mysterious, primordial forest seemed to come alive the moment the background music played. A chilling sensation of being observed from all directions sent shivers down their spines. The team tensed, entering a state of readiness. Sure enough, the next moment, a rustling sound emerged, and from the thickets, a small green snake shot towards Qingfeng Jiyue, aiming to bite him. This little snake acted as a fuse, triggering a swarm of venomous creatures that surrounded Zhao Sui and his companions. Centipedes, poisonous snakes, scorpions, geckos, and toads. Everything poisonous. "Oh my gosh!" Tease exclaimed, his eyes widening in shock as he swung his shield. Sending sparks flying, as the small monsters emerged, their diminutive size and overwhelming numbers, coupled with their poisonous attributes, prompted the team to unleash area of effect skills to maintain distance. Cupid loosed a rain of arrows, while the golden retriever sent fireballs raining down, and the rogue slashed with an arc of his blade. Everyone instinctively surrounded the little healer. In front of the little healer, the puppeteer summoned 2 clones. Shimmering threads intertwining in the air as his ringed fingers pulled gently, a horde of poisonous creatures was instantly dispatched, their dark green blood spilling forth. Zhao Sui glanced around and noted that, aside from the puppeteer, the damage output of the rest of the team paled in comparison to Tease, who was frantically dealing with the onslaught. Even Qingfeng Jiyue frequently stole glances at Tease, who was furiously dispatching the monsters. His lips twitching in disbelief. Noticing the golden retriever's gaze, Cupid couldn't help but chuckle, explaining after yet another fiery rain of arrows, "That's just Tease for you. The more scared he is, the more reliable he becomes." Goodness! Despite his trembling legs, Tease's eyes brimmed with tears as he relentlessly taunted the creatures, drawing them towards him with his shield raised like a pot lid, then unleashing a fierce stir-fry before tossing them aside. Showcasing his aggressive prowess. Concerned about frightening the little healer, Zhao Sui called for a halt to all actions. "We've eaten the zongzi. Surely we have the pouches with us, right? Let us bring those along." With that, Zhao Sui retrieved the 5 poisons pouch from his backpack. If he recalled correctly, this pouch granted immunity to basic poison effects. While these little poisonous creatures were fragile and could be dispatched with a single hit, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. Even if one were to be poisoned, the gift of a single oleander could cleanse it. No one in the squad questioned the words of the young healer, who swiftly produced a 5 poison pouch. A shocking scene unfolded as, at the moment the pouch was donned, an extraordinary fragrance emanated from all the pouches in the team. In an instant, the horde of minor poisonous creatures dispersed like a receding tide. Not far away, the cave, now purged of toxins, was revealed. Staring at the system prompt indicating the dispelling buff, the stunned members of the team, including the dog-headed one, froze in place, forgetting to unleash their skills. They gazed, wide-eyed, at the calm young healer in the center. With the poison dissipated, the now rational Tease cast a grateful glance toward Zayasu, wishing fervently to pledge himself to her. Observing Tease's towering 2-meter frame adopting a demure posture akin to that of a shy maiden, even Zayasu struggled to maintain her composure. She hastily signaled Tease to venture into the cave to scout ahead. Watching Yuhuan raise his great shield once more, the young healer exhaled in relief. The rogue followed suit, with the warlock and archer bringing up the rear. A cold, clear voice roused the dazed members from their stupor. The young healer's voice was icy as she entered command mode. Suddenly called upon, their minds still catching up, their bodies instinctively reacted. "Qingfeng, the first to be named, was taken aback. Though it was his first time taking orders from Sueha, he followed her instructions without hesitation, indicating his subconscious acceptance of her authority. Previously a lone wolf who had traversed various wild teams and encountered numerous leaders and commanders, he had always maintained a certain lofty pride that set him apart from the multitude of players. He either took command or acted independently, meticulously weighing orders against personal gain before considering team benefits. Yet now, he found himself trembling at Sueha's summons, acting without a moment's thought. Recalling how her single action had spared him considerable effort while grinding monsters, Qingfeng could not help but reflect. Indeed, there is no falsehood beneath a great name. Unbeknownst to him, Zaisu, admired by the foremost rogue of the Xingqiu, was attentively observing the scene within the cave. The cavern, formed by the corrosive flow of water and the dissolution of limestone, was filled with various dripping stone deposits. Despite the apparent dangers, the cave posed no threat to the team, leaving them somewhat puzzled. The peculiar rock formations within, adorned in vibrant hues of yellow and red, were further accentuated by droplets cascading from above, creating ripples in the pools below. They walked to the end without triggering any minor monsters. Tizi, leading with his shield, could not help but chuckle. Isn't this just delightful? We even get to enjoy the scenery while on our daily quest. Such sights are rare in the Empire of the Sun. His cheerful demeanor stood in stark contrast to the earlier tremors he had exhibited. Little did they know, the cave was originally home to far more toxic creatures, whose venom was several times more potent than that outside the cliffs. Yet all had vanished due to a single 5-poison pouch. Upon reaching the end of the cave, the once narrow passage opened up to a breathtaking expanse in the mountains of the world. They converge in Yungue, where the elegance of Yungue is gathered at this precipice. The sound of heaven and earth is vast, as this resounding voice echoed. A CG sequence unfolded before Zaisu and the others. The camera panned over the cliff below, where a winding brook lay at the edge, revealing a picturesque landscape. The scene abruptly shifted to a bridge beside a lake of ethereal green, where a meow girl adorned in silver jewelry stood. Her side turned, her smile enchanting. A small, unidentified insect fluttered at her fingertips, playfully tilting its head as if sensing the gaze upon her. The video paused, capturing the radiant smile of the meow girl. With the words Sweet Zongzi indicating that she was the boss of the daily quest in that moment, within the two gorges, the silver-adorned meow girl stood quietly by the dark lake. Upon confirming their target, Tizi, at Zaisu's signal, grasped the rope by the mountain path and swung down. Once the entire team reached the base of the cliff, Zaisu noted the stone path beside the small waterfall, mentally counting the stones, and instructed Tizi to engage the enemy. After provoking the meow girl, her bright smile lit up as she responded with a melodious laugh. The green mountains stretch, shadows deepen, and again, they deepen. With a gentle pat on her bulging pouch at her waist, two slender snakes, one black and one white, darted toward Tizi with their forked tongues flicking menacingly. Yuhuan used a shovel strike to separate the two serpents. Zaisu spun her star dial. A glimmer of cold light emerged, and two swift peach blossom 9 needles struck precisely at the snake's vital points, immobilizing them with a strong control effect. After Tizi unleashed a slashing strike, he swept the two small bosses away with a lateral blow. Captain, Qingfeng, each of you take one down, then return to the meow girl. At this command, the puppet master and rogue halted their attacks on the meow girl. Silver threads glimmered as the cross-shaped silver strands bound the serpents. With a slight flick of the fingers, sharp threads left deep gashes on the black snakes, their health rapidly dwindling. In contrast to the puppet master's nonchalance, the rogue was fully immersed in battle. His previously gentle features now contorted with ferocity, his chestnut eyes narrowing to a crimson hue. His lean physique tensed, muscles rippling as he gripped the hilt of his blade with visible strain. Maniacally swinging his enormous sword. Whoa! The dog-headed one beside Qingfeng stared, wide-eyed, at the rogue, who now bore a striking resemblance to a boss himself. In a way, brother, even if you're going for a major makeover, this difference is just too extreme. Soon, under the rogue's high burst of melee damage, the two snakes' health bars hit zero, with a shattering sound. Sensing the demise of her minions, the meow girl frowned, clutching her abdomen as she fell into a weakened state. Just as the meow girl broke free from the control, Zaisu tapped the star dial, enhancing the team's damage by 50. The surge of starlight coursing through their bodies invigorated them, and without needing the young healer's prompting, they unleashed their devastating skills. Before long, the control duration ended, and the Meow Girl rose once more. With her beloved pets gone, her expression soured. The gentle waves sway, the night is filled with flute sounds, and the silver skirt urges the wine to linger. With her hands on her hips, the Meow Girl spun, two green afterimages shooting towards Cupid and Ching Feng with speeds imperceptible to the naked eye. Watch out! Zaisu swiftly cast a shield around the two. Yet the green entities bypassed the purple shield, forcibly appearing in their hands. The archer and rogue halted their movements, their expressions bewildered. Noticing that neither had lost health, Zaisu inquired, "Is this control? How long does it last?" Cupid, regaining his wits, stared at the green package before him, which was unmistakably a zongzi. At the moment of impact, the system prompted him to consume the zongzi to lift the control. This was not the crux of the matter. The real issue was that he detested sweet zongzi. Cupid felt a surge of frustration, lamenting how Xingxiu had no idea he had voted for the salty zongzi faction on the Star Network. Beside him, the rogue's already twisted expression grew even more contorted, clearly indicating he was also a member of the salty zongzi camp, someone who would be utterly repulsed by sweet zongzi. The rogue, his face darkened, replied to the young healer, "We must eat it to break the control." There was an undertone of grievance in his voice. Hearing this, Zaisu was taken aback, turning to observe the items in their hands, which were indeed plump zongzi. "Well then, take your time enjoying it." The young healer suppressed her laughter and ceased to rush them, allowing them to indulge in their zongzi while they played. After all, this dungeon had no boss-enraged countdown, so they were not lacking in damage output. Clearly, the system was quite generous. The sweet zongzi tossed by the Meow Girl was as large as an adult's fist. "Heavy enough to satisfy," Cupid lamented, reluctantly unwrapping the zongzi, a delightful aroma wafting through the air, tempting the dog-headed one beside him to swallow hard. Truly, it was a case of the droughts dying of thirst while the floods drowned in excess. The dog-headed one internally wailed, lamenting why such fortunate circumstances eluded him. Sweet zongzi was his absolute favorite. Cupid, that rascal, truly lacks taste. Ching Feng Jiyue, with eyes closed, took a substantial bite, revealing a plump, red date, sweet and luscious. Enveloped in a sticky rice ball, the swordsman, at this moment, wore a pallid expression. To his dismay, the cursed zongzi contained red bean paste, osmanthus, quinoa, cranberries, and raisins. Swallowing with great effort, the swordsman's battle-ready demeanor evaporated, reverting to his previously refined and delicate self. Having consumed the boss's super-plus version of the sweet zongzi, both of their spirits were diminished, yet they were granted the combat buff of having devoured the sweet delicacy. Zhao Sui and Tiexin kindly bestowed purification upon them, clearly indicating their emotional turmoil. Feeling ridiculed by the system, the two transformed their sorrow into determination, launching a fierce assault against the Meow Girl, empowered by the buff. Under the relentless onslaught of the group, the Meow Girl's health dwindled to 10 with a graceful motion. A bone umbrella materialized in her hand, sweeping aside the swordsman's defense, slicing upwards before abruptly expanding its canopy, drifting gracefully towards the stone path above the waterfall. The languid zither strings fell like dewdrops as the elegant Meow Girl stood at the center, a gentle smile gracing her lips, while her other hand explored her waist. The familiar gesture left Cupid and Ching Feng momentarily speechless. Surely, it couldn't be Chapter 30. The charismatic attire of Brother Thin Ice at that moment. A light drizzle fell at the cliff's base, the raindrops creating ripples upon the emerald lake's surface. The Meow Girl held the bone umbrella, her pleated skirt fluttering in the breeze, a scene of undeniable beauty, yet her hand's movement towards her back instilled a sense of dread in Cupid and Ching Feng. Once more, a green zongzi appeared. Hurtling towards them, the archer and swordsman instantly unleashed their utmost speed, retreating. Observing the aromatic sweet zongzi in the air, the kind-hearted dog-headed creature shifted its footing, attempting to assist its teammates in enduring the impending anguish. Alas, the thrown zongzi was a targeted skill, and the fragrant sweet delicacy sailed right through the dog-headed creature. Gazing at the fist-sized treat in the air, tears streamed from the dog's mouth. Indeed, what is unattainable is always tantalizing. Those who are favored act without fear. Witnessing the chaos caused by the zongzi among their three teammates, Zhao Sui no longer remained a bystander. He called upon Cupid to halt, the archer will control. No need to consume the Zongzi, swordsman. Focus your attacks on the Miao girl. Instantly, both men sighed in relief. Finally, under Cupid's watchful gaze as he held the sweet Zongzi, Zhao Sui and the others whittled down the Miao girl's last drop of health. As her health was fully depleted, the Miao girl slowly closed her eyes, her ruby lips parting as she murmured. The stars of last night have faded, the verdant mountains gradually recede. Her graceful figure collapsed into the lake, gradually sinking to the bottom. Congratulations, player, you have cleared the sweet Zongzi maiden dungeon. Rewards have been sent to your inventory. Zhao Sui opened his panel to find mostly green quality gear. After replacing some white equipment, he discovered a silver bell-shaped item. Upon opening the detailed description, Hospitality Bell, the Miao girl's silver bell, containing 3 sweet Zongzi. When the hospitable chime rings, O gluttonous guest, consume before you act. Observing the somewhat mischievous system description, Zhao Sui smirked. This was merely the Miao girl's Zongzi throwing skill. Clearly, it was a situational control item, and though usable only thrice, its potential effects could be remarkable if employed wisely. Suddenly, Zhao Sui's gaze sharpened as he spotted a unique item in his inventory. The system description merely indicated fashion. Remembering the forum discussions about the high drop rates of fashion items in daily dungeons, he confirmed the claims. However, he was uncertain if it was as visually appealing as the netizens suggested. Just as Zhao Sui was about to don the attire, he heard commotion behind him. Oh my, I actually got a fashion item. Even I, the non-lucky one, have my day? Cupid exclaimed, hands propping his head in disbelief. Huh, you got one too? The dog-headed creature, initially reveling in its own luck, suddenly felt disheartened. As the saying goes, rarity begets value. With such high drop rates, even a player like Cupid obtained a fashion item, leaving the dog-headed creature to imagine the state of other players. Perhaps upon exiting the dungeon, the streets would be filled with players flaunting new attire. Shall we try them on? Tiexin asked eagerly, having long been dissatisfied with his muscle suit. Without hesitation, Tiexin activated the Miao Girl's fashion gift box. Alongside Cupid and the dog-headed creature, 3 beams of green light flashed, and Zhao Sui curiously looked over. To his surprise, the trio's outfits remained unchanged. Just as the healer began to ponder, their heads suddenly appeared, blindingly radiant. Each wore Zongzi-shaped headgear of various sizes, with green triangular hats enveloping their heads, revealing only their round faces. Above their faces were comical, anthropomorphized Zongzi faces with rosy cheeks, creating a hilariously absurd scene when paired with their owner's serious expressions. Ha 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 ha. Zhao Sui, typically reserved in laughter, could no longer contain himself. He silently rejoiced for not having opened it immediately. Otherwise, the 3 humanoid Zongzi exchanged amused glances at each other's ludicrous expressions, each contemplating their own appearance. In that moment, they felt both laughter and tears, their expressions becoming increasingly animated. Tiexin quietly stowed away his headgear. Secretly pleased with his muscle suit, I told you, what good item could possibly drop for Cupid? The dog-headed creature's expression remained impassive, though a hint of menace flickered in his eyes. Cupid, disheartened, opened his system panel, only to discover an even more dismal sight. Upon seeing his homepage, his eyes bulged as he screamed, "Dog system, this isn't over." Displayed prominently on his homepage was a screenshot of him grinning foolishly while wearing the Zongzi headgear, prompting Cupid to frantically click on the image in hopes of removing it. Unfortunately, the system's notification crushed his hopes. New fashion items will automatically display for 3 days, dear. Tears of frustration trickled down his cheeks. This dungeon had wrought him immense emotional turmoil. In his melancholy, Cupid updated his signature. My life is like walking on thin ice. Do you think I can reach the other side? Hearing Cupid's lament, the dog-headed creature and Tiexin realized the gravity of the situation and hastily opened their homepages, their faces paling. Nearby, Qingfeng Jiyue, returning to his refined state, stifled laughter, surreptitiously sending a screenshot to his friend Yufeng. In the chat window, Qingfeng Jiyue, screenshot Qingfeng Jiyue, quick, look at your 3 brilliant teammates' homepages, ha ha ha, Yufeng, Qingfeng Jiyue. What s with your reaction? Isn't it funny? Ha ha ha, Qingfeng Jiyue. Wait a moment. The swordsman opened Yufeng's homepage and, indeed, a character donned in Zongzi headgear was proudly wielding a long sword, wearing a smug expression. Unable to contain himself any longer, Qingfeng Jiue burst into laughter, capturing a screenshot of his friend's homepage and masterfully editing it into a meme. Qingfeng Jiue, come at me with zongzi.jpg x6 Qingfeng Jiue. ISNT he handsome, my son? Ha 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 ha, Yufeng. Yufeng. Get lost with your ridiculous images. Meanwhile, Zhao Sui, observing the transformed homepages of the three, realized that wearing new fashion items would cause the system to display them for 3 days, after which the most appealing ones would be selected for showcase. Upon opening his homepage, he beheld himself adorned in the attire of the Dragon Boat Festival. In the image, resplendent auroras flowed around the ritualist, the bamboo green robe reflecting a luminous glow, while the sleeves bore mysterious patterns of the 5 poisons. His silky white hair was styled into a thick fishbone braid, capturing the moment he unveiled the new mask. With the Beidou totem shining brilliantly and the corners of his eyes tinged a captivating red. Having reviewed everyone's homepages, Zhao Sui finally clicked on the homepage of the cold and aloof puppeteer standing behind the healer. Unbeknownst to Zhao Sui, the puppeteer, who appeared formidable, was actually imagining himself adorned with the Zongzi headgear. Chapter 31. The youth of Miao Jiang. Before long, the group had organized their inventories and departed the Miao Girl dungeon, teleporting to Yao Guang City. Unlike the perpetual daylight of Tianshu, Yao Guang City was shrouded in an everlasting night, a beautiful yet frigid realm. Observing the city of Yao Guang, the dog-headed creature felt a swirl of emotions. Their team was named Yao Guang. Upon seeing the main city, he had thought it quite serendipitous. Naturally, it made sense for the Yao Guang Guild to be stationed in Yao Guang City. However, to his astonishment, their leader had chosen Yu Heng without a second glance during the class change, almost as if he had been momentarily dazed before making a decisive choice. The dog-headed creature harbored suspicions that his leader was privy to some insider information, deliberately opting to remain near the healer without selecting the same main city, lest it hinder Sui He from obtaining a hidden class. Of course, all of this was mere speculation. Even the dog-headed creature himself scarcely believed it, merely sighing internally, wondering if their team would need to change its name. Following the system's designated location markers, they plunged into the bustling crowd once more to enter the Miao Jiang youth, the Salty Zongzi dungeon. Indeed, it was the Salty Zongzi. Upon hearing the name of the dungeon, it became evident that both the dog-headed and the iron-faced were not pleased. The Miao Girl and the Miao Boy are akin to twin beings, with mechanisms that are quite similar. The minor adversaries possess low attack power, and there exists but a single boss, which operates on merely 2 mechanisms. Most players can conquer this, as it is merely a daily dungeon. The essence of this dungeon seems to be the celebration of the Dragon Boat Festival, aiding players in rapid leveling, and the system treating players to Zongzi, humorously. Zhao Sui and his companions discovered the pouch mechanism early on, swiftly completing the Salty Zongzi dungeon. Upon exiting, the only one left wounded was the dog-headed. Who could understand? Originally, there were 2 individuals to share the burden, but unexpectedly, that fellow Tizi, after sampling a plus version of the Salty Zongzi filled with pig hind leg, pork belly, and ribs, was utterly astonished and promptly betrayed. Thus began Tizi's pursuit of his beloved, leading to a fiery crematorium, where all the Zongzi directed their attention toward the only man he could not possess. It turned out that Tizi merely disliked salted egg yolk, while the system's gift pack conveniently contained the classic salted egg yolk meat Zongzi. Zhao Sui, along with Shan Songgong Yuming, quietly observed the drop rates of the Salty Zongzi dungeon. It is worth noting that apart from Zhao Sui and Shun, none of the other team members had obtained any costumes. Gazing at the 2 purple gift boxes in his bag, apart from the labels indicating sweet and salty in the lower right corner, they appeared almost identical. Considering that the boss of this dungeon was the Miao Boy, Zhao Sui harbored a vague suspicion regarding the peculiar drop rates. Even if he guessed incorrectly, it mattered little, as his circle of friends was rather limited. Moreover, he found this headpiece rather endearing. Hesitantly, he utilized the Salty Zongzi costume gift box, and a flash of silver light ensued. The familiar radiance caused the bickering dog-headed and Tizi to cease their quarrel, gazing in astonishment at Zhao Sui. They recognized that light as the unique effect of using a costume gift box. They had not anticipated that after the previous dungeon yielded a gift box, this one would as well, and that only the little healer had received it. What astonished them even further was that such an unappealing outfit was donned by the little healer. Zhao Sui's original peach blossom white robe vanished, replaced by a stunning Miao ensemble. The stone blue short top, adorned with indigo stripes, had silver droplets cascading along the hem, accentuating a slender waist with a charming little navel peeking through. A magnificent plain silver collar featured large dragon and phoenix ornaments, the silver sound of their movements crisp and melodious, while a silver serpent adornment rested perfectly upon the boy's brow, his hair half-tied and two little braids draping beside his ears. The flower blue off-shoulder sleeves extended to his wrists, while a silver snake bracelet coiled thrice around his delicate white wrist, its head languidly resting on the back of his hand. Silver snake leg rings also encircled his calves, contrasting with his jade-white skin, revealing a hint of allure. TZ and the others were left dumbfounded. Even the usually indifferent Lindong appeared momentarily stunned. Such a slender waist, such delicate legs. How fair the attire was. Cough, cough. But why was the little healer in normal clothing while they were stuck with headpieces? This outfit was even more exquisite than that of the boss, excluding 80% of the face effect. The attire of the Miao people is categorized into casual and ceremonial wear. The salty Zongzi boss was in casual wear, while Chao Sui was clad in ceremonial attire. What TZ and the others did not know was that only the first player to trigger the pouch mechanism and refrain from consuming both Zongzi had the chance to receive the limited gift box. Initially, the condition was also met by Lindong, yet the gift box was a unique reward. When Chao Sui had previously acquired the title of National Master, he received a jade pendant that granted him an additional 66 luck points. Under the influence of metaphysics, the gift box was awarded to the little healer. Of course, even if it had been given to Lindong, he would not have worn it anyway. After finishing the 2 daily dungeons, the team prepared to disperse, walking from the dungeon entrance to the teleportation array. The silver bell-like laughter of the Miao boy turned heads among passers-by. Goodness, is that Sui he? So beautiful, haha. The Miao boy is forever the best. Chao Sui, who had been secretly observed by countless individuals, felt somewhat helpless. Upon exiting the dungeon, he could only return to the star-picking palace to change clothes. Moreover, this outfit provided a plus 60% resistance to poison, which he might still need to wear for the upcoming 6-person and raid dungeons during the Dragon Boat Festival. Meanwhile, discussions regarding the new daily dungeon were fervently unfolding across the Star Network and forums. The previously light-hearted post Chao Sui browsed had been inundated, with numerous deceived players lamenting. You lot are truly wicked, deceiving us so thoroughly. You call this easy? It's teeming with insects. I'm destined to have nightmares. At that time, there had indeed been an overwhelming number of insects. They had initially thought they would face total annihilation, yet the damage was minimal, though the pain from the bites was excruciating. Indeed, I had 2 teammates who were so pained they logged off immediately, and that deceptive costume, which had initially seemed like a sign of goodwill from the game, turned out to be an ugly headpiece. Hey, are you a guy? Did you get the gift box from defeating the Miao girl? Goodness, could that be? Stop dreaming. The drop rate for guys defeating the Miao boy is exceedingly low. Quickly head to Yufeng's livestream. There's a major guide. Qingfeng Gus sought Chao Sui's opinion and relayed the pouch mechanism to Yufeng, who credited the source and posted it online as a guide. Once the guidepost emerged, it instantly attracted unanimous gratitude from the deceived players, trending on hot searches, alongside a hastily captured photo of Sui he in the Miao boy's attire from the Yaoguang dungeon, which also rapidly gained popularity. Who could understand? He truly resonated with my aesthetic preferences. Ah, those eyes are so enchanting. The outfit is even more stunning than the boss's. Is this costume truly that superior? You're thinking too much. My brother also got this, and it looks identical to the one worn by the boss. The one on the big shot is likely from an achievement gift box. Chapter 32. Motherly affection for the lone swan watching the little healer's silhouette disappear into the teleportation array of Yaoguang. The puppet master felt an unusual warmth despite the coldness of Yaoguang City. Visions of that slender waist, the silver rings adorning the nape of the neck, and the legs entwined by serpents kept swirling in his mind. After standing in the biting wind for a good 10 minutes, the puppet master finally shook his head, covering his eyes and vanishing into the fierce blizzard in reality, at a suburban villa in the capital of the Liang Empire. A man within a nutrient pod opened his eyes, his dark pupils sending a chill down one's spine. The automatic sensor of the gaming pod had already opened the hatch above. The man rose, viscous nutrient fluid cascading down from his toned abdomen, ultimately disappearing into the depths of his V-line. Grabbing a towel from the side, Lin Ji tied it around his waist. After taking a cold shower in the bathroom, the man, now wrapped in a bathrobe, leaned back against the sofa, lightly tapping his arm as he logged into the Star Network. A blue light screen materialized before him, and he ignored a plethora of dungeon strategy posts and complaints. Instead, he clicked on the pinned trending topic, Meow Boy Sui He, trending. The content largely featured various candid shots of the Little Healer post-Yagwang dungeon. Some were filtered, others unfiltered, some enhanced with beauty modes, and others taken with the original camera, showcasing the boy from every conceivable angle. Without exception, the youth in the photos remained remarkably enchanting. It was truly a flawless 360-degree view, as numerous netizens eagerly saved the images. A wave of buyers show versus seller show began to emerge. A humorous netizen combined an image of Sui He in the Meow attire with a photo of himself in the new outfit, creating a comparison post captioned buyer show versus seller show. I in the picture, the contrasting man had a slightly yellowish complexion, his blue-green top failing to conceal his potbelly, and the braided hair resembled that of a palace eunuch rather than that of the Meow. Brother, you're treating us like outsiders. Why are you sharing such photos? Initially, seeing Sui He wear it made him think the outfit was quite beautiful, yet upon reflection, he felt his physique couldn't do it justice. So real, buyer show versus seller show, haha. Lin Ji silently saved all the highly upvoted images from the post into his album. His feelings toward Sui He were somewhat complex. He vaguely sensed his own emotions. Sui He appeared significantly younger in the game, akin to a minor. Interstellar 20 years of maturity. At times, Lin Ji feels as though he is not quite human. He rubbed his brow in contemplation. However, surrendering is not an option. Giving up without even trying is simply not Lin Ji's style. If necessary, he can wait until the other party reaches adulthood. A slight blush crept onto Lin Ji's face. After being single for over 20 years, he was experiencing the stirrings of his heart for the first time, and his object of affection was, perhaps, still a minor. Yet, one cannot entirely blame Lin Ji. Zhao Sui appeared and acted with such maturity, particularly during commanding moments, exuding a compelling charisma. A solitary wanderer by nature, Lin Ji was captivated at first sight by the young physician, whose cool demeanor struck a chord with the man's aesthetic sensibilities. Their interactions were surprisingly comfortable, and for the first time, the elusive Lin Ji felt a sense of security in being protected. Meanwhile, Zhao Sui, who had been on someone's mind, had already fallen asleep. Feeling dizzy when he stepped out today, he decided against staying up late to browse the StarNet, opting instead to lie down and succumb to slumber. Upon detecting Zhao Sui's unusual sleeping patterns, Poo Poo utilized the safety system to scan the small master, who lay in bed with a faint blush. The scan revealed everything to be normal, prompting Poo Poo to scratch its little round head before rolling away from the bedroom. Caught in a dream? Zhao Sui frowned, struggling within a whirlpool, his body feeling numb and uncomfortable. The night was deep and still like water. Tormented by nightmares, Zhao Sui rubbed his eyes, wondering if he had played games for too long recently, perhaps overexerting himself. Today marked the opening of a 6-person dungeon. Remembering his agreement with Lin Dong when he logged off, he yawned, took a few sips of nutritional fluid, and hurriedly logged back in. As soon as he opened his eyes, he received an invitation to team up from Lin Dong. With a mere blink, he found himself standing outside the dungeon of the ancient Dian Kingdom. The area outside the dungeon was already bustling with players, including various streamers, club elites, and prominent solo players. A cursory glance revealed the likes of the Dugu Guild's Xiao Yin Gu Hong, the first swordsman Qing Feng Jiyu, and the most popular streamer Yen Liang, all evidently there to vie for the achievement of being the first to clear the new dungeon. The onlookers, recognizing these esteemed figures, erupted with cheers, quickly capturing screenshots to post on the StarNet, drawing in even more spectators. Suddenly, as if sensing something, all the prominent players turned their gazes toward a corner. The players followed their line of sight. At the end of a desolate walkway, 2 figures approached from the distance. One tall and clad in black attire, the cold gaze from the mask intimidating enough to deter direct eye contact. More striking was the youth behind him, dressed in a stone-blue Meow attire that accentuated his porcelain skin. Dazzling silver ornaments sparkled under the sunlight, producing a melodious chime as he moved. Just as the crowd attempted to scrutinize further, their view was obscured by the puppeteer. Sensing the predatory stares around them, Lin Dong silently shielded the youth behind him. Perhaps ordinary players were oblivious, but for the seasoned ones, Lin Dong's protective gesture held significant implications. Xiaoying Gu Hong's expression darkened, realizing that Lin Dong was treating Sui He as his personal healer. A good healer is a shared resource for all. With increasingly difficult dungeons ahead, it was likely they would have to collaborate with Sui He. Xiaoying Guhong was certain that none of the peak players present would wish to offend Sui He. With everyone gathered, it was an opportune time to forge connections, provided that certain individuals in black did not intervene or undermine their standing in Sui He's eyes. Xiaoying Guhong viewed the puppeteer with suspicion. Assuming he was not a reputable individual, conversely, his fondness for Sui He was unabashed. Not only was he young, but his striking looks, rosy lips and pearly teeth, were endearing, coupled with commendable skills. He was also remarkably low-key, having yet to reveal his social media account on the Starnet. Xiaoying Guhong found every aspect of the young physician appealing, even worrying about his midriff-bearing outfit and whether he might catch a chill. Unbeknownst to the ardent fan, Xiaoying Guhong's gaze upon the young physician was decidedly lecherous. At last, the two figures navigated through the sea of people to stand before the dungeon's portal. Xiaoying Guhong, Yin Liang, and others approached Lin Dong to greet him before shifting their attention to Sui He. "Hello, Sui He, let us get acquainted. I am the streamer Yin Liang. May I add you as a friend?" Yin Liang was the first to extend an invitation. As a popular streamer second only to Lin Dong, he had originally been a swordsman specializing in physical training. He had not only been the first to reach Tianji City to transition into a Frost Army soldier, but had also transformed his weaponry from swords to firearms. Developing an ice elemental affinity. Chapter 33. The ancient Dian Kingdom dungeon. Zhao Sui had heard of Yin Liang's name. As a fellow technical streamer, his approach to broadcasting was markedly different from Lin Dong's sporadic engagement, as Yin Liang maintained a daily streaming schedule, often teased by viewers for being a haunted soul residing in the star constellation. Zhao Sui politely responded to the man before him, an ice element gunman with fiery red hair, and unblocked the friend request feature. Yin Liang's actions set off a chain reaction. Xiaoying Guhong, Kai Sanyi, and others quickly followed suit, sending their friend requests. In an instant, Zhao Sui's friend list was flooded with numerous new notifications. Satisfied with their objective, the group returned to their respective teams, patiently awaiting the dungeon's commencement. According to the system's advance notice, this dungeon posed a high level of difficulty, requiring each member of the team to possess at least 4 pieces of bronze-green equipment. With a minimum level of 11, the ancient Dian Kingdom featured 3 bosses, serving as a prelude to the 12-man dungeon. Thus, without clearing the ancient Dian Kingdom dungeon, entry into the subsequent raids would be impossible. Given that the 2 daily dungeons had only opened the previous day, players with bad luck might not even have 2 pieces of bronze gear, indicating that very few teams would be present on the first day. Most players were still engaged in their routine dungeon runs, and at present, only about 20 teams met the entry requirements on the Star Constellation server. It was evident that the throngs of spectators were merely there to observe the spectacle. Zhao Sui followed Lin Dong to a clearing, where he was reunited with Go Tu and the others. This time, Yu Feng had also come, having not seen the beautiful physician for a while. He eagerly circled around Zhao Sui, expressing his long-held affection. The viewers in the live stream were overjoyed to see Sui He again, causing the excitement to soar. Eventually, the incessantly chattering Yu Feng was pulled away by Go Tu, granting Zhao Sui a moment of peace. Time ticked by, with players arriving and departing in a continuous flow. Finally, amidst the silence, the ancient city gates trembled, slowly forming a swirling portal of earthy yellow. Note: current dungeon difficulty is 2 stars. You have met the prerequisite conditions. Do you wish to enter? The system notification chimed, and after Zhao Sui clicked to confirm, his body gradually transformed into a cascade of earthy yellow light, dispersing into the swirling portal. The ancient Dian Kingdom Level 11 Dragon Boat Festival Special Dungeon is officially opened. Difficulty: 2 stars. Equipment quality output: green-purple. Number of bosses: 3. Faint sounds of the ancient city collapsing echoed, rumbling intensely before fading into the symphony of birds and cicadas. In the Valley of Insects, dawn breaks. The morning light shines, with the paths of Bashu leading to the rain-soaked trails, as if summoned by fate. The sky suddenly unleashed a torrential downpour, filling the ancient city ruins with an ominous atmosphere of impending storm. Rainfall. Hit rate -10, opening the status bar. Zhao Sui and the others observed the debuff caused by the heavy rain. It not only affected their accuracy, but likely diminished visibility as well. The gusts of wind and rain rendered Yu Feng momentarily unable to open his eyes, as this peculiar rain seemed to contain a strange substance. soaking his clothes and weighing down his body. The visibility around them was perilously low, and the once dense jungle was now shrouded in ominous clouds. With a casual gesture, Chao Sui conjured a brilliant red oleander that blossomed midair. Its vibrant hue enhanced by the rain, blurring the surrounding atmosphere and radiating an iridescent violet glow. As purification activated, the rain-soaked flower bud burst into bloom, its radiant petals scattering towards the scattered teammates. Raindrops cascaded, teasing the silver adornments on the little healer, the soft patter of rain against leaves harmonizing with the delicate chime of silver bells echoing into the distance. Not far off, the winter, shielded from the rain's clamor, received the little healer's signal, swiftly dashing towards the silver sound, guided by the oleander's direction. Upon hearing the commotion, Chao Sui turned to see a black cloak enveloping him from behind. The cool raindrops kept at bay by the fabric. Surprised, Chao Sui looked up at the puppeteer, whose blurred features revealed a flicker of concern, as his strong hand gently lifted the little healer's hood. "Thank you, brother," Chao Sui said, tightening the cord around his neck with a radiant smile. Suddenly addressed as brother, the puppeteer felt a shiver down his rain-soaked shoulders, nodding awkwardly before turning to rush towards the other teammates. Drenched and disoriented, Yu Feng was still trying to find his bearings, searching for the whereabouts of his companions. However, the deluge had transformed the surroundings into a natural labyrinth, with the trees all appearing identical. Struggling through the downpour, Yu Feng wielded his great sword, when suddenly a faintly glowing crimson orb hurtled towards him. Assuming it was a minor enemy, he prepared for battle, but before he could discern its nature, a refreshing coolness swept over his forehead, dispelling all his debuffs. It turned out that his misfortune not only stemmed from the rain, but also from having stumbled into a special scene of nightmare. Had it not been for purification or his own realization of the nightmare's influence, he might have remained trapped indefinitely. No wonder he felt the streaming silence in the live broadcast. "Woo-woo, Sueha Papa. Save my life." In the Yuhang Tianxiao live stream, viewers witnessed the entire sequence of events. Yu Feng had first teleported into the dungeon, then wandered aimlessly as the rain began to pour, ultimately entering a thicket, where his expression suddenly turned vacant and hollow. As if possessed, he spun in place, murmuring incantations, resembling an entity under a spell. Only when a petal brushed against his forehead did Yu Feng regain his senses, his gaze shifting from apathy to clarity. Upon seeing their familiar streamer return, the viewers, who had been holding their breath, erupted into a frenzy of comments. "Whoa, streamer, were you just possessed? That was terrifying. Yeah, you look like a completely different person. It's better that you're acting silly now. How come this dungeon is so creepy, and there's even a mental attack? Thank goodness for Sueha Mama's rescue. Otherwise, with Yu Feng's intelligence, he wouldn't have woken up even after clearing the dungeon." Now fully restored, Yu Feng's memories returned. He glanced back at the dense thicket where he had wandered like a soulless being and let out a mournful cry, hastening towards the center of the violet light. The winter had just brought back the lost iron, discovering that the Doghead and Cupid had already reunited with the little healer. Just as he was about to seek out Yu Feng, a robust tenor echoed from the southeast, startling the birds into flight. "Ah, Sueha Papa, where are you? Save me, Papa." Initially poised to assist Yu Feng, the puppeteer hesitated, retracting his outstretched leg, concluding that this fellow seemed lively enough and likely did not require his help. Growing increasingly fearful, Yu Feng's tear-filled eyes created a scene reminiscent of a mighty man brought to tears, leaving Chao Sui somewhat speechless. The viewers in the live stream, having transitioned from fear to amusement upon witnessing the streamer's cowardice, began recording his embarrassing moments. Chapter 34. The centipede. Following the radiant violet light, Yu Feng successfully rejoined his teammates, intending to express his gratitude with a heartfelt embrace towards the little healer who had saved his life. However, he was abruptly kicked by his own leader, forcing him to bury his face into Iron's broad chest. Meanwhile, he shared the nightmare debuff from his status bar into the team channel. The team channel, being within the dungeon, disabled location features, and teammates would lose the ability to communicate if they were more than 200 meters apart. This was the reason Yu Feng and the others had not utilized the team channel for coordination initially. Chao Sui examined the nightmare debuff closely. Its removal was straightforward, achievable through purification or dispelling, yet it was insidious in its unpredictability. Fortunately, It was merely a low-level nightmare technique and had not caused significant harm. The newly assembled group traversed a well-trodden mountain path, where rustling in the bushes signaled the occasional emergence of venomous insects, launching fierce assaults on the intruders of the jungle. After overcoming numerous obstacles, they finally arrived at a platform formed of jagged stones, approximately the size of half a football field. No sooner had they stepped onto the rocky mound than 4 black centipedes emerged. Swaying their armored bodies, their thick exoskeletons as wide as an adult's arm, and their numerous antennae scraping against the ground, emitting eerie squeaks. The moment the centipede monsters appeared, Chao Sui summoned the star disk. Due to the visual effects, the star disk transformed into a silver material, its originally ethereal blue-violet rings morphing into intricately engraved silver rings adorned with delicate silver bells, producing a crisp hum as they spun. The chime resonated melodiously as Chao Sui, under the star disk's influence, bent his knees slightly, hovering in midair. Faster than the centipedes was the little healer's silver needles. With a swift motion, the fair hand struck the silver star disk, creating a series of sharp, resonating sounds as 4 plum blossom needles shot forth, arriving before the centipedes could reach Yufeng and the others, infusing the air with vibrant vitality. Simultaneously, the silver rings of the star disk rotated, casting a protective purple shield around the group. Without the little healer's guidance, Yufeng and his companions remained calm, standing still and awaiting the first command, even as they faced the impending bites of the centipedes. Indeed, under the protective barrier provided by the plum blossom needles and the acupuncture doll that absorbed 40% of their total health, the 4 individuals withstood the assault without losing their shields. The attack dealt no poison damage, with the strike range hovering around 1,000. The swordsman and sorcerer restrained the 2 centipedes on the left while Iron pulled the others closer. Chao Sui, however, was not merely idle. He discerned that these 4 were not bosses but elite minions, speculating that the forthcoming boss might also be a centipede or one of the other 5 poisons. Testing the damage of the initial creatures would aid in predicting the boss's strength. Chao Sui also could not allow his teammates to be injured, so he had already prepared the all-star skill in his hand. Had Yufeng and the others known that the little healer had formulated such a strategy in such a short time, they would have undoubtedly been moved to tears, exclaiming, "He truly makes me want to cry." Their stillness was simply out of trust in the little healer's command. In this mutual collaboration, empowered by the little healer's all-attribute burst, they vanquished the last of the centipedes. Before the group could catch their breath, the entire rocky mound began to tremble, as stones the size of fists rattled loose and tumbled down the cliff. "Be cautious, the first boss is about to appear." Floating in midair, Chao Sui observed the scene clearly. Stones were erupting from the center of the rocky mound, heaving upwards as if some colossal creature was about to emerge. At that moment, the rain ceased, though the sky remained overcast. The earthen mound suddenly exploded, revealing a blood-red figure slowly crawling forth, its glossy, bluish-red head glistening, 2 long antennae writhing menacingly, while its menacing mandibles quivered below. The most horrifying sight was the multitude of legs densely packed along its sides, writhing in a manner that sent chills down the spine. The 1,000-legged centipede. The great creature slithered forward in an S shape, advancing towards Yufeng and his companions. The group retreated cautiously, witnessing the centipede arrive before the corpses of the 4 smaller centipedes, its mandibles opening and closing as it began to feast upon its kin. Soul summon, taunt. Observing the 1,000-legged centipede consuming its meal, Chao Sui seized the moment to cast a shield over Iron. Without hesitation, Iron charged forward, brandishing his great shield. Watching Iron's aggressive strikes, Chao Sui realized this fellow had entered a state of battle frenzy. Channeling his fear into taunts to draw its ire, the 1,000-legged centipede, enraged by Iron's taunt, sank its mandibles into the bronze shield, forcing Iron back half a meter from the impact. The instant Iron initiated the taunt, Yufeng too advanced, sword raised to strike at the upper body of the 1,000-legged centipede, while Cupid and Doghead consciously targeted its head. The attacked centipede fixed its gaze on Iron, its upper body arching. Towering to nearly twice a person's height, its massive jaws opened wide, emitting a series of piercing shrieks, "Brother!" As the pupils constricted in alarm, Chao Sui hastily called out. The puppet master, hidden in the shadows, immediately comprehended the situation and summoned his puppet, which swiftly appeared before TZ.2 crescent slashes struck the bulging abdomen of the centipede. successfully interrupting the boss's venomous casting. Enraged, the centipede clamped down on its prey's neck, its numerous antennae ensnaring the puppet's form. Lin Dong delivered a flurry of 3 swift strikes from behind, leaving a trail of blood, before crossing his arms defensively in front of him. The glimmering puppet threads shimmered subtly between his fingers. As the black puppet disintegrated into a tangle of humanoid strands, which promptly began to coil around the centipede. Observing the boss temporarily restrained by the puppet master, the little healer deftly maneuvered the star dial, delicately flicking a silver needle with his slender fingers, which accurately pierced the flickering shadow. Startled by the unexpected attack, the puppet master glanced at the little healer with a hint of resignation. Among all the healers in the game, it seemed only this little prodigy could accurately heal him while he was in a blink state. In other teams, he was often the one pursued by healers for attention. The only distinction was that he could evade most damage and precisely gauge his health, pausing just in time for the healer to tend to him. With Sueha by his side, everything had changed. Who wouldn't appreciate a support that could meticulously shield them? Zhao Sui intentionally averted his gaze. Losing a bit of health hardly constituted as being injured, did it? In his previous role as a damage dealer, it was of little concern, as he was the type of player who relished dancing on the edge of a blade. However, upon transitioning to support, he had developed an obsessive-compulsive disorder that made him uncomfortable whenever his health bar was not full. All attacks should focus on the tail. Warlock Southwest 87, Archer Southeast 78, Windmaster retreat and exploit the gaps. Long before facing the 4 small monsters, Zhao Sui had discerned the centipede's weakness. Chapter 35. The mighty little healer returns. These 4 minor centipedes had low attack power but impressive defenses. Under the concentrated fire from his team, Zhao Sui keenly observed that damage inflicted on the tail was significantly higher. Indeed, the main boss was also a centipede. Since they were of the same kind, their weaknesses were likely shared to a large extent. With a gentle command from the little healer, the entire team redirected their assault to systematically target the tail of the centipede. The centipede, driven mad by Tizi's aggro, twisted in a frenzy, lifting its front body to attack the detestable human wielding a shield before it, completely disregarding the 4 lurking behind, poised to strike. This exemplified the importance of the Soul Master, who drew the boss's aggro. Some regular attacks and certain targeted skills would be absorbed by the Soul Master, thereby providing a relatively safe environment for damage dealers to unleash their power, while also alleviating the healer's burden. The viewers in the livestream were utterly astonished. Aside from the majority who were merely spectators, a considerable portion of players, who had not met the entry requirements for the dungeon, flocked to the livestream of Yufeng. After completing their daily dungeon runs, they came to observe the top players' first clear livestream for strategies. Witnessing Zhao Sui and his team swiftly stabilize the situation against the centipede, many could not help but exclaim, "Truly, they are the top-tier elite team. Their mental fortitude is remarkable. If it were me, I would probably have been terrified to death by the 4 centipedes. If that centipede crawled over me, I would have likely performed a breakdance on the spot." Sueha is so composed. Unlike our team leader, who relies solely on shouting, "That's so true," all of them are hot-headed leaders. If you were the leader, you'd understand. Most of the players tuning into the first clear livestream had already cleared the daily dungeons and possessed a certain level of experience in team instances. Hence, they could discern the exceptional synergy of the Yaoguang team. Many also discovered for the first time that beyond his healing abilities, Sueha's commanding prowess was equally impressive. Numerous guilds and clubs lurking in the livestream began to intensify their desire to collaborate with Sueha. Within the dungeon, as the team continued to exploit the centipede's weak points, the boss's crimson limbs began to twitch, and its antennae thrashed violently. Sensing the boss's anomaly, its health dipped to around 70%. The silver star will spun in his hand, trails of luminescence streaking across the horizon. In an instant, the star curtain descended, and the stars fell upon the universe. Just as the celestial imprint manifested beneath their feet, the centipede could no longer maintain its elevated posture, crashing heavily into the pile of earth and stone, entering a state of vulnerability. The visual effects of the skill stars fall upon the universe never failed to astonish players, regardless of how many times they witnessed it. Under Zhao Sui's amplification, everyone unleashed their burst skills, collectively inflicting a 10% reduction in the boss's health during this vulnerable phase. Following the conclusion of this weakened state, the boss transitioned into its second phase. Its massive tail writhed, sprouting a mouth identical to its head. a double-headed centipede. Zhao Sui furrowed his brow slightly. This indicated a shift in the boss's weakness and the addition of another aggro point. Without much hesitation, the little healer directed his gaze towards Yufeng, who was awkwardly positioned between Cupid and the dog-headed monster, and commanded. The swordsman should draw aggro to the other end. All other damage dealers, aside from Yufeng, attack the head indiscriminately. Suddenly called out, Yufeng's hair stood on end, feeling the purple aura bestowed upon him by the little healer, wanting to weep in despair. When a boss is attacked at the same location for an extended period, with the highest damage output, the boss will lock aggro onto that damage dealer in the absence of the Soul Master's taunt. Thus, Zhao Sui had specifically granted Yufeng the acupuncture copper doll, allowing other damage dealers to attack indiscriminately while also seeking out new weaknesses. The little healer squinted, meticulously searching for flaws in the double-headed centipede while keeping an eye on his teammates' health statuses. The acupuncture needles flew through the air, piercing deeply into the swordsman's waist, causing Yufeng, who had just been bitten by the double-headed centipede, to break into a cold sweat. The sensation from the needle was not painful. Rather, it felt slightly numbing and warm, yet Yufeng only perceived a chill. Sometimes, having impeccable command could backfire. He felt utterly humiliated for being caught in his own mistake. Anxiously, Yufeng sensed the silver needles around him were laden with ominous warnings, awkwardly digging his toes into the ground. Hastily attacking to feign busyness, which inadvertently stabilized his aggro even further. In truth, Zhao Sui had intentionally caused the silver needles to vibrate and stimulate acupoints, generating warmth to encourage him. The little healer smirked inwardly. In reality, he possessed countless methods to silently prick Yufeng in different areas. Having collaborated so many times, he was well aware of Yufeng's tendencies. Gradually, the double-headed centipede's health approached 50%. Floating in midair, Zhao Sui cautiously lingered at the outer perimeter. Throughout these attacks, he noticed that regardless of which part the team targeted, the damage intervals remained remarkably consistent. A conjecture surged in his mind. Could it be that the boss's weakness had shifted to its head? With his focus sharpened, he hesitated to strike at the newfound weakness as the double-headed centipede charged up, its tail lifting ominously. Everyone retreat. Puppet Master, take Teasy with you. With that, he pivoted on his toes, utilizing the star dial's gravitational pull to execute the peach blossom step. Yufeng barely heard a silvery chime before he found himself airborne, positioned directly above the double-headed centipede. Before he could express his surprise, he witnessed the mouthparts of both heads stretching to their limits, unleashing a torrent of dark green liquid. The fluid splattered onto the ground, emitting wisps of steam that corroded the earth beneath. The sizzling yellowish stones instantly turned to charred black. The swordsman, hoisted by one hand, felt a surge of dread, struggling to breathe. Had he not reacted swiftly, he might have faced his demise. What? You ask where the first kill fell? I would never disclose that I was accidentally gored to death by a level 4 wild boar at the server's launch. That night, upon logging off, he slaughtered a pig to serve as his evening meal. As Yufeng regained his composure, he felt an increasing tightness around his neck. What was happening? Had he been splattered by the venom and succumbed? Alas, it seemed the little healer's efforts to save him were in vain. Suddenly, the collar that had been constricting his neck loosened, and he was flung back to his original position by Zhao Sui. The other hand, which was not wielding a sword, absent-mindedly touched the now relaxed collar. Good news. He had been saved by the little healer. Bad news. He was still in peril. Chapter 36. Crimson Serpent Tattoo. Recalling the overwhelming force that had descended upon him, Yufeng shrank back. He reminisced about the time during the Peach Blossom Tomb dungeon when the little healer had effortlessly hurled Teasy aside, leaving Yufeng bewildered. How could such a slender waist and fair arms possess such strength? What part of the body provided such power? He certainly could not lift Teasy with one hand. Swordsman, do not lose focus. If you misstep again, you shall switch places with Teasy. Zhao Sui's devilish whisper echoed in Yufeng's ear. Yufeng's hair bristled in response. With a swift motion, he sprang to his feet and dashed back into the fray. Observing that the entire team had successfully evaded the double-headed centipede's area of effect attack, the little healer floating in midair placed his hands on his hips in satisfaction. At this moment, the boss's health had already dipped below 50%. Recalling his earlier conjecture, Zhao Sui immediately directed the 3 dog-headed players to concentrate their fire on the center of the head's mouthparts. Indeed, the head sustained a substantial blow, causing the double-headed centipede's mouthparts to contract slightly, diminishing its biting intensity. How cunning it was! As the dog-headed figure raised an eyebrow, a sense of admiration for Sway he blossomed within. Previously, their team had always been at the forefront, never encountering a situation of insufficient damage output. This was merely the second dungeon, and it was unlikely that many teams had discovered the braking mechanism. Striking the weak points of the enemy was far more conducive to inflicting critical hits. In a computer game, one could easily observe the fluctuations in damage dealt. Yet, this was a holographic experience. The only visible aspect was the boss's health bar, while one's damage output and buff status could only be assessed through the team's status bar. Who would keep a pop-up window obstructing their view while engaged in battle? As the dog-headed figure lamented, the health bar of the two-headed centipede also dwindled to nothing. The colossal crimson form collapsed thunderously, entombed among the rubble, its myriad of tentacles still writhing. The centipede, a creature with 100 legs, was indeed not so easily vanquished. Observing the two-headed centipede still squirming despite its health bar being fully depleted, TZ felt a chill run down his spine. Who among our kin understands this? The last boss was a beautiful maiden, and now they faced a gigantic centipede. Finally, with the creature's demise, Cupid stretched his weary shoulders and sighed. This encounter had required relentless running and jumping, with shooting never ceasing. The exhilaration of riding the winds was unmatched, especially being carried by the little healer. Unbeknownst to him, Yufeng also envied the secure output environment that he and the dog-headed figure enjoyed, free from the fervent scrutiny of command. Each group held their own envy. Zhao Sui retracted the star chart before descending slowly from the air, opening his backpack to don the two newly acquired purple items. Upon glancing at the other items in his inventory, a flicker of astonishment crossed his mind. 5 poison tattoos. Upon use, this will generate a 5 poison tattoo at a random location, bestowing an arbitrary effect. Note: the type of tattoo will be randomly generated among the 5 poisons. As Zhao Sui observed the ink-like liquid in his backpack, he pondered briefly before opting to use it. In the next moment, he felt a tingling sensation in his lower abdomen, accompanied by a slight sting. A red and black intertwined tattoo of a red snake appeared beneath his exposed navel, its small triangular head flicking a bright red tongue, delicately caressing the hollow of his abdomen. The vividly crimson snake's body entwined with the ink, its tail winding down to disappear beneath his waistband. The little healer, adorned in Miao attire, found the tattoo's emergence perfectly harmonious with his clothing, exuding an intense allure. At this moment, the rain had ceased, and the sudden appearance of the tattoo compelled Zhao Sui to shed his black robe and approach the puppeteer. The little healer's actions captured everyone's attention. As he removed the robe, they instantly beheld the sudden emergence of the red snake tattoo on his alabaster waist. With Sui He's gradual movements, the small snake upon his navel seemed to come alive, languidly slithering across his abdomen. Lingdong observed Sui He as he approached, his gaze dimming, silently accepting the black robe handed to him. He retreated it into his backpack, caressing the warmth emanating from the fabric. He stifled thoughts of the red snake tattoo on his slender waist, secretly reviling his own base thoughts in contrast to the puppeteer's shadowy restraint. The players in the live stream were far more uninhibited. The world boasts 4 types of rulers: the ruler, the tape measure, the caliper, and I love you very much. Ubib, your morning greeting is my favorite breakfast for the ears. Did the ground just tremble? Oh, it turns out my heart quaked at the sight of you. I'm thinking of changing my hairstyle. What do you think would suit me? After some contemplation, I can't do without you learning this. I am off to annoy my friends. Heart gesture. Netizens shared images of Sui He's Miao attire adorned with tattoos on Starnet, combining them with previous photos of the ceremonial robe and peach blossom white robe to create a beauty thread. Instantly, it attracted countless onlookers, and the comment section overflowed with an abundance of cheesy love lines, igniting a new trend. After using the 5 poison tattoo, the red snake tattoo randomly generated the unique trait, poison immunity. In addition to this exceptional equipment, a skill book also dropped, Starry Constellation. A skill of the astrologer, single target enhancement. Upon use, it can merge with the star chart to transform into a star ring, enhancing the specified player's attributes to double their original values. The possession can be released at any time or will automatically dissipate upon the player's death. During possession, all damage is ignored. But other class skills cannot be used. Zhao Sui's eyes widened in realization. The astrologer's skills were indeed well suited for PvE gameplay, dungeons, boasting remarkable functionality. Meanwhile, his Peach Blossom Immortal leaned more towards healing and damage output. The little healer scratched his head, nearly forgetting his dual mastery of medicine and poison, as well as a long-neglected skill book on the 36 Vital Points secret art. Primarily, the current damage output was sufficient. Alleviating his concerns, should it come to his turn to strike, it was likely when the entire team had nearly perished. Shaking his head, he dismissed further thoughts, and after the team finished equipping themselves, they continued along a narrow path behind the rubble. Along the way, Zhao Sui clutched his newly acquired purple equipment, the sharp silver needle, with great fondness. This silver needle was nearly the size of his palm, featuring a triangular blade at its tip, adorned with a small hook that glimmered with a chilling violet light in the cold wind. As a piece of purple-quality equipment, utilizing this needle would grant an additional 10% to the original skill. Also possessing a durable trait, making it a rare treasure. Yu Feng, walking beside him, caught a glimpse of the silver needle, which was a full 3 inches long, and his eyes widened in astonishment. Upon closer inspection, he noticed the sharp tip bore a hook. He instinctively shrank back, unable to look further. Reaching the end of the narrow path, a rope bridge came into view. Indeed, a bridge made solely of rope and cords. Peering down into the abyss below, Tizi, feeling a surge of anxiety, was the first to rush forward, closing his eyes as he swung across. Cupid and the dog-headed figure exchanged glances, baffled by such a contradictory individual. Fearful yet courageous? Such strangeness, however, with Tizi's demonstration, Yu Feng and the others hesitated little, gripping the ropes and following closely behind. Just as the puppeteer prepared to advance, he was suddenly called by the little healer. "Brother, wait!" Within the narrative, a visual of the little healer's tattoo is included, eagerly revealed. Hehe, Chapter 37. The essential versatile little healer Lingdong halted his steps. Atop the chilly mountain peak, only 2 figures remained. This was the second occasion the little healer had called him brother, and he did so only after everyone else had moved on. The puppeteer clenched and released his fists repeatedly, his heart racing slightly. "Brother, wait, I just acquired a new skill. Let us give it a try." Observing the puppeteer before him, Zhao Sui allowed a hint of a smile to grace his cold visage. All right, to seek him out and not others was indeed a special treatment. He dismissed thoughts of the 4 who were impatiently crossing the rope bridge, finding solace in this unique attention. Having just acquired the new skill, Starry Constellation, and being unfamiliar with possession-type enhancement skills, Zhao Sui was immensely curious. Seizing the opportunity while crossing the bridge, he decided to test this skill and gain an advantage. Seeing the puppeteer acquiesce to his request, the little healer wasted no time, summoning the star chart with a wave of his hand. The center. The starry jade pendant radiated brilliantly, soaring forth from the intersection of star trails to adhere closely to his chest. Merging with Zhao Sui's heartbeat in that instant of fusion, the young man's form became ethereal, amplifying his already aloof features to an almost untouchable level, as if he were on the brink of transcending. Everything transpired too swiftly. Lingdong felt his pupils constrict at the sight, the surrealism and distance evoking a sense of dread. Instinctively, he reached out towards the phantasmal little healer, but the illusion shattered abruptly into countless motes of stardust. On the desolate cliff, at the bridge's end, the snow-capped mountains sent forth icy winds, while the shadowy figure stood frozen upon the boulder, futilely attempting to grasp the dissipating star dust. For a moment, he forgot the game, forgot the skill. His mind was blank, and the biting cold wind was unbearable. "Brother? How do you feel?" Zhao Sui, having harnessed the stellar skills, became one with the astral disk. His form gradually transformed into a manifestation of energy, coalescing into a silver-purple star ring that circled around the puppeteer, revolving slowly with the chilling winter at its core. A clear voice resonated within the puppeteer's mind, pulling his dazed consciousness back to reality. It was then he noticed that the countless star dust he had just shattered had not dispersed. Instead, it coalesced around him like stars surrounding the moon. After a brief moment of silence, Lindong exhaled heavily. The little ancestor had nearly frightened him to death. Suddenly feeling the continuous warmth emanating from the star ring enveloping him, a searing power spread from his waist, causing the puppeteer to open his eyes in astonishment. The surging internal energy made his clothes ripple as if caught in a fierce wind, doubling his attributes, while eerie black flames ignited around him. Having previously witnessed the amplification skills of the little healer, Lindong sensed the terrifying enhancement bestowed upon him and, once accustomed, took a vigorous step forward. With his already formidable speed augmented, he vanished in an instant, leaving only a fleeting black shadow behind as he soared beyond the suspension bridge. With his left foot pivoting outward and the heel of his right foot pushing off, his long legs clad in black boots raced through the tempest, the silver knee pads glinting faintly in the sunlight atop the snowy mountain. While his ponytail danced wildly in the gusts, above the silver-purple star ring, myriad star sands swirled in the wind, trailing a deep purple behind the puppeteer. In less than 3 seconds, he harnessed the power of the star ring to cross the suspension bridge. Had he relied solely on his speed, it might have taken him 6 to 10 seconds. The moment he landed, Zhao Sui released the stellar skill, which had a short cooldown of merely 10 seconds, yet allowed for a possession duration of an astounding 10 minutes. After all, it was a single target possession skill, and such a duration of explosive power was already extraordinarily impressive. Had it not been for the restriction of not being able to use other skills while possessed, the duration might not have been so lengthy. After all, it was improbable for him to remain possessed by the same individual for 10 minutes, unless Zhao Sui shook his head, dismissing further thoughts. Upon crossing the suspension bridge, the environment transformed drastically. The lush primordial forest was now a stark, snow-covered mountain. The icy snow and ice pelted down upon them, gradually sapping their internal warmth. The little healer, dressed lightly, exposing part of his waist and calves, was far more susceptible to the biting cold than the puppeteer. Just as Lindong was about to retrieve his black robe once more, Zhao Sui produced the twin-headed centipede's sharp silver needles. Driving both needles into his own body, he activated the warmth within, instantly feeling rejuvenated. "Brother, come here," he beckoned to Lindong. Observing the little healer's previously pale face suddenly flush with color, the puppeteer's lips curled into a smile beneath his mask. Truly a treasure of a person, it seemed that every problem before him could be effortlessly resolved, providing those around him with a profound sense of security despite his youth. With a sigh of admiration, he swiftly approached the little healer. The 3-inch-long needles danced deftly in his elongated fingers, precisely piercing the puppeteer's Yangshi acupoint. After a short distance, the delicate fingertips flicked, causing the needle's tail to quiver. Miraculously, warmth began to emanate from the needle's tip, dispelling the chilling winds that assailed their bodies. "Brother, just lift your foot," Zhao Sui said decisively, squatting down to stimulate the yang acupoint on the man's foot with the needle. The puppeteer's form stiffened, his toes curling tightly, his eyes averted. Yet the hidden puppet beside him shared the vivid scene through their connection. The young boy crouched before him, eliciting a series of delicate, tinkling sounds. The stone-blue fabric accentuated the boy's exposed waist, which appeared exceptionally fair against the air, while his bent posture formed a sensuous curve. Heat surged, overwhelming warmth radiating from the 2 acupoints, flushing the puppeteer's face. The concealed puppet suddenly slapped itself. The puppet possessed no consciousness of its own, acting solely on its master's will. Once Zhao Sui had finished, he stood, startled by the sight of the puppeteer's flushed visage. "Brother, you seem to be overflowing with yang energy." Lindong was rendered speechless. Suddenly, a commotion arose from the direction of the suspension bridge, revealing that TZ and the others had arrived. With Zhao Sui's skills enhancing Lindong's already remarkable speed, he bypassed the suspension bridge, racing far ahead of the 4 who had relied on the bridge's aid. "Did you all fly over? How could you be so fast?" Yu Feng, who had clumsily made his way onto the bridge to reach the snowy mountain, exclaimed in astonishment at the 2 who had set off last. The arrival of the 4 shattered the previously awkward atmosphere, prompting Zhao Sui to shift his focus towards his companions. "Wow, this is my first time seeing snow," TZ shouted excitedly, reveling in the gentle flurry of snowflakes that descended upon him. Indeed, apart from Zhao Sui, everyone present was witnessing snow for the first time. For decades during the reconstruction of the apocalypse, the Empire had not experienced snowfall. Soon, however, the group transitioned from exhilaration to a more subdued demeanor in the biting wind and snow. "It's a bit cold. Huh?" Chapter 38. Embrace on the turtle shell. Zhao Sui did not retract the silver needles from his grasp. Waiting for the group of hapless fools to approach, with arms crossed, he observed the transformation from excitement to shivering among the four, a smirk forming within. With a flick of his fingers, a multitude of silver needles appeared between them. The sight of the sharp instruments rendered the group silent. The chilling effects of the snowy mountain would persist, leading to a gradual loss of warmth that could ultimately result in stiffness and continued health deterioration. Believing the little healer intended to cast purification, the group stood obediently in place. In the next moment, 8 gleaming silver needles pierced the backs of their hands and ankles with such force that the needle tails quivered slightly. Yet, Yu Feng and the others merely felt a tingling sensation, and before they could even utter a sound of discomfort, warm currents surged within them. All traces of coldness were banished the instant the needles entered their bodies. "How marvelous," Yu Feng remarked, tugging at his thin garment, bemused by the sudden warmth. It was neither purification nor healing, nor even a skill. How could it happen so swiftly? At that moment, the little healer appeared increasingly enigmatic in the eyes of Yu Feng and the others. Zhao Sui was well aware that purification could dispel the cold buff, but the cold buff differed from toxicity and dreamlike effects. As long as one remained in a frigid environment, they would soon accumulate the effects once more. Typically, a healer would wait until the cold buff reached its peak before employing purification to maximize effectiveness. Yet, the support for the Yaoguang team was Zhao Sui, with his seemingly cheat-like acupuncture technique perfectly suited for various emergencies. Once everyone had adjusted to their optimal state, a beguiling voice echoed from nowhere. 9 feet of azure sky, a mountain of snow, 2 rivers and mountains half draped in rain. The falling snow danced along with the ethereal voice. Transforming into snowmelt, the snow water cascaded upon the icy surface, revealing the hidden cave beneath layers of accumulated snow. Wishing like the wind, ever faithful to the sun in the midst of day, Zhao Sui gazed at the vibrant red couplets outside the cave. Although they were warm and imbued with affection, the characters bore an aggressive demeanor, each stroke sharp as a blade, as if etched into the stone wall with a knife. The doghead's imagination instantly conjured a tale of love and betrayal. Led by Tizi, the group gradually ventured into the 3-person-wide cave. During this time, the doghead, based on clues from outside the instance, rambled on with his speculations. "Look at the couplet. It suggests that I should arrive like the annual monsoon when you need me and remain like the sun during spring. Always hanging in the sky for lasting companionship," the doghead reasoned, stroking his chin. Such a heartwarming verse, yet inscribed in a sharp font reminiscent of slender gold. Each stroke imbued with animosity. "I deduce that the boss within this cave is likely a man betrayed by love. This poem must have been gifted to him by that woman." Upon hearing this, Cupid retorted defiantly, "Why can't it be a poem from a man to a woman, with the woman being the one who was betrayed?" The two groups bickered, completely oblivious to the fact that they were passively accepting a melodramatic narrative of betrayal. Zhao Sui was less concerned with the plot. However, whether the boss within the cave manifested as a beastly centipede or a humanoid form would significantly influence the instance's difficulty and mechanics. Judging by the current clues, it seemed likely that the second boss would be humanoid. As they traversed the cave, the passage gradually narrowed, with occasional small spider monsters descending upon them. After walking for a while, the path ahead underwent a tremendous transformation. Just as the group believed they were about to enter the internal stone chamber of the cave, Tizi, walking at the front, suddenly found himself on the brink of a gaping pit. Before he could react in fear or scream, he plummeted into the abyss. Tizi, as the figure traversed the second path, a startled exclamation escaped their lips as they grasped the collar of Tizi. Regrettably, he was neither a skilled healer nor possessed extraordinary strength. In an instant, both he and Tizi were plummeting downwards. Their cries for help echoed in a rhythmic cadence, reverberating through the confined stone passage. Initially, the dog head, positioned fourth in line, was consumed by concern, pacing anxiously in place. However, as the cries grew increasingly robust rather than fading into the distance, his worried gaze morphed into a vacant stare. With a hint of exasperation, he nudged past Cupid and approached the pit. Raising his right hand, he conjured a flicker of crimson flames that danced in his palm. With a swift motion, he hurled the small blaze into the pit, illuminating its 4-meter depth. Tizi and Yu Feng, the pair resembling a dragon and phoenix entwined, clung together, eyes shut, just as they had at the moment of their fall in a state of heightened alertness. Teasy swiftly positioned his turtle shield beneath them. And thus the two nestled together within the protective curve of the shield, which swayed gently. Under the illusion that they were still in free fall, Teasy and Yufeng's cries grew louder, influenced by one another's panic. Observing the 4-meter drop, Cupid could hardly suppress a laugh, striking a diving pose at the edge of the pit before crashing down atop the toot. Dazed from the impact, the two finally recognized the absurdity of their situation and opened their eyes. Teasy, Yufeng. With an awkward release of their intertwined hands, their toes began to dig into the ground, their gazes wandering as if seeking distraction. The dog head, arms crossed and eyebrows raised, remarked, "I sense a hint of intimacy between you two, get lost." While the commotion ensued on one side, on the other, the puppeteer and the healer had already darted into the darkness to rescue their comrades the moment they had fallen. Awkwardly, before they could intervene, the individuals had already hit the ground. The two exchanged glances amidst the cacophony of Teasy and Yufeng's cries. In the shadows, the healer appeared to chuckle softly before silently commencing the search for an exit. A melody of mystery unfolded, revealing a hidden paradise. Zhao Yue and the others maneuvered through the overgrown debris. The dampness had birthed a thick layer of moss, starkly contrasting with the surrounding dry stone walls. Sensing something amiss, the healer pushed aside the chaotic stones, effortlessly lifting a boulder taller than himself and tossing it backward, resulting in a heavy thud. This sound alerted Yufeng and the others, who ceased their frantic pulling and followed the sound to the corner where Zhao Yue stood. The puppeteer of winter had been stealthily shadowing the healer, and upon sensing the commotion, swiftly appeared at the pile of rocks. Witnessing the healer's delicate arms maneuvering the massive stone, Yufeng felt a pang of embarrassment. How could he allow the healer to undertake such a strenuous task? He hurried forward, eager to assist. Yet, as he lifted one corner of the stone, he immediately sensed something was amiss. The moss clinging to it was slick and damp. These stones were not only heavy but also saturated with a mysterious, chilling moisture, their true weight far exceeding their apparent size. A surge of force struck Yufeng, causing his eyes to bulge as his waist bent under the strain, and he was on the brink of being crushed beneath it. Suddenly, a delicate, pale finger pressed gently against the slanted stone, averting a calamity. Chapter 39. The snow mountain viper. Yufeng felt an inexplicable lightness as he watched the healer effortlessly lift the boulder with one hand. The nonchalance of his demeanor in stark contrast to Teasy's fierce expression. Previously, Yufeng had marveled at the healer's strength when he carried teammates. Now, he realized that the stone he had just lifted must have weighed far more than two Teasy combined. If one day he witnessed the healer carrying a boss, he would no longer be astonished. They scurried to Teasy's side, lifting a stone together, which proved significantly easier. At last, through their collective efforts, the pile of stones was cleared away. The scene that unfolded before them left everyone momentarily stunned. It was not the underground stone chamber they had envisioned, but rather a vast chasm that had breached the entire cliffside. The landscape beyond the snowy precipice contrasted starkly with the wintry exterior. It was as if an additional space had been carved out, basking in the warmth of the sun after a rainstorm, illuminating the abandoned terraced fields that had long since fallen into disrepair. Overgrown with weeds yet still hinting at a time when they had been meticulously tended. I knew it. With such harsh weather on the snow-capped mountains, who would come to hide here? It truly is a hidden paradise. The dog head gazed about in awe at the grandiosity of this concealed domain. The air within the chasm was suffused with a comforting warmth, yet the dilapidated terraced fields cast an eerie shadow over the otherwise cozy atmosphere. Zhao Yue remained vigilant, scrutinizing the stone brick thatched huts beside the fields. Despite feeling no immediate danger amidst the perilous stone path, he sensed an icy, intense gaze lurking in the serene flow of the small fields. Are we all prepared? Summoning the star chart, the silken strands of the silver ring fluttered, the crisp sound of silver resonating in the still air, accentuating an aura of impending peril. Recognizing the imminent danger, the group fell silent, each retrieving their weapons and signaling readiness in the team channel. Zhao Yue glided through the starry pathways, entering a state of levitation, his gaze fixed on the thatched hut not far away. He spoke softly, "Dog head, Cupid, target the roof of the thatched hut." Simultaneously, his slender fingers brushed over the star chart, 9 silver needles buzzing as they nestled between his fingers, faintly accompanied by the ethereal image of falling peach blossoms. Peach Blossom 9 Needles. The sound of piercing air resonated as the needles, alongside Cupid's arrows and the dog head's flames, soared toward the thatched hut. Boom! The hut collapsed in an instant, sending clouds of dust swirling into the air, obscuring the view around it. Suddenly, a pair of crimson eyes flickered through the haze. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A forked tongue, blood-red and venomous, emerged, carrying a nauseating stench. "Not a humanoid monster!" exclaimed the dog head in astonishment, as the dust settled. The second boss finally revealed itself. The Snow Mountain Viper, a magnificent white serpent, its body glistening like crystal, was as thick as two adults combined. Its back bore reddish-brown patterns, and its nostrils featured scales that were slightly trapezoidal, with deep red vertical lines trailing behind. Upon closer inspection, the dark horizontal stripes and circular spots on its back eerily resembled two human faces. With eyes akin to red agate, it fixated intently on the unexpected intruders. Standing at the edge, Cupid, bow drawn, surveyed the exquisite creature before him and chuckled. "This is far more visually appealing than that two-headed centipede." Before he could finish, the crimson tongue darted toward the golden-haired Yufeng, its gaping maw wide open, spewing a stream of toxic yellow liquid in his direction. "Wait, I haven't even finished my sentence," he protested, only to be swiftly yanked aside by the puppeteer, who pulled him next to the dog head. Observing the dog head's mocking expression, Cupid sheepishly scratched his head and steeled himself for action. Meanwhile, players in the live stream of the second boss began to engage in fervent discussions. "I thought the second one would be a humanoid monster. Turns out it's just a venomous beast. How are we supposed to survive in this dungeon with our fear of snakes and insects?" "Don't worry. This snake isn't lethal. A bite will only leave two welts, one on the hand, one on the mountain." After the Snow Mountain Viper unleashed its venom, it began a frenzied assault. Teasy taunted it, stabilizing the enmity upon himself. Zhao Yue, observing the boss before him, immediately discerned its weakness, the vulnerable spot behind its head. As the saying goes, strike the snake at its 7 inches, referring to the heart area located between the head and neck, approximately a third of the way down its body, with 2 fingers raised. A 3-inch long needle, imbued with a faint purple glow, materialized in his grasp. Gripping the barbed end delicately with his ring and thumb, he thrust his wrist upward with sudden force, once more employing the flying needle technique. A burst of purple light erupted as the barbed needle plunged deeply into the Snow Mountain Viper's vulnerable spot, causing the boss to tense momentarily and abruptly close its maw filled with venomous fangs. With this strike, the healer's dual talents of medicine and poison activated, transforming what would have been a potent healing strike for his allies into a fatal dose of venom for the white serpent. The boss's health plummeted by 2%, and Yufeng, who had been closely monitoring its health bar, froze, turning abruptly to stare at the healer, whose hand gesture still lingered in the air. "What kind of damage is this? One strike surpasses 4 or 5 of my skills." The first encounter with the harm inflicted by the minor healer left Yufeng utterly stunned, as he was bitten by the frenzied Snow Mountain Viper. In the next instant, a silver needle appeared on his body. Gazing at the sharp hook needle on the boss that had driven it into madness, he glanced at the silver needle at his waist and felt a surge of vitality. Yufeng swallowed hard, silently thinking to himself how fortunate it was to have a teammate. With Yisui's formidable strength, he had no doubt that the minor healer could easily pierce him with a single needle. Having already made a secret mistake once, Yufeng hastily struck at the silver needle without waiting for Chaosue's reminder, eager to avoid being singled out by the minor healer. The players in the live stream, viewing from an all-encompassing perspective, were oblivious to the needle that Chaosue had stealthily unleashed. Both Doghead and Cupid were positioned behind, their lines of sight obstructed. After Chaosue administered treatment to Yufeng and Tizai, he directed the ranged attackers to concentrate their fire on the Viper's weak spot at North 54. It was only then that the two noticed a long silver needle embedded in the Viper's neck, with puppet threads converging from all directions, ensnaring the head and tail of the Snow Mountain Viper in a celestial net. As everyone focused their fire on the boss's weak point, the Viper writhed in excruciating pain, yet remained immobile under the puppet master's firm control, quickly succumbing to a state of brokenness. Feeling the cosmic mark beneath him, Doghead sighed in admiration. The minor healer was truly remarkable, achieving a state of brokenness even faster than the previous boss. Moreover, This boss sporadically spewed venom, and with its tail unrestrained by aggro, the healing pressure was significantly greater than that of the last two-headed centipede. Despite constantly monitoring their health, they swiftly identified the boss's weaknesses. And the amplification skills were executed with impeccable timing, neither too fast nor too slow. This made Doghead feel as though the minor healer was protecting him like a cherished child. Alas, what would I do without Yasuihi? This overwhelming sense of being a giant baby is strangely comforting. Chapter 40. The transformation of the snake woman. Unbeknownst to Chao Sui, who was heavily fixated on Doghead, he observed as the snow mountain viper, under concentrated fire, saw its health plummet to 80%. Keenly, he noticed the white snake's crimson eyes gradually dimming, glancing at the terraced fields 5 meters away from the center. In the instant the boss emerged from its weakened state, its originally blood-red eyes abruptly turned black. Its upper body stood unnaturally erect, its jaws gaping wide, as if something was about to emerge. Quickly, move away from the boss, Chao Sui's resolute voice cut through the tension, instantly calming the previously panicked crowd, who quickly scattered. The snow mountain viper twisted, its visage grotesque, and ultimately, its jaws tore open violently. Doghead and the others were momentarily stunned as they beheld the viper's upper body splitting apart, blood splattering throughout the inner cave, leaving only the terraced fields untouched. The boss's upper half had grotesquely morphed into a humanoid form, with damp, blood-colored hair obscuring its face and snake scales concealing its feminine features. It was unmistakably a snake woman. Wow! It transformed into a half-human, half-snake creature, Doghead exclaimed. I knew it. The second boss is likely a human. It felt peculiar. The layout of this cave was strange, lacking the essence of a fairy's abode, yet brimming with human life. Surely, Doghead and the others were not mistaken. They were merely being misled by the female demon. A tale of humans and demons. The snow mountain viper transformed into a snake woman. The live stream erupted with an avalanche of comments, capturing the attention of many onlookers. In stark contrast to the chaotic atmosphere in the live stream, the mood on-site grew increasingly tense. The snake woman's crimson resentment manifested in reality, casting a blood-red haze over the entire inner cave, as the once warm environment morphed into a ghostly realm. Yufeng gazed at the imposing figure of the snake woman, her hair cascading like a waterfall, revealing faintly her pitch-black, soulless pupils, with spiderweb-like cracks lining her eyes, swallowing hard. Was she a snake woman or a ghostly specter? While nearly everyone's focus fixated on the snake woman, Chao Sui noticed that the small river beside the thatched cottage had quietly turned blood-red. The ominous miasma seemed to emanate from this river, and he silently glanced at the still lush and thriving wild fields. Suddenly, the snake woman muttered in a raspy voice, flicking her serpentine tongue as her massive tail swept towards Yufeng and Cupid by the riverbank. In this second phase, the snake woman's speed had dramatically increased. Her tail, laden with stones, whipped up a terrifying gust of wind, sending the two flying before they could react. Were it not for Chao Sui's timely shield, they might have met their demise on the spot. The boss's attacks transitioned from venomous sprays and bites to claw strikes and tail whips. Particularly, the tail whips dealt immense damage and were nearly impossible to evade. The third sweep targeted Doghead's side, and the wide attack range caught everyone but the floating minor healer and the elusive puppet master off guard. Just as the group struggled to respond, they suddenly heard a clear voice. Doghead, Tizai, jump! The familiar command instinctively prompted the two to comply. Before their minds could catch up, their bodies had already leapt high. The colossal snake tail curled just beneath them, allowing them to pass unharmed. Indeed, Chao Sui thought with a smirk. After transforming into a snake woman, the boss's actions resembled those of a human. The serpentine tongue served as a medium for the snake's perception of the outside world. Typically flicking and probing, he had just noticed a detail. With each tail whip, the snake woman would attempt to discern the position of her targets, using her tongue as a makeshift eye. Once again, he cast his gaze toward the ridgeline behind him, his internal speculation growing clearer. It can work like this? Tizai exclaimed, dumbfounded. As Doghead regained his senses, he once again felt the sensation of being a giant baby. Just as he was contemplating how to evade the next attack, he was once more swept up by the minor healer. Typically, evading damage was primarily the responsibility of the damage dealers, and self-preservation was the key to alleviating the healer's burden. Unfortunately, Their team had completely reversed roles. Doghead couldn't help but chuckle ruefully. "Oh, come on, Yasuihi. At this rate, we might become utterly spoiled." His seemingly sarcastic remarks belied a deeper sense of appreciation. He couldn't suppress a smile. Easily identifying the pattern, the minor healer effortlessly rolled up his sleeves, delivering another round of group healing to the team. Following several previous tail swipes, the previously erratic health of the group was instantly restored. In the ensuing silence, only the snake woman's furious roars and the minor healer's succinct commands resonated with precision. Observing the Yao Guang team regain their composure after a brief chaos, now operating with even greater finesse. The live stream exploded with questions. What just happened? I merely typed a few lines about the snake woman's love and hatred, and they're about to finish. How did I not understand this tail whip mechanism? How on earth did Yasuihi predict this? Their healing capacity was clearly sufficient to go all out, yet they opted for a strategic approach. I'm literally crying. Why can't I have such a commander? Once the snake woman's mechanics were fully comprehended, the atmosphere lightened considerably, and time passed steadily as the health dropped to the crucial 50% mark. Amidst the relentless assaults, the snake woman suddenly threw her head back and let out a deafening wail, her massive tail curling as she prepared for her final onslaught, unleashing a devastating area of effect attack. Strangulation. Before the snake woman could unleash her ultimate move, Chao Sui propelled himself into the wild fields, intending to alert everyone to retreat. However, he sighed, turning to an empty space, saying, "Brother, please bring them all here." 4 strands of puppet threads materialized, ensnaring the legs of the unsuspecting team members and yanking them onto the ridgeline. Yu Feng and the others felt a wave of dizziness as they found themselves sprawled amidst the foliage. "Our leader is still as tempestuous as ever," Yu Feng murmured. Rubbing his nose that had nearly been crushed upon rising, he widened his eyes at the rampaging snake woman below. Her once invulnerable tail was now riddled with wounds. Yet she showed no signs of fear, relentlessly lashing out in every direction, leaving no area untouched by her blood-soaked fury. Only the patch of wild fields beneath them remained an oasis of safety. Remembering the minor healer's earlier rallying call, Yu Feng gasped in astonishment. The minor healer is a true legend. The full-screen damage drained the last vestige of strength from the serpent woman. Suddenly, the boss ceased all movement, her long black hair beginning to shed in large clumps, while the scales before her crystallized and fell to the ground with a series of crisp sounds. The faintest sound from Ijuan echoed in her throat. Ultimately vanishing into the air, the blood-red hue of the river faded, and a rustling sound emerged from behind. Zhao Sui and Huodi turned around. Chapter 41. The comical clouds, the barren land behind them cracked in layers, the once lush and vibrant weeds withering away in an instant as they beheld the boss, seemingly undergoing a third transformation. Zhao Sui's previously furrowed brow relaxed upon noticing the river's blood-red color dissipate. His gaze tinged with a hint of pity. The serpent woman, ensnared by the sanguine aura, had lost her damp, flowing hair, and the scales adorning her upper body had all fallen away, revealing a third form that left Doghead's eyes wide with astonishment. Initially, he had speculated that this tale might narrate the entangled fates of humans and demons, with the serpent woman in the cave being a wronged fairy. Clearly, the truth was far more complex. Before them, the boss had grotesquely transformed into a male serpent man. The once undulating chest of the serpent woman had become a flat expanse, and with the loss of her wet hair, her face was now sharply defined, revealing a male serpent man. A hermaphrodite? Doghead felt his mind falter. The boss's transformation had completely invalidated his previous deductions. Moreover, was there even a species of serpent that possessed hermaphroditic traits? The others were equally dumbfounded, shocked by the unexpected trajectory of this encounter. They had thought it absurd for the boss to transform from serpent to woman, yet here it was, transforming from woman to man. If this was merely the second boss, how terrifying could the third one be? Did I alone notice the expression of profound understanding on Sueya's face? Truthfully, I found myself more intrigued by the story behind the boss, as this level evidently bore significant depth. Returning to the game. The boss in its third stage was in a perpetual state of rampage, its attack power surging dramatically, launching a relentless barrage of sweeping strikes, clawing, and biting towards Yu Feng and the others without restraint. The terraced fields, inexplicably desiccated, lost their protective capabilities. Witnessing the Serpent Man advance towards the ridge, Zhao Sui made a swift decision to levitate above the clear river. Upon inheriting the astrologer profession, he discovered that the greatest utility of this class for him was not the vast cosmos nor the starry seas, but rather the ability to float on this astral disk, which provided an epic enhancement to his supportive role. The self-preservation ability of a support character is of utmost importance, even when the general healing output falls short. One must grit their teeth and opt for increased movement speed to enhance survival and margin for error. Survival begets output holds true for supports as well. Presently, many were focused on Sueha's remarkable amplification skills, often overlooking the auxiliary prowess bestowed by the astral disc. Which player at this stage possesses aerial skills? Zhao Sui felt the ethereal energy emanating from the starry medallion within the disc, continuously mitigating the resistance of the air. He realized that in a floating state, his agility and movement were significantly enhanced, a revelation he had first sensed when confronting the two-headed centipede. The current healer resembled a weather vane. Without waiting for Zhao Sui's verbal cue, the other members of the Yaoguang team instinctively moved away from the ridge towards the healer's direction. Having endured 2 phases of combat, the boss's health finally dwindled to the last 20%. At this moment, the team felt fatigue setting in. With substantial energy expended, their mana regeneration could no longer keep pace with consumption, rendering them unable to utilize their skills even when cooldowns were complete. Yufeng took a deep breath, grimacing as he retrieved a blue potion from his backpack. The current blue potions were precious, 3 bottles equating to a single piece of green equipment, and they were available solely from NPCs. With player-crafted options yet to be unlocked, this implied a high price and limited supply. Just as Yufeng prepared to down the potion in one gulp, a drop of liquid unexpectedly fell onto his head, sending a chill through his body that made him shiver in an instant. A surge of energy coursed through him, and Yufeng felt his body tremble as his state instantly rejuvenated by 40%. The soul-purifying tears. Startled, he looked up to see a radiant nebula hovering above him, continuously shedding droplets of azure crystal that fell unobstructed into his body, transforming into a torrent of energy. The familiar percentage-based increase reminded Yufeng of the healer. He eagerly scanned the area and finally spotted the floating Zhao Sui behind him. Through the misty blue nebula, the healer's slightly ethereal visage appeared even more dreamlike. Her fair skin glowing softly, and the pale hue of her pupils revealed droplets of illusory images, resembling vertical pupils, due to the effects of the soul-purifying tears, coupled with the silver serpent ornament on her forehead. An enchanting aura enveloped her amidst the azure mist, exuding danger and allure that, of course, Yufeng was oblivious to the potential danger. At that moment, he felt that the healer was his deity. Were it not for the inappropriate circumstances, he would have lunged forward to embrace her leg and call her daddy. Unaware of Yufeng's fervent emotions, Zhao Sui recalled the mana-regenerating skill when the swordsman produced the blue potion. This skill had dropped when he had been below level 10 while farming monsters with the puppeteer. Refer to Chapter 15. Time had passed since then, and upon acquiring the astrologer class, the compatibility with the soul-purifying tears was exceedingly high, further amplified by percentage-based talents, boosting the mana regeneration from 20% to 40%. Observing the droplets cascading from the nebula, Zhao Sui's lips quirked. It seemed the term soul-purifying rain was more fitting now, given its magnitude in the brief interval of reflection. The 50-second cooldown of the soul-purifying tears refreshed, and Zhao Sui adeptly seized a fleeting shadow in the void, a small segment of the nebula swiftly following in pursuit. The puppeteer, having inherited the shadow assassin's skills, typically remained in a state of invisibility during dungeons, such that even Zhao Sui, without intent to seek him out, might not discern the presence of winter. Watching the blue-violet nebula chase an unseen figure across the arena, the once dense, fluffy clouds transformed into a slender, rolling mass, continuing to rain down selectively. Let the heavy rain pour down. Let it obscure the struggles upon my face. Suddenly, a string of lyrics echoed in Zhao Sui's mind, prompting him to chuckle aloud. The small cloud, darting about in chaos, paused momentarily, only to dissipate into the air after the light rain had concluded. The man cloaked in invisibility halted his flickering form, quietly observing the boy above, who was laughing joyfully, his resplendent silver ornaments resonating in harmony with the boy's clear laughter. The shadow flickered, and he appeared behind the healer, playfully pinching the boy's flushed cheek before rejoining the assault on the boss. Startled by the sudden pinch, Zhao Sui rubbed the slightly tingling spot, suppressing his laughter, though the mirth in his eyes remained evident. Chapter 42. A new weapon 10%? As the critical health threshold approached, the Serpent Man let out a series of roars, preparing to unleash an AoE skill. Hovering above the river, Zhao Sui experienced a sudden epiphany, hurling the silver star disc towards the puppeteer, who was advancing towards the riverbank. Utilizing the disc's gravitational pull, he stepped forward, ephemeral peach blossoms appearing beneath his feet, and within mere seconds, he caught up with the thrown disc, shattering the starlight as both he and the disc transformed into fragments of stardust encircling Winter's waist. "Brother, drag the boss into the river." The cold voice resonated in his mind. Without a moment's hesitation, the puppeteer abandoned his original trajectory and resolutely turned to attack the Serpent Man, empowered by the star's doubling effect on his attributes. The puppeteer's body surged with immense strength, and a multitude of puppet threads ensnared the boss's neck, wrists, waist, and tail. With a firm grip, he tightened his hold, instantly drawing several lines of blood from the Serpent Man. Caught in a web of amplified silver threads, the boss found itself unable to break free from the intricate snare. That moment, an unexpected puppet appeared at the river's edge, distinct from Winter's doppelganger. This puppet was entirely white, reminiscent of the paper figures in Zhao Sui's memory. The white puppet bore striking red symbols adorning its body, its arms and head connected by several threads, mysteriously controlled to wade into the river. Avoiding Yu Feng and the others concealed within, stopping only at the deepest point. Above the Serpent Man's head, similar puppet threads emerged. Named the substitute, in an instant, as he grasped the serpent scales, the Serpent Man and the white puppet exchanged positions. Splash! A colossal splash erupted, unexpectedly drenching Doghead. The river turned crimson with the Serpent Man's blood, but soon the gentle babbling returned the water to its former clarity. Cupid, who had also taken a bath with the boss, hurriedly rose, glancing at the remnants of blood being washed away, his expression somewhat uncomfortable. The others promptly disembarked, leaving the river area in the prolonged silence. No sounds emerged from the river. Wiping his face, Yu Feng, bewildered, opened the combat log to check his status. And upon viewing the battle data, his eyes widened in disbelief. It was over. As Zhao Sui reverted from the stardust form, he lowered his gaze to examine his loot. Doghead and Cupid exchanged perplexed glances. Wasn't there still 10% remaining? As they spoke, they all turned their gaze towards the crystalline river, inhaling sharply in astonishment. They could hardly believe that the most arduous task of depleting the final 10% of the boss's health had been accomplished with such nonchalance. Earlier, Yu Feng and his companions had taken refuge at the riverbed and were unaware of their leader and the little healer's actions. They only vaguely sensed that the two had lured the boss into the water. While the viewers in the live stream were fully aware of the unfolding events, from the moment the little healer transformed into a starry ring and until the moment the boss and its puppet were switched places, the audience gaped in disbelief. What appeared to be a complex maneuver was executed in the blink of an eye, leaving viewers unable to even type their comments before witnessing the boss being relocated to the river. Its health bar vanishing in an instant before their astonished eyes. What on earth is happening? Is there a bug? You dare to let Cosmic Star Network create a bug? This requires immense strength. Shouldn't the focus be on Sueha's skills? Is this a possession type ability? How many more surprises does the master have in store that I am unaware of? The bewildered Doghead prepared to check the items dropped in his backpack, when suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a blinding light. Turning his head, his expression shifted dramatically, revealing a look of terror. He beheld a new silver needle in the little healer's hand, an astonishing length of 1 meter with a diameter of 1 millimeter. Yu Feng, standing beside him, had completely disregarded his own loot, his face etched with horror as he stared at the imposing long needle. He glanced at the 1 meter long sword in his hand and instinctively took a half step back in sync with the Doghead. Why was the little healer's weapon becoming increasingly terrifying? Cupid swallowed hard, recalling the sharp hook needle that had dropped from the first boss, its tip equipped with a small barb, the piercing sensation it inflicted upon the skin. Oh, he had thought that 3 inches was already long enough. But this time it was even more outrageous, a full 1 meter. Even Zhao Sui and himself were somewhat taken aback. He had merely noticed a purple-quality python needle appearing in his backpack and was eager to take a look. Upon seeing this long and stout treasure, the little healer's normally indifferent face flushed with a hint of color. Deep down, she was thoroughly enamored, perhaps influenced by her profession. Zhao Sui found himself increasingly fond of traditional Chinese medicine, such as acupuncture and herbal remedies. Presently, a set of custom-made silver needles adorned his bedside, and having grown weary of nutritional liquids, he had sought out a few rare herbal concoctions across the stars to brew a cup of beauty-enhancing herbal milk tea. Leading a rather fulfilling life. The recipe is provided below for everyone to enjoy this beauty-enhancing drink. Continuing to scroll down, Zhao Sui suddenly paused. What is this? He had stumbled upon a purple gift box. The words Qipao boldly printed on its surface. Zhao Sui was astonished. Did this game not differentiate between male and female clothing? Could he even wear a Qipao? Fortunately, it had directly dropped into his backpack. Otherwise, he would have lost face entirely, although the people of this era might not even know what a Qipao is. Feeling somewhat guilty, he locked the gift box away in his storage before checking the last item in his backpack. The system provided little information. It resembled a white egg. The shell bore the words hatching inscribed upon it. It seemed to be a pet egg, Zhao Sui pondered while fiddling with the star chart in his hand. Deep in thought. Meanwhile, Cupid, the non-lucky one, had long finished inspecting the odd items in his backpack and sighed deeply. Can you believe it? After battling 2 bosses, he ended up with a pile of green gear. And the only purple item was a pair of shoes. What is the deal? Do they think he isn't running fast enough? Frustrated, Cupid surveyed his surroundings, suddenly sensing something amiss. Where did the exit of this cave go? Wang Defa, Suiha's father, take a look. Zhao Sui snapped back from his reverie, glancing at the distant vanishing stone door, reassuringly saying, Don't panic, you all go into the river and bring the people back. Titsa automatically overlooked the peculiarity in that statement, charging ahead to the spot where the serpent had plunged into the river, astonished as he searched the riverbed for a long time, ultimately finding only a segment of a spine. How could such a large snake demon simply vanish? With no time for further contemplation, Titsa clutched the pale spine, not daring to delay for even a moment as he hurried back to the shore. Herbal milk tea recipe for beauty ingredients. Longan 5G, red dates 5G, rose 5G, goji berries 5G, water 1000 ml, milk 50 milliliters, optional, honey 5G, optional, steps. 1. Add ingredients to 1000 milliliters of water. 2. Soak for 15 minutes. 3. Heat to a boil. Then simmer on low heat for 15 minutes. Chapter 43, Combined. Final stage, just as Titsa emerged from the water holding the spine, thick mist rose from the river's surface, unveiling a mirage buried in the annals of time before everyone. The dog head sensed something and held his breath, his brow furrowing. In the mirage, the ancient Dali kingdom's triennial prayer ceremony was approaching. In the white snake tribe, a girl dressed in white knelt barefoot before the altar. Her face a mask of panic. Beside her was the altar where she was to offer everything for her life tonight. The dim light flickered, illuminating the altar's cage-like structure, stained with mottled blood. Unlike the girls who had been brainwashed from a young age to willingly offer themselves, Qian possessed her own independent thoughts. She had a childhood companion isolated from the world, living in a small village at the foot of the tribe's cliffs. Unlike the cold and indifferent demeanor of her tribe, the villagers of Snow Village revered nature and cherished life, firmly believing that the towering snow-capped mountains bestowed upon them an indomitable will. Such a place truly existed. Disbelievers of demons and gods, even buried beneath the snow mountains, they had created their own home. Observing the wind-kissed, flushed face of her childhood companion, Qian's faith wavered for the first time. The second waver was a complete collapse of the last remnants of her hope for the tribe. I have seen your mother, he said. She was taken. It turned out her mother, like all the voiceless adult women in the tribe, had been abducted. What? You ask where the speaking girls went? They, like me, are all daughters of stolen women, waiting to be chosen by the snake god, the unselected. Qian shook her head, genuinely unaware. Wrapped in the fur coat of the animals Yayan hunted for her. The two sat upon the icy stone of a waterfall that had been frozen for years. Yayan recounted everything about her mother. It turned out she once had a warm home, just like Yayan, living in the pure snowfields with a man who loved her dearly, only to vanish forever on a night of devastating flames, lost in the bright snowy night. That night, All the men had gone hunting. And the following day was the Wind Year Festival. Qian stared in disbelief at Yayan. The entire village's women? Yayan shook her head. They did not take the children. Later, the entire village migrated to this place. Integrating with the locals, as the children grew. The elderly who had been left behind set out to search for their missing wives and never returned. Yayan's words widened Qian's eyes. A genuine emotion pierced through her bones like the biting cold wind. Leaving a profound impression, for the first time, she understood that there was a kind of emotion in the world called love. Yayan gazed gently at the girl before him. We have always said that those men who venture out are fearless in the face of wind and snow. They are the pioneers who inherit the spirit of the snow mountain. Hugging her knees, tilting her head to look at Yayan, she said, "We all regard them as heroes, those good men who can truly emerge from the snow mountain. And I have found one now." She looked into Yayan's eyes, filled with fervent love that seemed to melt the eternal frost. Qian lowered her head, her face flushed with embarrassment. Thus, they would meet in the crevices of the back mountain daily, traversing down to the cliff's base through withered vines, sculpting ice and engaging in snowball fights on the desolate snowfields. On that day, Yayan introduced her proudly to the people of the snow village, presenting his beloved, his mountain maiden. Even amidst the fiercest snowstorm, it could not obscure the girl's crimson cheeks, for she resembled those who had lived in the snowfields for years. The bad news came swiftly. The women of their tribe were always so unfortunate. As the most vibrant girl in the tribe, she was chosen to be the snake goddess sacrifice. Outside the tent, her father stood guard. The first time in Qian's memory that she saw a proud smile on his face. Clearly, her tribe had no snow, yet she felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave. She feared the fate that awaited her, yet was even more afraid that Yayan would impulsively come to rescue her. As a dying sacrifice, with the tacit approval of the privileged, Qian witnessed firsthand how the tribe treated the abducted foreign men. Boiling pots, wooden skewers, they were devoured alive. Qian covered her mouth in tears, her normally rosy cheeks now pallid. As tears blurred her vision, she vaguely saw the man she yearned for appearing before her. Seeing the girl weep silently, Yayan tenderly wrapped his large coat around her, whispering close to her ear, "You've lost so much weight, don't be afraid. I'll take you away. I've made a hole in the mountain where we can be together for life, and no one can separate us. I've made you many clothes. When you are, I fear that I might implicate them." Though the latter part of the sentence was left unspoken, Yin understood it nonetheless. He tenderly brushed the tear-streaked face of the girl, saying, "Of course, I will take you to a home that belongs solely to us." Upon hearing the word home, Qian could no longer contain herself. Amidst the howling north wind, she broke down in tears, her sorrow concealed by the benevolent snowstorm. Fortunately, they managed to escape successfully and arrived at the snow-capped mountains that Yin had meticulously chosen. The stone cliffs had been painstakingly chiseled away, a monumental endeavor whose origins and duration remained a mystery. Tears welled in her eyes once more, but this time, she laughed, a long-forgotten sound. Qian gently punched Yin's abdomen, playfully asking, "Why didn't you call me?" Yin, beaming with joy, lifted his beloved, exclaiming, "But I did call you. I brought you here directly." Entering the cave, they reached its deepest part, where a gentle stream flowed and the fertile fields awaited the return of their master for cultivation. Nearby stood a newly constructed thatched cottage. Qian's eyes widened in disbelief. She had never imagined such a day would come. Yin embraced her and laid her gently on the wooden bed, wrapping her in a bare blanket. He bent down to kiss her forehead, saying, "Wait for me. I will bring back the meat I hunted earlier. Sleep for now, and when you awaken, there will be food." Watching Yan's receding figure, the girl was too excited to sleep. She finally had a home, with the one she cherished most. Rising from the thatched cottage, she surveyed their new abode, feeling, at that moment, like the luckiest child in the tribe. Little did she know, in the Highland tribe, the patriarch was in a furious rage. Aside from the sacrificial Qian, all the other girls had their tongues cut out and sold to nearby tribes. Unexpectedly, at this critical juncture, the loss of the sacrifice left the ritual at a standstill. Unable to find a substitute, the high priest, with a dark expression, muttered incantations while observing Qian's father, who had been captured by the patriarch in a bid to atone for his sins. The man had already surrendered his daughter's former garments. Having severed one of the man's hands, they drenched the clothing in his kin's blood and placed it at the altar's center. The serpent god would come tonight. That little wretch would not escape. The priest's tone was cold and devoid of emotion. Amidst the stone path of the cave, white scales glimmered faintly in the darkness. The girl, exhilarated, caressed the warm spring waters of the stream, oblivious to the impending danger. Suddenly, the carefully stacked stones at the cave's mouth were shattered by a colossal snake. Its forked tongue flicked in and out as if sensing the scent of blood, poised to attack in an S-shaped stance. Qian, hearing the commotion, assumed it was Yin and turned around joyfully, only to be met with a gaping maw of blood. The white sacrificial robe was stained crimson, and in an instant, the girl, who had lost her legs to the beast, collapsed into the river, blood mist swirling around her. The giant snake followed suit, viciously biting off her head. Despair followed hope, and boundless resentment manifested within the bloodied spine. The serpent, despite its efforts, could not swallow it whole. Influenced by malevolence, it tore its own belly in a futile attempt to consume. A frenzied scene unfolded in the stream. Soon the sanguine essence dissipated, and the injured white serpent decided to rest before departing. Slowly coiling into a ball on the ridge, closing its eyes to recuperate. This interlude awaited Yan's return home. Upon seeing the disheveled stone pile at the cave entrance, a sense of foreboding filled him. He abruptly dropped the deer carcass and rushed towards the thatched cottage. It can't be. It can't be. Yan's eyes turned crimson. Qian must have gone out to explore. She was just bored, wanted to see. Qian. Qian. Are you there? Before he could finish his sentence, as he reached the ridge, the giant snake devoured him whole, sealing his fate within its belly. The white serpent, having consumed both, felt exceedingly weakened, the dual grievances incessantly gnawing at its consciousness. The segment of spine proved indigestible, and due to excessive blood loss, the serpent eventually succumbed within the cave. A ripple of chaos surged through the scene, the mirage dissipating into thin air. The audience, who had witnessed the unfolding tragedy, felt a complex mix of emotions. They finally understood why this boss possessed three forms, being both male and female. It was not a tale of betrayal by a serpent woman, but rather a profound tragedy. What could be more agonizing than being forced to remain with one's enemy? Perhaps there are other sorrows, yet at this moment, the dog-headed figure could think of nothing more lamentable. Wishing to return to the past and deliver a sound reprimand to his former self, the viewers in the live stream, having witnessed everything, fell silent for a time after the giant snake consumed the two. Before the barrage of comments surged forth, revealing their intense emotions. Honestly, I cried, putting on sunglasses to feign composure. Qian and Yin are so pitiful. They finally escaped. No wonder the serpent woman boss doesn't he attack the barren fields. And the serpent man form doesn't he assault the river area. It turns out they are each other's graves, sobbing. That I swear. It only hit me after you said that. If you keep talking, I'll really cry. These people from the tribe deserve to die. Their customs are abhorrent. TZ, still clutching the fragment of spine, realized its origin after watching the cut scene. His hands trembling slightly, tears streaming down his 2-meter frame. After a moment of shared lament, Cupid recalled a previous question. Strange, having finished the cut scene. Why hasn't anyone spoken yet? Chaos sighed, pointing towards the barren fields not far away. You should bury the spine where the fields are. And best remove the weeds. Erect a monument for them. Cupid suddenly understood, as there was a square stone tablet beside the collapsed, thatched cottage. The dog-headed figure summoned a flame to incinerate the weeds in the barren fields, while TZ sprinted, gently placing the spine into the pit dug by Yufeng. The ashes of the plants drifted in the gentle breeze, and Chaoyue and Wang observed the small mound forming on the ridge. As the three diligently carved an epitaph for Qian and Yin, a strange emotion welling up within them. In life, we share the same quilt. In death, we share the same grave, as the final stroke was inscribed. The entire cave suddenly trembled, stones cascading from above as a torrent of water surged into the stone path. The group was instantly scattered by the rushing water. The world around them faded to black, and their bodies began to sink heavily. After an indeterminate amount of time, the dark surroundings brightened, and everyone opened their eyes, only to realize they had arrived at the bottom of a lake. The wind and snow still graced Shucheng, and the ancient moonlight bathed Fuxian Lake. Sounds rippled through the water, reaching Chaoyue and the others. Ugh, gurgle, gurgle. Just as Teasy opened his mouth, a wave of suffocation reminded him of his underwater predicament. Although he did not understand why he could breathe underwater, he prudently closed his mouth. Cupid and Yufeng exchanged glances, both feeling an inexplicable force anchoring them at the lake's bottom. Observing the murky waters with low visibility and sensing gazes from all directions, they quietly hid behind the little healer. Suddenly, the dog-headed figure realized something, beginning to frantically claw at his hair, donning a mask of agony. "What's wrong with him?" Cupid signaled to Yufeng with his eyes. "He must be possessed," Yufeng responded wisely, his eyes glistening with insight. After their silent exchange yielded no answers, they turned their attention to the little healer at the center. Faced with the two, whose eyes gleamed with curiosity even in the dimness of the lake, Chao Yue opened the team chat with a deadpan expression. The dog-headed one is a fire mage. Watching the little healer's actions in the team channel, both realized in unison, hastily opening the chat as well. Indeed, they could still type when they couldn't speak. As they opened the chat, Yufeng began to ponder the significance of the healer's statement, a fire mage. What does that have to do with his current state of madness? Could it be that water counters fire? Oh, the dog-headed one is thoroughly restrained. Yufeng chuckled, finding amusement in the situation, completely ignoring the fact that he had just choked on water while speaking. The dog-headed figure, with his lifeless fish-like eyes, stubbornly unleashed his rootless flame, a small flame, no larger than a snot bubble, drooped dismally in his hand. What was even more infuriating was that as soon as he used his skill, his body began to float, flailing like a drowning puppy, the flame extinguishing entirely amidst his frantic movements. Cupid quietly typed in the team channel. A phoenix that falls into the water is no better than a chicken watching the dog-headed figure descend again after retracting his skill. He glared at the floating team comments in front of him, his anger boiling over in a cozy living room. A middle-aged man beckoned towards a nearby room. Sway, come here quickly. We've been waiting for you." "Can I not wear this?" A voice, usually cool and detached, emerged from the wardrobe, laced with rare shyness. "What do you think?" "A deal is a deal," the elegantly dressed man replied with a smile, his enthusiasm palpable as he adjusted the camera. A faint sigh emanated from the room, and the man, sensing the footsteps, promptly activated the camera, as the door swung open. A slender youth stepped out. No, not merely a youth, a boy with pure white hair styled into playful twin ponytails, adorned with lifelike cat ears that quivered with his emotions. His upper body was draped in a red shawl, trimmed with snow-white fluff, concealing his flat chest. Beneath an apricot-hued princess dress, delicate white stockings enveloped his long, graceful legs, while red Mary Jane shoes gleamed vibrantly in the soft light. "Speak, my little princess." The middle-aged man stifled a laugh, harboring disdain for a few mischievous youths. Taking a deep breath, he turned to Chao Sui, whose face was slightly flushed, and gazed at the camera. "As the year draws to a close, I extend my warmest wishes for a peaceful winter. May joy and prosperity accompany you in the coming year. Year after year, I wish everyone a happy new year." As he spoke, he formed a heart shape with his ribbon-adorned hand and blew a kiss to everyone watching the screen. Chapter 44. The corpse at the bottom of the lake. Chao Sui and his companions appeared to be merely observing the antics of a few members. Yet they were meticulously analyzing the spatial regulations of the lake's bottom through every movement of their teammates. Firstly, while they could breathe at the lake's bottom, speaking would induce a drowning effect, akin to a gag order. Secondly, in a state of readiness, they could disregard the water's resistance and buoyancy, but using skills would destabilize their center of gravity. Finding it somewhat troublesome, Chao Sui rubbed his temples. These two known rules implied that timely commands would be impossible and the team's condition would deteriorate. Combat underwater was a significant test of players' accuracy, and coupled with the epic-level debuff affecting the fire mage, it seemed this dungeon would pose considerable challenges. After relaying the known rules in the team channel, Chao Sui thoughtfully surveyed the surroundings, clearly noting that the visibility at the lake's bottom was extremely low and still in a pre-dungeon state. Deeper exploration was evidently required. Upon receiving a prompt from the healer on the public screen, Cupid and the others ceased their playful bickering, their expressions growing serious, particularly Doghead, who had already foreseen his grim fate. Not lingering any longer, Chao Sui pondered for a moment before deciding to let the puppets of winter take the lead. The directive from the team channel left Tieji, who usually charged ahead, looking perplexed as he gazed at the foolish expression on his face. Cupid, with his exceptional speed, continued to output commands. Cupid chirped, "Are you foolish? I said you should go first. If danger arises, can't you just float up?" "You big fool," Tiege replied. "But won't the leader do the same?" Cupid shot back. "Is a puppet even human? That's my question." Tiege mused, Oh, the puppet can't float, but the leader can." He used a skill. Doghead, the strategist, interjected. "Puppet silk," Cupid retorted. "What's the difference between the leader floating and normal flight?" Tiege responded with a bewildered expression. After some back and forth, Tiege scratched his head and, after much hesitation, decided to send a meme to alleviate the awkwardness. During their explanations, Winter summoned a fully cloaked black puppet, its silver threads becoming even more elusive under the water's cover. The instant the puppeteer activated the puppet, the lake's bottom rules began to exert various forces around him. Winter gently floated up, her long black ponytail drifting gracefully in the water, reminiscent of a free sea serpent. Her effortless demeanor made it seem less like she was in water and more like she was soaring through the skies. As for the healer, he was even more formidable. Having summoned the star disk, he remained in a state of readiness without triggering the rules, allowing him to ascend and descend at will, even more freely than in the air. Chao Sui had not anticipated that his star disk's inherent traits would prove so beneficial. Tentatively, he flicked a needle at the puppeteer, feeling resistance before it was countered by the mysterious force emanating from the disk's center. This brought to mind the tidal phenomena of ancient Earth. The moon's gravity caused the sea to rise, and gazing at the dazzling star disk even amidst the murky lake water, Chao Sui fell into contemplation. Perhaps his star disk could indeed serve as a weapon to counter water-based mages. Returning to the present, Chao Sui, having confirmed that he was unaffected by the water pressure, decided to fully embrace his abilities. Why walk when one could fly? The beleaguered quartet beneath stared in awe. It was one thing for their leader, whose strength had reached a level where lifting felt effortless, but they hadn't expected the healer's weapon to defy the dungeon's rules. Observing the figure moving gracefully through the water, they were consumed by jealousy. Viewers in the live stream resonated with Yufeng and the others. "We underestimated Sui He's weapon. Can it really fly? How many players across the server can do that? I know the second-ranked swordsman on the Starry Sky server learned a sword flight skill, but it only lasts a minute and can be knocked down. Haha, by the way, this team is progressing too quickly. The group next door is still struggling against the Serpent Woman, having faced total annihilation multiple times. What? Watching Yufeng's stream, it looks so effortless, they seem to complete it in one go. Let's check out the action next door, watching Yufeng's live stream. I can do that too." Then glancing back. "Where's your confidence coming from?" Indeed, the neighboring team had faced too many defeats, repeatedly falling victim to the Serpent Woman's deadly embrace. Those who had been watching the stream grew increasingly impatient, deciding to check on the progress of other teams. To their astonishment, they discovered a treasure team that had surpassed all others and reached the third boss. Having previously cleared all prior bosses in one attempt, unbeknownst to them, the streamers in the live room were diligently enduring their trials. Meanwhile, Chao Sui floated in the water, observing the slow progress ahead. Now, he and the puppeteer had little to worry about. The main concern lay with Yufeng, Tiege, and Cupid. When the time came, he and Winter could each assist one, while Yufeng, as a melee fighter, could attack on his own, swimming and striking simultaneously. Winter would draw Tiege, serving as bait for the enemies, while Cupid's profession demanded careful handling due to its strong recoil. He would need to be escorted. As for Doghead, he could fend for himself, as long as he didn't perish. However, Chao Sui believed that when the time came to face the third boss, there might be solutions available. He remained unhurried, contemplating that the worst-case scenario would align with his earlier imaginings. Thus, the entire team maintained a forward momentum for about 2 minutes before the surroundings began to shift, at some point. The lake bottom illuminated, an inexplicable light casting its glow upon the emerald waters, while small murky particles occasionally drifted by, carrying a hint of a foul odor. Suddenly, ominous shadows emerged, surrounding them, while Yufeng turned abruptly, realizing that their escape route had been cut off without their notice, as dark figures crowded the path they had taken. "Wow, you nearly scared me to death. How did this thing suddenly appear? It wasn't here a second ago." I blinked and the streamer was surrounded. "I'm outta here. My cabinet just moved. Wait, what is that thing? It looks like a person. Whether or not the members of the Yaoguang team were frightened was unknown to the audience, but they were nearly petrified by the sudden appearance of the shadows. The viewers enjoyed a full-spectrum view, witnessing the shadows' sudden emergence more vividly than Yufeng and his team. Visibility at the lake's bottom was low. Although light began to filter through, it was still insufficient to reveal the shapes of their encircling foes. A multitude of dark figures of varying heights trapped Chao Sui and his companions in the center. The atmosphere grew tense as a pungent odor wafted through the water. Chapter 45. A display of swimming skills after a moment of stalemate. Chao Sui stepped forward, the overwhelming stench causing him to wrinkle his brow. A flicker of disdain crossed his pale eyes. There was no need for such realism. The heavy shadows remained motionless despite his approach. In an instant, he understood that these creatures would only enter an aggressive state if players initiated an attack, prompting him to act with even more audacity. Harnessing the star disk's gravitational pull, he gently kicked off the water, positioning himself before a shadow resembling a sculpture. However, the closer he examined it, the more unsettling it became. The muscular textures, the wrinkled skin, and even the rotting eye sockets, gnawed upon by fish, scattered bits of flesh in the flowing waters. This was no sculpture. It was a floating corpse, a sinister, upright corpse. Chao Sui's pupils dilated. Stumbling back half a step, holding his breath as he returned to his team. The others watched as the healer summoned the system screen to type, while also pulling out the public screen. Intrigued by Chao Sui's recent reactions. Team channel. Sui He. I looked closely. It's a corpse. Tieji. LLL. Cupid chirped. A corpse can stand at the bottom of the lake. Don't pull my leg. Sui He. Doghead. The strategist exclaimed. What? This is real? Yufeng. Are there so many? They won't come to life, will they? Please don't. Sui He. Wait for Tieji to initiate the attack. Winter is coming, bro. You grab Tieji. Winter is coming. Understood. Sui He. Cupid. I'll watch you. Just focus on finding the angle, nothing else. Sui He. There are quite a few monsters. Before we engage, form a circle with your backs inward. Doghead. Step inside the circle and stand behind Tieji. Once we float up, everyone just clear what's in front of them. Sui He. Are you ready? Prepare to signal. As the healer continuously typed, the initial flicker of fear within the group gradually subsided. The healer reassured himself. Considering his age, he had no reason to fear. After all, they were merely dungeon monsters, right? In any case, it is not real. Influenced by the calm demeanor of Chao Sui and the steady presence of others, Yufeng and his companions swiftly regained their composure. Meanwhile, the puppeteer, standing quietly at a diagonal position behind the group, subtly curved the corners of his mouth beneath his mask and quietly retracted the silver thread that was bound to the waist of the little healer. His vision was keen, and with the puppets positioned at the forefront, he discerned the true nature of the shadow early on. Just as he was about to type, the little healer had already taken the initiative to approach the floating corpse. Fearing that the child might be attacked by the corpse, he discreetly diverted a strand of silver thread for protection. Indeed, the little healer was startled, though he managed to conceal it quite well. The moment of fright was simply adorable earlier. At the spot where Chao Sui stood, a glimmer of light flickered in the lifeless eyes of the black-clad puppet nearby. After everyone had assumed their positions, they began to signal each other in the team, with Chao Sui gesturing towards the puppeteer. Suddenly, he felt a tightening in his right arm, and the silver thread began to sway slightly. Iron understood instantly, channeling energy from within and employing a taunt, with tangible ripples emanating from this maneuver. Under the influence of the lake's waters, the pile of floating corpses began to twist and contort, as if copper pieces were falling. A faint creaking sound echoed from all directions, sending shivers down the spines of viewers in the live stream. Goodness, it truly is a corpse. So many, yet not even a boss. Are you telling me this thing is on par with the 4 centipedes from the first level? Though both are bosses, how can there be such a vast difference? Of course, the centipede is the first boss. This one is the final boss. Can they really be compared? I shudder to think how I might perish here. And how many different ways there are to die. Curiosity about the ultimate boss intensifies. The floating corpses seem to respond to some unseen cue, all moving in unison, their stiff bodies stirring the once clear waters into chaos. A silent roar spread forth as the foremost floating corpses raised their wrinkled hands and lunged towards the members of the Yaoguang team. Just after Iron used his taunt, he suddenly felt a sensation of weightlessness wash over him. His feet slipped, and he failed to execute his defensive skill. Just as he was about to fall face first, the silver thread on his arm tightened, promptly restoring him to a standing position. Without hesitation, he began to strike fiercely. To be honest, the floating corpse's attacks were not particularly high. However, their terrifying appearance and overwhelming numbers were daunting, in Iron's view. These humanoid monsters were far more fearsome than the poisonous insects outside. At this moment, Iron's expression was calm, his foolish demeanor vanished, and a reliable aura emanated from him. Clearly, he had entered a state of heightened alertness, transforming from Yuhun to Yuzhan, his combat prowess rivaling that of the peak period of a dog-headed warrior. In the words of the dog-headed warrior, it was, "What I fear is not Iron being afraid, but Iron not being afraid." In stark contrast to Iron's valor, the dog-headed warrior behind him bore a sorrowful expression. It was only in the heat of battle that he realized how severely he was being suppressed. His normal attacks were rendered useless, and his skills felt like damp fireworks, with only his explosive technique barely flickering to life. Unfortunately, the process of launching attacks had been significantly weakened, and it seemed the water-dwelling minor monsters possessed some fire resistance. Landing a blow would only singe their hair at best. The dog-headed warrior, floating unnoticed in the water, shed a stream of sorrowful tears that quickly mingled with the lake, unseen by anyone. Frustrated, the dog-headed warrior made a desperate leap, swimming over the floating corpses, and struck down with his staff. While the magical attacks of the dog-headed warrior could not compare to the physical assaults of Yu Feng and his companions, it appeared that the floating corpses, having soaked in the water for too long, were rather fragile. Shockingly, his strike shattered one of their heads. Staring blankly at the wooden staff in his hands, an overwhelming sense of humiliation surged within him. The sound underwater was muffled, and Yu Feng, unaware of the commotion nearby, felt equally distressed. As a melee fighter, he could only be recognized by the system as making an attack when he struck a monster. Therefore, every time he hit a floating corpse, he would experience a tremendous buoyancy, as if invisible hands were lifting him from behind, forcing him to swim back. The most pitiful part was that he could only perform a frog kick, moving awkwardly through the water. His current state was aptly described as a sword thrust accompanied by 3 kicks. It was evident that the audience in his live stream was likely capturing screenshots, and he would soon find himself inundated with various memes and fan avatars the following day. The most comfortable of them all was Cupid. Initially, he thought the little healer's reference to bringing him along meant merely supporting him from behind. Little did he expect that Zhao Sui would once again transform into the star ring that adorned their former leader. In that moment of possession, an overwhelming force surged forth from within him. The stars, all attributes doubled, accuracy stacked, combined with enhancements both visible, such as strength and speed, and invisible, like proficiency, control, and balance. The star disk, fused with the little healer, retained its levitation properties. Almost instantaneously, Cupid experienced a sensation of effortless movement. Chapter 46. He was weak the moment the star ring enveloped Cupid. A dazed look crossed his eyes. In a moment of haze, he was filled with a whimsical sense of being at the center of the universe. His entire body trembled slightly as he adapted to this sudden surge of power, his muscles taut, outlining a graceful form. Slowly turning to the side, he used his callous thumb to pull back the bowstring. The arrow's tail nestled between his thumb and index finger, his emerald green pupils sharper than ever. Flames of gold, as radiant as his golden hair, ignited upon the empowered Cupid, his arm twisting sharply as he drew the bronze-heavy bow into a perfect crescent shape. The long arrow vanished in an instant, effortlessly overcoming the immense pressure of the water, plowing through without a trace, leaving only a field of severed limbs in its wake. Wow! How stunning! Yu Feng, who had just returned from his frog swimming, was left dumbfounded. The usually flamboyant mixed-blood Cupid suddenly adopted a serious demeanor, and coupled with the golden effects bestowed by the little healer, even the arrows he shot bore a rosy golden flame. Watching arrow after arrow launched with perfect form from Cupid, Yu Feng clenched his jaw. What a show-off! Normally, he would never draw a full bow. At most, he would make a desperate attempt during explosive techniques. Yet now he wielded a full draw as a regular attack? How infuriating! He too wished for the little healer's enhancement. In an extreme fit of jealousy, Yu Feng twisted his calf outward, preparing to swim back once more. Not far ahead, the golden-haired Cupid drew his bow to the sky, the silver-purple star ring swirling, and a colossal beam of light emanated from Cupid's position, striking the surface of the lake. Hundreds of small arrows rained down from above, resembling blossoms of golden flames, magnificent yet perilous, instantly clearing all floating corpses within a 20-meter radius of the archer. Witnessing the area he was responsible for being effortlessly cleared by Cupid, Yu Feng's mind was truly overwhelmed with astonishment. Following a prolonged stillness, the rules began to take effect, and Yu Feng returned to the lakebed. Even the self-pitying dog-headed warrior and the fearlessly brave Iron gazed at Cupid in disbelief. The last time the little healer possessed their leader, it had only been for a fleeting moment. They had still been submerged underwater, unable to see what transpired before the boss was eliminated. Moreover, he had only a vague understanding of their leader's true strength, let alone what it had become after the enhancement from possession. They were unclear about their leader's power, but could they really be oblivious to Cupid's prowess? He was roughly on par with the dog-headed warrior. Now, with the dog-headed warrior weakened, yet Cupid receiving an epic enhancement, the disparity was so vast that the dog-headed warrior couldn't help but shed tears once more. This was practically a personal vendetta against him. In the inner circle, under Cupid's explosive performance, the floating corpses were essentially eradicated, with the remaining few stragglers swiftly dealt with by Yu Feng and Iron, while Lin Dong proceeded to scour the outer circle for further targets. Soon, the puppeteer had completely annihilated the floating corpses in his designated area and hurried back to the inner circle, preparing to reunite with his fellow team members. Upon arriving at the central zone, he instinctively began to search for the little healer's presence, only to hear a boisterous laugh from above. Looking up, he saw Cupid, who had not been handsome for long, grinning triumphantly with a smug expression that was particularly irritating. This desire piqued especially upon seeing the silver-purple star ring adorning Cupid. Lin Dong. My hands are itching. Just as Cupid was about to unleash another explosive technique to showcase his might, he suddenly felt a wave of weakness wash over his waist and knees. His face turned pale, and an overwhelming fatigue enveloped his entire body. As he ceased his attacks, Cupid slowly descended to the lakebed, nearly losing his footing and stumbling in a most undignified manner. The star ring around him faltered, dispersing and reassembling into a human form. Ah, what's wrong with you, Cricket? You look rather unwell, the dog-headed warrior typed sarcastically in the team channel. Saying this, he feigned concern and approached to offer support, though it would have been even more perfect had he managed to mask the smug grin on his face. Cupid lacked the strength to glare back, silently grinding his teeth and keeping a mental note of this grievance. Meanwhile, the naive Iron, looking puzzled, questioned in the public chat. So what exactly happened to Cupid? Did he get ambushed by the floating corpses? In the depths of the lake, ethereal blue clouds coalesced, as the tears of the pure soul replenished Cupid's depleted azure essence. Observing Cupid's improved condition, the response came forth. Sui He. His blue bar has been overdrawn. Sui He. Share. Starry skill description. All attributes double, including blue essence, so moderation is key for you all in the future. Yu Feng. So it was truly a drain. Ha ha ha, dog-headed strategist. Such indulgence is reckless. Cricket. You mustn't do that again. I was genuinely worried about you down there in the lake, dog-headed strategist. Your display of power was truly something. Tai Chai. Yu Feng. Wait, dog-headed strategist. Your tone suggests you drained the golden retriever dry. Cupid. Cricket. Tai Zi. What has happened to dog-headed? He seems possessed. Oh. In the team chat, amidst the clearing of the last floating corpses, a heated discussion ensued. Suddenly, Chao Sui received a private message. Lin Dong Jiangji, are you alright? Has the forced release affected you in any way? The puppeteer hastily deleted the two characters Sui he had typed. Sui He, I'm fine. His overdrawn essence does not affect me. Lin Dong hesitated, rephrasing his thoughts before finally sending a message. Lin Dong. Cupid and the others have a poor grasp of their strength. If possible, let me take charge. Not giving it much thought, Chao Sui promptly replied with an affirmative. He failed to notice the smirk of triumph curling at the puppeteer's wooden lips beside him. The last wave of floating corpses trudged forward, stepping over the remains of their kind, while the two ranged members of Yaoguang team stood either feeble or exhausted. The melee fighters remained patient, adjusting their stance and awaiting the corpses to approach. Suddenly, Chao Sui's gaze sharpened as he detected something unusual among the scattered limbs. After applying the tears of the pure soul to the final individual, he knelt beside a pile of severed appendages for a closer inspection. Amidst the flesh and blood, he discovered shards of stone. Connecting the dots with the earlier rules, a moment of clarity struck him. As all the clues converged, as the final wave of floating corpses drew near, the group sprang into action. This time, Yufeng took over for Cupid, who, believing spring had arrived, swung his weapon with great enthusiasm. As he resurfaced, visions of grandeur flooded his mind, imagining himself taking on the slender, pale yellow fish, measuring an impressive 5 meters in length while neglecting its tail fin. Exhibits a slightly flattened body. Its silvery white abdomen is rotund, as if swollen from an overindulgence in flesh, and its head is strikingly sharp, with the most notable feature being its gaping maw. The oral fissure extends to just below the level of its eyes, and a bony protrusion juts from the front of its lower jaw. The tail fin, a deep azure gray, is profoundly forked, resembling 2 menacing whips. The moment the boss truly manifests, the low visibility of the lake's surface is suddenly illuminated by an inexplicable light source. The fine sand at the lake's bottom is drawn into the belly of the catfish king along with the floating corpses, fully revealing the underwater scenery. Astonishingly, it unveils an ancient underwater city. Steeped in antiquity, stairs and stone walls within the city still stand tall, uncorrupted by time. Some grand estates retain their intact walls, and the interiors are adorned with exquisite carvings and paintings. As the dog-headed creature brushes away the silt from the walls, it is astonished to discover that even the lime in the crevices of the city walls remains preserved. The grand city gate stands proudly to the east, a testament to its former glory. Yufeng gazes in awe at the resplendent ancient city before him, murmuring, "This must be the city of ancient Dian Kingdom." Upon uttering these words, he notices his teammates displaying expressions of mild surprise. All turning to look at him, believing his deduction to be quite compelling, Yufeng, feeling somewhat smug, adds, "What? Did I say something?" Suddenly realizing something is amiss, he opens his mouth, questioning if the seal has been lifted. Tentatively, he unfastens the relief sculpture on his back, feeling a sudden buoyancy at his rear, before quickly regaining control. Yufeng's series of actions are keenly observed by Chao Sui, who, feeling assured, begins to scrutinize the catfish king in a state of readiness. The sharp head and elongated tail fin suggest a likely attack pattern for this boss, and considering the recent dragon-sucking water move, caution is warranted regarding any special abilities resulting from the dungeon's mutation. Meanwhile, the live stream has erupted with excitement since the appearance of the Catfish King. What a stunning entrance, and it turns out the boss is a fish. I expected it to be the floating corpse leader. This ancient city must be the so-called Dian Kingdom mentioned in the dungeon. What a magnificent scene! With great anticipation, Chao Sui and Yufeng finally issue their first command. Iron, position yourself at the boss's head, while the others fan out to the sides, with Cupid and Yufeng on one side. Turning to the puppet master, he instructs, "Brother, you take the other side." Just as he speaks, his tone falters, and he finally directs his gaze towards the dog-headed creature, whose face is filled with eager anticipation. "You have the freedom to act," he says, as if the words were etched on his face. Disregarding the dog-headed creature's moment of dismay, he grasps the silken ribbon attached to the star plate and ascends slowly, soon finding himself before the Catfish King in the center of the lake. The murky, inorganic pupils of the fish slowly swivel, suddenly locking onto the diminutive prey before it, which is yet to match the length of its tail fin. Its massive lips part and close. Under the rules of engagement, the dazzling Fish King cannot proactively attack the smaller fish intruding upon its territory. Instead, it whimsically sways its tail, its eyes gazing at the intruder as if it were a long-lost plaything. Chao Sui notes the playful glint hidden deep within the fish's inorganic pupils and becomes alarmed, instinctively bracing for action, confirming a prior suspicion. With a slight smirk, he acknowledges that this final boss is indeed extraordinary. Out of the corner of his eye, he notices his teammates have positioned themselves according to his directives. Without hesitation, he proceeds. With a delicate curve of his arm, he grips the silken ribbon. The silver serpent coiling around his hand tightens, channeling immense power through the silken threads to the star plate, akin to a comet descending to Earth. releasing 9 silver needles that had been nurtured within the starlight for ages. Peach Blossom 9 Needles. As the petals of the peach blossom fall into the water, the needle tips pierce precisely into the Fish King's sides, causing a burst of crimson mist that blooms like a bewitching flower in the depths. Regardless of the Fish King's formidable strength, it is subjected to the irresistible force of the skill, becoming momentarily immobilized for 5 seconds. Meanwhile, Chao Sui, propelled by the recoil from casting the star plate, plunges to the lake's bottom, landing right beside Iron. What a perfect start! Feeling the presence of the petite healer behind him, Iron, despite his considerable expertise in his own field, feels a wave of admiration wash over him. The soul-possessing class has never been a mindless profession, especially with the advent of the holographic era, requiring not only the courage to face the boss, but also the ability to accurately deploy taunts at the right moments. In simpler terms, it is crucial to pinpoint the boss's weaknesses with greater precision than merely outputting damage, thereby maximizing the efficacy of aggro generation. Many soul-possessing characters initiate battles at half health, resulting from the boss's counterattacks from indiscriminate taunting. However, the healer's recent initiation of the battle exemplifies the perfect opening for a top-tier soul-possessor. What does this imply? It is vital to remember that the soul-possessing weapon is a shield, while Sueha's weapon is the silver needles. These two are not even on the same scale, as the area of impact represents a dimensional reduction in power. For instance, a top-tier soul-possessor would initiate an encounter aimed at the boss's head, with aggro determination covering the shield's surface area, which includes the fish's eyes. The healer's determination, however, is pinpointed at the needle tips. Incredible, utterly astounding. Iron's astonishment spreads through him as he witnesses the boss being successfully controlled through a targeted weakness, admiration practically overflowing in his eyes. Not only Iron, but the healer's actions have ignited a frenzy among all soul-possessing players in the live stream. Wow, what a perfect start. This can be executed flawlessly? This boss is so massive. I'm utterly dumbfounded. Am I unworthy to be a soul-possessor? Why are so many soul-possessing players reacting this way? Isn't the healer's approach just standard? Can someone explain? Standard? Not a chance. That's way beyond the norm. Allow me to elaborate. This final boss is indeed colossal, and our shields are merely half a meter high. If we were to face the fish's lips directly, we would inevitably begin at half health. To secure a perfect start, we would have to elevate our shields by 6 inches to even reach its eyes. The critical factor is that Sueha is utilizing silver needles. Our shields are only half a meter high. We can approach the boss's eyes, while Sueha's aggro determination is at the needle tips. Not only did he find the eyes, but he also pinpointed the weakness within the pupils. Just look at the soul-possessing players on their team. They've all turned into fervent admirers. Amidst the excited explanations from the throngs of soul-possessing players, others gradually kneel in reverence in their memories. Soul-possessors typically commence battles at half health, but due to the rarity of soul-possessing players, they remain largely unaware of the intricacies involved. They never anticipated that Sueha would achieve a godlike maneuver as a healer, and their current sentiments could be succinctly encapsulated by the word worship. Chapter 49. Starry Sea. After being struck by the peach blossom needles at its weak point, the Catfish King, held in place for 5 seconds by the immense pain, begins to thrash its tail wildly. Its fearsome maw gapes wide, targeting the shimmering star plate in the lake. Suddenly, the silver star plate emits a ray of violet light, as a silver-violet beam hurtles towards the fish monster. Surrounded by swirling star trails, the astrological summoning swiftly speeds toward Chao Sui and his direction. Yet, that fleeting purple light incites exclamations of shock from the dog-headed creature and the others. Is that the acupuncture bronze figure? The familiar purple glow that once shielded them now envelopes the boss, dropping jaws all around. The purple aura encircles the Catfish King, and unlike the players it possesses, the fish monster's surface is adorned with a constellation of stars, revealing intricate acupuncture point diagrams. At that moment, the star plate returns to Chao Sui's hands, emitting a melodious chime. Thanks to the dual mastery of medicine and poison, all of Chao Sui's skills possess dual functions. The acupuncture bronze figure, which originally boosts defense for teammates, transforms into a damage-increasing skill when applied to the boss. Moreover, it carries a marked diagram of weaknesses, aiding teammates in achieving targeted attacks more intuitively. This was one of the reasons Chao Sui chose to initiate the encounter himself. It is essential to remember that the boss is submerged in water, and aside from him and the puppet master, the other team members burdened with the relief sculpture can only maneuver along the lake's bottom. This implies that Iron is not suited to initiate the encounter, even with the puppet thread's assistance. He would be easily overwhelmed. Thus, the agile Chaosui becomes the optimal choice. Of course, part of the reason for not involving the puppet master is his desire to validate a speculation regarding this boss, the possibility that its second form may be humanoid. However, the unexpected effects of the acupuncture bronze figure still bring him considerable surprise, as he watches the boss swiftly approach him, resembling a submarine gliding through the deep sea. Silent yet ferocious, Chaosui retreats a few steps behind Iron and addresses the massive creature before him. Countdown from 5 seconds. Iron, initiate taunt to transfer aggro, and target the marked weak points on the boss. Upon hearing that the points of starlight on the fish monster denote its weaknesses, Iron's eyes light up, recognizing yet another soul-possessing technique. Not merely TZ, but all the spirits within the live stream room displayed a fervent yearning. The little healer had undeniably become their ideal auxiliary, ranking top in their hearts. This time, not only the spirits but even many damage-dealing classes exhibited covetous expressions. As the significant increase in output from the weak point was undeniable, not to mention that this skill also carried a damage amplification effect, as he silently counted down in his heart. TZ launched a fierce assault on the boss's Crimson Eye, successfully redirecting the aggro towards himself. The other members of the party had just heard the prompt from ZOSUH. Realizing that the acupuncture diagram on the surface of the Catfish King indicated its weak points. Seizing the opportunity while the effect of the acupuncture bronze man's skill still lingered, they hurriedly memorized each point. Even the dog-headed figure resigned itself to not casting spells anymore, obediently transforming into a melee mage. With a series of strikes targeting the boss's vulnerabilities, his attacks gradually became vigorous and impressive. The Catfish King thrust its sharp head towards TZ, and under the 20-second damage amplification skill, ZOSUH rotated the star chart, conjuring a river of stars within the water. The ethereal Milky Way merged with the lake, and the star markings rippled beneath everyone's feet. Starfall upon the universe. Under the dual amplification of the little healer, within this brief encounter, they managed to deplete 5% of the Catfish King's health. The fish monster, reeling from this sudden onslaught, gaped its mouth wide, producing a powerful suction. Water tornadoes formed in the lake, beginning to spread outwards from the boss's center. Though not be greedy for damage. Scatter away from TZ. With this wide-ranging skill in play, it was HOSUH's first time utilizing the second skill of the astrological class, Sea of Stars. The starry hourglass materialized above everyone's heads, and the golden star sand shimmered under the lake's light, creating a dreamlike spectacle. The only difference was that the flow rate of the sand in the hourglass varied for each individual. TZ, who collided head-on with the water tornado, did not find himself swept up as he had anticipated. Rather, the force emanating from the star funnel above him kept him firmly planted at the lake bed. His health bar suddenly halting at 2/3 full. This was the invulnerability effect granted by the Sea of Stars. The hourglass above tilted unexpectedly, as if manipulated by an invisible hand, swaying from side to side, causing the star sand within to swirl more vigorously. A portion of health was siphoned from the fully healthy little healer and the puppet master, instantly replenishing TZ's health to the average level of the entire team. This skill equalized health. In an instant, TZ's health reached the average level of the entire party. Before he could even register the sensation of significant health loss, he looked at his suddenly restored health bar in bewilderment. Raising his gaze to the peculiar hourglass above him, the familiar starlight made him realize that all of this was the handiwork of the little healer. Starry Sea, the second skill of the astrologer class, balanced the health of teammates within 5 seconds while additionally granting immunity to control effects, with a cooldown of 40 seconds. This was a miraculous healing technique. Despite not generating any healing output, it was enough to make all healing classes covetous. Simply balancing the entire team's health could turn a dire situation around, ensuring the survival of the entire party, not to mention the 5 seconds of invulnerability for all. Finally, under ZOSUH's Plum Blossom Needle technique, everyone was instantly restored to full health. This moment left all healing classes utterly astounded, as they collectively expressed their reverence for SUH in the live stream. Truly, this is the #1 healer in the entire server. I bowed down in admiration. Incredible. This wave of damage looked like it would be catastrophic, yet we emerged unscathed. If I were in charge, I would probably be the first to die, let alone protecting others. Compared to the great Sue H, I am but a mere speck. No more words, just feed my output team. If only this healing amount were shared with me. I can only imagine how sunny and joyful a healer I would become. A massive area of effect damage attack not only failed to reduce their numbers, but left the entire team's health bars completely intact. Aside from the shock of the audience in the live stream and the members of the Yogoing team, the fish monster felt quite frustrated. This wave of ultimate skills had drained the catfish boss's rage, pushing it into a state of vulnerability under the relentless assault of the party. As they observed the boss's health plummeting by 10%, a vague realization dawned upon them, a sense that this was perhaps simpler than facing the second boss. Chapter 50. Satisfied little people. During this state of vulnerability, everyone unleashed their full output. Even the dog-headed figure, transformed into a melee mage, ceased to dwell on his weakened state, wielding his staff entirely as a blunt weapon. Gradually, he discovered that striking the monster with the staff was most effective at the tip and within a foot of the tip. Any point in this segment could yield the best results with minimal effort. And his output slowly began to surpass TZ's, no longer remaining at the bottom. With a glint in his eye, the dog-headed figure suddenly grasped the joy of being a melee class. If he were to attach fire-type spells to his staff after exiting, his spell attack value could stack. Wouldn't that make his attack power surpass his current output? Unbeknownst to him, as he walked down this misguided path, the more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed, and the staff felt increasingly comfortable in his hands. Switching grips, he positioned the staff before his right chest, stepping forward with his left foot, and delivered a powerful strike to the catfish boss's gills, inflicting considerable damage and drawing curious glances from the opposing Cupid. The health bar dropped to 90%. The catfish king flicked its tail fin, revealing the erect fish scales and sharp bone spines. Its bluish-gray whip-like tail vibrated rapidly in the water, in harmony with the boss's tail fin. The star chart floated before his Suh. The silver star trails tugging at countless small bells, creating a melodious sound even at the lake's bottom. Both sides awaited the next moment. A fair hand emerged from the draping sleeve, silver serpents flickering as several silver needles of varying sizes silently appeared between the little healer's fingers. Suddenly, a swift blue-gray tail strike transformed into a streak of azure light, fiercely lashing out towards the nearest YF-ing. Still engaged in swordplay, YF-ing felt the sudden rush of turbulent water pressing against him. And before he knew it, a crescent-shaped blue light was rushing towards him. YF-ing's pupils constricted as he braced for the impending strike to his right cheek, feeling a momentary surge of panic but unable to respond in time. However, faster than the boss, the little healer's shield appeared. A comforting purple light enveloped the swordsman, an instant of blue and purple intertwining. Crack! A sound of shattering echoed as the purple light fractured, and the blue-gray residual light struck YF-ing along with the silver needles cast by Suh. The swordsman's health bar remained unchanged amidst the unfolding events. YF-ing, dazed, touched his right cheek, feeling the lingering whip wind. What just happened? He felt a hint of danger but could not react before being engulfed in a wave of light. And then there was nothing more. Yet he understood that the purple shield must have been the little healer's doing. Looking up at his calm green health bar, he silently thought, Suh, you are eternal. Compared to the oblivious YF-ing, the audience in the live stream had a clearer view, yet no matter how they magnified or slowed down the footage, the health bar showed no signs of change. What the heck? Is this a bug? Is this reaction even humanly possible? I see it clearly now. The boss's attack and Suh's healing arrived at the same time, completely negating each other. Indeed, this is quite the eye-opener. It's the first time I've seen a healer execute such a move. Timing was impeccable, not even allowing the damage to affect the teammates. Wait, isn't this no different from the boss's attack on A? What's so impressive about it? Unless you add me as a friend and let's do a dungeon together to test our strengths. Dude, I can hear you calculating from my home. After the Catfish King delivered a tail strike, it did not attempt a second. Its fish lips parted, and its silver-white belly flattened rapidly, as if it had fully digested the remnants within. A massive, transparent green bubble appeared before everyone, towering as high as a person. Once formed, it flashed through the lake, instantly trapping a shadow within. Locking skill. Zhaoyue furrowed her brow, intently gazing in the direction of the puppeteer, as she extracted a meter-long serpent needle. The thick, elongated silver needle glimmered with a cold light in the lake, its sharpness pulsating, reflecting her slight unease at that moment. As she remained vigilant of the winter's blood bar status, Zhao Yue suddenly felt a small movement on her shoulder and turned to look. A diminutive white figure had quietly climbed onto the ornate silver ornament, gently shaking a tiny bell in an attempt to capture the beauty's attention. Upon noticing the little physician's gaze, its featureless face began to emit a series of chattering sounds, as if attempting to communicate. Zhao Yue inexplicably understood the white puppet's hushed words. Her grip on the serpent needle relaxed, and her taut body returned to a state of normalcy, observing the exaggerated and animated little figure. Her other hand itched with curiosity, and she couldn't resist pinching it, though her surprise. Unlike the cold, rigid texture of the black puppet, the white puppet's bandages were soft and plush, warmly cradled in her palm. After delivering its message, the little figure was unexpectedly grasped by its master's favored beautiful physician. Instead of panicking, it cherished the moment, tenderly stroking its delicate white hands and unabashedly snuggling closer in the distance. The puppeteer, though unseen and unheard, remained acutely aware. The attacking black puppet paused. Zhao Yue was momentarily taken aback by the little one's boldness, considering its master was trapped within a bubble. Unfazed by Zhao Yue's relaxed grip, the white puppet clung tightly to her fingers, displaying an endearing closeness that a cough from the puppeteer diverted Zhao Yue's attention, prompting her to inquire urgently, "Brother, are you all right? Do you have any negative buffs?" Of course, the one trapped in the bubble could not hear her, but the little figure could, shaking its slender fingers to convey a peculiar sound. After a brief moment, the puppeteer replied, "No negative buffs, just immobilized for 30 seconds. His voice was somewhat hoarse. The white puppet, as if having suffered some injustice, placed its hands on its hips, chattering indignantly, while the puppeteer's coughing intensified. Zhao Yue, perplexed, glanced at the various little figures in her hand, muttering to herself before redirecting her focus back to the bubble. The 30 seconds passed swiftly, and as the bubble's confinement effect dissipated, the puppeteer, upon landing, raised his hand to summon back the white puppet, seemingly squeezing it firmly in the process. The little figure obediently went still, tightly bound by layers of silver threads around the puppeteer's waist. Noticing the little physician's gaze, the puppeteer waved cheerfully, an inexplicable sense of satisfaction contrasting sharply with his otherwise low-pressure demeanor. Reflecting on the little figure's earlier statements, Zhao Yue realized that the bubble was merely a simple 30-second immobilization skill, rendering the afflicted unable to see or hear. However, this realization quickly raised suspicions. Why would a boss without a time limit implement a non-damaging control mechanism? It was highly likely that it was related to the boss's second form. While monitoring the statuses of other team members, Zhao Yue sifted through the system's combat panel. Confirming that he had not overlooked any hidden combat information, he began to take the bubble skill very seriously. No one could ascertain who would be ensnared by this immobilization skill next, nor whether there was any discernible pattern to the selection. What if the next target was himself, and during those 30 seconds, the boss unleashed an AoE attack? What the heck? Why is it me again? A wail interrupted Zhao Yue's train of thought as he witnessed Yufeng, previously favored by the boss, once again facing dire straits. A grayish whip lashed out with lightning speed towards Yufeng's right cheek. This time, however, Yufeng was quick to react, yelping in surprise. Instinctively, he raised his sword in a defensive stance. Zhao Yue reflexively cast a shield around Yufeng, his lethal serpent needle still unsheathed from the recent turmoil, preparing to unleash its full potential for the first time. Yet, Yufeng's words struck him like thunder, resonating deeply within his heart. Indeed, why was it Yufeng again? Zhao Yue pondered a possibility, exasperated by its simplicity. Perhaps it was because he was closest to the boss's tail fin, the poor unfortunate soul. Thus, the bubble's targeting mechanism became apparent to the little physician, who silently retracted his imposing serpent needle. He watched helplessly as the boss's tail fin shattered Yufeng's protective purple shield, brutally striking against the sword held before him, with the acupuncture copper figure cushioning the blow. Yufeng lost 10% of his health due to the boss's powerful strike, the impact eliciting a pained cry from him, just as he instinctively ran towards the little physician for refuge. The aqua-green bubble arrived on cue, bestowing upon Yufeng a subtle aftercare service. As the fish bubble drifted away, Yufeng's contorted face and exaggerated limbs revealed his profane curses from within. The bubble nonchalantly floated past Cupid, who fought alongside Yufeng, causing the golden-haired archer to stifle laughter, his arrows trembling in his grasp. Zhao Yue, however, chuckled lightly, not mocking Yufeng but rather grateful for the latter's assistance in uncovering what appeared to be a random yet fundamentally simple mechanism. Indeed, the tail fin attacked the player closest to the boss, while the bubble targeted the player with the lowest health. This was a linked mechanism, ensuring that the chosen player would inevitably lose 50% of their health. Even with the team's healer focusing on recovery, it would be challenging to restore the lost health before the bubble's arrival. However, encountering a little physician who healed based on percentages complicated an otherwise straightforward mechanism. After coming to this realization, Zhao Yue glanced at Yufeng, who had just under 10 seconds left before the bubble would reappear, summoning the fervent warlock on the far left. Doghead, you take Yufeng's position. In the current state, Doghead's output was the lowest, and he would have to endure lying in the bubble. Zhao Yue worried that insufficient damage output could trigger additional mechanisms from the boss, or worse. What he most dreaded, a time-limited second form, just like the first dungeon, Tao Hua Tomb. With this thought in mind, Yufeng was returned by the bubble, tumbling from above. Zhao Yue anchored his body in the star chart, instantly appearing beside Yufeng. Upon seeing the little physician materialize before him, Yufeng, previously in a state of panic, felt a wave of calm wash over him. Once again grasped by his collar, he felt an overwhelming sense of security. Transposed to Doghead's original position, Yufeng comfortably squinted his eyes. Zhao Yue regarded Yufeng, who was still pale and had his eyes closed, puzzled. Could it be that the bubble also induced mental attacks? With some skepticism, he reached out to the floating star chart before him, delicately placing a flower atop the swordsman's head. After a moment's hesitation, he raised his hand to bestow another flower upon the distant puppeteer. Somewhere in the distance, a sudden chill coursed through a certain individual's forehead. A refreshing sensation surged from the center of his brow, causing Yufeng to shudder, abruptly breaking free from his reverie and snapping his eyes open. The little physician stared at him with an impassive expression, his gaze heavy with pressure, evoking memories of some rather unpleasant lessons. With a whoosh, Yufeng scrambled to his feet, rejoining the battle. Zhao Yue nodded in satisfaction at Yufeng's retreating figure, pleased with the efficacy of the oleander gift. Thus, yet again, the outcome saw only Doghead sustaining injury. In the face of the fifth wave of tail fin attacks from the catfish boss, the dazed Doghead was even able to catch the strike with his staff. Once more plunged into darkness, he resignedly closed his eyes. Though he might be the laziest player in this dungeon, he was equally the most mentally exhausted. With no energy left to struggle, Doghead succumbed to the bubble's expulsion. Face down in the murky depths of the lake. After a moment's respite, as time passed, his tranquil demeanor began to stir. What is happening? Sensing something amiss, Doghead pushed himself up, disregarding the fallen staff nearby. Staring in shock at the frenzied boss at the center, a massive vortex swirled in the lake, the colossal catfish king at its eye, scales peeling away in layers, staining the water a deep crimson. Yellowish, silver, and grayish scales, laced with blood, scattered across the lakebed like celestial offerings. The elongated tail fin fractured, and most astonishingly, the upper body of the catfish boss transformed into a humanoid form. Cupid's eyes widened. Is this a mermaid? No, it was a merman, or rather, a freshwater merman. Zhao Sui gazed calmly at the boss before him, now transformed into its second form, his pale pupils reflecting a sharp dorsal fin. The merman, metamorphosing amidst a crimson hue. Bore dark gray hair stained with a vivid scarlet. His inorganic eyes harbored an unsettling glint, with strange, colorful markings spiraling at the corners. A few silver-gray scales clung to the merman's pale waist, while ethereal green fins, reminiscent of seaweed, swayed gracefully in the lake. Transparent gray webbing adorned his elongated fingers, yet menacing bone spurs protruded from his fingertips. The 3-meter-long silver fish tail languidly flicked, each movement imbued with a primal essence. Chapter 52. The Lamp of Eternal Flame, Indestructible Through Millennia, a Freshwater Merman? Cupid's emerald eyes widened in disbelief as he scanned his surroundings, confirming that it was indeed a lake, not the sea. After a moment's hesitation, he opened his mouth to taste the water. A hint of saltiness. Just as Cupid wrestled with his uncertainty, a large hand swung towards the back of the golden-haired one's head. Have you lost your mind? Cricket, are you really taking a sip of the water from a floating corpse? The canine-headed figure, still irate, followed up with another slap. Surprisingly, the golden head took the blows with vigor, seizing the opportunity to strike a few more times while his opponent remained dazed. Cupid, feeling guilty, failed to notice the canine-headed figure's hidden motives. Although it was all merely game data, the striking realism was undeniable. Suddenly realizing he had ingested a sip of cybernetic corpse water, the golden-haired one felt a wave of nausea wash over him. The farcical exchange between the two did not perturb Zhao Sui, who meticulously scrutinized the merman boss's eerily similar inorganic pupils, their surface coated with a white film, exuding an aura of lifelessness. So this being is nothing but a living dead creature. Aside from the old two-headed centipede, observing the boss's desiccated hair, it appeared unusually dense, giving off a semblance of character in its gray hue, while the fish scales had faded, adopting their current coloration. Zhao Sui's speculation regarding the boss's merman corpse had reached an 80% certainty. This moment stirred within him the legend of the everlasting lamp of the merman, with merman oil as the light. It burns eternally. Turning to glance at the ancient capital of the Gudian kingdom behind him, still magnificent after centuries, he noted that, with the emergence of the boss's second form, visibility at the lake's bottom had plummeted. Aside from the reflection of Cupid's head and Zhao Sui adorned in silver ornaments, the other four players appeared almost indistinguishable from the previous shadowy figures below the water. Attentively noting the changes in visibility, and connecting them to the ancient city and age-old legends, Zhao Sui was nearly certain of the existence of the everlasting lamp. Moreover, it was likely an essential item for completing the dungeon, with the lake bed enveloped in darkness. The grand ancient city lay silent in the shadows, devoid of any light source. The merman boss hung its head low, its pale visage framed by flapping ear fins, awaiting the players to initiate an assault. The dungeon remained in an unactivated state, rendering the secondary item elusive. It seemed they would have to wait for the moment to send a player to search. Zhao Sui instantly thought of a suitable candidate, the canine-headed figure. As the one with the lowest output, he also provided a built-in light source, making him the epitome of cost-effectiveness at this moment. Just as the canine-headed figure was tormenting Cupid, an inexplicable chill ran down his spine, prompting him to turn and meet the gaze of the little healer, which was as clear as crystal. Reluctantly, the canine-headed figure shrank back, approaching Zhao Sui, awaiting the little healer's directive. Bowing his head, he failed to notice the fleeting smile that passed through Zhao Sui's pale pupils, as the latter spoke with a voice that carried a hint of depth and ethereality after being filtered through the water. Go find the everlasting lamp at the center of the hall. The canine-headed figure's ears perked up. Hey, that voice is lovely. Wait, what lamp? What are we looking for? Go find the undying lamp in the center hall. A cold voice suddenly emerged beside him, startling the canine-headed figure. Turning to look, he found his leader silently standing behind him, cloaked in dark attire that blended seamlessly with the environment, appearing even more shadowy than when he first encountered the floating corpse. At least a degree darker than the corpse, he emanated a chill. Now that he clearly understood, the canine-headed figure did not bother to ask further questions, igniting a small flame in the center of his palm and plunging into the ancient city. Zhao Sui observed the warlock's figure, resembling a dog being chased, and then glanced at the gradually warming puppet master before him. In fact, Zhao Sui nearly failed to recognize the shadowy figure before him as the puppet master. His already dark eyes now merged completely with the shadows, but for a fleeting moment, a piercing aura had revealed his identity. The shadow regarded the little healer, adorned in gleaming silver ornaments, with an inexplicable soft laugh. Tilting his head in confusion as his ears perked up, smiling aside, upon noticing the canine-headed figure approaching the central hall, Zhao Sui issued a battle readiness command to everyone. The closest member, Lindong, flickered and merged with another identical shadow nearby. Ha ha ha, now it truly was impossible to distinguish between them. The little healer's movements caused the recently appeared black puppet to tilt its head, sharing an uncanny resemblance with the nearby shadow. Zhao Sui coughed, the silver collar around his neck producing a series of crisp sounds. Cough, listen up everyone. When we engage the boss, head to the central hall of the city, by the two walls. This time, Lindong will initiate. Tz, Remember to hold aggro the moment you draw it in. Zhao Sui glanced at the eager Tizi, who was now more than just a favored support. He had become a player whom Tizi deeply admired. Since that perfect opening, Tizi had completely fallen under the little healer's spell. Feeling the relentless warmth of Tizi's gaze, Zhao Sui turned to signal the puppet master. Simultaneously, he summoned the star chart, the chime ringing sweetly as he stepped forward. Leading the charge towards the ancient city, Ino-1 questioned the little healer's decision. Following the softly drifting petals ahead, they sped towards the city. The small white figure plunged into the water, the excess bandages around its neck billowing. Suddenly, it burst forth with an unmatched speed, even swifter than the black puppet. From its arms and head emerged a multitude of puppet threads, and the white puppet leaped and danced with increasing flamboyance. In less than 2 minutes, they reached their destination, with the puppet threads glimmering coldly as they entwined the merman. Suddenly, the white puppet tightened its grip, exchanging places with the merman. Upon appearing on the platform before the hall, the merman abruptly lifted its head, crimson fissures appearing on its pale visage, yet no blood flowed forth. Inorganic eyes, for the first time, reflected intense emotion, as if a soulless shell had been filled with a spirit brimming with hatred. Tizi stood opposite the others, facing away from the boss. As the boss raised its head, the bronze shield radiated an orange-gold glow, successfully drawing the merman's ire. With a furious roar, it abruptly turned to attack Tizi. The sharp fangs protruded, and the bone spurs on the gray webbing struck Tizi's shield, accompanied by the water blades from the attack, shattering half of the shield's integrity. Each physical strike bore an additional water-based magical assault. At that moment, a system notification appeared before everyone on the public screen. Boss Berserk Countdown. 600s Chapter 53. Eternal Lamp. Boss Berserk Countdown. 600s, 597s. The expressions of the group turned grave, clearly taking the situation much more seriously. Zhao Sui felt a twinge of relief. The previous bubble mechanism had been a safeguard. He had just noticed that they had entered the second countdown phase at 73% of the total health. This meant that the boss had been on a countdown since the very start, with the first phase's duration fixed. Regardless of whether they dealt damage down to 80 or 70%. Once the time elapsed, it would mercilessly transition into the 600-second phase. Thus, it was crucial to maximize output during the first phase. Fortunately, the little healer had been cautious, promptly detecting the anomaly and allowing the canine-headed figure to take over for Yufeng. Or else matters would have become far more troublesome. Yufeng remained closely behind the boss, wary of the merman's tail strikes. In the midst of their conversation, Zhao Sui tossed a needle acupuncture copper figure at the boss. The merman's weak points had shifted with its transformation. Hence, they required remarking. Layers of purple light emerged, causing the merman to momentarily falter, its claw strikes slowing down slightly, as 6 marked points glowed brilliantly on its body. In the murky depths of the lake, the star chart became an alternative light source, casting tiny starlights upon the little healer, illuminating a small area of the front hall platform. Cupid, retreat to the wall at the south 52 direction. Zhao Sui observed the extensive ripples from the water blades radiating outward, perfectly aligning with the distance between 2 crumbling walls. Having established a safe distance and positioned the sole ranged member of the team, Zhao Sui directed Tizi to pull towards the wall. As anticipated, Tizi was still able to launch a mental attack at the boss from behind the stone barrier. However, the bone spikes in the boss's grasp could not penetrate the wall, striking it with a series of piercing, grating sounds. Although the water blades that swept across the area were not immune to the wall, they afforded Tizi a significant respite. The fine needles quietly appeared at the 7th cervical spine position. A sensation of soreness emanating from Tizi's luxurious bulge, as his health surged into a secure range. Glancing at his replenished health bar, Tizi mused that enduring these needles had become quite pleasurable, refreshingly delightful. Initially imperceptible, he gradually felt the effects after prolonged collaboration with the little healer. Previously, the needles had targeted his waist and abdomen, but due to his current positioning, he found himself experiencing the needles in his neck for the first time. The tingling sensation shooting straight to his brain, banishing even the fatigue from their lengthy battle. The purple glow on the merman dimmed, 6 marked points flickering before vanishing into darkness. Unbeknownst to him, as he provided Tizi with a moment of relief, Zhao Sui remained vigilant, his hands gripping the plum blossom needles, primarily directed at Yufeng. Melee combat in this instance proved quite strenuous. even when positioned behind the boss. One could still be grazed by the water blades at this moment. The cooldown for the acupuncture Copperman had concluded, awaiting the boss's next transformation point 60%. The merman's ear fins abruptly flared. Zhao Sui, quick of eye and hand, shielded everyone with protective barriers, instructing Lin Gu to regroup with Yufeng and Tizi, while Cupid sought refuge behind the wall. As he spoke, his right toe slipped through the water, scattering a few peach blossoms that fell gracefully to the ground, allowing him to approach Cupid silently. The black puppet flickered past Yufeng, a surge of power coursing through the collar, and with a sudden jolt, he found himself behind Tizi during the next breath. Unaware of how many times he had been yanked by the collar, Yufeng felt a wave of frustration. Why was his leader emulating the little healer? He had never acted this way before. He vowed that upon their return, he would learn a displacement skill. Meanwhile, at the center of the platform, the merman let out a howling shriek, emitting a series of sharp, piercing sounds. Its 3-meter-long fish tail, with scales arranged in an intricate pattern, stirred the lake waters, conjuring tumultuous waves. The bone spikes at its tail suddenly surged, wildly thrashing in all directions. This wide-area AoE attack persisted for approximately 5 seconds before gradually subsiding. They returned to their original positions, continuing to pull back. Upon hearing the little healer's words, the group exhaled deeply. The boss's earlier onslaught had been genuinely terrifying, and they were deeply concerned whether the two walls could withstand the boss's ferocious wrath. Yufeng swiftly dashed behind the boss, and during a brief pause in attacks, he glanced at the wall not far from him in astonishment. The wall was now densely populated with bone spikes, varying in size and sharpness, with some even penetrating the stone wall to a depth of 2 inches. If he failed to evade, he would undoubtedly be impaled like a hedgehog. He could hardly fathom the pain that awaited him. If he were in that position, he would surely be annihilated by the boss, and only the little healer's star C could potentially save him. Reflecting on the little healer's vividly colored hourglass, a wave of reassurance washed over him. Let us not forget that the dog head was absent. If the wall proved ineffective, casting Star C to distribute health would ensure that the fully healthy dog head could save the entire team from death. As long as no one was instantly killed, the little healer could restore everyone's condition in no time. Where is the dog head? Perhaps due to daydreaming, a faint flicker of light appeared before the grand hall. Daddy Sueha, I found it, the only lit candle. The dog head scampered down the steps, proudly lifting the peculiar candle in his arms. This candle stood half a person tall, as thick as an adult's neck, with wax resembling congealed fat radiating a crystalline sheen, while a delicate blue-purple flame flickered at its peak. A subtle, elegant fragrance transcended the lake's barrier, wafting into the nostrils of the onlookers, evoking the profound and vast essence of the sea. Nearly tripping over an anomaly at his feet, the dog head was jolted from his euphoric task completion, his eyes wide in astonishment at the multitude of bone spikes surrounding him. It seemed he was rather fortunate, avoiding both the boss's and the little healer's needles simultaneously. Whether it was the proximity to the everlasting flame or some other factor, the boss's health plummeted at an accelerated rate, and its movements grew sluggish. Meanwhile, the returning dog head was reassigned by Zhao Sui to hide behind the wall where Cupid had previously sheltered, clutching the everlasting lamp like a talisman. 50%, 40%. After enduring 2 more waves of bone spikes, Yufeng and the others no longer required reminders from the little healer to evade on their OW and AS. The boss's health bar approached 0. All but the dog head summoned their energies for a final surge. 103s, 101s, Chapter 54. Pretending to be slow, time passed inexorably, the final 10% of health. Each drop in health tugged at the heartstrings of everyone present. The merman's gray scales appeared somewhat engorged, gradually shifting to a dark gray hue, the scent of decay permeating from its pallid skin. The once pristine bone spikes began to show signs of mottling, bearing dark spots that elicited discomfort. Visually, the boss no longer resembled the enigmatic merman, but rather a thoroughly grotesque deep-sea creature. Behind the crumbling wall, the previously stable everlasting flame flickered violently, its burning rate accelerating, wax droplets cascading down the candle, leaving ancient traces of tears. Even the dog head, who held the everlasting lamp with a relaxed demeanor, was inexplicably affected, a profound sorrow welling within, causing his eyes to sting. Why am I crying? Tears fell uncontrollably with the candle wax. The dog head, feeling inexplicably sad yet unsure of the source of his sorrow, howled in anguish. The commotion from the dog head successfully diverted Zhao Sui's attention from the boss, upon noticing the agitated flame. His gaze sharpened, realizing this might be the boss's final frenzy, and his vigilance heightened to its utmost. However, before he could ponder further, the boss fell silent, its black-gray scales beginning to shed in large patches, revealing deep gashes and no longer exuding the imposing aura of an impending ultimate move. It instead appeared pitifully flayed and stripped. Long before, during the initial 3 waves of AoE damage, the merman had entirely lost its grotesque bone spikes. It seemed that pain had partially awakened its consciousness, and a fleeting glimmer of deep blue shone in its vacant gray eyes. Yet, this moment of lucidity did not quell the boss's actions. Rather, it incited a frenzy. Furiously, it tore at its fins and lashed out at the surroundings as if invisible specters surrounded Yu Feng and the others. Concentric ripples spread outward, the violent underwater tides scattering the dark gray scales that had dispersed around the boss. Raining down in a lethal shower, the sudden AoE attack caught everyone off guard, engulfing the area. Zhao Sui's pupils constricted as he seamlessly transitioned from the acupuncture copper man to Star Sea, the starlit hourglass swaying precariously amidst the faltering purple glow. To the wall behind us. No. Head towards the dog head, behind the everlasting lamp. Countless fish scales crashed successively against the violet shield, causing spiderweb-like cracks to begin to spread. Just as I intended to command my teammates to seek refuge behind the wall to evade damage, I keenly discerned through the myriad of scales that the stone wall where the trio of Tizi had once taken cover now appeared to be in a phantasmal state. The overwhelming deluge of fish scales obscured my vision. I turned to Zhao Sui and activated the status bar to confirm the health of the dog-headed creature. Indeed, the dog-headed being, accompanied by the everlasting lantern, did not lose any health during this wave of attack. An unrelenting barrage of fish scales erupted, and within a mere 3 seconds, Zhao Sui and the were shattered. Concerned that my teammates might be adversely affected by the sudden onslaught of pain and blood loss buffs, I not only commanded them but also bestowed the gift of Nerium Oleander upon them. A refreshing chill enveloped everyone, and Yu Feng and the others, momentarily immune to pain, heeded the little healer's instructions. Taking a deep breath and sprinting towards the remnants of the wall, braving the deluge of scales. The moment the acupuncture mannequin shattered, I surged towards the direction of the everlasting lantern. This time, the mechanism differed slightly from the previous tail strikes. Even floating in midair would not allow one to evade damage. Under the boss's retaliatory counterattack, the damage was astonishing. Even the violet shield, which constituted 40% of the total health of our team, lasted only a brief 3 seconds. 3 seconds were scarcely sufficient to reach the other side of the wall. I would need at least another 3 seconds to reunite with the dog-headed creature. Even with my speed boost from the flower dance and peach blossom hairpin, others might require even longer. If I could reach faster, I could heal and protect the others from behind the wall. Gazing at the flashing, blade-like fish scales, I clenched my teeth slightly, determination etched in my eyes. In this moment, I pushed aside all other thoughts, focusing solely on the softly glowing wall before me. The violet shield shattered. My unprotected body faced the razor-like fish scales head-on. The anticipated dull pain did not materialize. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught sight of a black silhouette darting towards me. The typically swift puppeteer seemed to be entangled by the silver threads of Cupid from behind, landing beside the little healer and deflecting most of the scale spikes. The black puppet grasped a large figure with one hand, while holding Yu Feng slightly behind with the other. The white puppet stood atop the head of Lin Tong, its limbs outstretched in a protective stance, resembling a small, grand character from a distance or up close. Occasionally, it would evade the fish scales darting towards its master. Its featureless face could still keenly sense urgency, contrasting sharply with the expressionless puppeteer. In a seamless collaboration between the two puppets, they reached the remnants of the wall first. The moment I landed, I immediately unleashed the most forceful acupuncture needle since the game's inception. The sound of air splitting resonated as 7 slender needle tips shot forth from the needle hole, reversing direction with tremendous force, scattering many fish scales and producing a cacophony of piercing explosions. Half of the black puppet's body was already embedded with scale spikes, Yet my plum blossom needles pierced through multiple obstacles to precisely impact Yufeng and Lintong. For reasons unknown, I also administered a few needles to the black puppet. The puppeteer, arriving alongside me, paused momentarily, hesitating as he twirled his dagger before finally explaining in a muffled voice beneath his mask. It's all right. The puppet has no health bar and no sensation. After a brief silence, I chose to administer a few more needles to the main figure. Lintong, caught off guard by the unexpected jabs, thought, he really cares about me. A warm sensation spread from the needle tips, causing the puppeteer to blissfully close his eyes. Strangely, not only Tizi but the other members of the Yaoguang team also felt a similar sensation. Initially, there was no feeling upon the first jab. A slight tingling emerged after a while, but as the jabs continued, it transformed into a pleasantly sore and numbing sensation. Having evaded the threat of total annihilation, I finally took notice of my surroundings. Not only had the stone wall on the other side turned phantasmal, but all the pavilions and structures throughout the ancient Dian kingdom had also appeared in a transparent state. Only the broken walls illuminated by the ghostly blue flames remained tangible before us. The boss's form gradually became ethereal, fading like a wisp of gray smoke. The everlasting lantern not only accelerated health loss, but now seemed to indicate that the merman was losing health on its own. 30s, 27s, Chapter 55. Pretending it's not my business. Time passed second by second. 21s, 20s.0. The merman boss's health bar abruptly emptied. The gray-black fish silhouette transformed into a deep, somber gray smoke, enveloping the area before the grand hall. Lingering ominously, the group held their breath in anticipation for a moment. 1 second, 2 seconds, 5 seconds. The system prompt remained conspicuously absent, and the mist in the water grew ever denser. What on earth is happening? Initially, when Tizi saw the boss's health bar hit 0, he prepared to laugh, but the absence of any reaction from the system caused his grin to slowly fade. Why Yufeng glanced at the frozen countdown, shaking his head in confusion. However, at this moment, he felt more fatigue than joy over the potential victory. Collapsing to the ground, panting heavily, he thought, who cares about victory? I'm utterly exhausted. Meanwhile, Lintong continued to assist the little healer in extracting the scale spikes from the black puppet. The black puppet, held steady by its comrades and master, stood upright, its dark face gazing at the little healer, as if it were about to declare, "You are the master." Everyone awaited the little healer's decision. As their minds were willing but their bodies were fatigued, I looked at my teammates, some sitting, others sprawled, displaying an exaggerated demeanor, and shook my head slightly, retrieving the sharp acupuncture needle from the star plate. The dog-headed creature, holding the everlasting lantern, noticed me approaching with a 3-inch silver needle, the dense gray mist failing to obscure the needle's glint. Swallowing hard, the dog-headed creature felt its legs weaken as it wondered. What is the little healer planning? Is she going to stab the candlewick? I gently flicked my fingers, pressing the needle's hook against the candlewick submerged in the fish oil. The ghostly blue flame, burning for nearly 1,000 years, was effortlessly extinguished. What transpired next astonished the dog-headed creature. The swirling gray-black mist suddenly transformed into a radiant misty blue. Within the swirling fish shapes, a brilliant silver fish tail flashed by, as if breaking free from shackles and returning to the ocean. Congratulations to players Sui He, Lintong, Tizi, Cupid, Yufeng, Dog-Headed Strategist for being the first team to clear the special 2-star Dragon Boat Festival dungeon, earning 100 reputation points. The familiar system prompt echoed belatedly, reverberating 3 times across the Xingxiu and Chuanxing servers before finally ceasing. That moment, both the livestream and forums erupted with excitement. Bullfrog, Bullfrog, the first in the entire server has been directly claimed. This time, let us see what those sons of bitches from Chuanxing have to say. Who would believe that this team cleared it in one go? It looked quite challenging, yet it was even harder. Sui He Yyds. I reckon even if a big shot just brought a dog, they could still clear it, dog-headed. I'm so excited. I'm even happier than when I cleared it myself. The majority of the audience in the livestream had been watching since its inception, immersing themselves in the thrilling atmosphere for most of the day. The overall eerie boss of the ancient Dian Kingdom dungeon, the tragic story, and the ever-changing mechanisms had them both terrified and captivated. It's worth mentioning the advanced live streaming technology, allowing viewers to experience both first-person perspectives for an authentic thrill and the ability to switch to a god's eye view to survey the entire scene. With specialized camera angles locking onto a single-playered eye in this mode, the targeted player would also receive their own share of the rewards. Naturally, this mode required the streamer to activate it manually, and few would choose to do so. Yu Feng noticed the previous discussions surrounding Sui he had garnered excessive attention, especially since the little healer seemed quite young and likely without any income. Nowadays, Interstellar regulations were quite strict regarding this, as child labor was severely punished. One could not even live stream until reaching the age of 20. However, this camera mode was unrestricted. After his leader casually mentioned it, he activated the profit-sharing mode. Yu Feng himself did not mind the potential losses. He was merely live streaming for team promotion and had no financial concerns in reality. Besides, he preferred to give the little healer some starting capital to foster a closer relationship. Most importantly, his leader had a rather special fondness for the little healer. A discerning eye could easily perceive the truth, with the exception of Tieji. Everyone else, however, remained silent, exchanging knowing glances. Yu Feng gazed at the slender figure of the young healer before him, shaking his head in pity. Just as Chao Sui was about to open his system backpack, his attention was suddenly drawn to the substantial transfer of zeros that had just appeared in his account. He blinked in bewilderment at the large sum of money that had flowed in from Yu Feng's live stream. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, he received a private message from Yu Feng. Boss asked me to start a revenue-sharing livestream. Sueha, accept the money you've earned through your own efforts. This is my final assistance to you. Just as he was about to respond to the private message, he turned to look at the puppet master beside him, whose expression was one of feigned innocence. The small white figure on the puppet master's shoulder noticed Chao Sui's gaze and enthusiastically waved its hand, jumping up and down as if desperate to be seen. A large hand pressed down firmly on the overly lively white puppet, squeezing it tightly out of Chao Sui's sight, and it obediently settled down. It gave a few disgruntled kicks in the direction of its master, seemingly displeased that the puppet master was not more forthright about his evident yearning. Chao Sui approached the puppet master and inquired softly, "Revenue-sharing livestream?" The sudden mention of this topic caught the puppet master off guard. But he quickly realized the young healer's intention. This money was specifically for their visit to see him. It's far too much, Chao Sui said with a slight frown. Almost 80% of the players had tuned in to watch the livestream from Sueha's perspective. Consequently, the majority of the income from this livestream had found its way into Chao Sui's account. As for why viewers weren't watching from the perspective of the revered Lindong, it could be attributed to the dizzying effect of the puppet master's camera work. Thumbs up. Only the bravest could endure it. The puppet master moved swiftly, utilizing numerous displacement skills, often swapping places with the dark puppet. Finding him was nearly impossible. As Chao Sui hesitated to decline the offer, the puppet master had yet to speak. But the white figure had already begun to shake its head vigorously in refusal, as if it were underwater, likely causing the white bandages to almost smoke with exertion. The once serious atmosphere was shattered by the antics of the small puppet. Chao Sui smiled gently, his cold countenance momentarily warmed. "Are you really sure this is all right? Your club doesn't manage the live streams? Yu Feng is quite wealthy and can afford it," eavesdropping on their conversation. Yu Feng smirked. "Oh, not managed by the club. Isn't the entire club essentially yours, boss?" He was utterly amazed to witness his boss's ability to speak with such earnestness, switching between casual banter and serious discourse. Chapter 56. The Mermaid's Gift Box. It seemed that the commotion had attracted the attention of the entire Yaoguang team, who gathered around without mentioning the matter of the livestream's ownership. Of course, Tieji was simply gullible, believing his boss's tall tales. Amidst the chatter and encouragement from the others, Chao Sui was quickly persuaded, unable to interject. Occasionally, when he attempted to speak, the white puppet would leap out with a string of incomprehensible chatter, its incessant babble drowning out Chao Sui's attempts to object. Oddly enough, he had understood the puppet's earlier remarks, but now they seemed like nothing but gibberish, as if deliberately interrupting him. Unaware of the truth, Chao Sui resignedly accepted the goodwill of the Yaoguang team, silently committing the matter to memory. He sincerely thanked Yu Feng in person and meticulously responded in private, recognizing that while goodwill is appreciated, one must always maintain a respectful attitude when receiving favors, as even among friends, one should not take matters of interest lightly. Having incurred a debt of gratitude, Chao Sui sighed, resolving to take better care of everyone in the Yaoguang team moving forward. The group, exuberant and animated, felt a chill run down their backs. Seeing the young healer finally convinced, they nodded in satisfaction and resumed inspecting the items that had dropped into their backpacks. Chao Sui opened the private chat and clicked on the puppet master's avatar. Lin Gu, let us exchange contact information regarding this money. He typed out a lengthy message, but the puppet master only saw the request for contact details. Puppet master. In truth, he had longed to add the young healer's contact information but had hesitated, fearing it might come off as too forward, especially since Sueha was so popular across various platforms, yet there was still no sign of any social accounts. Concerned that his personal desires might intrude on the young healer's private life, Lin Ji had endured the urge for quite some time. When the 12th team dungeon opened, concerning member collaboration, he would take the initiative to add Sueha's contact details, even if they didn't chat. Merely observing would bring him peace of mind. The white puppet nodded in agreement beside him. Unexpectedly, joy struck him like a bolt from the blue. The invisible tail behind him swayed with excitement, and the white puppet broke into a happy dance, its head bobbing in a rather cocky manner. All right. Remain composed, restrained, and excited. Chao Sui found it amusing how he could derive such a complex array of emotions from a single word. As if he were infected by the jubilance surrounding him, perhaps due to the thrill of finally clearing the dungeon. Setting aside the matter of the live stream for the moment, Chao Sui finally opened his backpack to inspect the rewards from the ultimate level of the ancient Dian Kingdom. Green Pine Copper Buckle, Purple Equipment, reduces boss damage by 5%, can withstand one fatal attack. Note: after absorbing the lethal blow, the buckle will shatter and become unusable. Cloud Pattern Boots, Purple Equipment, Agility 150, cloaked in swirling mist during movement. Note: this effect can be concealed by fashion items. Skill Book, Mirror Flower, Water Moon. Designate a player, creating a perfect mirror image through a water mirror. Coexisting with the original for 1 minute, with a cooldown of 1 day. Note: this clone only inherits the designated player's skills and attributes, lacking self-awareness, requiring control by the skill initiator, and the designated player must be a teammate. The player cannot reflect themselves. Upon seeing the newly acquired skill book, Chao Sui paused, his eyes widening in surprise, his mouth slightly agape, his expression adorably bewildered. Is it truly what I think it is? A direct copy of a teammate? For 1 minute. All skills copied over. He immediately considered that his teammates would have no secrets left regarding their skills, as everything would be laid bare before him. However, as the commander, this skill would be incredibly convenient, akin to possessing a reconnaissance ability cloaked in the guise of a clone. Unaware of his unique perspective, the young healer gleefully learned the Mirror Flower, Water Moon skill. Just as he was about to close his backpack, his gaze sharpened, suddenly noticing the long-forgotten Sweet Zone costume gift box and an indescribable gift box nearby, now accompanied by a new mermaid's gift box. Each costume gift box came with its own unique characteristics, much like the Sweet Zone costume that enhanced poison resistance by 60%. Yet, the specifics of the costume's effects could only be discerned upon opening it. Chao Sui felt a flutter of anticipation and, after a moment of hesitation, clicked on the mermaid's gift box. A wave of azure mist, reminiscent of the recently departed mermaid boss, enveloped Chao Sui, blurring his features in an instant. The sudden appearance of mist drew the attention of everyone around, causing them to believe the boss had returned, their faces pale with fear, only to calm down upon seeing the figure at the center of the fog. Why? It was merely the young healer causing a stir. Nothing to worry about, just the luck of a true champion. Recognizing the activation effect of the costume gift box from a previous encounter with the Sweet Zone costume, the ever-cynical Chiyobai opened the system homepage with gritted teeth, still displaying the image of himself wearing a triangular rice dumpling hat, which had not yet expired from the system's 3-day showcase. He was about to complain to Tieji and the others about the system's petty tricks when he suddenly noticed the surrounding silence. The lake bottom unusually tranquil. Why is everyone so quiet? Chiyobai raised his head in confusion. The words he had yet to utter caught in his throat. Whoa! The azure mist at the lake bottom gradually dispersed amidst the swirling currents, revealing a beauty that seemed to emerge from the very foam of the water. The young healer, now devoid of his silver adornments, let his previously half-tied white hair cascade down freely, reaching his waist. The ends slightly curled, reflecting the water's surface like the sparkling waves in a summer breeze. The elongated tips of his eyes were adorned with shimmering sea sand, transitioning from a deep turquoise to a vibrant azure. A crystalline tear stone glimmering below, with a few delicate fish scales nestled around his eyes. His porcelain-like pupils were fathomless, an insatiable purity that seemed to draw in one's very soul. The slender ear fins rhythmically swayed with each breath of the mermaid, the translucent blue fins glistening with iridescence. His upper body, as white as snow, was tantalizingly revealed beneath layers of gossamer, the alluring waistline subtly visible, while the lower half was covered in countless shimmering fish scales. Radiant as gemstones, silver streams cascading by the jade riverbank, pearl scales chill the water's embrace. Beneath the moonlight, melodious songs flow, as if from another realm. Bai stared blankly into the emerald-green eyes, rendered speechless by the exquisite beauty before him. Unlike the mermaids he had known, the mermaids of Huaxia exuded a wilder beauty, their sharp webbed claws and slender scales signifying their dominion in the mysterious and perilous depths of the ocean. In that fleeting moment, Bai completely forgot the identity of the person before him, as if he had fallen into a fantastical dream, encountering a mesmerizing sea which, if mermaids truly existed, they would undoubtedly possess a beauty as alluring and otherworldly as the one before him. Chapter 57. What marriage? No one mocked Cupid's foolish expression, for all present, save for the puppeteer whose face was obscured by a mask, wore a look of stupefaction. It was as though they had beheld a creature of such indescribable beauty that their minds remained in a state of suspended reaction. Zhao Sui awakened amidst a sea of foam, her long eyelashes fluttering, the tear gem beneath her eye glimmering softly. At that moment, the prowess of holographic technology was on full display, her agile fish tail appearing as if it were an innate part of her being. Due to her underwater surroundings, Zhao Sui even felt more adept than with her legs. With a powerful twist of her core, she gracefully propelled her fish tail in a streamlined motion, suddenly executing a dolphin kick, causing the shimmering fabric to billow as her fish form emerged beyond the main platform. With her slender arms extended forward, she swam ahead. The moment her caudal fin flicked downwards, her palms expanded outward, and the scaled tail flipped sideways, completing a swift 360-degree turn. Memories of the mermaid performances she had witnessed at the aquarium before her transmigration flooded back, every movement of the performers vividly etched in her mind. Before long, Zhao Sui mastered the nuances of propulsion and swam towards the front of the hall. After indulging in her playful escapade, the little healer returned to find Yufeng and others huddled together in hushed conversation. Nearby, a family of three, including Lindong and the black puppeteer Mumu, stood frozen in place, lost in their thoughts, even the little white figure unusually quiet. The two puppets stood in a row, mimicking the same pose, their wooden demeanor appearing quite comical. Struck by an inexplicable sense of humor, Zhao Sui felt a mischievous impulse surge within her. Like a wisp of gossamer, her tail fins suddenly swept through the air, draping the shimmering fabric over the puppeteer's head. Lindong, who had always been unguarded around the little healer, unwittingly fell prey to the prank of the mischievous mermaid. The coolness of the fish fabric brushed against the puppeteer's mask. Finally rousing him from his reverie, he lifted his profound gaze, beholding the ethereal blue and translucent fabric that veiled the mermaid's smiling visage, as dreamlike as it was enchanting. Upon catching sight of the little mermaid, Lindong felt an overwhelming urge to capture her and take her home, envisioning her in the bathtub, on the waterbed, or in the open-air swimming pool. The little white figure seemed startled by its master's peculiar thoughts. Despite its usual extroverted nature, it could not express the wild inner world of its master at that moment. After all, it was merely a small manifestation of a skill within the hologram. How could it comprehend the complexities of adult life? Yet, despite its inability to simulate its master's innermost thoughts, its fondness for the little healer grew with each passing day. The white puppet lifted the fish fabric from its body and swam towards the little healer, quickly reaching for the tear-shaped pearls adorning the mermaid's waist. Its mouthless face dribbled an invisible drool, and a delightful sensation of cool, slippery silk transmitted through the little figure to the puppeteer's face, causing the newly acquired purple blood blade in his hand to creak ominously. Zhao Sui allowed the little figure to explore her body, casting a puzzled glance at Lindong. "Brother, what's wrong? Are you unwell?" "Very comfortable, not unwell," Lindong replied, feeling a bit of ambiguity in his words, and added, First clear it seemed that Lindong had indeed acquired a wealth of treasures. Believing she had uncovered the truth, the little healer opened her system backpack to check the outfit's effects. Mermaid tier gift box. Purple grade outfit. Increases movement speed by 30% and strength by 30% while underwater, and grants immunity to drowning effects. Special effect. Tears transform into pearls, weaving water into fabric. This was an outfit comparable to the effects of purple grade gear. In fact, some attributes of the mermaid tier were likely superior to those of purple armor. Zhao Sui thought inwardly, clicking her tongue in satisfaction. Nodding in approval, she stowed away the mermaid tier outfit and changed back into the peach immortal white robe. The peach-colored silhouette materialized, adorned with a peach blossom hairpin, and the snow-white ends of her hair swayed gracefully in the water. Compared to the increasingly revealing outfits, the peach immortal attire resonated more with the little healer's heart. In truth, after she had dropped the crimson serpent tattoo, she no longer required the 60% poison resistance from the Miaojiang attire and had kept forgetting to switch back. Now that she had cleared this dungeon riddled with poison buffs, there was naturally no need to wear it any longer. Unbeknownst to her, the Miaojiang youth had become entirely obsolete, while Yufeng had just secretly captured the leader's embarrassing moment. The members of the team gathered together, gossiping enthusiastically in their private group. Yufeng, look at the leader's worthless expression. TSK tisk tisk, image. X3 Tzi. Hee, the little healer looks stunning. Doghead strategist. Is the leader alright? We VE all stepped back so far, and he doesn't even know how to sneak in a hug. Doghead strategist. I'm dying here. Should we buy the leader a book on crush communication techniques for some pointers? Yufeng, progressing this quickly? Sueha's father is still young. I do not approve of this marriage. Doghead strategist. What's wrong with a hug? I'm just celebrating our first clear of the dungeon. What's wrong with that? Tzi. What marriage? Who's getting married? Cupid. Doghead strategist. Tzi's comment instantly silenced the gossip group, and before he could even ask if they should give a gift, he scratched his head. Seeing no one was speaking, hesitated for a moment and chose not to continue. Once everyone had checked the dungeon's loot rewards, Zhao Sui prepared to exit the dungeon scene. Lingering in the depths of that serene lake was becoming suffocating. Casting a glance at the puppeteer beside her, Lindong understood and led the way towards the point where the light beam descended. At that moment, the great hall was devoid of any firelight, making the teleportation point shimmer with an extraordinary brilliance. The puppeteer was the first to stand within the formation, followed closely by the other 5. After nearly half a day's duration, the ancient Dalian Kingdom dungeon finally concluded, bringing them back to the desolate path's edge, where a sense of liberation filled their hearts as they re-emerged into the light. Zhao Sui let out a long sigh, privately messaged the puppeteer to exchange contact information, and after bidding farewell to the members of the Yaoguang team, hurriedly logged off. By this time, night had fallen, well past her usual bedtime. In reality, Zhao Sui lay there for quite a while, removing her gaming helmet, stretching her stiff arms, her limbs still bearing the lingering soreness from excessive exertion in the dungeon. With a sigh, Zhao Sui, not knowing how many times she had marveled at the realism of holographic games, suddenly turned over and nestled into her soft pillow. One hand reached out from the covers to fumble on the table for a moment, retrieving a silver needle from her cloth pouch. Sitting up, she administered a few acupuncture points to alleviate her physical fatigue. The tingling sensation brought comfort, and Zhao Sui closed her eyes in pleasure, warmth enveloping her once more. Though this wave of heat was not as overwhelming as the last, it was just the right amount. Within mere seconds, she found herself drifting into a realm of dreams. While the little healer enjoyed a tranquil night, the forum and Star Network erupted with excitement. Chapter 58. Little Black Fan. At the very moment the ancient Dalian Kingdom officially cleared, Yufeng closed the live stream, prompting a massive influx of viewers from the live streaming platform into the Starry Sky forum. Not only the regular viewers of Yuxing Tianxia's live stream flocked in, but also other players who had heard the server-wide announcement, abandoning their current stream to surge into the forum. After all, the vast majority of players joined primarily for game strategies. Unlike the average viewers, they wouldn't linger just because a streamer was humorous or charismatic. With a flood of traffic hitting the forum, posts tagged with Yaoguang Club Sueha instantly skyrocketed in popularity. Server First Clear Commander's full perspective recording, analyzing ancient Dalian Kingdom mechanics and team configuration. Super simple ancient Dalian Kingdom dungeon guide. Only enter if you're not a fool. Comprehensive learning, Fire Mage survival guide. 108 techniques to master before entering the dungeon. Twin serpent people. Side stories of Qin and Yin, continuously updated. Having logged off to wash up, Yu Linfeng, exhausted from hours of intense gaming, prepared to browse the star network once more before bed. After swallowing the last sip of lychee nutritional liquid and returning the vial to the recovery station, he eagerly rubbed his hands together and clicked on the trending topics on the star network. A flurry of popular topics filled his view. Yaoguang Sueha second collaboration, server first clear, explosive, the overlooked healer. Stunning shots of Sueha's father, trending. Entire network enviously celebrating the lazy victory of Dog Brother, clearing the dungeon thanks to Doghead. Each topic generated a high level of discussion, reflecting the immense enthusiasm of the Empire's populace for the game. Nowadays, Starry Sky had become a household name among the people of Dawn, with many unable to meet the game's requirements opting to watch game live streams as they would a television series. After all, the unique live streaming model introduced by the Cosmic Star Network allowed players to share all 5 senses, select multiple perspectives, and more, making it nearly indistinguishable from playing the game themselves, aside from the lack of control. Wasn't it far more entertaining than merely watching a show? Even if a streamer sat there eating a bowl of noodles, numerous viewers would still tune in, enjoying the taste without the risk of gaining weight. Many savvy streamers had transitioned from the real world into the virtual realm. Some entered Starry Sky not to level up or battle monsters, instead opting to spend their days in various restaurants live streaming their meals. While others sought out beautiful NPCs for strategies, and some engaged in simulating life by buying houses, farming, and running businesses. Players had creatively transformed the gaming experience, and the alternative live streaming industry had thoroughly replaced traditional streaming. Naturally, the most popular category in Starry Sky live streams remained combat. Leisure served merely as a side dish, while battles were the true stimulant. Yu Linfeng gazed with delight at the myriad of envious and jealous comments from netizens, feeling as though the fatigue in his body was greatly alleviated by the suffering of others. Just as he was about to close Starnet and drift into a beautiful slumber, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a trending topic. The familiar phrase causing him to lift his heavy eyelids in an instant. Yu Feng's superb swimming lines? What lines? Super what? A wave of ominous premonition surged within him as he swallowed hard, hesitantly clicking into the trending topic. The avatar of the original poster entered his view first, clad in tight blue pants that accentuated his well-shaped posterior, glistening with moisture from the lake, raised high. The angle of the shot was quite cunning, seemingly taken from below his chin, capturing his double chin in all its unflattering glory, distorting his once smooth face into an elongated shape. The most amusing yet infuriating aspect was how his rounded dairy rose just above his head, rendering the entire photograph utterly comical. However, as the subject of the image, Yu Feng could not muster a laughed eye in that moment. He dared not imagine how many little black fans had captured his awkwardness while he was swimming in a frog style during battles. After all, his frog stroke was not the traditional kind. It genuinely mimicked the swimming of a frog, a memory he himself hesitated to revisit. As he scrolled through the thousands of comments beneath the post, Yu Linfeng felt an overwhelming lack of courage to continue. Yet, having arrived at this juncture, he was determined to witness the extent of their mockery. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Pacing furiously in his spacious bedroom, awakening several idle little robots that cast curious glances his way. However, Yu Linfeng's anger only escalated as the view count rose. Gritting his teeth, he observed that in this sea of comments, the little black fans' expression pack avatars were now overwhelmingly pervasive. With bloodshot eyes, Yu Linfeng felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him, yet sleep eluded him as he mindlessly scrolled through the entire thread. In the end, he stumbled upon an artful edit where his well-shaped posterior had been transformed into a frog's eyes, his body painted green. It was surprisingly convincing from a distance. Even more infuriating was that this scoundrel proudly proclaimed to be Yu Feng's true fan, spreading the mockery far and wide. Spreading it far and wide. Realizing the abnormal heat surrounding this thread, Yu Linfeng hastily closed the topic and navigated to other posts. Indeed, the comments section had been overwhelmingly besieged, with countless frog fans sprouting like mushrooms beneath other posts related to Yaoguang tea that moment. It felt as if a thunderclap had struck, and Yu Linfeng turned away from the glowing electronic screen, helplessly collapsing onto his bed, his vacant gaze fixated on the incessantly flashing red dots of notifications. Without a doubt, it was that guy, Qingfeng Jiue. Now, it seemed, his own humorous expression pack had yet to fade into obscurity. While this fellow had already acquired new meme material, this sleepless night had added yet another sorrowful soul to the ranks of the restless. This incident serves as a reminder that one should never entertain the thought of scrolling through Douyin before bed, for it may lead to an awakening that only intensifies, with a high probability of stumbling upon late-night culinary delights, dismemberment cases, and eerie tales. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yufeng was wide awake, while Zheyasu peacefully slumbered until dawn, the aches in his body vanishing without a trace in the warmth of his dreams. Refreshed, Zheyasu stretched lazily, revealing a glimpse of his porcelain-white belly. Embarrassed, he pinched his gradually rounding midsection. Since arriving at dawn, he had been engrossed in gaming, preparing for the StarNet entrance examinations, spending his days lying in bed with a helmet on. Coupled with the dearth of interstellar delicacies, he often had Poo-Poo procure additional meals, resulting in noticeable weight gain. Although his current focus remained on gaming, he knew he had to make amends. Zheyasu slipped his feet into fluffy slippers and hurriedly dashed into the kitchen, retrieving the items Poo-Poo had previously bought, brewing a cup of tea to bring back to his bedroom. Unbeknownst to him, a small red lay quietly in his WeChat contact list, a reminder of an unfinished task. Not wishing to simply lounge about, he sought a way to slim down. Recipe: lotus leaf 3G, koik seed 5G, hawthorn 5G, dried tangerine peel 5G, poria 3G, water 500 ml. Steps: 1. Add ingredients and 1000 milliliters of water. 2. Soak for 15 minutes. 3. Heat to boiling, then simmer for 10 minutes. Best not to drink during menstruation. As for the men, let us pretend I didn't say that. And to the 100 who are eagerly waiting for an update, yes, I mean you. Chapter 59. He spoke from the heart. Lin Ji gazed at the contact information sent by the little doctor, committing it to memory at a glance. Watching his sway, he logged off, his figure dissipated like fireflies along the walkway. Reaching out to grasp the fragmented light, it too quickly transformed into vapor. In reality, the man slowly awakened in the pod, but this time he did not immediately head for the shower. Instead, he merely wiped down his body and, without delay, opened WeChat to send a friend request. Alas, after several minutes, his message sank into the abyss, stirring not a ripple. He understood that the child was likely already asleep, yet he could not quell his restless heart. Though he was not adept at conversation, he had mentally prepared a lengthy monologue. However, no amount of preparation could overcome the reality of being unable to converse. Lin Ji, who had not slept a wink, succumbed to restlessness after a shower and sent another friend request. Unable to sleep, he decided to keep the WeChat screen beside him, entering the combat simulation room for an all-night training session. On the other side, Zheyasu, having sipped his poria tea, cradled the warm beverage, comfortably closing his eyes. The plush pajama set, selected by Poo-Poo, instinctively sensed its owner's good mood and wagged its tail in response. The fragrant steam of the tea wafted around him, yet Zheyasu felt as though he had forgotten something important. Activating the chip on the back of his hand, the smart brain projected a virtual interface, revealing a conspicuous red on WeChat that had been dormant for some time. I forgot to add Lin Gu on WeChat. The boy, nestled in his blankets, exclaimed softly, the cat ears atop his hood bending back in surprise. Hastily opening WeChat, he found the contact list sparse, with only a few names: the head of the Zhao family, the private tutor his parents had hired, and the examination officer. His parents' accounts had been deactivated following their passing, leaving Zheyasu with a sense of loss. Having inherited the original owner's memories, Zheyasu felt melancholic. Those memories were not mere fleeting images to him, but resonated deeply. Tapping the little red on the contact icon, he saw 2 friend requests lying side by side on the application interface, one without a message and the other seemingly accompanied by an emoji. Upon accepting the request, the puppet master's encrypted avatar lit up, displaying a hand-drawn silhouette of a starry sky, with a nickname that perfectly matched his essence, simply LZ. However, this stylish account was instantly disrupted by the cat emoji sent with the request LZ. Cat emoji.jpg. Zheyasu blinked. Lin Gu seemed quite lively in private. Little did he know that the previous dog head comment was not just a joke, as the puppet master had indeed placed an order for a crush conversation guide. Lost among the rave reviews in the buyer's showcase, The doghead had failed to notice it was a love guide for female friends. Having received the ebook the day prior, Linji began browsing during the long wait. Upon reaching the chapter about the importance of emojis, the author had provided a link to a plethora of adorable emojis. Diligently studying, Linji saved them all. The previously empty input bar was suddenly filled with over 100 emojis, each one sweeter than the last, overflowing with sugar. Thus, one dared to teach and the other dared to learn. As Linji selected the cutest emoji, the man was oblivious to the fact that the stark contrast in emojis had caused the boy to harbor some misunderstandings. Before Zayasu could input his greeting into the chat box, the other party swiftly sent his name. "LZ. My name is Linji. Winter is coming?" Linji, the boy, feeling slightly cold, curled up in his blankets, seeking the most comfortable position to type his own name. Yet, before Zayasu could respond, the man sent a flurry of messages. "LZ. I am 25 years old. LZ. A civil servant, with 4 siblings. LZ. I live in the suburbs of the capital of the Sun Empire. Just walk straight and turn right to reach my home. House number 1001. LZ. Zayasu. Wait. Lingu. Hold on a moment." Zayasu hurriedly closed the chat box, halting the puppet master's overly frank introduction, fearing that if he delayed any longer, Lingu would divulge his Starnet payment password as well. The boy's interjection silenced the barrage of messages, and in that moment of stillness, Zayasu felt an unusual sense of nervousness emanating from the man. In truth, Linji was indeed quite anxious. He had earnestly followed the advice from the book, yet it felt somewhat different. Had it not been for the boy's timely interruption, he might have even mentioned his parents' and siblings' names. Casually extending an invitation to visit his home, the man, who found it impossible to be taciturn in front of the boy, fell into deep contemplation. "Zayasu. Lingu, you speak too quickly. I can't keep up." "Zayasu. My name is Zayasu LZ. Can I call you Sway Sway?" "Zayasu. Of course, Lingu, you can call me whatever you like." "Can I call you my husband?" Not at all. A man, realizing his own excessive vulnerability, covered his face, having remained distant for so many years. For the first time, he felt an overwhelming fondness for someone, as the warmth in his heart threatened to consume him entirely. Prior to this, he had not even been aware of such peculiar needs within himself. LZ. All right, Sway Sway at LZ. Catkiss.jpg. Zhaoyang and Sway Sway were oblivious to how a mere nickname had instantaneously bridged the gap between them. From childhood, both Qin Mama and Zhao Father, along with Poo Poo, had affectionately called him Sway Sway. He had long grown accustomed to this diminutive name, given his limited social interactions. "LZ. Did you sleep well last night?" "Sway Sway. Do you need another day of rest?" "I'll wake you for the dragon boat race tomorrow." "Sway Sway. I'm a bit tired. I won't log in today, brother." "Sway Sway. That's fine. You can call me .LZ. Do you have any requirements for the team? Some top guilds have contacted me for collaboration. Tizai and his group have taken on a 6-man quest and cannot make it." "Sway Sway. No specific requirements. I'll follow your lead." The situation is quite intricate, as Yaoguang Guild comprises far more than just their small team, as the pioneering leader with the first successful completion. Many players require their guidance. Additionally, some club owners seeking to place orders with Yaoguang are not as financially affluent as Yufeng S Group, occasionally taking on quests to stabilize their income. With the upcoming special Dragon Boat Festival instance, it is already the 4th day of the festival. The 12-man quest is about to commence, and several top teams have yet to conquer the Gudian Kingdom, causing a sense of trepidation among all. Currently, Suihe has only collaborated with Yaoguang, and many guilds are extending olive branches to Yaoguang, gradually evolving into a formidable alliance among the top players in the Empire S server. Even the Star Network and forums have subtly hinted at internal news, causing the excitement to soar. Chapter 60. Linji wants to make a video call. Initially, a member of a certain team on the forum leaked that their captain would seek collaboration with Yaoguang. What began as an inconspicuous leak quickly gained traction as more professional players flocked to Yaoguang for cooperation. The wealthiest player, Kai Sanyi, and the top support player, Li Ming, along with Yuling Guild S president, Yao Ji, and the prominent streamer, Yin Liang, formed an astonishing lineup that left onlookers in a "Is this for real? Please don't deceive me. Are all the big shots joining forces for the Dragon Boat quest?" The strength of the leaderboard is indeed terrifying. If this is the case, I'm not participating in the quest. I must observe. They are surely all coming for Suihe. After all, Dugu and Yaoguang are sworn enemies. Right? I know about that. Xiaoying Guhong is a die-hard fan of Sui He, and aside from guild promotions, the content shared on the Star Network is exclusively from Sui He's live broadcasts. I have some insider info on Sui He, Lin Dong, and Guhong. PPT. Slide it my way. The conversation veered off topic. Hey, send me a copy of that PPT. While many have encountered the top players across various gaming leaderboards, witnessing such a congregation within a single team is a rare spectacle for players. However, they could understand the hype, especially since the Gu Dian Kingdom instance has dominated forum discussions since the special Dragon Boat Festival event commenced. This instance demands exceptionally high output, and most players have not even met the prerequisites, with only a handful of teams having ventured inside. As the Dragon Boat race approaches tomorrow, 5 or 6 teams are still battling fiercely within the Gu Dian Kingdom. Thus, for players unable to conquer Gu Dian Kingdom, the thought of attempting the Dragon Boat instance seems futile. It would be wiser to watch the top players unite. However, unbeknownst to the players, the difficulty of the Gu Dian Kingdom instance is merely a smokescreen. Those who succeed will receive generous rewards, including guaranteed purple gear. The Dragon Boat instance is the true source of benefits, and by the time many players realize it, it will be too late. Of course, that is a matter for later discussion. Just moments ago, several top teams cleared the 6-man instance, emerging with lingering apprehension. Aware of the daunting difficulty, they sought collaboration with renowned top players. The most frequently inquired about was the top-ranked player, Lin Dong, with an urgent need to collaborate with the server's #1 support, Sui He. With Sui He on board, there is no need for a dual healer setup, allowing for an additional damage dealer. What a secure arrangement. After being inundated with private messages, Lin Dong ultimately created a group chat. After consulting with Zhao Yang, they reached a unanimous decision on the participants. Sui He, healer, acupuncture, support rank 1. Lin Dong, puppeteer, stand-in, power rank 1. Li Ming, Yuhuan, support rank 2. Xiaoying Guhong, body cultivation, swordsman, power rank 4. Qing Feng Jiyu, body cultivation, swordsman, power rank 3. Yin Liang, body cultivation, gunner, power rank 2. Dog head strategist, warlock, fire, power rank 9. Kai San Yi, warlock, gold, wealth rank 1. Yao Ji, archer, equipment rank 5. Yu Feng, body cultivation, swordsman, power rank 15. Qiu Bai Tai Chu Chu, archer, power rank 11. Tao Tao, Hao Liang Liang, warlock, water, power rank 25. The composition features 1 tank, 1 support, for melee fighters, and 5 ranged attackers, alongside a versatile puppeteer whose attributes remain ambiguous. After meticulous selection from a group of over 40, all 7 hidden classes from the Empire's server were included, with the remaining ranged players being top tier on the power rankings. Among them, Yaoji is the president of Yuling Guild, wielding a purple Great Sun shooting bow, ranking 5th on the equipment chart, although seemingly the weakest. The water-type warlock, Tao Tao Hao Yang Liang, possesses troublesome control skills despite a slightly lower attack compared to others on the power rankings. As for Li Ming, the Empire's top Yuhuan player, he had eagerly joined the fray, having originally intended to select a Yuhuan from among several guilds' fixed teams. But he unexpectedly stepped forward. Li Ming hails from a wealthy family, rumored to have a golden background and connections to the upper echelons of the Empire. Though such claims have yet to be substantiated. Since his rise to fame, he has never recorded an OT incident, and his professional monster hunting team allows him to shine effortlessly. Following the release of the Empire's server rankings, he quickly gained notoriety, and despite not being a streamer himself, he often mingles with streamers, leaving behind numerous dungeon videos. Li Ming has always acted according to his whims, prideful in nature. It was unexpected for him to seek collaboration so eagerly, as nearly every team looking to partner had received a private message from him. It was only when a member inquired about the group that the truth came to light. It appeared he was yet another player coming in for Sui He. Everyone couldn't help but click their tongues in astonishment, yet it felt entirely reasonable, considering that each individual present was undoubtedly drawn by the allure of the little healer. Unfortunately, Sui He had previously only collaborated with Lin Dong. Had it not been for Lin Dong's unwavering hold on the top power ranking, many would have eagerly sought to confront the puppeteer. With the 12-man dungeon imminent, the opportunity for collaboration had finally arrived. Once friends were added, it would not be impossible to continue working together. Knowing Sui was asleep, Lin Ji meticulously organized the players' information, which contains simplified details about the skills of the players in this formation. After setting it to send at a scheduled time, he turned back to his bed to catch up on sleep. 8:09 in the morning, sunlight filtered through the smart skylight, which had learned to self-regulate, leaving the cozy bedroom shrouded in dimness. After a full day of slumber, the warmth within the young man gradually faded as he slowly opened his hazy eyes, staring blankly at a particular spot. The skylight detected the young master's state, and the black unknown material began to allow warm sunlight to permeate through. Once the child in the room fully adjusted, the space was awash with brightness. Beside the bed lay a temperature-controlled breakfast prepared by Poo-Poo. Just as he finished eating, a gentle vibration emanated from the chip on the back of his hand. With a delicate tap of his pinky, the micromessage interface appeared before Xiaoyang, who took a sip of milk while browsing through the information sent by the puppeteer. Upon seeing the lineup, even Xiaoyang felt a twinge of surprise. This was indeed a gathering of the Empire's top players in a single instance. After gulping down the warm milk, the white residue smeared around his mouth, Xiaoyang, intrigued, crossed his legs and meticulously examined the teammates' details. Unbeknownst to him, his adorable appearance was captivating. Lost in thought over the information, he completely forgot to reply to Lin Ji's message. Meanwhile, the man, who had risen early, waited for his message to be sent before beginning to compose a response. Noticing that Sui Sui had not replied for quite some time, he deleted the entire text he had input. Pausing as he glanced at the video button below the input box, Lin Ji hesitated. The Star Network's micromessage notifications vibrate the chip on the back of the hand, and video calls are categorized into casual and urgent types. The former will intelligently monitor the recipient's state. If they are in a dormant state, it will not ring. Effectively avoiding disturbing others' rest, this video method has become a common way for the people of Dawn to engage in daily pleasantries. Concerned that the youth might still be asleep and fearing to intrude, Lin Ji hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to make the customary video call. Chapter 61. Coming and going. A gentle ringtone interrupted Zhao Sui's thoughts, pulling him back from the sea of information as he switched back to the chat window, only to see Lin Ji's avatar gently vibrating. Lin Ji has sent you a request for a daily video call. Will you answer? A visage of the puppeteer, perpetually wearing a black mask, suddenly flashed before his eyes, causing a moment of surprise. Curiously, he clicked to accept the call. In an instant, a technologically advanced blue and white room enveloped Zhao Sui's cozy little bedroom. His yellow bed transformed into a vast blue quilt adorned with playful prints of blue skies and fluffy clouds. Abruptly transported by the Star Network from his own room to this unfamiliar place, the youth appeared bewildered, his understanding still tethered to the pre-journey mode of video calling via V. Moreover, since the original owner had never utilized Star Network video, he was unaware that the video call would project the recipient's image directly beside the sender. Sitting on the bed, Zhao Sui failed to notice the man behind him gazing intently. Lin Ji's expression was devoid of emotion, presenting a calm demeanor, yet the constantly shifting pupils betrayed his inner tension. It was not that he did not wish to greet Sui with a smile. After all, the chat guidelines for a crush suggested that an infectious smile would convey one's feelings and enhance personal charm. However, after consulting his brother Lin Yuan yesterday and witnessing the ghostly expression on his face, seemingly frightened, he abandoned the idea of intimidating Sui. Better to meet with his naturally cold expression instead. Having reached the limits of his expression management, Lin Ji sought advice online, which claimed that the initial outfit was of utmost importance, as it determined the first impression. Thus, he began rummaging through his closet, only to be taken aback by the scene before him. While he had been away on a military assignment, his mother had replaced all his monochrome clothes with vibrant blue and yellow sweatshirts, leaving behind a note, "Tio, my son, an encouragement. What is this nonsense about a young man dressing in black, white, and gray every day? You've only been an adult for 5 years, and already you're more solemn than your father. Listen to your mother. Young men should wear bright colors. I heard you have someone special in your life. Trust your mother's judgment. Wear these, and you'll surely captivate her. I've taken your father, Lin Xiao and Lin Shuang, on a trip, and I've made sure your father has his hands full, so he won't disturb you. You must win over that lovely daughter-in-law. If you don't bring her home, you'll face my disappointment, and you can join your brother in the barracks." With no other option, Lin Ji reluctantly stuffed a collection of flamboyant outfits into his brother Lin Zhao's wardrobe and donned his military dress uniform, which he typically reserved for formal occasions. Yet, his brother dismissed this choice. Lin Yuan, usually meticulous, displayed a hint of shock, as if grappling with the realization that his typically aloof brother was, in fact, a romantic. He handed his brother a new set of military fatigues. Lin Yuan stared at the discarded dress uniform, rendered speechless. At least his brother understood the allure of uniforms, which was already quite commendable. The imperial military uniform was a solid black, layered over a dark shirt, cinched with a leather belt, and topped with a deep coat adorned with a gleaming star insignia. The tall figure, paired with combat boots, exuded an aura of restraint. In contrast to Lin Ji's full military regalia, Zhao Sueha appeared more casual. He wore pajamas adorned with a plush cat design, the soft, light brown fur contrasting with the alertness of his ears, which perked up at the new environment, and his tail arched in a defensive posture, resembling a kitten that had strayed into unfamiliar territory. Lin Ji's hand, clad in a black leather glove, curled slightly. Feeling an itch, yet, Zhao Sueha exhibited no sign of unease, oblivious to how his pajamas betrayed him. The youth quickly regained his composure and turned to face the man behind him. Before him stood Lin Ji in his military attire. His posture straightened with a rose gold belt cinching his waist, the slightly loose trousers failing to conceal his long, well-proportioned legs. The absence of the mask from the game revealed a sharply defined face, no longer pale as in the digital realm. In reality, he bore a healthy, sun-kissed complexion. His dark, profound eyes sparkled with intensity, and his lightly pressed lips added to his allure. The short, side-parted hairstyle was a stark contrast to the high ponytail from the game. Yet Zhao Sueha immediately recognized the puppeteer by those unforgettable eyes. Lin Ge? Zhao Sueha broke the silence. Lin Ji relaxed his tense posture slightly, responding, "Good morning, Sueha." He nearly blurted out a question about breakfast but recalled the urgent training from the previous night. Quickly silencing himself, "Brother, you look so handsome," Zhao Sueha exclaimed, unabashedly complimenting him and gesturing to compare their heights with his little paws. In contrast to Lin Ji's masculine allure, he felt somewhat juvenile. However, he was still young, with the potential to grow into a handsome man himself. Sueha is quite charming as well. The sudden praise made Lin Ji's invisible tail wag in delight, nearly leading him to let slip a response. Zhao Sueha climbed off the bed, his eyes wide with admiration for Lin Ji's military uniform, which indeed looked magnificent. However, the youth exercised restraint and refrained from asking questions. Reaching out to touch the coat, his hand passed right through it. It was indeed a projection, quite magical and distinct from a hologram. Feeling more relaxed around someone familiar, Zhao Sueha began to explore Lin Ji's projection. Lin Ji looked down at the small cat-like paw repeatedly passing through him, appearing as if it were searching for something, though he felt nothing physically. Yet, the visual was almost unbearable to witness. The youth's unabashed curiosity only confirmed Lin Ji's suspicion that Sueha was still quite young, perhaps even newly equipped with a neural chip. Unaware of the man's sudden gesture to cover his face, Zhao Sueha, having played enough, flopped back down and asked, "When are we starting the game? Is everyone ready? We'll begin after lunch. Would you like to join me?" The rapid shift in topic caught Zhao Sueha off guard. "Join you? How can we eat together?" he questioned, puzzled by his own transparent, projected form. Lin Ji's eyes brightened. "I'll cook and send it to you." Despite his seemingly expressionless demeanor, Zhao Sueha sensed an unmistakable eagerness in Lin Ji's tone, urging him to taste my cooking. Feeling a sudden warmth towards the puppeteer, Zhao Sueha chuckled softly and nodded in agreement. "All right, I'll be sure to savor Brother Lin's culinary skills." The two continued their conversation for a while before ending the video call. As Lin Ji watched the youth's figure gradually fade away, he pressed a hand against his rapidly beating heart and sighed, realizing that he was truly beyond saving. With that thought, he stored the secretly captured images of the adorable Sueha in a private folder. For this encounter, he had prepared extensively, as one would for someone they genuinely cherished, taking every precaution. Chapter 62. The dragon boat set sail. After freshening up, Zhao Sueha soon received the delicious meal sent by Lin Ji. The postal system of the Star Network was remarkably convenient. The sender simply filled out the address and submitted it, sending the link to the recipient, who then completed the necessary information for immediate delivery. Throughout this process, both parties' information remained confidential, ensuring privacy was not a concern. Poo-Poo approached with a forlorn expression, carrying a lunch that some unknown man had sent over. Zhao Sueha had lost interest in the nutrient solution Poo-Poo had prepared. Gently patting Poo-Poo's smooth, metallic head, Zhao Sueha took the carefully packaged meal from Poo-Poo's hands, still warm from transit. Upon opening the lid, an enticing aroma wafted toward him. The rice grains were plump, the stir-fried greens crisp and glistening, infused with a sweet fragrance, alongside slices of winter bamboo shoots and mushrooms, all sautéed with pork belly and sprinkled with a hint of garlic chive. Lin Ji had meticulously prepared 4 dishes and a soup, fearing that the young one might not have enough to eat. Each compartment was filled to the brim with a perfect balance of meat and vegetables, ensuring excellent nutrition. Zhao Sueha swallowed hard, both salivating and astonished. Even without extensive knowledge of the interstellar realm, he understood the exorbitant prices of vegetables in Dawn. Furthermore, it wasn't merely a matter of cost. Most individuals lacked access to purchase such ingredients. Currently, only the Imperial Agricultural Science Institute cultivated a small quantity of untainted plants, which had yet to be widely distributed. Reflecting on Lin Ji's military uniform from their earlier meeting, Zhao Sueha realized that the puppeteer's family background was likely more illustrious than he had initially thought. However, what did that matter to him? They were merely friends, influenced by his past life. He lacked a profound understanding of the hierarchy within the Interstellar Empire. Even if Lin Ji suddenly claimed to be a prince of the Empire, he would merely observe with the same curiosity as one watching a giant panda. Would you distance yourself or feel inferior if a friend suddenly transformed into a wealthy heir? To refrain from being overly presumptuous is already commendable. However, the culinary creations of Brother Lin are truly exquisite. It has been quite some time since I have savored the delightful combination of vegetarian dishes and rice, causing my cheeks to swell with satisfaction. In my heart, I commend the skills of the puppeteer with great admiration. After Poo-Poo collected the food containers, the rejuvenated young physician felt utterly refreshed after a day of rest. Reclining on the plush bed, he donned the gaming headset, and with a whirl of sensations, the youth slowly opened his eyes. Before him lay a desolate pathway, and at that moment, as the countdown to the Dragon Boat Festival commenced, numerous players were still racing towards the ancient Dian Kingdom. After teleporting through a nearby array to the Star-Picking Palace and completing the daily tasks, he received an invitation to join a team from the puppeteer. Upon entering the party, a full roster of 12 players appeared in the system status bar. Upon noticing the young physician's entry, the public screen erupted with a flurry of messages, transforming the 12 individuals into a lively assembly reminiscent of 50. Ginliang. Welcome, Sueha. Please take care of us later. Yufeng. I missed you so much, Sueha daddy. Kai Sanyi. Red envelope. Welcome, little one. Taotao Heoliang Liang. Sueha daddy. I declare my allegiance, Xiaoying Guhong. An avalanche of welcome messages surged past, not only within the party channel but also from countless viewers in the live stream, celebrating the imminent gathering of this elite team. Given the multitude of prominent players involved, including 4 or 5 streamers, the excitement reached such heights that it caught the attention of the official Starry Game Empire, prompting them to arrange a joint live stream for the top 4 streamers. Except for a handful of obstinate players who were determined to tackle the 6-person dungeon, virtually all players on the Imperial server had gathered to observe the experts. It was not that they were unwilling to rush the dungeon. Rather, the prerequisite for the Dragon Boat was singular: to complete the ancient Dian Kingdom. Players trapped in the preliminary tasks had resigned themselves and opted to watch the masters conquer the dungeon together. Isn't that Dawn? Has he come as well? Impressive. I see the one-eyed dragon has arrived. Shouldn't the demoness be keeping an eye on your Yuling guild? The unexpected collaboration between Xiaoying Guhong and Lintong Jiangji astonished many. How did Tao Tao, this cross-dressing master, manage to get in? Did he use connections? Kai Sanyi, the Cash King, looked surprisingly handsome. I thought he'd be 50 or 60. The barrage of messages in the live stream was overwhelming, obscuring any semblance of clarity. Clearly, the popularity was at a fever pitch. Not one to waste time. After a round of greetings, the group collectively teleported to the entrance of the Dragon Boat dungeon. The vast rivers, under the gentle caress of the breeze, rippled softly, with reeds casting down delicate fluff, while a distant group of light brown ducks glided leisurely. The serene scene offered no hint of impending danger. As the team leader, the puppeteer noted that all members had readied their gear, and with a mere thought, officially initiated the Dragon Boat ride in an instant. The river surged, waves rippling outwards, and the players felt a blinding flash before collectively vanishing from the riverbank. Only the puzzled ducks remained, their heads bobbing curiously, quacking a few times before losing interest, as the ripples dissipated. The preliminary CG commenced. The lively sounds of banter filled the air as graceful maidens flitted by, and a middle-aged man beat a drum in encouragement. Not far off, vividly colored red and blue dragon boats vanished into the distance. Countless festive scenes unfolded within the CG. Finally, the image froze on a forlorn silhouette. Winds gusting, swallowed by the boundless depths of the lake beneath crashing waves. The scene abruptly halted, and at that very moment, everyone opened their eyes simultaneously. This seems different from what I had envisioned, Yufeng remarked, glancing around. They had been collectively transported to a vast platform, its floor painted a cheerful pink. Below this grand platform, 6 smaller platforms were evenly distributed, showcasing the colors red, yellow, blue, green, cyan, and purple in succession. Surrounding the platform, a gathering of NPC villagers buzzed with excitement, as if a grand celebration were underway. The cacophony of voices left the group somewhat disoriented. Yinliang furrowed his brow. This atmosphere feels more like a festival than a boss fight. Indeed, Dawn's sixth sense had always been remarkably accurate. It seems we are being observed like monkeys by these NPCs, remarked Yaoji with a chuckle. As the group chatted, they unanimously turned their attention towards Sueha, who stood at the center of the platform, a charming young maiden adorned in a dark green linen dress, holding a bouquet of flowers, radiated a healthy glow. She appeared nothing like a boss. Yet, her position at the center of the platform made her identity unmistakable. Acknowledging the shared understanding in their gazes, it was clear that Sueha was to lead. Having prepared mentally since receiving the puppeteer's documents the day before, Zhao Sui took the initiative to approach the maiden. Petals floated gently down, the breeze carrying a hint of foreboding. As they entered a certain proximity, the maiden's eyes shifted, and a green name, Xiaoyu, appeared above her head. Yet she did not attack the approaching young physician. With an inviting smile, Xiaoyu inquired, "O distant guests, have you come to partake in the Muyang Flower Festival?" "Indeed," Zhao Sui affirmed, recognizing this as the precursor to the boss encounter. Upon hearing the accurate confirmation, Xiaoyu's smile broadened, and she suddenly called out, "Ladies, we have guests. Come quickly to the stage." The unexpected proclamation startled Yufeng and the others, who had been eavesdropping on their conversation. Dawn's right eye twitched, an ominous feeling gnawing at him. What is happening? This reaction is far greater than before. With a look of excitement, Yaoji regarded the boss before him, glancing at the reactions of the other top players. True to their elite status, each had already drawn their weapons, entering a state of readiness. As Xiaoyu issued her command, 6 dancers clad in pink skirts approached the 6 small platforms, each cradling a mysterious, bulging object. Xiaoyu, seeing the dancers in position, turned with high spirits to Zhao Sui and said, "Dear guests, you must select 6 individuals to participate in the flower festival, guided by the iris." The girl extended to Zhao Sui a roll of carved wooden iris leaf slips, indicating that they should draw lots. Grasping the bamboo tube in hand, Zhao Sui beckoned the others. Without hesitation, those called stepped forward to form a circle. After explaining the situation, Zhao Sui drew the first slip. The wooden slip remained unchanged. Yet Xiaoyu seemed to sigh, her face etched with disappointment. Surely won't be anything good," Xiaoyin Guhong murmured, only to see the slip in his hand gradually turn white. "Huh? Is it doing this on purpose?" The latter half of his thought was swallowed under Xiaoyu's unwavering gaze, leaving him feeling somewhat tearful. Dawn gazed at the whitening slip in his hand, not the least bit surprised. It appeared the source of his foreboding had been revealed. "If it weren't for Sueha, I wouldn't be taking such a risk in this dungeon." Cupid cheerfully toyed with his unchanged slip, lamenting his lack of luck, having never won a lottery in his life. Conversely, he had also never been selected during random draws at school, a bittersweet irony of fate. The final draw revealed the names: Xiaoyin Guhong, Dawn, Yinliang, Yufeng, Taotao Heoliangliang, and Lintong Jiangji. The announcement of the last selected individual left everyone momentarily stunned, while the chosen ones exhaled in relief. Having Lintong, the great god, accompany them through adversity was a stroke of good fortune. After all, it was said that a tall person could bear the weight of a collapsing sky. In the next moment, the white slip vanished into the players' bodies, and above the heads of the 6, the names hibiscus, pomegranate, jasmine, daylily, sandthorn, and mugwort materialized, corresponding to the chosen players. "Please have all players stand in the designated area." Suddenly, a system notification echoed. leaving those not selected exchanging puzzled glances, uncertain of the system's meaning. However, under the young physician's direction, they dispersed to surround the boss. The players with white slips hesitated for a moment before quickly taking their places on the corresponding small platforms. "Are we all ready?" Xiao Yu asked with a bright smile, though her eyes sparkled with mischief. With no room for doubt, everyone replied in unison, ready to officially commence the dungeon. The villagers' cheers momentarily quieted before erupting into a fervent roar. Xiao Yu's cheeks remained flushed, yet the name above her head abruptly turned a deep crimson. "On the 5th day of the 5th month, grant me a sprig of mugwort. O kind guests, please craft me a bouquet of mugwort flowers." Under the astonished gazes of everyone, the now red-named Xiao Yu waved the bouquet of mugwort, and a towering 10-meter-high silhouette began to take form behind her. "Goodness, is this the first boss? How do we even fight this? I must ask, how do we fight this? Whoa, such a charming little potato, and in the blink of an eye, it is transformed into a towering stalk of sorghum. Can Lintong and the others even move? Wait, why aren't the streamers losing health while fighting the boss?" Within the arena at the moment the boss unleashed its crimson fury, Little Physician was compelled to summon the monsters due to T's capture. Strangely, however, the initial strike of the Peach Blossom 9 Needles did not inflict a single point of damage to the boss, nor did it provoke an attack from the players who were unrestrained within the arena. The enormous phantom cradled a pear blossom paper in its grasp, and in contrast to the tangible boss below, there were no corresponding bouquets within the paper. Zhaoyang observed thoughtfully as the transparent barrier rose from the small platform after the instance began. Along with the markers above the heads of the players ensnared within it, appeared that this phantom could only be dealt with by the designated 6 players. Shaking his head and wishing them well, Little Physician instructed Qingfeng Jiue and the others to assault the corporeal form of the boss below. Indeed, the health bar began to dwindle at an exceedingly slow pace. The moment the health bar began to fall, a countdown for the boss's fury erupted, causing the expressions of all present to shift dramatically. The boss's patience had run thin. 500 seconds. Zhaoyang furrowed his brow. Given the countdown, the rate at which the health bar was diminishing was highly irregular. Before he could delve deeper into the intricacies of the situation, the boss finally took action. "I am the season of blooming orchids. Let us partake in the exquisite wine, shared in harmony." The phantom closed its eyes and gently extended the pear blossom paper from its chest. "What do you intend to do? Don't come any closer." A blood-curdling scream pierced the air, instantly capturing the attention of everyone present. The dancer before Yufeng slowly approached him, holding the package in her hands. While Yufeng curled up in the corner, looking utterly pitiful, the dancer's silhouette loomed larger in his terrified gaze. Suddenly, he found himself choking back a gasp, as if an invisible force compelled him to stand and raise his arms. "This is inappropriate. Stop. Don't strip me. There's a woman. Help, Sueha. Father, help." Amid Yufeng's desperate cries, the dancer, with a blank expression, began to remove his outer robe, while Yufeng, rendered powerless to do anything but speak, was filled with dread as he attempted to resist verbally. The scene was far too vivid and provocative, prompting the moderators of the joint livestream to mistakenly apply a mosaic filter. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Yelyang's brow. He was somewhat unnerved by Yufeng's dramatic predicament. Xiaoyin covered his eyes, light seeping through his fingers, simultaneously fearful of becoming the next target while reveling in Yufeng's misfortune. Among the group on the small platform, only Lindong and Liming remained composed. However, upon closer inspection, one could see that Liming's pinky finger trembled slightly, and his right eyelid twitched increasingly, leaving him no choice but to close his eyes. The seemingly unperturbed puppeteer cast furtive glances at Little Physician. Fearing embarrassment in front of Sui Sui. Chapter 64. Click to witness Yufeng dressed as a woman dancing before the eyes of all. Yufeng was stripped of his clothing by the dancer, left in nothing but a flimsy undergarment. And the mysterious package in the NPC's hands finally revealed its true nature. It was a female dance costume. The design closely resembled that worn by the dancer NPC, comprising various components: white straps, a flowing scarlet skirt, an opulent necklace of gold and silver, 8 golden bangles, 2 bows, and wide flowing sleeves, beneath which trailed a pink and white ribbon. Only then did everyone realize that the NPC controlling Yufeng had subtly transformed from an ordinary dancer into a dancer from the western regions. Despite how immobile Yu Feng had become, his face was etched with shock, akin to a thunderclap on a clear day. Surely, she isn't going to dress me in that? I'm a man? No. Help. Amid the sweat-soaked expressions of the remaining five, the dancers swiftly adorned Yu Feng with the attire of a Western dancer. Due to the revealing nature of the costume, Yu Feng, unfortunately, drew the short straw and was forced into a particularly alluring dance style. At the moment the costume enveloped him, even his thin undergarment was entirely replaced. The pink, off-shoulder straps did little to conceal Yu Feng's muscular biceps, and a prominent Adam's apple was adorned with a red ribbon. With the flowing sleeves fluttering, one might easily mistake him for a beautiful maiden if one disregarded his upper body. Ha 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 ha. Qingfeng Jiyue, upon witnessing his brother forced into women's clothing, erupted into laughter. He nearly lost his grip on the great sword in his hand. Seizing the moment to snap a series of 50 rapid photos with his left hand while swinging with his right. Laughter echoed throughout the joint livestream, as about 30% of the audience bore the avatar of the Frog Brother. Reveling in the spectacle, Yu Feng, old rascal, you still possess some charm. Jegu adjusted his glasses. Brother, you smell delightful, brother. I've never asked you for anything in this life. He'll be honest, sis. Your brother has quite an impressive figure. Yo, Yu Feng, old sister even has armpit management. You all truly have no standards. Both the players within the game and the viewers of the livestream were captivated by Yu Feng's predicament. Numerous fans of the Frog Brother switched to a free 3D camera angle, becoming devoted fans capturing the female attire of their beloved brother. The dancer, pleased with her work, nodded and instructed, "Please, dear guest, learn this segment of the Hu Xian dance from me. Afterwards, we shall gift you the daylily flowers." She then turned and performed a small dance, crossing the bar, turning left, tossing twice, returning right, shattering the hand and moving forward. A series of dazzling movements left Yu Feng, just having recovered from the harrowing experience of being forced into women's attire, utterly dumbfounded. Why must I dance as well? Changing clothes was your deception. Yaoji could no longer contain himself, his infectious laughter sweeping across the room, while the five others, free to move, struggled to suppress the tremors in their chests. Meanwhile, the group standing on the small platform, including Lindong, could not muster any laughter, their bodies stiff as they discreetly observed the beleaguered Yu Feng. Only Zhaoyang remained composed, issuing commands. "Yu Feng, don't dawdle. You must dance," he chuckled softly mid-sentence, quickly adopting a serious demeanor as he explained. "Dancing will help you gather the props above your head. I suspect crafting the Artemisia bouquet relates to this." Thus, the piercing gaze of little physician rested upon them, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. The five players, frequently glancing at the puppeteer, were met with an impatient dancer who, upon noticing Yu Feng's inaction, frowned. With a swift motion, she struck him with her flowing sleeve, causing Yu Feng to lose half of his health. Before commencing a second demonstration, hiss, Yu Feng snapped back to reality. Though he felt utterly defeated, his resilience as a top-tier player prevailed. Besides, he was a prominent streamer. He could afford a jest. With a grimace, Yu Feng focused intently on the dancer's every move. Remarkably, her dancing was indeed captivating, though it felt somewhat peculiar for a man who had never danced to emulate her grace. All were exceptional players. While they couldn't precisely replicate the dance's essence, they could certainly remember a few movements and mimic them adequately to progress. Clad in the pink dance costume, Yu Feng awkwardly extended his fingers, attempting to replicate the segments he remembered, with the flowing ribbon held horizontally across his chest. His right toe tapped behind his body, followed by an outward extension of his left arm adorned with the flowing sleeve. As he spun around, the scarlet skirt billowing around him. Returning to his original position, he tossed his arms upward, then sharply brought them down to shatter the silk ribbon, his right hand clutching the white strap at his chest, while his left hand slithered back like a serpent, his pinky finger curling. Surprisingly, he appeared quite convincing. After several movements, Yu Feng began to exude confidence, finishing with a lotus pose that concealed his earlier discomfort. Ha 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 ha. Qingfeng Jiyue, now fully immersed in battle, wielded his rusted black and red sword against the boss. Shedding his earlier shyness, his face a mask of agitation. Yet, the thought of having recorded a video of his brother dancing in women's clothing left him somewhat unsteady. He struggled to suppress his laughter. But he was no professional. and it was utterly impossible to contain himself, his expression twisting in amusement. What the heck? He's actually got some moves. This lifetime has been ruined by a male cross-dresser. If you were a girl, I'd have to say, she dances beautifully. But since you're a guy, this livestream ends here. Lewd, I sincerely apologize, I'm gorgeous. At the moment Yufeng concluded his dance, the dancer nodded in satisfaction. Retrieving the daylily flowers from her bag, the props merging seamlessly with the prompt above his head in that instant. A few orange blossoms materialized within the once-empty pear blossom paper held by the boss's phantom. The appearance of the flowers triggered a shattering sound, sending the boss into a state of disruption. Zhaoyang grasped the mechanism of this encounter, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he fixed his keen gaze upon the puppeteer. A thrilling spectacle was about to unfold. Everyone, focus all your efforts, Zhaoyang commanded. Yufeng, you too, come over here. He glanced at Yufeng, who was still grinning blissfully on the small platform, seemingly oblivious to the details of the boss's disruption and the shattering of the barrier. Suddenly, the chill of realization washed over Yufeng as little physician called out to him. Without a second thought, he rushed to the central platform, lamenting, "This game has truly betrayed me. After dancing, that NPC just ran off without even returning my clothes." Yufeng uttered in disbelief, drawing his great sword in exasperation. As he hurried past, he was unexpectedly grabbed by the female crossdresser. "Hey, you pervert!" As the wind swept through, a shiver coursed through Yufeng's body, making her acutely aware of the chilly air beneath her skirt, leaving her with a profound sense of insecurity. Click to see the style illustrations of Yufeng's women's attire. Hehe. Chapter 65. Poisonous fan embarrasses itself before the idol. Unbeknownst to Yufeng, Tao Dao Heoliangliang was filled with immense excitement at the prospect of being compelled to don women's clothing and perform a dance. After all, he was a connoisseur of women's fashion, with a wardrobe brimming with exquisite green-quality outfits procured from the main city. Alas, the purple garments dropped in the instance were automatically categorized into male and female attire. Being teamed up with numerous esteemed players, Tao Dao refrained from wearing his usual women's clothing and was pleasantly surprised to find he could experience it for free here. Tao Dao gazed enviously at Yufeng, the first to change outfits, captivated by her pink dance dress that firmly held his attention, unable to resist pinching her as she passed by. After the envy subsided, it was replaced with boundless anticipation. Unlike Tao Tao, Yufeng was overwhelmed by a wave of embarrassment, her mind replaying the scene of her recent dance over and over again. Particularly, the character Qingfeng Jiyue, who, despite being engaged in battle, kept inching closer to her. The gusts from his sword nearly lifting her skirt, it was evident that this foolish lad was intent on capturing a photograph, beautiful lady facepalming. Each swing of his sword was accompanied by flowing sleeves. The visual effects even more dazzling than the ostentatious moves of the renowned treasure master. Behind Yufeng, Go-Tu and his companions gritted their teeth, their chests heaving violently, yet their lips struggled to suppress laughter. With Yaoji unable to hold back a fart, they couldn't afford to laugh now. The break in the formation could compromise their position, and if the one in the skirt lost composure, they would be down a damage dealer. Most importantly, laughing would disrupt their focus, while holding their breath might help maintain their output, allowing them to laugh later when the next competitor began to dance. Thus, under the peculiar expressions of everyone, the boss's health bar swiftly diminished by 1/6. This meant that once the dance concluded, they would likely clear the stage. The thought of Lin Gu soon dressing in women's clothing to dance made Zhao Yue's smile grow ever more pronounced. Noticing the little healer's gaze, the puppet master returned it with a resigned expression, the white-haired beauty's cold visage brimming with teasing mischief, unexpectedly easing the tension for Lin Tenjai in this instance. His primary concern had always been Zhao Yue's feelings. If the child found joy in it, what did it matter if he felt embarrassed? At the moment the formation broke, the dancer before Xiaoyin Guhong began to move. Xiaoyin Guhong was startled, realizing that perhaps he had laughed a bit too heartily. And now it was his turn. To his astonishment, his initial collaboration with the little healer would result in a blunder. He did not struggle against the immobilization, only lamenting inwardly, watching the dancer produce a delicate green robe. Xiaoyin Guhong sighed in relief. Thankfully, it was not as revealing as Yufeng's attire. The pale green dress was refreshingly colored, adorned with pink and green ribbons at the waist, with sleeves that flared at the forearms. A skirt patterned with flowers, and a veil draped over her shoulders. Upon donning the garment, Xiaoyin Guhong's lips twitched. He soon realized that while the shoulder and neck were covered, the fabric was so thin it turned out to be transparent. Beside him, Tao Tao Heoliangliang's eyes sparkled with envy. Struggling to ignore the constricting waistline, Xiaoyin Guhong focused intently on the NPC's every move. Unbeknownst to him, not only was his shoulder and neck exposed, but his entire back was also cloaked in the sheer fabric. His long hair elegantly styled in a dual bun resembling a celestial maiden. Ha ha ha, how could the hairstyle even change? Ha ha ha, it even came with makeup. In an instant, Xiaoyin Guhong transformed from rugged to remarkably handsome. He failed to notice that this outfit was, in fact, far more revealing than Yufeng's. As he turned, the scene was so dazzling it nearly blinded him. Dugu Guild, come and witness your guild leader dance. Ha ha ha, I can't handle it. This game is utterly insane. Due to Yufeng performing a dance from the western regions, wearing long hair and a veil sufficed, and no one noticed anything amiss. However, when the second individual took the stage, it became clear that this costume change even came with a hairstyle. Consequently, players both in and out of the platform, as well as viewers in the live stream, could no longer contain their laughter. Naturally, the players present were quite restrained, yet Go2 and Cupid had already begun to secretly record the Dugu Guild leader's embarrassing moments, as rivals. Although their own leader was unfazed, the ongoing silent competition was ingrained in each member of the Yaoguang Guild. Among them, the first victim, Yufeng, laughed the loudest. Everyone understood the wisdom of not causing others to suffer or advising them to be virtuous, so they let Yufeng laugh freely, all the while sneaking glances at the Dugu Guild leader. As for output, the formation had yet to break. Fighting was futile and far less efficient than watching a beauty dance. The boss did not attack anyone. After delivering a blow to the already weakened Yufeng, the little healer sat down, his eyes sparkling with mirth as they fixated on the few individuals on the small platform. With no need for healing or commands, Zhao Yue and the others simply watched the dance openly. Under the little healer's keen gaze, the individuals felt heightened pressure, especially Xiaoyin Guhong, who feared that a poor performance might lead to unforeseen consequences. As the dancer noticed Xiaoyin Guhong had donned his outfit, she instructed, "Please, guest, learn this segment of the green waist dance." However, the next moment, an astonishing scene unfolded before Xiaoyin Guhong's eyes. The dancer, with her hands poised, executed a graceful sequence, twisting and turning, before lowering herself dramatically, concluding her display. Not only did Xiaoyin Guhong drop his jaw in astonishment, but even Yufeng felt relieved, touching her own exposed chest, realized the multitude of onlookers delightedly observed the red-haired youth performing a graceful long-sleeved dance. Captured by their cameras. Notably, Li Ming showcased impressive dancing skills, seemingly the only one among them with a solid foundation in dance. Meanwhile, the awarded Tao Tao Haoliangliang danced and laughed simultaneously, exhibiting an unsettling demeanor. One must admit, the system has an uncanny ability to select individuals, yet the most skilled dancer remained undisputed. After a series of comments from the audience in the live stream, their gaze collectively shifted towards the white-haired beauty seated on the ground, absorbed in the performance. The Peace Mountain spirit still lingered at the bottom of the charts, with numerous marketing accounts capitalizing on its interpretation to garner views. Much to the delight of many who repeatedly watched it, finally, as the last of the dancers faded from the platform, the ethereal boss amassed an increasing number of bouquets, only one mugwort yet to return to its place. All eyes converged on the puppeteer in the center of the stage. Xiao Yu smiled as she surveyed the animated scene below, softly lamenting. The light sweat subtly seeps through the azure silk. Tomorrow at the Dragon Boat Festival, we shall bathe in the fragrance of orchids. The final dancer, under the watchful gaze of the crowd, presented her dance attire. However, to everyone's disappointment, the attire of the winter was not of a seductive nature. It was a hanfu crafted in the jean style, featuring a cross-collar design, elegantly draping sleeves adorned with cloud patterns. The inner garment, a vibrant azure, was covered by a sheer white overlay, while a deep blue waist sash hung down with long ties. Exuding a distinctly martial arts flair, a gentle breeze swept by, and the coolness at her back elicited a frustrated response from Xiaoyin Guhong. Why is it that this individual wears such androgynous clothing? At that moment, even though he was their leader, Yu Feng could not help but join in with jealousy. It's so unfair. Someone as remarkable as my leader should be donning a belly wrap. Oh no! I accidentally spoke my mind. Yin Liang and Li Ming nodded in agreement, only to realize the implication of Yu Feng's words, turning to him with bewildered expressions. Tao Tao Hao Yang, adjusting her flowing azure gown, gave Yu Feng a meaningful pat on the shoulder. I never expected you to play so flamboyantly. Why? Yu Feng covered his face, silently hoping his words would not reach their leader's ears. On one side, the group of victims whispered amongst themselves, while on the other, the young physician sat on the ground, resting her chin on her hands, her large eyes fixed intently on the transforming winter. As time trickled by, Zhao Sui He's eyes gradually widened, observing Ling Gu. Upon donning the jean attire, the puppeteer's figure appeared tall and graceful, her pale complexion contrasting strikingly with the blue-hued clothing without appearing dark. Her high ponytail cascaded down, with several delicate buns adorning the back of her head, while the remaining black hair flowed down to her waist, secured by a blue ribbon. Unlike the sun-kissed skin of reality, the profession of puppeteering had rendered most players' skin paler and their physiques more slender, akin to the muscularity gained from transitioning to a spirit master. Thus, the puppeteer's figure harmoniously fit into the attire. As the system thoughtfully softened the contours of her face with makeup, overall, she resembled a tall, elegant woman of striking countenance. Zhao Sui He's mouth fell slightly agape, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Oh, Sister Lin is so beautiful. The other 10 individuals ceased their whispers the moment the puppeteer made her entrance, even members of the Yao Guang team gazing in astonishment. Is this truly our leader? Silence enveloped the room, with teasing remarks caught in their throats. How to describe it? An indescribable sensation lingered in the air. Others found it hard to articulate, but in the words of the young physician, it felt like a man disguised as a woman impersonating Man. In the stillness, having observed the dancer's demonstration, the winter gripped the sword that accompanied her attire. With a swift motion, she stepped forward, raised her knee, and fluidly executed an external sword flourish, revealing glimmers of cold light as the sharp blade lay horizontally before her, gently caressing the sword with her fingers. The piercing gaze paired with the long sword rendered her unapproachable. Lowering her head, chest forward, she elegantly sidestepped, suddenly lifting her gaze, her hair ribbon dancing behind her as her right hand rose high, forming a cloud sword gesture above her head. Subsequently, with a swift motion, her elevated hand descended forcefully, the back of her hand flipping as the sword traced a line before her, her eyes sweeping along the blade's tip. Once more, she rose to her toes, withdrawing with grace, her long black hair billowing. The puppeteer lowered her form, arching backward, as she executed a dazzling sword flourish, pressing the blade downward, the shimmering weapon spinning above her head, with a twist of her waist. She swept the sword before her, ultimately directing the sword tip towards the boss in the arena. The mugwort returned to the boss's grasp. No player needed to engage, for its health bar was automatically depleted. Silence reigned once more. Little theater. Zhao Sui, sister, kiss. Ling Ji, I'm a man, dear. Zhao Sui, all right, you're a male, dear. Come here for a kiss. Ling Ji, do you want to kiss me, or should I kiss you? Choose one. Chapter 67. The mysterious second challenge. Almost at the moment of sheathing her sword, the puppeteer's deep gaze fell upon the young physician. Expressions of astonishment adorned everyone's faces, except for Zhao Sui, whose delicate features bore a gentle smile, her bright, glistening eyes shimmering with light. The fresh green maple swayed above the crowd, the scent of damp earth mingling with the fragrance of rain. Across the sea of people, he instantly caught sight of her radiant smile. The sharpness in his demeanor softened like early spring frost melting away. The 10-meter apparition slowly dissipated into the air, a whirlwind of shimmering lights swirling around, lifting the puppeteer's long hair as her dark blue robe billowed. Ling Dong, sword in hand, advanced step by step towards Zhao Sui. The shadow enveloped the child as Ling Dong lowered her head to gaze at the young physician seated on the ground. Extending her pale, slender hand, a green leaf was swept away by the gust, gently resting between the two, as sunlight filtered through the puppeteer's delicate fingers, casting dappled shadows. Without hesitation, Zhao Sui took the man's outstretched hand, using it to rise while keenly observing the puppeteer's heroic attire, smiling brightly. Thank you, Sister Lin, Ling Dong. The puppeteer opened her mouth, her cheeks quickly flushed without a mask to conceal them. Brother, are you feeling a bit warm after dancing? Zhao Sui inquired, puzzled. but she recognized that Ling Ji's dance indeed required significantly more physical exertion than the others. As the two engaged in conversation, seemingly oblivious to the astonishment surrounding them, the stunned crowd gradually regained their composure. Yu Feng lifted his chin in disbelief, exclaiming, "Wait, how is our leader even more skilled at swordplay than we are?" He cast a glance at Xiaoying Guhong, who wielded a sword with equal finesse. How can you expect to know your leader's capabilities when you, as a teammate, are unaware of your own? Xiaoying Guhong sighed, pinching the bridge of her nose. The live stream audience, momentarily silenced by the sword dance, soon reacted, and a barrage of comments flooded the screen. "Oh my gosh, if I'm not mistaken, Ling Dong is a dagger user, right? Not only does she excel at puppeteering, but she is also exceeding expectations. Is anyone else astonished by Ling Dong's appearance? This is the first time we've seen her in full holographic form. I don't care, I'm just a casual shipper." The sword dance was breathtaking. Please share the video. Earlier, the young physician called Ling Dong's sister. As the boss's specter vanished entirely, the bouquet in her hand transformed into light, merging into Qiao Yu's grasp, her name above her head subtly shifting from red to green. Clutching the verdant, flourishing mugwort bouquet, her eyes curved like crescent moons, the boss, who had not attacked the players throughout, approached Zhao Sui He, shaking her head and reciting. The fragrant mugwort wafts gently, a bond that lingers. With plump little hands, she placed the mugwort bouquet into Zhao Sui He's astonished embrace. With mugwort flags, may blessings abound. With the door hung with reed swords, may evils be vanquished. After bestowing her poetic blessings, the young girl turned and gracefully ran off, her dress swaying as she disappeared into the crowd. The villagers around the platform gradually dispersed, the once lively atmosphere now eerily quiet, reminiscent of a festival where gatherings and partings occur. Zhao Sui He held the bouquet, the moment it entered his grasp. Its properties appeared before him. Mugwort bouquet, subquest item, a blessing from Qiao Yu, grants the entire team 10 luck, enhancing drops. Upon sharing the item's attributes in the team channel, Zhao Sui He gazed at the unique term enhancing drops, realizing that this challenge did not yield individual item drops. Unlike the previous quest, the Dragon Boat no longer dropped items from a single boss, but rather consolidated drops after clearing the entire quest. As the crowd dispersed, a path lined with wheel ruts emerged before them. While the young physician pondered, the others followed closely behind Zhao Sui He to recuperate their stamina. Suddenly, Yu Feng exclaimed in a panic, "Ah, why won't this outfit come off?" The swordsman's words jolted everyone awake. Aside from Yu Feng, who wished to discreetly change back, the remaining four realized their outfits were locked and could not be removed, with no other attire able to cover them. What's going on? Didn't the first boss disappear? Except for Tao Tao, the remaining individuals could even detect a hint of resentment in Lin Dong's eyes. The difficulty of this minor instance was not particularly high, yet it offered a plethora of peculiarities. However, none present were fools. They quickly realized that the attire they wore might be intricately connected to the second boss. The players who had not been selected immediately changed their expressions, laughter evaporating from their faces. The narrow path became increasingly muddy as a light drizzle began to fall from the overcast sky. At the end of the misty expanse stood a 3-gate, 4-column, 3-tiered archway resembling wood, soaring to a height of 7 meters. The sides of the structure were adorned with floral patterns and heavenly official motifs, while its surroundings featured eaves that curled upward, inscribed with numerous characters. While others remained oblivious to any irregularities, Zhao Sui and the others furrowed their brows upon sighting the archway. It appeared to be an open-air tomb. The puppeteer, keenly aware of Sui's emotional shift, discreetly positioned half of his body in front of the young healer. A slow procession of individuals entered the archway, the mountain mist thickening, only to dissipate abruptly as the last person crossed the threshold. Revealing a desolate expanse of mud, the verdant mountain scenery vanished as if they had been collectively transported to another realm. The sky remained gloomy, shrouded in darkness. The sudden transformation startled everyone, leaving them momentarily paralyzed until a slow-moving elder silently appeared in the center of the mud. The elder's visage was withered, his skin resembling cracked tree bark, threatening to split further with each step. All eyes warily fixated on the elder as he cleared his throat, his aged voice leisurely proclaiming, "Ladies, please take a seat." The crowd exchanged glances, ultimately directing their gaze towards the 6 designated victims. In a way, Yu Feng cradled his head, on the verge of tears. Yin Liang and Li Ming both bore expressions of despair. Having learned to endure the frequent targeting by the instance, Tao Tao, feeling equally despondent, could not muster a smile. He enjoyed dressing as a woman but was not a masochist. Unbeknownst to them, a row of towering back chairs had appeared in the northern direction of the gathering. Precisely 6 in number. Xiao Yin Gu Hong was stirred by the chilling winds from the second boss's domain. Glancing at the bizarrely styled chairs, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. Chapter 68. A bond of Zongzi. The wooden chairs were neatly arranged near the barren mountaintop, the dry, yellowed vegetation drooping weakly, permeating the air with a sense of decay. The chair backs were abnormally high, resembling hastily erected gravestones. The eerie atmosphere was evident even to the dullest observer, yet the elder maintained a solemn demeanor, welcoming the visitors from the village, his skin resembling withered vines curling into a grotesque smile. Noticing that the designated young ladies did not comply with his instruction to sit, the elder's eerie smile remained unchanged, perfectly embodying the principle of the enemy does not move, nor do I. Well, it seems that if we do not sit, the instance mechanism will not activate. Xiaoying Gu Hong scoffed. He felt increasingly constricted by the attire he wore, compounded by the recent humiliation inflicted by his nemesis. His already sour mood was further Chapter 69. The undressing master. In a fleeting moment, the refined exterior of Qingfeng Jiwe shattered as he beheld the zombie erupting from the large rice dumpling. Its official garb already decayed, damp and repulsive. He never imagined that one day he would describe skin texture with such an unpleasant term. The green-faced, fanged rice dumpling completely disregarded the onlookers, its ravenous gaze firmly fixated on the swordsman, its only relatively white teeth clattering ominously. Soon, as if a certain restraint had been lifted, a crimson health bar materialized above the boss's head. Observing the countdown before him, Qingfeng Jiwe breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't truly edible, I thought it was a real rice dumpling. How did it suddenly turn into a horror version? I was just cackling with laughter. At that moment, a burly man stealthily withdrew his foot back under the covers. Isn't this the drum-beating rice dumpling? Is this really what they call a rice dumpling? Well, why not? Finally found my favorite rice dumpling. At the instant the countdown appeared, Qingfeng entered a state of battle readiness, his black and red great sword subtly glimmering, in stark contrast to the violent profession. His skill name was elegantly beautiful. Falling Moon, Shattered Flower. The silver-red blade pierced forth from the elbow of Qingfeng Jiwe as he lowered his stance, splitting the air. A portion of the zombie-esque clothing fluttered to the ground. Without a moment's pause, he retracted the long blade to his right hip, channeling core energy to pivot and raised it sharply before his eyes. The countless slashes he executed caused the boss's health bar to plummet. Yet the large rice dumpling appeared rugged and resilient, with no viscous fluids splattering in a mere instant. Having endured 2 strikes from Qingfeng, the zombie obstinately advanced. Maintaining his earlier stance, Qingfeng observed as the zombie approached, suddenly delivering a powerful elbow strike to its chest, swiftly following up with a flurry of blade flashes that tore the rice dumpling-esque clothing apart. Ugh, it's truly unbearable to watch. Yu Feng shielded his eyes, utterly unwilling to acknowledge that he was a friend of Qingfeng Jiwe. The sight of his undressing blade technique, combined with the perverse grin on his face, was impossible to ignore. Why does he turn into this when he fights? He is usually such a refined and shy young man, except when he is being self-deprecating. Before the viewers in the live stream could fully comprehend the reality of the rice dumpling being a zombie, the first boss had already been undressed by Qingfeng Jiwe in a single move. What the hell? Is this the power of the third ranked on the strength leaderboard? Ha ha ha, my undressing master has finally arrived. And even the boss isn't spared. Can you come to my room? No other intentions, just want to spar a bit with your blade technique. So this is what they call eating rice dumplings? Ha ha, my undressing master has even peeled off the dumpling skin. Zhao Yue, looking down at the fluttering fabric beneath him, helplessly closed his eyes, silently counting down. Amidst the playful taunts of the viewers, the boss's garments were entirely stripped away. Although it was pitch black and nothing could be seen, it was still quite an eye-catching sight. Ultimately, the health bar was fully depleted, and the zombie boss departed this beautiful world with nothing. Witnessing his good brother successfully clear the level, Yu Feng couldn't help but cheer, waving the ribbons at his wrists in support. However, The moment the boss's body vanished, Yufeng abruptly halted, his arms stiffly rubbing his eyes. His good brother was in women's attire? Before Qingfeng Jiyue could even sheathe his long sword, his black formal attire vanished, and in a blink, he was nearly blinded by the sudden appearance of a skirt. The crimson dress clung tightly to Qingfeng's chest, adorned with exquisite koi embroidery, and a skirt that graduated in color, draped with an orange-green flowing outer layer. His hair was styled into an elaborate bun, and his lips were painted a striking red, presenting a unique charm against his delicate and refined face. Qingfeng Jiyue hesitantly raised his sword-bearing hand, only to discover a bow tied around the hilt. Veins taut on the back of his hand as he gritted his teeth and addressed the elderly man, who wore an excited expression. "Can I not save that guy? Why didn't you mention that I would have to dress as a woman upon success? Had I known if you don't eat, you'll certainly die together." Now the old man is no longer pretending. Regardless of the outcome, he'll enjoy himself. If you don't eat, he'll have a second helping. If you do, he can delight in forcing you into a compromising position. Well, this outfit is rather beautiful. Upon hearing that he would also be subject to ridicule, Qingfeng Jiyue instantly found himself enamored. Retracting his long sword, he resumed his usual demure demeanor, gazing at the astonished Yufeng, whose exposed muscles were taut, revealing the intense turmoil within. A mischievous urge surged within Qingfeng Jiyue as he feigned a coy demeanor. Lifting the hem of his skirt and sprinting towards Yufeng, "Brother, I'm coming. Don't come near me." Yufeng's pupils dilated in shock. "How annoying, I'm going to give you a punishment, Moag." The onlookers seated around could no longer stifle their bursts of laughter. Even a flicker of amusement glimmered in the eyes of Lintong, though anticipation was more prevalent. Meanwhile, the five gathered around the large drum could no longer muster any laughter. For the tides of fortune had turned. What goes around comes around. The smiles did not vanish but rather shifted to others. As expected, Kai-san chose Yinliang, as the two often collaborated and were quite familiar with each other. One could say Sanyu was one of Yinliang's patrons. It seemed even the game recognized this major financier, producing meat dumplings, and the spoils on the corpse were plentiful, with relatively low defenses. Thanks to the exquisite art of spending money, everyone was astonished to discover that while they had been preoccupied watching the dance, Kai-san, as a gold-based sorcerer, even had his basic attacks infused with a gold effect. Truly, using money to crush a boss. Ultimately, the transformed female attire was resplendent in gold. Kai-san gazed at the dignified dress he wore inside. Although he quite liked the color gold, his skills were already a significant source of visual pollution. Now, the system had swapped out his red fortune robe, making him resemble a nouveau riche. Yaoji selected Peachy Cool, while Doghead promptly locked and laughing alone, seizing the opportunity to frustrate the opposing team. "Hey, what ill intentions could a mere ranged player like me have? It's not like I'd accidentally get injured by a melee boss." Cupid hesitated between Dawn and his own leader but ultimately opted for Dawn. Of course, his choice was because this first soul had tough skin and flesh. Even if he made a few mistakes as a ranged player, it wouldn't matter. It was definitely not, because he wanted the little healer and the puppeteer to mutually select each other. Chapter 70. The little healer takes action. As the rounds progressed, nightfall approached. The pitch-black sky hung with a blood moon, and the desolate grass and withered trees swayed without wind. With each boss defeated, a variety of rice dumplings emerged, dry, old, and moldy. The atmosphere became increasingly eerie. The drastic environmental changes jolted the players from their amusement over everyone being in women's attire. Suddenly, a chilling realization struck. The final boss Wudenti happened to be the one with the highest combat power. Would it? The surroundings had grown so dark that visibility was nearly non-existent. Aside from the crimson glow above, even shadows had vanished into the night. Everyone's gaze converged on the solitary figure seated behind the drum, the little healer. The red moonlight bathed Zhaoyue in its glow. The snow-white peach blossom robe now stained a deep crimson, causing everyone's hearts to skip a beat. The final little healer. Yes, Sueha is a support character. At this moment, the barrage of comments fell into silence, and it took a while for someone to react. Did you all forget that Sueha is a support character? This remark ignited a firestorm within the live stream. With countless messages flooding the screen, they had been so absorbed in watching the great players in women's attire that they had overlooked this detail. No, the sky looks ominous. It feels like something big is about to happen. You all have such big hearts. I've been anxious ever since the rules were revealed. I never expected the game would save the little healer for last. What good is being anxious? It's not the player's fault. The game randomly selected the numbers. I'm at my wit's end with this insane game. What is so impressive about choosing a support character? Please, Player 6, Sueha. Select your desired rice dumpling. The mechanical voice monotonously repeated the same words it had said for the previous 5 rounds. Unaware of the concerned expressions surrounding her, Xiaoyue appeared calm, lifting her head to gaze at the blood moon and speaking with composure. I choose Lintong Jiangji. Congratulations, Player 6 has reached a unique bond with Lintong Jiangji and has drawn. Blood rice dumpling, drummer, please begin. This revelation reverberated in everyone's hearts. This system is truly something else. The blood rice dumpling was clearly far superior to any of the old or dry dumplings. As the previous doghead had only drawn an old dumpling that was slightly stronger than Qingfeng Jiue's large dumpling. And the dry dumplings were even worse, just a bunch of moving skeletons. In the end, you're telling us to have the healer tackle this big one. At that moment, everyone felt a sense of injustice, but due to the rules, they could only remain still. The puppeteer's deep gaze was fixated intently on Xiaoyue. The small figure on his shoulder twitching with anticipation. The blood corpse erupted from the crimson rice dumpling, its size dwarfing that of the previous boss, its body exposed, bloodied, and bruised. Half of its face had rotted away, leaving only a terrifying jawline. Having not been exposed to air for a long time, it occasionally oozed a purplish-red corpse fluid, the indescribable liquid dripping onto the muddy ground, releasing wisps of green smoke as it corroded the earth. Is it poisonous? Xiaoying Guhong could no longer contain himself. Despite this being their first collaboration with Sui He had already been thoroughly captivated by the little physician. Alas, no matter how anxious he felt, he could only pace around the chair, casting a restless glance at the calm puppeteer beside him. He could only hope that someone would be a bit more resilient and endure a few more strikes for the little physician. Meanwhile, the seemingly composed Lin Dong nearly gripped the armrest to the point of breaking. He had been keenly observing Sui's expression since the rules were announced. Yet, the little physician's face betrayed nothing but tranquility, which gradually put the puppeteer at ease. He understood that Sui was undoubtedly aware of something, perhaps a unique mechanism. However, despite his belief, Lin Dong could not shake off the worry gnawing at his heart. He restlessly ran his hands along the arms of the chair, occasionally pounding it in frustration. The blood corpse did not roar and bellow like the previous bosses, but the sound of its dripping bodily fluids was amplified, instilling an immense sense of pressure among the onlookers. Everyone nearby stood up, their faces grave. Even the barrage of comments fell silent, with some even too fearful to look. The blood corpse moved with astonishing speed, its venomous touch lethal to any living being. The star disk was summoned, shedding its silver weapon guise to emit a faint starlit purple-gold glow, hovering in the void, seemingly vying for dominance with the blood moon. As the countdown commenced, Zhao Sui and Yu Bai clenched their fists, and 9 delicate silver needles quietly appeared between their fingers. Suddenly, they bent their arms to shield their left chest, using their considerable wrist strength to propel the needles forth. The peach blossom 9 needles. A fierce sound of air being sliced echoed, and before Cupid and the others could even discern the position of the silver needles, the deadly instruments had already pierced the blood corpse's body, with only the needle tips quivering in the air. The little physician's white hair danced wildly in the gusts of energy, and the peach blossom hairpin could not withstand the force of the wind, falling into a delicate hand that carelessly tucked it into his waist sash. This time, uncertain of the blood corpse's true power, Zhao Sui exerted all his strength, drastically altering his usual casual approach to launching the needles. The 9 silver needles were intentionally aimed at the blood corpse's vital points. The peach blossom 9 needles combined with the flying needle technique, along with the 36 secret arts targeting fatal spots. The boss's health bar plummeted by 1/3 in an instant. The control effect of the peach blossom 9 needles lasted for 5 seconds, and the blood corpse remained immobilized 0.4 seconds. Zhao Sui twisted the fire needle clockwise slightly, sending the gleaming silver needles flying forth with the chant. Bai Hui fell to the ground, the cold voice of Wei Liao echoing in the silence. 0.3 seconds. The 3-inch silver needle emerged, its sharp hook instantly embedded into the boss's side. The wound inflicted upon Zhang Min was grave, and 9 out of 10 would perish. Zhao Sui was enveloped in a blood-red robe. 1 second. A meter-long python needle was extracted, and as Zhao Sui curled his wrist inward, he stepped back, a wisp of peach blossom brushing past, vanishing beside the boss in the astonished gazes of the crowd. The purple arc of light cut through the night, and the little physician's gaze sharpened as he shouted, "Sun and Een Gate, we shall surely meet the king of hell." No sooner had the words escaped his lips than his forearm thrust forward, the python needle driving fiercely into the blood corpse's temple, piercing through its entire head. In mere 5 seconds, the control effect of the peach blossom 9 needles vanished, and Zhao Sui abruptly retreated behind the blood corpse. The star disk had already been directed to await in the southwest. Gripping the silk ribbon hanging from the star track, Zhao Sui exerted all his strength to twist and hurl it. The waistband soared in a stunning arc. The star disk collided with the back of the boss's head like a shooting star. The unfortunate blood corpse, having just escaped the control of the peach blossom 9 needles, was violently overturned by the tremendous force from behind, its health bar completely drained, collapsing to the ground in a lifeless heap. Ah! Qingfeng Gus stood stunned, glancing around in disbelief, fearing he was still dreaming. However, upon seeing the identical expressions on the faces of those surrounding him, his anxious heart finally settled. Who, indeed, was the true third-ranked powerhouse? Chapter 71. The little princess strikes down instantly. With the blood corpse fallen, the blood moon fell silent as well, and a sliver of dawn dispelled the thick haze. The deceased suffer in silence, while the living rejoice. The old man's hoarse voice shattered the stillness, yet everyone remained ensnared in boundless shock, unable to extricate themselves. 8 seconds. In a mere 8 seconds, the blood corpse had been immobile for 5 of those seconds, its health bar plummeting as though it had consumed a powerful laxative. Just how high was the combat prowess of the little physician? Even with the comparison to the third rank, it remained unfathomable. For him, slaying a boss seemed as effortless as dispatching a mere minion. If only he had more offensive means, perhaps he could rival the top rank. The dog-headed figure suddenly patted his chest, letting out a long breath. "Thank you, little physician, for sparing my life." He recalled the earlier blunders and the piercing sensation of the silver needles embedding into his body. It turned out it was no mere illusion. Had it not been for the protective bond of their team, he might have been pierced to death 100 times over. Looking at the blood corpse sprawled on the ground, with the python needle impaling its head, he felt a chill run down his spine. Yu Feng trembled, his jaw still not having returned to its proper position, mirroring the expression of his good friend beside him. However, unlike him, Yu Feng had collaborated more closely with the little physician and had a better understanding of Sui He, which left him even more astounded. What the hell? Is this what physicians do? Do you all play like this as acupuncturists? Is this the proper way for an acupuncturist to operate? Using silver needles to annihilate a boss while perfectly protecting teammates? Please, do not let individual combat prowess rise in the group. My dear friends, am I still dreaming? I am an acupuncturist, and even my captain looks at me strangely. Stop it. I used to make mistakes with needles, and now my teammates are privately messaging me, asking if I was retaliating. If I had the prowess of Sui He, I would eliminate that group of cowardly teammates who hide behind me. If you wish to hide, then go to hell. How impressive to take down a boss in 8 seconds, even more astounding than the Explosion King. Yin Liang instinctively tightened his grip on the Hanpa spear. Gritting his teeth. Spiritual power, once again, spiritual power. Perhaps the few present did not understand, but those of Yin Liang's level were somewhat aware that the values of spiritual consciousness in the game were linked to spiritual power. From the moment he realized that Sui He skillfully infused his commands with spiritual power, Yin Liang had been closely monitoring the little physician's every move during the battle, observing frame by frame with increasing astonishment. To think that Sui He could apply his spiritual power with such precision at the tips of those tiny needles. If not for the difference in professions, he might not even be able to compete with Sui He. Perhaps he truly could not match him. Recalling the potent energy that had brushed against his skin from a distance, Yin Liang twitched his lips. His physical fitness was rated S, yet Sui He was likely even superior. High spiritual power aside, his physical prowess was even more remarkable than Yin Liang's own melee capabilities, and he appeared so young. After much contemplation, he felt utterly useless, having lived his life bearing the title of genius. Yin Liang surveyed the slender figure of the little physician, who was now wiping the silver needles, beginning to doubt his own existence. The blood corpse gradually transformed into a pool of purplish-red liquid, with the remaining small needles having been summoned back by Zhao Sui with a flick of his fingers. Only the python needle remained lodged in the boss's head, and just as the blood corpse turned into a revolting puddle, Zhao Sui furrowed his brow, preparing to bend down to retrieve it, when suddenly, his attire underwent a dramatic transformation. His white robe vanished, replaced by a modified hanfu that blended exotic charm with traditional Tang Dynasty aesthetics. The top featured a deep neckline crafted from patterned fabric, while the outer tangji was woven from colorful threads, adorned with tassels and beads at the cuffs and placket. Beneath the golden lace and ribbons lay a pleated skirt, embellished with patterns of birds circling floral branches and delicate blooms, exuding a sense of grandeur and grace. Beneath the pleated skirt, soft and fluffy lantern pants tapered at the ankles, embellished with tiny bells made of golden threads. A soft necklace adorned his long neck, and his white hair was styled into cute twin buns. Each side was pinned with a silk flower, and a golden hairband draped around the half-moon-shaped bun. Cascading down to his waist, a faintly colored lotus print adorned his forehead, resembling a rosy lotus flower, while his delicate brows looked like distant mountains shrouded in mist. The elegantly refined makeup rendered Zhao Sui akin to a princess cherished by many in ancient times. A gentle evening breeze blew, causing the tiny bells to jingle, and the golden ribbons fluttered, captivating both Xu Yu and Lun Yin. Still reeling from the little physician's astonishing combat prowess, everyone was now entranced by this sudden beauty. So adorable. Unlike the crisp and melodious sound of the silver bells from Yaojiang, the golden bells possessed a celestial purity, evoking memories of water splashing in puddles during the rain, as if the soul had been cleansed. Zhao Sui raised his hand to admire his attire, a satisfying nod indicating his approval. The fabric was comfortable, and the cut was flattering, especially unlike Yufeng and Shaoyin Gu Hong's revealing outfits, except for his delicate, fair feet, which were bare upon the muddy ground. Though it was merely a visual effect, he was still equipped with the cloud-walking shoes. However, the sensation felt akin to being barefoot, causing Zhao Sui to slightly retract his exquisite little toes in discomfort. "Oh cute. Sui Bao, auntie, kiss me." I could do a Thomas spin, flipping twice and a half before transitioning into a handstand, while presenting 100 square meters of roses to boldly declare my love. Heavens, just thinking about this little cutie who obliterated the blood corpse boss in 8 seconds makes me feel. What little physician? Clearly, he is the one destined to be my other half. If my brother looked like this, I would hug and kiss him every day. What is this, Gio? A single taste, dear sisters, let us exercise restraint. This is the comment section, not a desolate wasteland. Allow me to take the lead. While the male fans are still astonished by Sui's prowess, the female fans have already taken over the comment section, even prompting the moderators to mute several users in succession. After surveying the surroundings, Zhao Sui headed towards the direction of the python needle, only to discover that the corpse water on the ground was gradually being absorbed by the silver needles, with the purple glow subtly shifting towards a crimson hue. The little physician widened her eyes in astonishment. Her caramel-hued eye makeup adorning her round, adorable eyes die in that instant. Zhao Sui surmised that her equipment had begun to self-upgrade. To her surprise, even before conquering the 3rd level, she had already obtained a piece of red-quality gear. In no time, the python needle had completely absorbed the purplish-red liquid. Upon retrieving her prized possession and examining it closely, she found it had indeed transformed into a weapon of red quality, now infused with a venomous attribute, which could unleash a unique effect of poisoning allies to counter poison. The little physician, unable to contain her excitement, gently wiped it with a cloth before stowing it away in her backpack, ready to head towards her teammates. Just as she turned, she noticed a group of wooden-faced statues standing in place, their expressions a complex blend of awe, shock, and confusion. Chapter 72. The Crouching Dragon. As the little physician gracefully approached, Lin Dong felt the vibrations within his chest intensify. The night was eerily silent, devoid of any sounds from birds or insects. The starry sky, adorned with a mysterious halo, attracted all fireflies to converge in one spot. As Zhao Sui walked barefoot into the darkness, illuminated by the starlight, the puppeteer, with eyes deeper than the night itself, meticulously traced the silhouette of the little physician, finding every aspect of her to his liking. Initially, he thought his feelings were merely a change in orientation, But he had fallen for her serene and elegant demeanor at first sight. It was only now that Lin Dong realized that it was her. And her alone. The peach blossoms seemed to herald the arrival of spring into his life, where the spring rain nourishes the flowers, awakening the vibrant colors of the mountain. The youth from Miaojiang radiated the fervor of summer, envied for their ethereal beauty, laughter echoing like silver bells. Before him stood a beauty of autumn, embodying the essence of late maple scenery, with stars cascading like fallen light. Oh, how he longed to be her winter. Entwining their seasons year after year, the puppeteer gently restrained the eager white puppet, burying his intense emotions deep within, lifting his gaze to the approaching little physician, his eyes growing darker with intrigue. Wow, Sui He, your combat prowess is astonishing, Yufeng exclaimed, rushing forward, nearly tripping over his skirt. His eyes, accentuated with makeup, sparkled with excitement as if witnessing a prehistoric beast. Indeed, he had never seen the expert in action before. The dog-headed figure also edged closer. Though his short skirt did not impede his movement, it did feel rather chilly. Smiling, he knelt, realizing that his combat ability paled in comparison to the little physician's, highlighting her superiority. Truly, this collaboration was immensely worthwhile. The admiration in the men's eyes was palpable, while the puppeteer discreetly navigated through the crowd surrounding Sui, finding them rather bothersome. It's just a matter of strength. Zhao Sui replied with a faint smile. This was not modesty. He was merely stating the truth, as he had only utilized the Peach Blossom 9 needles, the 36 secret techniques, and a smidgen of strength throughout the battle. Upon reflection, he recognized that his offensive capabilities were somewhat lacking. Previously, he had been coasting through the dungeon, but now that everyone was aware, it was time to contribute more. With a sigh, Zhao Sui, who preferred to be a bystander, suddenly recalled another talent of his and glanced at the poised puppeteer beside him, a plan forming in his mind. After this dungeon, he would have a word with Lin Gu, the rest of the team. However, dismissed Zhao Sui's comment as mere bravado. After some playful banter, everyone regained their composure. After 2 levels, they realized that the dragon boat was merely a playful aspect of the system. To their surprise, before experiencing Sui He's healing and commanding abilities, they had already witnessed her formidable output power. The little physician possessed lightness in her skills and considerable strength, further enhanced by the seemingly endless silver needles. The mere thought of those 1-meter-long silver needles sent a shiver down Yufeng and the others' spines. The more they pondered, the more they felt like beavers, as they found themselves eagerly trailing behind Zhao Sui. The elder had vanished into the tomb when Zhao Sui retrieved the silver needles, and the surrounding fog gradually dissipated, revealing a clear path ahead. Zhao Sui's clear, transparent eyes gazed towards the dawn, and Yu Hun promptly summoned a shield, leading the way down the narrow path, with the puppeteer once again taking the rear. The ladies formed a line, traversing the muddy path, with occasional complaints echoing through the air. The skirts were utterly impractical in this environment, having nearly tripped over their hems multiple times, leaving them coated in mud. At last, they reached the end of the path, where the sky was overcast, with dark clouds stretching endlessly. The gentle spring rain carried a slight chill, seeping through their skin and into their hearts. Standing by the reed-lined bank, everyone felt a sense of déjà vu. Wasn't this the very lake they had been teleported to at the beginning of the dungeon? Welcome, esteemed guests from afar. A disembodied voice resonated, echoing across the vast river. It was the last day of the Dragon Boat Festival, and the villagers had decided to perform a skit in honor of their great ancestors, sincerely inviting the guests to assist in this touching endeavor. The word touching was emphasized, leaving an ominous feeling in the air. As the right eyelid of dawn began to twitch, surely, this was yet another frustrating mechanism. As Kai Sanyi shook his head helplessly, his fingers absent-mindedly fiddling with a copper coin. His substantial investment in this dungeon was rendered utterly ineffective. Feeling as though they were being toyed with by the system, the group collectively glanced down at their skirts, feeling a sense of indignation. Please select 3 players to compete in acting, participating in the protagonist selection. Time limit, 60 seconds. Acting? Selection? Recalling the previous skit, Zhao Sui pondered for a moment. Before he could discern the game's intention, the players behind him had already pushed forward suitable candidates. Don't worry, Sui He. We VE got you covered, the dog-headed figure exclaimed, shoving 3 individuals into the spotlight. Whoa, that's not fair play. Zhao Sui turned, slightly taken aback, to see the three chosen ones, Yao Ji, Tao Tao, and Yu Feng. They were undoubtedly the hidden talents of their team, with a somewhat irreverent demeanor, and they happened to be among the weaker members. Upon further reflection, they were indeed the best candidates, so Zhao Sui feigned ignorance and cleared his throat. Since this is voluntary before he could finish, his finger had already pressed the registration button. Seeing the little physician make a decisive call, the three immediately fell silent, for they dared not disregard her words. They could only vent their frustration on the instigator, each giving the dog-headed figure a light thump. In the next moment, the three figures gradually vanished, reappearing on a small river nearby, with identical little boats appearing beneath them. As the so-called competition was about to commence, the dog-headed figure and others rushed to the lakeside, eager to observe. However, the thoughtful system had already prepared a close-up screen, ensuring that neither the teammates nor the audience in the live stream missed a single change in expression on the contestants' faces. Contestants, please perform according to the poetic prompt. First contestant. Yao Ji.as. The scroll atop the mast unfurled. A beautiful poem materialized in the air. The spring water is bluer than the sky. The painted boat listens to the rain and sleeps. Preparation time countdown. 20 seconds, please confirm. Upon hearing the poem, Zhao Sui let out a sigh of relief. It was a simple verse, easily understood even by those lacking in culture. The scene depicted players resting on a painted boat, listening to the rain outside and drifting off to sleep. All one needed to do was lie down on the boat and slowly close their eyes. Before Zhao Sui could fully exhale, Yao Ji confidently clicked confirm without a moment's hesitation, then began sketching a boat on the little vessel. Noticing a lack of writing instruments, he even summoned his arrows, performing a comical act of carving the boat into the wood. After finishing, he scoffed and lay back, completely oblivious to any discrepancies. Truly, a hidden talent. Chapter 73. The Ascension of the Young Lin. As expected, the moment Yao Ji closed his eyes, the boat was mercilessly sunk by the system, signifying his failure in the competition. Soaked and bewildered, he was transported back to the shore, staring blankly at the incredulous expressions on everyone's faces. Feeling a twinge of guilt, Yao Ji scratched his chin and awkwardly chuckled. Well, this really tests one's acting skills, huh? As the disdainful gazes from Yin Liang and the others intensified, Yao Ji attempted to defend himself further but was swiftly pulled back by the dog-headed figure. Unable to bear the embarrassment, second contestant. Yu Feng. Preparation time countdown. 20 seconds, please confirm. A fleeting text materialized in the air. Drunkenly unaware of the sky and the water, the boat full of dreams presses upon the stars. Yu Feng gazed into the void, drawing a deep breath as he contemplated the challenge before him, feeling that it was indeed more difficult than what that scoundrel Yao Ji had to face. This state of inebriation proved somewhat challenging for him, given that he had never tasted alcohol before. Drawing from his years of experience in film and television, the swordsman held his breath, attempting to flush his face with color, and began to fantasize about having a girlfriend. His gaze gradually became dreamy, and he felt as though he was truly embodying the moment. Doghead, on this occasion, deliberately squeezed through the throng to the forefront. After all, he was the mentor who had selected the three participants. If none of them succeeded, his face would be utterly tarnished. In his drunken state, he could not discern whether he was on the lake or merely adrift on water. He felt as though the small boat was laden with ethereal dreams. Drifting upon the Milky Way, while the surrounding starlight danced, Doghead squinted, analyzing the scene, and cast a glance at Yu Feng's painfully self-indulgent performance, shaking his head. Well, it's tolerable, I suppose. This is simple enough. Just pretend to be drunk. Alas, it was rather nauseating that Yu Feng's beguiling performance system had not expelled him. Though he muttered such sentiments, he felt a sense of relief within. However, before Doghead could fully relax, he witnessed Yu Feng, flushed and lecherous, collapsing in a drunken stupor. What a familiar scene this was. Doghead's blood pressure surged. Observing the drenched figure of Feng Chao before him, Doghead lunged at Yu Feng, barking furiously, "You little brat, your performance was excruciating to behold. And now you dare to sleep? Have you fallen into a dream? Is that it? I won't let you sleep. Isn't it rather absurd to sleep while drunk? And you speak of dreams." Yu Feng curled up, cradling his head and weeping. At this moment, perhaps only Qingfeng Jue felt a sense of joy, for yet another expression pack was added. Do you understand the exhilaration of utilizing a friend's expression pack in front of them? With Wulong and Feng Chao eliminated in quick succession, Cao Tao Haoyang instantly became the sole heir to the throne. She desperately tried to ignore the piercing gazes from behind her, a bead of cold sweat trickling down her forehead. Although Cao Tao was confident in her abilities compared to those two dim-witted fellows, the pressure was mounting at this moment. The third contestant, Cao Tao Haoyang. The countdown for preparation began. 20 seconds remaining. Please confirm. Text imbued with a sense of desolation materialized, and my heart is as withered as a lifeless tree. My body adrift like an unmoored vessel. Goodness, this is difficult. Before Cao Tao could respond, Yu Feng had already begun to make bizarre sounds. Doghead, for once, did not refute him. This poetic line required an expression of utter desolation, something that might elude those lacking both skill and experience. Stealing a glance at the impassive little physician beside him, Doghead was instantly drenched in cold sweat, envisioning 108 ways to apologize. On the small boat, Cao Tao Haoyang reflected on the verse. She understood the notion of a heart like dead ash. But when it came to the latter part, she decided to disregard it entirely. She had not disclosed to others that she possessed a performance-oriented personality. Cao Tao began to recall the most sorrowful event of her life. But to her relief, there was none that, of course, this was inconsequential. Cao Tao then reminisced about her most treasured possessions, and suddenly, a brilliant idea struck her. What was most precious to her, if not the 2 boxes of women's clothing hidden in her wardrobe's secret compartment? If her sister were to discover her treasures, they would all be confiscated. Oh no! Yaoji, look! Yu Feng exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief, tugging at Yaoji, who shared his plight. In the next moment, Cao Tao Haoyang's pupils dulled and became lifeless. Her complexion pale, her lips trembling without a hint of color as she struggled to utter a word. Though no tears fell, it seemed as though she had wept dry, her breath becoming rapid, her expression reflecting the agony of a heart in torment. Yaoji and Yu Feng stood aghast, realizing the gravity of her performance. Only those who had taken the plunge understood just how adept Cao Tao's acting was. Although the 2 of them had been eliminated due to the inadequacy of the situation when they had been transported onto the small boat, they could scarcely suppress their smiles at the sight of so many onlookers. They had never anticipated encountering such a skilled performer. The system paused momentarily, seemingly taken aback by Cao Tao Haoyang's extravagant display, before finally announcing, "Congratulations, player Cao Tao Haoyang has passed the qualification round. You shall assume the role of the ancestor and will soon be transported." 9 seconds. In an instant, Cao Tao's attire transformed into flowing sleeves of deep robes. Watching her beloved garments vanish before her eyes, her previously dry gaze overflowed with tears, though her form was abruptly whisked away by the system. A harrowing cry echoing in the as the storm brewed, the spirit of the river grew dim, and the waters surged. A cacophony of sounds enveloped the scene, drumming against the river's surface, the lotus leaves, and the melancholic thoughts of those caught in the rain. After Cao Tao's disappearance, 2 dragon boats emerged by the lakeside, one red and one blue, aligned upon the water's surface. The bows of the dragon boats were adorned with a large drum, and several paddles lay aboard. Zhao Sui surveyed the surroundings, noting that after Cao Tao's departure, 11 members remained. They divided into 2 teams. The blue team included himself, Lindong, Yu Feng, Qingfeng Jiyue, Cupid, and Yaoji, while the remaining members formed the red team. As the little physician glanced at him, Lindong instantly caught on and summoned the black puppet. Dawn and I will serve as drummers, seated at the bow of the dragon boat. Ling, you control the black puppet as the helmsman for the red team, guiding them and maintaining distance between the 2 teams. As for the blue team's helmsman, that role falls to Yaoji. Upon being summoned, Dawn and Yaoji promptly made their way to the dragon boat. The others each took a paddle, positioning themselves for close combat at the front and ranged support at the back. Zhao Sui led the way to the lakeside. There was nothing more to instruct. He was uncertain of Cao Tao Haoyang's current situation, so it was best to activate the quest first. As the last person boarded the boat, the system's notification sounded abruptly. Timed mission. Save the ancestor within 600 seconds. Mission briefing. Kind-hearted villagers have staged a ceremony to honor their ancestors, yet they cannot bear to see them meet a watery grave. Guests, please rescue the ancestor within the allocated time and fulfill the villager's request. Seeing that it was a timed mission, the group hesitated no longer and began to paddle vigorously, yet soon became entangled in chaos due to their inconsistent rhythm. Zhao Sui refrained from striking the drum immediately, maintaining an upright posture, slightly leaning forward, gripping the drumsticks, and focusing intently on the puppeteer's beat. Lindong plunged the paddle into the water. The drum struck, resonating as the paddles reached halfway, followed by another beat as they drew back. The rhythmic drumming echoed like thunderous rain, swiftly stabilizing the tempo. With Dawn joining in to beat the side drum in the midst of the red team, Yinliang paused momentarily at the sound of the drums. Acutely feeling the intricate yet compelling rhythm guiding his spirit, it was so powerful that he could think while effortlessly maneuvering his arms. Observing the oblivious individuals around him, the red-haired youth chuckled. Fully committing to the vigorous paddling, synchronized with the little physician's rhythmic drumming. The two dragon boats surged forward, swiftly reaching the center of the lake. Look, is that Tao Tao? Yaoji's keen eyes caught sight of a white figure on the opposite shore. It seems she may truly be in peril, Yu Feng added. The figure in white, clad in flowing sleeves, had its upper body submerged in the lake, the snowy robe floating like a solitary, forlorn reed adrift in the storm. Every movement of the figure exuded an air of calm determination, as if heading toward a tragic fate. However, as Zhao Sui and the others drew closer, they gradually discerned the figure's face, confirming it was indeed Tao Tao Haoyang. In stark contrast to her earlier resolve, her expression was now one of sheer terror, each step a futile march toward her demise. Oh no, it seems time is running short, Zhao Sui furrowed his brow. Altering the rhythm of his side drum into a more intricate beat, his hands moving swiftly. The urgent drum beats fell like raindrops upon the drum surface, and Yu Feng and the others felt their blood surge, instinctively quickening their paddling pace. Yet, despite their efforts, they still lagged behind. Tao Tao Haoyang's mouth and nose were already submerged, followed by her eyes, now helpless to turn away. The fear in her gaze dissipated into the rippling waters, vanishing amidst the mist. Mere seconds later, the group finally reached the spot where the figure had submerged. Staring at the surface, now only a few bubbles remaining, they exchanged uncertain glances. What now? Is Tao Tao truly gone? Yaoji inquired cautiously. Tao Tao Haoyang. Glub 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 glub. Upon seeing the bewildered expressions directed at her, Zhao Sui opened the status bar to check the health data. There isn't enough time. Just as he spoke, the torrential rain ceased abruptly, and many of the falling raindrops were mysteriously suspended in the void. Rescue failed. You have 2 attempts remaining. Suddenly, everything blurred, and they found themselves back at the starting point. The lakeside reeds swaying gently, the water's surface calm, as if time itself had returned to a tranquil state. The inexplicable failure left everyone baffled, unable to comprehend the situation. Wasn't there still over 400 seconds left? A voice called out, echoing the sentiments of everyone present and the viewers in the live stream. It was just so bizarre. I witnessed Tao Tao Haoyang being controlled to her demise in full view. Indeed, she wore a look of resignation, yet her eyes were clearly not right. Initially selected as the protagonist, Tao Tao had seemed fortunate as she watched others struggle with their paddles. Yet, with the countdown for rescue still at 423 seconds, why had they suddenly failed? In the realm of entertainment, you still engage with me in a cerebral exercise, your gaze drawn to the invisible yet poignant barrage of comments. Zhaoyang suddenly lifts her head to address the crowd. Do you still have your Dragon Boat Festival gift boxes? Especially those 2 Zongzi. Observing the flickering eyes of a few individuals, Zhaoyang gains an inkling of the Zongzi's preservation status. After a mental estimation, she feels it insufficient but solemnly instructs everyone, once we board the ship. Give it your all, following my lead. Just as she speaks, her gaze unexpectedly catches sight of Liming, who had previously failed to keep pace. Liming, caught off guard by the cool glare of the little physician, realizes he had been slacking off and hadn't anticipated being noticed after just a few beats. Once we reach the destination, regardless of Tao Tao, cast all the Zongzi you possess into the river. Although the strange command leaves the others somewhat baffled, they choose to heed her directive. Rushing toward the lakeside, the moment they step onto the dragon boat, the suspended rain curtain falls once more, and the mist over the lake thickens. The second rescue commences, accompanied by the resounding beat of drums echoing through the heavens. The vibrant water splashes propel 2 vividly colored dragon boats to race past. Arriving at the central area a full 20 seconds earlier than before, the The water level now reaches just above the knees, and without needing further encouragement from Zhao Yang, Yu Feng and the others promptly empty all the zongzi into the water. Entirely disregarding Tao Tao's desperate glances for help, Tao Tao, feeling quite forlorn, murmurs, "Gulyalu?" In fact, during the previous round when they reached the destination, although Tao Tao had already sunk, his health bar did not immediately drop. Rather, it began a sharp decline 5 seconds later. Thus, Zhao Yang suspects that a formidable presence might lurk beneath the water, uncertain if the rules governing the ancient Duyuan Kingdom's aquatic domain still apply. To avert the drowning debuff, they decide to act according to their own strategy. Reassured by the prospect of a third chance, Tao Tao, feeling despondent, murmurs again, "Gulyalu, Gulyalu." After ensuring the water does not submerge his head, he patiently waits for 5 seconds. Indeed, his health bar remains intact, proving the zongzi effective. Zhao Yang's lips curl into a subtle smile as she reveals the hospitable bell obtained from the sweet zongzi quest, which contains not only 3 zongzi but also grants powerful control effects. The crystalline sound of the bell resonates, capturing the astonished gazes of everyone present. With her right hand gripping the side of the dragon boat, Zhao Yang exerts a sudden force, using inertia to propel herself into the air. Clad in a bright yellow dress, a cool white aura envelopes her, and her golden hairband unfurls, cascading her long locks downwards. The top transforms into a cerulean shark silk garment, while her lantern pants morph into a misty blue fish tail. Extending 3 meters in length, the gossamer-like tail fin silently merges with the lake surface, creating not a single ripple. The fleeting sight of the sea nymph appears almost fantastical, leaving the onlookers momentarily spellbound. Ling Dong stands in shock, feeling as though the tail of a merman has brushed against his eyelids, barely managing to restrain himself from clinging to the little physician's shimmering garment. As for why the white figure is deployed, it is simply because he respects Zhao Yang's choices while also taking responsibility for her safety. What just happened? A mermaid? Clearly, that was a merman. Those claws, that shark silk attire. How exquisite! It fulfills all my fantasies about merfolk. One among them faints from sheer delight, instinctively witnessing the little physician's 2 costume changes. Why are you staring blankly? If you don't kiss within 10 seconds, you might randomly end up with a Fujin person. Merman's tears. Underwater, movement speed increases by 30 and strength by 20, with immunity to drowning effects. This is precisely why he descends into the water alone, with a powerful flick of his streamlined fish tail. He darts several dozen meters away, swiftly locating Tao Tao, now encircled by a massive school of fish. Chapter 75. The carnage caused by 2 fish, a dozen monstrous fish, each measuring 3 meters in length, violently surround the struggling Tao Tao. Their mouths are blunt and rounded, covered in tiny, round scales, their dorsal sides a bluish-gray while their bellies gleam silver. Most striking are their sharp, serrated teeth that interlock ominously when their jaws snap shut. 10 of them are preoccupied with chewing something, oblivious to the individual ensnared within their circle, while 5 others stalk their prey with intent. Upon entering the water, Tao Tao regains control over his body. This time, he faces no horrific onslaught from a horde of monstrous fish, instead relying on his exceptional water-based spells to grapple with the attacks of the 5 bosses. Yet, he remains merely a water sorcerer, fundamentally human and lacking the ability to breathe underwater. With the absence of the underwater breathing trait, he soon finds himself at a disadvantage against the boss's relentless assaults. Just as he anticipates a repeat of the previous tragedy, Tao Tao resignedly closes his eyes. Though his pain tolerance is set low, he still feels the sting, an agonizing sensation akin to 1,000 cuts. Fortunately, he has only 3 chances, and he trusts that the little physician will devise a solution for the third. As his weary form succumbs to the depths, his eyes gently shut, resembling a vanishing wisp of sea foam, in the prolonged darkness. The anticipated pain does not manifest as expected. 3 chimes of silver bells pierce through the silence, resonating through the rippling water, as if whispering directly into his ear. He relinquishes control of his limbs, enduring the parched sting as he suddenly opens his eyes. Everything is too blurred, rendering the approaching merman as merely a beam of light beneath the waves. The misty blue illumination refracts the shimmering waves, while strands of white hair, reminiscent of seaweed, bloom underwater in a dreamlike fashion. Long, pale fingers adorned with delicate webbing emerge, and scales glimmer around the wrists. gradually magnifying in his vision. What a beautiful dream. Zhaoyang clasps the slowly sinking figure of the white-robed individual, exhaling gently. 2 basketball-sized bubbles form instantly, encasing Cao Tao's head. She deftly secures a little figure, clutching a bead from her waist to the front of Cao Tao's robe, fastening it. Now, let's send Cao Tao up. The limbs of the white figure stiffen, reluctantly stepping on the sleeping individual to perform a named substitute. It yearns to continue protecting Zhaoyang, but the master had instructed it to obey the little physician below. The substitute, when used against a boss, exchanges positions with the little figure, while for players, it teleports them to the puppet master's side. Watching the little figure and Cao Tao suddenly vanish, Zhaoyang exhales in relief, releasing a cascade of colorful bubbles before twisting her waist and swimming towards the small boat above. Among the 5 bosses that had previously besieged Cao Tao, 3 are now under control, while the remaining 2, eyes bloodshot, recklessly charge towards the merman. Noticing the reckless actions of the 2 oblivious bosses, Zhaoyang raises her light blue gaze, and with a powerful sweep of her shimmering tail, she forcefully flips both of the audacious creatures. As the 2 minions float belly up, Zhaoyang smirks. Does the ocean's ruler jest? Even without skills, she is naturally superior to all aquatic life, not to mention the 20 strength boost at her disposal, rendering her more than capable of handling freshwater creatures. Oh well, let's expend a bit more effort. The merman expels a series of lustrous bubbles, the languid demeanor in his eyes vanishing, replaced by an aura of danger that envelopes the entire aquatic domain. The fish monsters, still consuming Zongzi, writhe uneasily in the next instant. A sharp claw pierces through the gills of one of the monsters, blood mist erupting and dissipating in the lake water, leaving no trace behind. The white fins flutter, revealing a hint of azure seawater flowing within. The claws extend further, piercing through 2 more fish monsters, and with a swift movement of her elongated tail, she unleashes a tremendous force that obliterates the 3 creatures into a shower of blood. The fish monsters, recovering from the Zongzi control, seem to experience fear for the first time, turning tail and fleeing. They do not comprehend why they, who merely needed to wait for their meal, suddenly become the hunted. Alas, no matter how swift they are, they cannot outrun the merman, revered as the underwater sovereign. The original mission was merely to rescue the ancestor, theoretically accomplished by bringing the player to the dragon boat. However, 2 fish monsters, lacking awareness, provoke Zhaoyang's protective instincts. What if they manage to board the boat or capsize it? Better to eliminate them all. The fish monsters. Our father. An overwhelming slaughter unfolds beneath the waves, and all on the boat exchange bewildered glances at the suddenly teleported Cao Tao. As he emerges from the water, the bubble encasing his head bursts, the chilling sensation slowly rousing him from his stupor. Am I dreaming? Oh, am I in a dungeon? Cao Tao gazes blankly at the people on the boat, bewildered. Did we restart for the 3rd time? Seeing the child in a daze, the dog-headed figure facepalms and remarks. Have you forgotten? You were rescued by the little physician. Right. Quickly, tell us what lies beneath. Yufeng eagerly inquires. Yet, Cao Tao ignores Yufeng's curious question, his expression one of astonishment. Saved by Sueha? That was Sueha? As memories crystallize, the enchanting visage of the merman, with a slender and graceful form, especially that resplendent fish tail, causes Cao Tao's face to flush crimson. Cao Tao, why is your face so red? Have you been holding your breath underwater for too long? Suddenly, the sound of the YOJ broke the silence. Before Cao Tao could respond coolly, a violent disturbance erupted around them, drawing everyone's attention to the lake surface. The crystalline water began to ripple, and several crimson blooms burst forth, multiplying with the passage of time. A number of monstrous fish lay belly up, their gaping mouths revealing sharp fangs. Gradually, the entire family of fish monsters lay neatly on the lake surface. Apart from a few that had been utterly crushed by fish tails, leaving no trace behind, each one measured 3 meters in length, their blood staining the lake a deep scarlet. The copper coin in Kai San Ye's hand rolled off the boat's edge with a dull thud. Yin Liang gaped, wondering what the little physician was up to now. Blood pools, fine rain, and fish corpses surrounded them. The eerily calm water's surface shattered like glass, revealing a flash of azure fish form. Silvery, slightly curled hair emerged from the water, remaining dry, while the shimmery fabric encircling them transformed from transparent to gossamer. They landed gracefully on the dragon boat, and to prevent any unforeseen events, Chao Sui and the others refrained from shedding their merman attire. Observing the stunned crowd, the merman tail flicked in confusion, tapping the drum, and tilted its head against the boat's side, urging, "Aren't we leaving?" the crowd exclaimed. The health bar is empty. Chapter 76. Riding the Wind. I can't hold back any longer like a Na'vi sea demon. Drenched in blood yet oblivious to its own heinous crimes, emerging from a sea of crimson untouched, returning with an aura of brilliance. Everyone was deeply captivated by the stark contrast, rendered momentarily speechless. Since ancient times, perilous things have always attracted the masses. Only when the shadow of winter subtly obscured the view of Xiao Yin and the others did they finally come to their senses. And a surge of questions erupted from their hearts like a flood. The blush on Tao Tao's face had yet to fade. Recollecting the scene in the water, he stammered, "Sui he, thank you for saving me." Chao Sui shook his head, his ear fins retracting slightly. "No worries, you did well." Having witnessed Tao Tao's predicament, he felt a twinge of guilt for not recalling the rules about the rice dumpling in time to rescue him during the first round. Understanding the little physician's apology, Tao Tao's already flushed face turned even redder, feeling that even being torn to shreds by the fish monsters would be worth it. The little one watched the pink bubble of affection between the two, anxiously stomping around, making the deck thump loudly, turning to glare at their indifferent master, feeling an overwhelming frustration. The seemingly aloof master was clearly more anxious than he was. How absurd! After inadvertently stepping on the puppet master's foot, he was mercilessly recalled into the inner space by his master. Meanwhile, the audience who had witnessed the merman's slaughter erupted in excitement. Wait, what? The little physician single-handedly took down over a dozen bosses? Oh, did the other big shots just win by lying around? Isn't that the outfit dropped by the merman? This is the first time I've seen someone wear it. So beautiful, dear. Please use your tail to slap me hard. I can't take it anymore. I want to eat fish. How can my wife's combat power be so strong? I can't even make a move. Crying, sobbing. Step back. Such an elegant and beautiful creature belongs to us in Zhujiang first. Song Yin retreats JPG, without needing the merman, who leaned against the dragon's head, to remind them, everyone had already returned to their places, picking up their paddles. Just as they were about to inquire about the situation, the countdown on the public screen suddenly froze. Time-limited task. Rescue the ancestors 314th. The dragon boat had barely moved a few meters when the misty rain blurred the distant mountains. Lush greenery and vibrant colors blended into the scenery, resembling a freshly finished ink wash painting, with a faint arc of a rainbow fading into the sky. Light ink sketches the rain of the world. Flying rainbows blend into the azure above. Along with the vividly colored red and blue dragon boat, the surrounding landscape dulled, transforming the entire three-dimensional world into a two-dimensional space reflected in the players' astonished expressions. The place where they had just rescued Tao Tao, the lakeside, the willows, and the rain threads all merged into the vast ink painting before them. Suddenly, a white figure emerged from where they had saved Tao Tao. Standing firm in a windless world, exuding grace and independence, unyielding and steadfast. The figure remained forever fixed in place, not sinking to the lake's bottom but transforming into a resolute orange tree, eternally loyal to its homeland. Upon the imperial tree, oranges flourish. Bound by duty, I shall not move, born in the southern land. Firmly rooted, unyielding in my resolve. As the text faded, the painting slowly closed, and the noise returned, awakening everyone from their reverie. Realizing they had returned to the village of the first boss, the villagers were holding a lively ritual for the Miluo River, honoring their great ancestor Chu Yuan, who had passed away. What? In the end, is the regret of history? Flowers bloom and fall, heroes fade with age. Beauties grow old, and life's greatest errors lie in its fleeting nature. A voice, carefree and unburdened, resonated across the river, lingering endlessly. Life is often filled with regrets. With a faint smile, one navigates through existence. Suddenly, darkness enveloped them, and as the last hoarse murmurs faded, the dragon boat instance officially closed. Congratulations to players Sui He, Lin Dong, Li Ming, Yan Liang, Kai Sanyi for being the first to complete the dragon boat special dungeon. Reputation points 150.in. The live broadcast's barrage of flowers. Everyone was collectively transported to the lakeside. This was their fourth time at this lakeside, each visit evoking a different feeling. Under the bright sunshine on the lakeside, a light brown duck pecked at its tail feathers, glancing at the returning bipeds before burying its head beneath its wings to continue its slumber. Each time they exited the instance, it felt as if they had traversed through time. Chao Sui squinted against the intense sunlight. At that moment, he had already changed back into his peach blossom robe, while the others' women's attire had vanished, returning to their original clothing. Indeed, it seems we have concluded yet another story, Li Ming murmured, echoing the sentiments of everyone present. Who could have anticipated that they would enter as a neatly assembled group, all donning women's clothing, only to emerge collectively? Truly, the vicissitudes of life are unpredictable, akin to a grand spectacle. It felt less like they had cleared a dungeon and more like they had participated in a variety show. Xiaoyin chuckled bitterly, exclaiming, "Heaven bears witness. I have finally escaped that wretched tight-fitting dress." The only regret was that he could no longer collaborate with the little physician, but upon reflection, perhaps the tight-fitting dress was not entirely unacceptable. As the group reflected on their experience, a delightful sound of coins dropping echoed through the void. A splendid roulette wheel materialized before them, divided into 12 segments, each containing a unique treasure. Public drop. The dungeon introduced a new drop mechanism, allowing players to receive public rewards in addition to their personal loot. The system would randomly insert 12 items from the dungeon's prize pool, including equipment, consumables, and fashion accessories, ensuring everyone received at least one item. Upon hearing the system's explanation, everyone's eyes sparkled, especially the non-lucky players like Yufeng and Cupid. Just as they had been played by the dungeon, an opportunity to reverse their fortunes lay before them. Why Yufeng rubbed his hands together, eagerly eyeing the 12 prizes, but with each passing moment, his frown deepened and his movements froze. Dragon boat blueprint, delicious meat dumpling recipe. Equipment of mugwort bouquet, pet hair dumpling, random women's clothing gift box. What in the world is this? Brother, big brother? This isn't a reward. It's a public execution for non-lucky players, right? We can understand the dragon boat blueprint. Even if it's useless, the dumpling recipe is somewhat acceptable, albeit a bit too indulgent. The pet hair dumpling is also understandable, even if it looks a bit frightening. But what does this random women's clothing gift box mean? I can't take it anymore. Yufeng was on the verge of tears, clutching his good friend Qing Feng's head, weeping inconsolably. He didn't even need to look at the other items to know he would undoubtedly end up with one of those understandable options. The wailing of the man was so heart-wrenching that it startled the ducks resting on the water's surface, sending a flurry of downy feathers into the air. Chapter 77. That was too fast as expected. Holding the recipe for savory zongzi in his hand, he wore a calm expression. A lifeless body. He was no longer suited for any commotion. Two consecutive non-lucky players had already made their way through the trial, and the third, appearing on the roulette, was in a state of high alert. Surely, the sequence of this ID's appearance couldn't possibly be tied to the elusive concept of luck. His demands were modest. He had no interest in divine weapons or elixirs, but the gleaming, golden outfit box for female characters captivated his senses. It was worth noting that all the players present were male, and the presence of a female outfit box implied that male characters could also don the attire in this dungeon. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed at the gift box on the roulette, his desire palpable. One could hardly imagine the joy he would feel if he were ever able to wear the purple-grade female outfit from this instance. As he became enamored, with the crowd's support solidifying his resolve, the gift box smoothly found its way into his possession. It was a tremendous bargain. Even if he were to be gnawed at by fish monsters a couple more times, he would gladly endure it. A look of satisfaction lit up his face, and his voice brimmed with happiness. Now, the remaining items were merely potions and equipment, and after they were distributed in succession, the final ID surfaced, drawing envious gazes that nearly pierced through to Chaos. It was a chaos skill book, distinct from ordinary skill books as it tailored skills according to the player's class. This meant players would possess an additional class skill beyond the usual ones granted upon leveling up. Feeling the intense scrutiny of those around him, Chao Sui blinked and utilized the Chaos skill book. A flash of golden light enveloped him, revealing a new page on the skill panel visible only to him. Raining Pear Blossom Needles, capable of area or single target attacks, with a maximum control of 27 needles at once. Upon release, it delivers a strong control effect, and the guided needles can continuously inflict damage on surrounding enemies. Cooldown. 50 seconds. Was this an attack skill for acupuncturists? Chao Sui was taken aback, biting his lip. It turned out to be a derivative skill of the basic profession, IT, was neither the skill of a peach blossom fairy nor that of an astrologer, but rather the foundational skill of an acupuncturist. Yet, he was supposed to be a support class, right? One barrage of raining pear blossom needles could wipe out minor monsters, ensuring his teammates were in prime condition before tackling the boss. Perhaps, the alteration of a foundational class skill was likely a result of his dual talents in both medicine and poison. Suddenly, after acquiring this skill, Chao Sui recalled another talent of his, the ability to turn the tables. Observing other players leaving after the public drop announcement, Chao Sui turned his attention to the puppet master beside him. Coincidentally, Lindong was also looking at him, their eyes meeting momentarily, a profound gaze exchanged, yet neither averted their eyes. "What's wrong?" the puppet master inquired, slightly taken aback by the intensity of the little healer's bright eyes. Shaking his head, Chao Sui pulled Lindong to a relatively secluded spot. "Brother, there's something I need to discuss with you." Feeling the small hand gripping his sleeve, the puppet master's heart raced uncontrollably. What could warrant such a private conversation? The little figure on his shoulder blushed crimson, covering its face with its bandaged hands, fidgeting excitedly. "Brother, are you listening?" Chao Sui finished speaking, noticing that the puppet master remained dazed, and he felt puzzled. "I was a bit sleepy," Lindong admitted awkwardly. "All right, then let us be quick about it," Chao Sui replied with a light laugh. So soon? That seems inappropriate." The puppet master's eyes widened in shock, his body betraying him by growing warmer. However, after Chao Sui's words, he made no further move, simply gazing into those pure, crystalline eyes. Within those transparent depths, enigmatic patterns seemed to flicker. As time passed, while Chao Sui focused intently on utilizing his talent, Lindong's body grew increasingly rigid. Gradually realizing that he had likely misunderstood the little healer's intentions. How embarrassing! Thankfully, he had said nothing. He squeezed the little figure, which bore a mocking expression, and tucked it away into his nurturing space. His toes beginning to dig into the ground. "All right, thank you, brother." As Chao Sui concluded his talent activation, he regained his composure, his bright eyes curving into a smile. "Look, I've transformed into a highly practical skill." Chao Sui opened his fair palm, revealing a finely crafted silver needle hovering above. To the puppet master's astonishment, a small hole appeared at the needle's tail, through which a familiar puppet thread passed. It seemed to have the same origin, as if the silver thread obeyed the puppet master's command effortlessly. How marvelous! Lindong's eyes widened slightly as he summoned his own puppet thread, marveling at its dexterity under the little healer's control. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of embarrassment. After all, this was essentially a fusion of his and Chao Sui's weapon. The puppet master, rarely bashful, covered his face like the little white figure, unaware of Lindong's unusual reaction. Chao Sui played with the embroidery needle until he was satisfied, and during the process, he greeted the puppet master, who remained in a daze, seemingly lost in thought. "Something seems off with Ling today," Chao Sui mumbled, leaving a message in the private chat before vanishing into a swirl of light. After a long while, the black puppet, unable to bear the sight, patted its master's shoulder to indicate that the others had already departed. Lindong lifted his head, his face slightly flushed beneath the mask. Forgive him for overthinking. This embroidery needle gave him an odd impression of having a child with Chao Sui. Cough, cough. He already possessed a skill allowing him to shift places with the silver thread. And now, as long as Chao Sui summoned the embroidery needle, he could instantaneously appear by Chao Sui's side at any moment. Chapter 78. The exam approaches. Once again awakening from slumber, Chao Sui drank the warm nutritional milk placed by his bedside and placed the helmet into the cleaning cabinet. After washing up, he opened the Starnet.at. This moment, Starnet was abuzz with discussions, the activity reaching a fever pitch. The trending topics naturally included the collaborations of top players in the Imperial server rankings. Top players gather in the Imperial server, Dragon Boat first completion, hot. Collective female outfit discussion on the quirks of the star constellation system, explosive, Xiao, Yin, and Dong's confidential female outfit collection. You deserve it, explosive, Dragon Boat surprises with mermaids. Sueha leads the big shots to victory, hot. Sueha's mysterious combat power. Little healer's poisonous exclusivity, no time left. Suddenly, Chao Sui spotted a post that stood out from the rest, piquing his curiosity enough to click on it. Almost all the comments came from viewers who had watched the joint live broadcast in its entirety, venting their frustrations below the post. Brothers, I'm done for. Had I known the dragon boat was this easy, I would have tackled it sooner. Now look, it's too late. Did you clear the ancient Dian kingdom? Just say it. Stop cursing. Give me one more day and I'll definitely clear it. You all just talk. Even if the dragon boat is simple, without meeting the prerequisites, it's all in vain. Better to watch the big shots in their female outfits. Strangely enough, the teams that cleared the dragon boat dungeon had mostly been composed of 6-player parties. Yeah, who would have thought the first 12-player dungeon in the game would be a welfare dungeon provided by the system? Chao Sui blinked, his eyelashes fluttering. It seemed many players had become so engrossed in following the live broadcast that they completely forgot they were there to explore the difficulty of the dragon boat dungeon. As a result, they realized too late that it was nearing dawn, and all special dragon boat dungeons would close promptly at midnight. Many players expressed regret for their previous decisions, while others, adopting a carefree attitude, felt it was better to seize the day since they couldn't clear the ancient Dian kingdom anyway, so it was already this late. Chao Sui pulled on the hood of his pajamas. Time in the dungeon had flown by, yet he hadn't realized it was nearly dawn upon exiting. Turning off StarNet, just as he was about to close his eyes for sleep, he suddenly received a goodnight message from Lin Ji. Accompanied by a cat emoji with a wink, chuckling softly, he tapped the screen where the cat's head was, and after replying, he finally sank into a deep slumber, a night of peaceful sleep. The heat source that had troubled Chao Sui for several days did not appear that night, leaving the young man feeling refreshed and completely at ease. At 8 in the morning, he opened his eyes punctually, completing his morning routine and finishing breakfast, just as he was about to dive back into the game when he suddenly received an email. You have a message from the Shuguang Secondary School. Please check. This was a notification sent to all graduates from the secondary school attended by the original owner. To all graduates of the 52nd class, greetings. Students of the 52nd class, with the college entrance examination approaching, please complete the following 2 tasks. Point 1. Please click the link below to enter the online written examination on June 1 st. Note: late arrivals and early departures are prohibited. Otherwise, scores will be nullified. The written score accounts for 40% of the total score, so examinees should approach this with caution. https://m.xingxiuwangkekeyoshi.com. On June 2 ND, please bring your score report, identification barcode, and other relevant documents to your graduating school for a mental and physical assessment. After data entry, a final examination permit will be generated. Please ensure it is kept safe. Point 3. The martial arts examination will officially take place on June 6 th. Please check the barcode for examination locations. 4. Please follow the instructions of your advisor for related matters. The college entrance examination? Chao Sui suddenly widened his eyes, jolting upright from his previously relaxed position, the cat ears on his pajama hood shaking violently. He had almost forgotten about this. All this time spent gaming had been for this special college entrance examination. He had only read half of the sample papers for the written exam, and now they were suddenly informing him that the exam was tomorrow. He, who has always been an academic prodigy, seldom felt a sense of urgency. Do not misconstrue this. It was not a matter of memory, but rather a concern of incompletion. After gracefully declining Lin Ji's invitation to grind monsters together, he hurriedly logged on, performed a divination, and then vanished into the star-picking palace. Only 5 minutes had passed since he received the online message when Poo-Poo delivered the prepared materials sent from school: an identity barcode, a special material blank score sheet, and the officially designated examination helmet. The identity barcode resembled a chip, and after a brief moment of contemplation, Chao Sui aligned the barcode with the terminal on the back of his hand. A flash of blue light illuminated the terminal, confirming that the binding process was complete. He carefully placed the 3 vital items into the clean cabinet alongside the gaming helmet. Poo-Poo, bring me my books, Chao Sui commanded, pressing the button on his bedside. Instantly, a small table materialized beside him. All right, Sui, just wait a couple of minutes for Poo-Poo. The whirring sound of the little robot echoed through the living room as it struggled to maneuver into the bedroom, carrying a pile of books that was 4 or 5 times its size. Chao Sui gazed at the mountain of books before him, pondering that excelling academically does not always equate to a passion for learning. And you thought this was all? Soon enough, Poo-Poo returned with yet another stack of books, and there was still a heap on the sofa. It appeared that this night would be dedicated to an all-nighter of studying. Chao Sui rubbed his temples, blaming himself for losing track of time while immersed in the game earlier. On this day, the bright lights never descended upon the Yunjin villa, a pair of hands. A multitude of books, a single night, and a miracle awaited. Meanwhile, in the outskirts of Quebec, Linji had also been rather busy lately, unable to join Sui Sui for leveling up, and thus decided not to log on at all. The inaugural Imperial Alliance Joint College Entrance Examination was of utmost significance, concerning the integration with the Cosmic Star Network. Both parties regarded it with utmost seriousness, and the Empire even dispatched military personnel to oversee the entire process. To compound matters, his brother Lin Yuan was one of the principal organizers of this examination, which he had specially established for the offline physical fitness assessment. In the past, it had been conducted uniformly by schools. But considering the discrepancies in local equipment, the military allocated high-quality devices to various sites, underscoring the importance of this examination. In terms of the martial arts examination, it deviated from previous online self-assessment models and mandated that all candidates gather in examination halls utilizing standardized equipment. Supervised by professionals appointed by the military point, one could easily surmise that certain high-ranking officials would be sweating profusely. With the military taking charge, even princes would find it impossible to cheat, due to the exorbitant resource costs involved. Linji was also roped into the oversight team by his brother. Mini theater. Before the martial arts exam, Linji, how vexing to be dragged into free labor by my elder brother. Linji, I can't even snuggle with Sui Sui in the game. Linji, complaining. After the martial arts exam, Linji, thanks to my brother for facilitating my offline rendezvous with Sui Sui. Linji, glancing askance, with a look at the single dogs, snuggling Sui Sui. Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, the other party is ignoring you and has stolen your romantic thoughts. Chapter 79. Martial Arts Exam A009. The young man, having burnt the midnight oil studying, stifled a yawn as he closed the final book. Stretching his toes and yawning widely, this youthful body was resilient, not easily worn down by a single night of study. At most, he felt a slight mental fatigue. Without the benefit of coffee, he brewed himself a cup of chrysanthemum and cassia seed milk tea to invigorate his spirits. And its effects were remarkably effective. After consolidating the materials for the written examination, Chao Sui logged onto the Star Network, where the fervor surrounding the Dragon Boat Festival had gradually subsided, and today's written examination had topped the trending searches. As the first joint college entrance examination since the establishment of Dawn, the Star Network had even dedicated a special section for it. Curious, Chao Sui clicked into it, his eyes immediately drawn to the large countdown for the written examination. Countdown for the Dawn Joint Humanities Examination. 1 hour, 28 minutes, and 36 seconds. Scrolling down revealed detailed section introductions and public rules. The more he read, the more astonished he became. The scale of this examination was indeed grand, far surpassing that of his previous life's college entrance examination, possibly due to its critical timing. This written examination would be conducted entirely via live broadcast, with all candidates entering anonymously under garbled numerical codes. 1,000 individuals in a localized space. The examination livestream utilized free camera angles for all viewers to supervise and observe any candidate's exam paper. Results would be publicly announced on the spot. Divided into the Imperial list, the Alliance list, and an unprecedented overall ranking. The young man couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. If the written examination was conducted this way, how spectacular would the martial arts examination be? A surge of battle spirit welled up within him as he observed the number of participants in the humanities examination continually rising. Chao Sui hesitated no longer. After verifying his preparatory information, he donned the examination-specific helmet. Ding, welcome, candidate Chao Sui, to the Humanities A009 preparatory area. Please read the Dawn Joint Humanities Candidate Agreement carefully. Starting the examination will be regarded as your voluntary acceptance of the agreement. Consequences for violations will be borne by the violator. The last few words were boldly highlighted in red, sending a chill down one's spine. After skimming through it rapidly, Chao Sui affixed his signature. Garbled codes being generated, random modeling underway. Ding, welcome, candidate 88. The past cannot be pursued, but the future remains hopeful. The star constellation system wishes you a successful examination. The blue light flickered, the surrounding space subtly transformed. An endless expanse of white architecture materialized before him. With just over 20 minutes until the examination commenced, the scene was already teeming with candidates awaiting their turn. Chao Sui soon realized he was the last to arrive at the entire A009 examination hall. Upon his arrival, the System S prompt resounded. All candidates for examination A009 have arrived. The examination hall will be sealed in 5 seconds. Once sealed, candidates will be unable to log off, and the communication system will be disabled. The cacophony of voices among the candidates in area A009 abruptly halted before quickly resuming. Who arrives now? What a bold heart! That's just a good mindset. Unlike me, I've been sitting here for an hour already. So nerve-wracking. I couldn't sleep a wink last night. Me too. My parents stayed up with me, even more anxious than I wasn't nervous at all until my dad made me a bit anxious. Who understands my plight? I had no feelings before the exam, but once on stage, my pen flew away. Chao Sui gazed around at the dense crowd, baffled that he had become the last one despite still having 20 minutes left. Curiosity piqued. The boy, who had been labeled as overly relaxed, scanned his surroundings. Simultaneously, the live broadcast of the Star Network's Humanities College entrance examination commenced, dividing the main examination hall into 26 large districts labeled AZ, with several smaller zones beneath each letter. The most attention was drawn to District A, not due to the candidate's scores but rather its unique nature. Even the lowest number 9 required a verification code for entry. This meant that every candidate here hailed from affluent backgrounds, and many previously sponsored young masters and young ladies were now participating in the examination in District A, attracting numerous online spectators. Wow, Don truly went all out, even building a dedicated star domain network for this examination. Astonished by the scale, he recalled his previous haphazard examinations, where he simply donned the helmet and answered questions. Finally, he understood his parents' words. The conditions were indeed different now. How amusing, all these modeled faces. I still want to spot some familiar young masters and young ladies. Star Constellation, please remove this special effect for me. It's hindering this old servant from finding the young masters and informing the lady of your good looks. Just as Chao Sui began to count how many similar modeled faces he had seen out of boredom, he finally received the System S prompt. 5 minutes until the exam begins. Candidates, please take your seats. In an instant, the surrounding crowd vanished, and a simple table and chair appeared in the silent space. The young man stepped forward, seated himself, and waited quietly, only to suddenly discover that the chair beneath him had transformed into his most familiar bed, and the table was identical to the one at his bedside. Chao Sui thought, I'm truly lying down for the exam. Not just him. Every candidate's individual preparatory area morphed into what they subconsciously deemed the most comfortable setting. Chao Sui twitched his mouth. The examination committee truly had no fear of candidates dozing off. In truth, the boy had overthought it. In all of Area A, only Chao Sui had envisioned a simple bed, while the other young masters and young ladies had far more extravagant fantasies. The audience in the Area A live broadcast could never have anticipated such explosive developments before the exam had even begun. Wow, everyone, look at District 009. A young master conjured a restroom. Ha ha, impressive. Taking a dump while taking the exam. I can't even imagine how comfortable that must be. That young master knows how to enjoy life. Ha ha ha, this old servant feels inferior. It's evident that the young master is also quite mortified. The star constellation system is too cruel. One's subconscious is totally uncontrollable. The candidate number 54 in District 009 is truly something else. Everyone, go watch my club. Is the young master sitting on a beauty's lap for the exam? I suspect the system has assembled all the affluent individuals skilled in the examination into this testing venue, which is rather amusing indeed. The current state of the A009 examination hall has instantly surged to the top of trending topics, with a plethora of viewers flocking to the live stream for entertainment. The solitary preparation areas here are bursting with vibrancy, akin to a gathering of remarkable talents. In truth, the audience's conjectures are not unfounded. The genuine aristocrats are situated in the A1-8 zones, where they are allocated without the need for a recommendation code. Zone 9, being the lowest tier of the A district, comprises a rather complex mix of nouveau riche lacking both power and wealth, impoverished relatives of influential families with no connection, and illegitimate offspring hidden by noble figures. Amidst this peculiar array, the rather ordinary candidate 88 has captured the viewer's attention, momentarily lauded as the most serious candidate in A009, Chapter 80. Candidate 88, who is live-streaming his slumber, remains blissfully unaware that the eccentric preparation areas of his fellow candidates have already ascended the trending charts. Zhao Sui, alongside the remarkably realistic plush bedding that imitates the ambience perfectly, lets out a sigh. The young man comfortably reclines on his bed, squinting his eyes in delightful anticipation of the examination's commencement. Given that the system has provided him with such a cozy environment, he sees no reason to decline. Ding! The joint liberal arts examination officially commences, with 6 hours remaining until its conclusion. A real-time countdown appears in the upper left corner of the space. Pressing down on every candidate, the first subject, Dawn History. The intelligent display screen detects that the candidate is in a reclining position and kindly projects the questions onto the ceiling. Naturally, the examination for Dawn does not require the use of pens. Responses are solely reliant on telepathic communication. Thus, even with 13 subjects to tackle over 8 hours, the audience is thoroughly astonished. The moment the flood of questions is unleashed, netizens, already taken aback by the duration, find themselves utterly dumbfounded once again. What is going on? Not a single multiple-choice question? While it's understandable to test on Dawn history, why on earth are we examining history from before the apocalypse? I have no idea. My teacher never taught it, sniffles. Thankfully, I graduated early. Otherwise, I would have been left with no luck in scoring. How could you possibly know that my score of 50 depended entirely on guesswork? The examination begins with a heavy blow to the candidates. The complexity of Dawn history is already quite daunting. The apocalypse, the Ark Day, the history of the Empire, and the history of the Alliance. To make matters worse, there are no multiple-choice questions, and they even include some ancient records from before the apocalypse. This leaves both unprepared and prepared candidates in a state of bewilderment, with only Zhao Sui, who has just reviewed Interstellar history, feeling remarkably at ease. However, as the questions progress at an increasing pace, the young man's doubts deepen. Although the historical content concerning ancient Earth is somewhat fragmented, it astonishingly aligns perfectly with the knowledge he possessed before his transmigration. Zhao Sui furrows his brow, beginning to question his previous speculations regarding parallel timelines. Even among identical twins, there are subtle differences. Yet, the Academy of Dawn is gradually rediscovering lost civilizations, with certain dynasties and names being strikingly accurate. Could it be that the era in which he finds himself is still the original world, merely skewed in its timeline? Suppressing his doubts within, despite the tumultuous waves of thoughts crashing within him, the young man maintains an outward composure. Before long, Candidate 88's remarkably swift answering pace draws the attention of the live-stream audience once again. Can someone explain how he is answering so quickly? I haven't even finished reading the questions, and he is already on the next page. I've roamed around Zone A, and none are faster than Candidate 88. The graduates are quite responsibly informing you. Candidate 88 is definitely impressive. I've laid my cards on the table. I can't comprehend these questions. Shrugs. Zhao Sui's eyes scan the questions with the speed of a scanner. Dawn history primarily consists of rote memorization, with few conceptual queries, allowing him to breeze through the material effortlessly. The audience stares in astonishment. This candidate, 88, completes the final subject with a speed rivaling that of flipping through a book. Is he writing with the answers in front of him? Are you joking? The young masters in Zone A don't even have privileges. Do you truly believe Zone A9 would? Do you think the military is a joke? I'll just say, his reading speed is astonishing. Even if I were to receive answers directly, I wouldn't be as fast as Candidate 88, even if he is guessing. I still admire that mental reading capability. It is well known that the unique telepathic reading used in the Dawn examination does not simply present whatever one thinks. Answers derived from such a method tend to be chaotic in wording and lack coherence. Telepathy requires the organization of language in one's mind, focusing intently to silently articulate the thoughts. Many begin practicing this technique from primary school, often only mastering it by graduation, capable of formulating complete and coherent sentences. Mastering the focused concentration method in middle school allows for proficient article editing, albeit not for speed. Do not underestimate this skill. Some individuals are naturally prone to distractions and restlessness, spending their lives striving to instantaneously produce fluent telepathic readings. Of course, some people can do it quickly, but they usually go back to revise. Candidate 88, however, has not paused at all. One can hardly fathom the sheer terror of his telepathic speed. AS discussions swirl across the Interstellar network. On the other side, the Joint College Entrance Examination Committee is at work. Report, sir. We have encountered an anomalous data submission. A soldier clad in a deep blue military uniform knocks on the door of the real-time monitoring office. The blue light flickers momentarily, and the sensing door opens automatically. The soldier, carrying a sealed document, approaches the monitoring station. The enormous floor-to-ceiling screen encompasses thousands of smaller displays, each monitored by AI, along with soldiers from the inspection team maintaining order. The entire examination network is tightly secured, leaving no room for anyone to exploit the situation. Thank you for your hard work, comrades. The colonel, dressed in a dark military coat, maintains a calm demeanor as he opens the sealed bag and gently inserts the chip into the mainframe. The report includes details about Candidate 88's examination recording, the unprecedented peak of livestream viewers, and all related issues. What piques Colonel Yunling's interest most is the average reading speed of Candidate 88 and the estimation of his mental strength. The theory linking reading speed to mental strength is no secret within the military. It serves as a significant recruitment criterion. The data suggests that individuals with rapid reading capabilities possess traits such as meticulous thinking, composure in the face of challenges, and exceptional memory. Fascinating. The prodigy of Zone A9, Colonel Yunling, grows increasingly astounded as he examines the data. Based on the current information, Candidate 88 likely possesses at least S-grade mental strength. Setting the file aside, he gazes at the countdown for the examination, a smirk gracing his lips. Once the dual assessments are completed, the Empire will publicly disclose the news of mental strength across the entire network. It is indeed something to anticipate. After confirming that Candidate 88's file is accurate, the soldier is dismissed, and the red frame indicating that the livestream of A009's Candidate 88 is under monitoring vanishes. What this scene signifies is abundantly clear to the netizens, many of whom, having been vigilantly watching the live stream, erupt in excitement, engaging fervently in conversation. I told you, with such stringent measures for this college entrance examination. How could anyone possibly cheat? Time has only just passed halfway. How on earth did this candidate finish? Am I seeing things? Why did I click in to find this top trending candidate sleeping? How can you all be so idle? As the popularity of the live stream surged, many newly arrived viewers stared in astonishment at the screen, where the 88th candidate was soundly sleeping. They expressed their bewilderment with soul-searching questions. Swiftly enlightened by seasoned viewers, Zhao Sui and Zai Zhao had completed their questions, but due to the regulations of the written examination, they could not leave early. After an entire night of cramming, coupled with the system's thoughtful provision of a familiar little bed, the mentally exhausted youth pulled up the blanket and gradually closed his eyes, falling into a deep slumber before the gaze of hundreds of thousands of viewers. Chapter 81. The tranquility of the literary examination. In stark contrast, the 02ND candidate in Zone A1 was anxiously scratching his head in despair. Lin Xiao had completely forgotten about the written examination while traveling with his parents, having been thoroughly swept away by the joys of the graduation holiday. Moreover, Lin Xiao was not particularly worried about the written exam. He had always been fortunate with multiple choice questions, as long as he could scrape together some basic points from the vast number of questions. He would be satisfied, as his main focus remained on the martial arts examination. Just moments ago, he had been swimming freely in the ocean planet, only to be abruptly thrust into the realm of the written examination by a kick from Lin Father. It was sheer misfortune. His literary scores had always been poor, and he hadn't even performed the ritual of last-minute cramming. Faced with the densely packed questions on the paper, despair enveloped him completely. After a long while, he managed to squeeze out a few answers, his face flushed with embarrassment. As the countdown began, the candidates grew increasingly anxious. What they thought was ample time of 6 hours was proving to be woefully insufficient, likely requiring double that. The system, of course, did not issue a prompt to immediately cease writing, or your results will be voided. As the light screen dimmed, the candidates were left in a state of desolation. The 66th candidate's face contorted in distress as he muttered, "We're doomed, we're doomed." Soon, the light in the preparation area dimmed entirely, and everyone was teleported back to the White Hall from when they first entered. The blanket on the 88th candidate shifted, detecting that he was still asleep. It rolled him up and transported him to the White Hall, even placing him atop a virtual flower bed to prevent him from being trampled. Every candidate wore a look of dejection. Even the academic genius's face showed signs of gravity, as strangers began to whisper among themselves. Hey, did you manage to solve that question on the torch element? What are you talking about? The third question from the last section. No, I didn't get to it. I couldn't even finish the 10th section. Sorry to interrupt. Amidst the clamor, Zhao Sui, wrapped in his blanket like a silkworm, remained blissfully unaware, sleeping soundly without a care. Lin Xiao perked up his ears. During these 10 minutes of system scoring, everyone had to remain in the preparation hall, while the recently finished candidates eagerly began testing each other's abilities. This is great. The difficult questions are all unsolvable. If everyone struggles, it means we're all on a similar level. Perhaps the few random guesses I made might earn me some points. Lin Xiao felt a surge of optimism, silently praying for a miracle to occur. The moment the last second ticked away, the white hall vanished like snowflakes, plunging Lin Xiao into darkness. The weight of the helmet on his head suddenly felt ominous. A sharp breeze swept behind him. Mechanically, Lin Xiao turned his head, lifting the brim of the helmet little by little, revealing one eye first. A strong, sun-kissed arm came into view, adorned with a smooth and shiny 7 wolves belt that reflected his anxious gaze. Ah, Dad, please, no. Kind-hearted father, don't. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Xiao yanked off his helmet and bolted, the helmet being caught by Lin Shuang, who watched her brother being chased around by their father with a smirk of schadenfreude. Mess Wu, exasperated, scrolled through the literary examination rankings, unable to locate her third son's name at all. Xiaoshuang, I know your brother didn't do well, but I didn't expect him to be absent from the list entirely. Lin Shuang smirked. Mom, take a closer look. It's marked in the upper right corner. He didn't pass, so he's not listed. Ms. Wu immediately shut down the terminal, a wave of fury emanating from her. Grabbing an unidentified coat hanger that she had found, she launched into a mixed love tap on Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao, Dad, please show mercy. Wait? Mom? No, oh be gentle. Watch me surge in the martial arts exam. Lin Shuang. The scene of a harmonious family of 4 basking in sunshine on the beach was utterly idyllic. Meanwhile, Zhao Sui, who had been sleeping soundly on the flower bed, was abruptly teleported away, his small face tilting in confusion as he opened his eyes. All was dark. He touched his face, realizing, oh, the helmet, dully. He removed the examination helmet, swaying and collapsing onto the little bed, quickly drifting back into slumber. The intelligent little curtain gradually changed color, dimming the room where Poo-Poo, holding a plate of bitter study bread, stood with a blackened face. To avoid disturbing Zhao Sui's sleep, Poo-Poo remained silent, her complaints silently etched on her face. I didn't eat breakfast. Nor lunch. Zhao Sui will sleep flat like this, humph. Tiny characters floated across the electronic screen, finally freezing on an expression of a sulking face. The slumbering youth remained oblivious to the immense stir his sleeping on the Star Network had caused. Posts declaring him the top of the literary examination followed swiftly, surpassing the trending topic of the 88th candidate's successful live stream slumber. Many viewers in the 88th live stream chat idly discussed the sleeping candidate until the very end. Even during the teleportation to the hall, they continued to observe the peculiar sight of the boy sleeping in the flower bed. Ha ha ha, how tired must he be? Ha ha ha, so many people talking and he still can't be awakened. The system was surprisingly considerate. The little blanket didn't even roll away. How strange that a hint of cuteness could be discerned from a modeling face. I want to pinch his adorably puffed up face while he sleeps. After the live stream ended, the satisfied viewers exited the room and began searching for information on this year's literary examination champion. Trending first. Let us click in, rub our eyes, exit, and click in again. Which number? 88. The netizens widened their eyes, instantly sitting up straight, hurriedly switching to the college entrance examination section to browse the rankings. A row of golden characters was pinned at the top of the module. Candidate A00988, current total score 1300 ranking, first in the Empire, first overall. The netizens, already stunned by the champion title, were once again flabbergasted upon seeing this score. This score must be a record, right? He actually scored full marks? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Wait, this candidate, who was the fastest and even live-streamed his sleep, is actually one of ours from the Empire? Then there's no doubt. It must be true. The Alliance can't possibly have anyone this clever. Truly, Our empire is remarkable. After the initial shock, many netizens, grinning widely, began to engage in a competitive display of their genes. The comment section of the college entrance examination module was interconnected, allowing both Empire and Alliance citizens to see. Several Empire netizens inadvertently shared the score sheet of the 88th candidate. Oh dear, I accidentally clicked that. This 88th candidate is quite something, sleeping through such a serious examination while live streaming. Indeed, he didn't even read the questions. It's utterly ridiculous to finish in 3 hours. I wonder if he could have let the Alliance brothers and sisters have a chance. Brother, we 88th candidates pulling down scores like this won't make you angry, right? The Alliance netizens fell silent, staring at their own first-place score, which had been stretched a staggering 78 points apart. Chapter 82. A Cold Shower. The beaten and bruised Lin Xiao gazed at his parents, who were conversing with his older brothers not far away, pouting as he raised his hand in frustration. Ouch, was that really necessary? Why hit so hard? His stiff fingers fumbled on the light screen for a while. He hadn't even checked his own score before being met with a belt whipping from his parents. Rankings could be viewed through the leaderboard, but the final scores would take a few hours to arrive in the candidates' inboxes. The more he scrolled, the more uneasy he felt. He had already scrolled beyond the 8,000th rank, yet his name was still nowhere to be found. After a moment of silence, he resignedly began scrolling from the bottom. Sitting nearby, Lin Shuang, stifling laughter, returned the examination helmet to her glowering older brother, kindly pointing out the tiny search button beside him, along with a gentle reminder. Those who fail cannot be ranked for now. Failing? Not passing. Trembling, he reached for the search button, entering his candidate number, and stared at the empty search results with a heart sinking like lead, feeling the sting from where he had just been struck returning. With the double assessment scheduled for tomorrow, Lin father and Lin mother, after conversing with their eldest and second sons, unanimously decided to pack up their troublesome third son and send him back to the capital today. A few minutes later, clutching the luggage thrown by his parents, Lin Xiao stood aboard the Interstellar spacecraft, tears of loneliness streaming down his face. Looking at the prominently displayed A00988 in the college entrance examination section, Lin Xiao gritted his teeth, resolute. This time, in the martial arts examination, I must reclaim the glory that belongs to me, Yunjian Villa. The dreamscape resembled a shattered galaxy, with faint voices echoing through the air. And Zhao Sui jolted awake. The solid ground beneath him returned, and the youth sighed in relief. Despite the sudden dream, he had slept soundly, replenishing his body's fatigue. Now it was deep into the night, and it was certain that the young man would not be able to sleep any longer, so he simply logged into the game. Before he could fully steady himself, a message popped up in the chat box. Winter is coming. Why haven't you gone to sleep yet? An inexplicable feeling of being caught staying up late washed over him, and the youth's bright, dewy eyes blinked. Sui, I've slept for a long time, but I cannot seem to fall asleep now. Linji glanced at the private chat interface and, for some reason, recalled the trending topic about the live streaming of the sleeping number 88, along with the young physician's tender face. His bandaged hand trembled slightly, and he directly asked, Lin Dong Jiangji, is it because of the exams? Do I really look that young? The oblivious youth touched his chubby little face. Caught off guard, Chao Sui, who was indeed preparing for the college entrance examination, had no intention of hiding it and readily admitted. Sui, yes, I just finished the literature exam. Lin Dong Jiangji, good luck, cat clapping. JPG, truly underage. Linji calculated and estimated he was merely around 17. The man covered his face and slapped himself, thinking, Linji, you truly are not acting your age. However, upon realizing that number 88 was likely Sui, Linji couldn't help but feel a swell of pride. His Sui was far more impressive than he had been back in the day. Indeed, as the puppeteer pieced this together, he suddenly recalled the moment during their daily calls when that bed had indeed transformed into the one Sui had slept on that day. Momentarily overwhelmed by the revelations that Sui is truly underage and Sui ranked first overall in the exams, the man despairingly discovered that his pride far outweighed any sense of shame. There was truly no saving him. Genuine feelings had already conveyed a clear answer to Linji. It was inconsequential, for he would wait. Presently, he regretted agreeing to proctor the martial arts examination with his brother. Knowing Sui would likely be assigned to the auxiliary division, preventing him from watching Sui Sui's live stream in real time. Suppressing his complex emotions, Lin Dongjiangji sent a team invitation to the young physician. Initially intending to log off, he fortuitously noticed the young physician was online and thus decided to pull an all-nighter. After all, sleeping was far less important than accompanying Sui Sui. Once the young physician completed today's divination, the two ventured into the border forest to grind monsters at level 20. The previous conquests in Gudian Kingdom and Longzhou's initial passage had granted them substantial experience points. Even after a long hiatus from monster grinding, their levels remained far ahead of the entire server, nearing level 19. However, Chao Sui was not in a hurry. He had discovered early on that the star constellation did not have a level ranking, indicating that there was indeed a level cap. In other words, eventually, everyone's level would reach the same realm. It merely differed in pace, making comparison meaningless. What truly mattered were combat power, skills, attributes, and execution. Chao Sui utilized the star constellation to embody the puppeteer. He moved gracefully amidst the stars enveloping him, having laid back during the exam until its conclusion. Unexpectedly, he found himself still lounging while grinding monsters late into the night. Unbeknownst to him, the young physician, filled with admiration, observed the puppeteer as he wreaked havoc among the level 20 monsters with the ferocity of a wolf among sheep. Within a few short hours, they both ascended to level 19. At that moment of leveling up, Lin Dongjiangji abruptly withdrew, teleporting away from the gathering of monsters. The golden-purple star ring around him shattered, gradually coalescing into a beam of light. "Thank you, brother." The youth's gentle smile reached his eyes, his moist lips curling upwards as he caught the little white figure leaping towards him, affectionately ruffling its hair. "ID? No usable name for me, baby Warda." Visible in the book circle, the puppeteer's Adam's apple bobbed, his voice somewhat hoarse. "It's getting late. Go prepare for the double test, Sui Sui." "All right, I'll log off first. You should rest early too, brother." Chao Sui, oblivious to anything amiss, waved cheerfully at the puppeteer. Watching the young physician's figure dissipate, Lin Dongjiangji sighed, knowing he would have to take another cold shower tonight. Upon awakening refreshed, Chao Sui removed his helmet and was greeted by a mountain of small bread piled at his bedside. His lips twitched, and turning around, he encountered the small robot with an expression of a wronged spouse. "Poo-poo, Chao Sui." The youth tentatively paced back and forth, but the little steward's eyes seemed to be equipped with a tracker, relentlessly locking onto him. Strangely, after being stared at by Poo-poo for a while, a wave of hunger finally swept over Chao Sui's entire being. It seemed he truly hadn't eaten anything all day. Feeling a bit guilty, he opened his mouth, sat on the edge of the bed, and began to nibble on the warm little bread. As he ate, he continued to shower Poo-poo with countless compliments. "Wow, this is so delicious. Poo-poo's cooking has improved tremendously. It's simply a taste of heaven." Under the barrage of awkward flattery, Poo-poo's expression shifted from gloomy to bright, two flushes appearing on the electronic screen as it bashfully advised Chao Sui. "Sui Sui, eat slowly. We still need to try on clothes later. In my past life, I was the CEO of a multinational corporation, but unexpectedly, I fell victim to a scheming subordinate. My company seal was stolen. My internet connection was severed, and I lost my mattress. Trusting my loyal confidants led to my ultimate demise. Now, I have been reborn, vowing to take revenge and make them pay. Join me in generating power for love. And listen to my plans for vengeance." Chapter 83. Sleepy brother. On his first official outing, Poo-poo appeared to take it very seriously, while Chao Sui changed clothes over and over again like a model from an online shop. Eventually, the youth could no longer withstand the ordeal and called a halt, finalizing his outfit for the outing. The winter dawn was exceptionally cold, perhaps due to the absence of extensive vegetation allowing the bitter winds to roam freely between the towering skyscrapers. The desolation was not overtly apparent. The modern technological forest, constructed of steel and concrete, soared into the clouds, presenting a scene Chao Sui had never witnessed before. The northern wind swept through the empty streets, brushing against Chao Sui's face, causing his fair complexion to blush slightly. The loose apricot-colored windbreaker, adorned with vivid red stripes on either side, accentuated the youth's cool demeanor, adding a touch of elegance. The dark, straight-leg trousers highlighted his tall and slender figure. Even though his outfit was quite light, he felt no chill. He genuinely felt grateful for the specially designed clothing developed by Dawn. which spared him from excessive bulkiness in the harsh winter. Chao Sui was particularly sensitive to the cold, a lingering aftereffect from before his transmigration. Back then, his frail body would catch a cold at the slightest chill, and it would take weeks to recover. Each day, he would wrap himself in layers, as he loathed the feeling of being unwell more than taking medicine. The cold wind lifted the hem of his clothing, and there were few pedestrians on the street. The advanced technology of Dawn had instilled a homebody quality in its citizens, who preferred online shopping, robot deliveries, and remote work. Currently, the crowds that appeared were largely there for the dual test before the martial arts examination. This was a groundbreaking project that had never before existed. Typically, students would undergo a unified physical fitness test upon entering middle school and again after gaining admission to prestigious universities. However, this time, the testing was interjected during the transition from middle to high school, evolving from a single test to a dual assessment. Many media outlets sensed something unusual, speculating that the authorities might intervene. Initially, Chao Sui worried he would get lost on his first outing, but he quickly realized he could simply follow the crowd. Upon boarding the train, the scenery rushed by, and in mere moments, he arrived at the testing location mentioned in the email. A swarm of people poured out of the train, and Chao Sui took out his well-preserved results slip, gazing at the bustling square outside the window and swiftly disembarking. Yangyuan Grand Hall, as the central square of Yangdu. It was usually reserved for virtual performances and grand competitions, but today it had been commandeered by the authorities. Hundreds of soldiers stood guard, the atmosphere unusually solemn. Even the typically rowdy media outlets remained surprisingly subdued. Despite the gathering of thousands, there was no commotion. The examinees, initially filled with excitement, found their spirits dampened upon seeing the armed soldiers, instinctively lowering their voices. "Hey, look at the firearms these soldiers are holding. I've seen them during military parades. MR-34S10 particle guns. Wow, such a grand display. I thought it was just a simple quality test. Are you foolish? Why else would it be called a dual assessment? This mental test?" The examinee who spoke confidently seemed to have some background, and the others pretended to be nonchalant while secretly listening intently. Run Xiang, in the center of attention, relished the gazes directed at him from all sides. Lowering his voice to feign mystery, "A relative of my mother works on the organizing committee." He revealed that this dual test accounts for 80% of the hidden scores in the college entrance examination. Before he could finish, a nearby examinee, a boy with chestnut hair and freckles, interrupted in surprise. "What hidden scores in the college entrance examination? Oh, you don't know. Prestigious universities admit students based on rankings. How do they sort those with the same scores? The hidden scores are part of the system's prioritization algorithm." Runxiang proudly lifted his head, pointing at the boy. 80% is the dual assessment score. The remaining 20% is your individual preparation zone for the literature exam. After building suspense, Runxiang suddenly dropped a bombshell. The revelation erupted among the crowd, eliciting gasps of astonishment. Many examinees cried out, covering their mouths in embarrassment as they received strange looks from those around them. Even Chao Sui was momentarily stunned, realizing that having transformed into a bed and laid back to answer questions might incur deductions, such as for laziness. Feeling the immense reaction from the surrounding examinees triggered by his words, Renxiang experienced a surge of satisfaction and continued to disclose. "This is nothing. The most crucial aspect is still the dual assessment, especially concerning mental strength." Stealing a glance at the soldiers stationed not far away, he lowered his voice once more. "Surely everyone is aware that this time the martial examination is conducted in the officially designated holographic mode of the Cosmic Star Network, right? My family has mentioned that mental strength is intricately linked to humanity's integration into the Cosmic Star Network." Zhao Yang, having listened attentively for a while, lost interest afterwards. The information the candidate had been relaying repeatedly indicated that the mental strength value was of paramount importance. However, this fixed value was something one could not alter, rendering it somewhat meaningless as a reference. That moment, the wind rustled. The synchronized sound of footsteps approached, prompting all candidates to fall silent and form 10 rows under the commander's guidance. Zhao Yang and his companion, having arrived late, found themselves at the back of the line, much to their dismay, as those in front were significantly taller, creating a formidable wall of bodies. The youth glanced around futilely, hesitated and quietly rose onto his toes, eye in the distance. The sleek, streamlined white capsule was vaguely visible. The detection process was swift, and within a short span, over a dozen candidates, looking bewildered, exited against the tide of the crowd. Holding their proof in hand, not directly disclosed, Xiaoyang opened the examination section of the STAR network, and the dual assessment scores did not appear at the end of the rankings. Perhaps it was to protect privacy. Time ticked by, and seizing the opportunity while waiting in line, Xiaoyang perused the news regarding the examination on the STAR network. Observing the trending topics, a rare look of astonishment crossed his otherwise serene face. Surely I am not the last person on the internet to learn that I topped the liberal arts category, he mused, surprised at how high his recent prominence had soared. Even the incident of him sleeping during the exam had made the trending list. How terribly bored these people must be. The thought of being watched by hundreds of thousands of netizens while simply taking a nap was rather disconcerting. The youth expressionlessly adjusted the collar of his windbreaker, pulling it up to obscure half of his face. Thankfully, he had used a modeling face during the exam. Otherwise, stepping out, he would likely be pointed at and exclaimed, "Hey, isn't that the liberal arts sleeping guy?" Dear readers, I was once a scion of a prestigious family, only to be betrayed by treacherous individuals. My family abandoned me, and my master severed my spiritual vein. After being reborn, I write novels on tomato to revive my status. Fueled by love, assisting me in returning to my peak and granting you a life of peace and health. Chapter 84. Mental Strength and Truth. Xiaoyang was overthinking it. If he were to be recognized, that individual would likely kneel in worship of the liberal arts god, then hastily craft a statue to enshrine at home. Had he merely clicked on the sleeping candidate post, he would have discovered he had tragically lost his number, earning the affectionate titles of daddy from candidates across the galaxy. Worship the academic deity. Number 88. You truly are my father. Who would have thought that merely observing a candidate sleeping would witness the rise of an academic deity? Kneels down in reverence. Wah, academic deity daddy, sleeping at number 1. I burned the midnight oil in fervent prayer, yet combed through the rankings and found no mention of my name. If only my son were half as capable as number 88. Parents, please consciously check the trending first post. This is the candidate's defensive post. You have crossed the line, smile. The crowd moved swiftly, and the thick wall of bodies in front of Xiaoyang gradually dispersed, his view becoming increasingly clear. The streamlined black and white capsule was 3 meters tall, each device flanked by 2 soldiers clad in dark military uniforms, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. The candidates in front dared not move, stiffly being ushered into the apparatus. Finally, it was his turn. After presenting his score sheet and identity barcode, an officer in slightly lighter military attire entered the long verification form into the capsule. Watching the data vanish, he then scanned the barcode to confirm Xiaoyang's identity. A00988, the number shown in gold on the terminal interface. The officer raised an eyebrow, bewildered by the commotion. A man, typically serious, rubbed his eyes and looked again at the screen. A00988, liberal arts top scorer? The man abruptly lifted his head, casting a look of surprise towards the youth. Having observed the entire process from behind, Xiaoyang pulled his collar down to his neck, awaiting the officer's scan. You are 88? A00988? The man, who had remained silent until now, inquired in a voice barely audible to the two of them, laced with disbelief. Yes, Xiaoyang stammered, momentarily at a loss for words on how to address him. However, the officer paid little mind to the confusion, gazing at the youthful figure with red lips and white teeth, his admiration nearly reaching its zenith. Who would have imagined that this time, the liberal arts top scorer was not from the imperial capital, but from their own Yangdu? Moreover, he was the top scorer of the entire dawn, carrying a weight of prestige that far surpassed previous top scorers. The officer's amusement was evident, and he extended the terminal towards the youth. Xiaoyang instinctively raised his head, wide-eyed, awaiting the officer's iris scan. Yet, in the next moment, he noticed the man's dark complexion flush slightly as he awkwardly murmured, "Could the academic deity sign a name for uncle? Just the number will do. I'll take it home for my little rascal to worship." Oh, the sound of a shattered filter. How adorable, the officer thought, gazing at the perplexed youth. Truly, he is pleasing to the eye. Contentedly stowing away the top scorer's signature, he swiftly completed the information entry and personally opened the capsule door for the youth to lie down. Under the officer's appreciative gaze, Xiaoyang blinked and accepted the officer's kind gesture. Observing the boy's composed demeanor, The officer's admiration deepened, suddenly reminded of his own son. How could the disparity between individuals be so stark? That little rascal never cleaned up after himself, oblivious to the world around him. Zhaoyang lay within the capsule. A silver-gray beam of light swept across, and after a brief silence, the previously inserted score sheet began to shimmer, gradually forming a bright silver card. Here, your examination permit? The officer smiled as he handed the certification card to the youth. Thank you, Zhaoyang replied, feeling the immense goodwill emanating from the man, which made him slightly bashful. He bowed slightly and hurriedly exited the monitoring area. Some candidates behind him, noticing the commotion, cast curious glances in their direction. Although those lined up behind Zhaoyang could not hear their conversation, the officer's amiable expression was unmistakable. Coincidentally, this candidate was Ren Xiang, who had previously spoken so confidently. The candidate in front must have performed exceptionally well. Did I just see an A? That's impossible. How could there be an A-number candidate from Yangdu? After pondering, he still found it improbable, concluding that perhaps the examiner was simply of a good temperament. Just as he was lost in thought, Ren Xiang submitted his examination materials, witnessing the officer's swift change of demeanor. Is this the speed at which adults change their expressions? I thought my 2,000 points were already impressive. Thus, throughout that afternoon, all candidates' dual assessment information was recorded into the examination resource database. The moment the last venue concluded, the imperial authorities and the alliance simultaneously issued an authoritative announcement regarding mental strength to the entire network. It was at this moment that individuals from various countries, groups, and regions erupted in excitement. It truly mental strength. Never before have I felt so profoundly aware of living in the interstellar era. I just want to ask if there are any supernatural abilities? What the heck? I wake up and the world has changed dramatically? Mental strength has emerged. The nation released a message indicating that this capability system was already quite comprehensive. The announcement detailed the birth, awakening, tiers, and applications of mental strength, and before the interstellar populace could fully comprehend, the mental strength legislation was swiftly enacted. Elemental fire. It is both a disaster and a hope. When a race evolves beyond what their planet can bear, elemental fire will spread within the race, initiating a natural selection process. Those who perish in this evolution signify elimination by the universe, while those who survive are baptized by elemental fire, awakening mental strength and acquiring the ability to traverse the void and converse with extraterrestrial life. The people of Dawn, completely unprepared, never anticipated that the arrival of the apocalypse would actually be a trial for humanity to ascend to a higher cosmic race. Luckily, they had persevered. At this moment, the fully open Star Network forum experienced an explosive influx of traffic, as everyone set aside their tasks to engage in this cross-century discussion. No wonder, they are collecting the mental strength values of the examination candidates. It must be that individuals from the cosmos are here to assess the evolutionary standards of our new generation. So, have we thoroughly passed the test? Indeed, according to the official announcement, after the Marshall examination concludes, the Cosmic Star Network will gradually be accessible. Well done, children. You have made us proud. Initially, I thought our awakening of mental strength would align with the sensory system or the ABO system, but it seems we are gradually inheriting the abilities of the Star Game. Upstairs, this is our nation's proposed evolutionary method in response to the cosmos. It seems both ABO and sensory systems have certain deficiencies. If you really want to see, there are indeed beings from the recently announced human alliance in the cosmos. You can just travel there in the future. I am so excited. Chapter 85. The Return of the Sleepy Brother. The awakening of mental power signifies a renewed exploration of the cerebral domain, heralding boundless possibilities. Most of the citizens of Dawn, who find themselves at the epicenter of tremendous change, lack profound awareness and comprehension of their circumstances. Their discussions predominantly revolve around the aspirations of bringing abilities from the holographic realm back to reality and the forthcoming inaugural use of mental power in combat during the Marshall examination. At long last, they grasped why this Marshall examination is so exceptional. It turns out that the dual testing chamber is the pivotal apparatus for activating mental power. Thus, this Marshall examination is not merely a contest of holographic games, but a dual confrontation of mental prowess and physical constitution. Aside from the political and military factions, other citizens must await the conclusion of the Marshall examination to have their mental power activated, orchestrated by the government. Consequently, Netizens express heightened curiosity regarding the debut of this mental power in combat. Could it truly be inherited? Am I not dreaming? I should have chosen a profession I was more adept at instead of stubbornly clinging to one I was unfamiliar with. Look, the job transfer voucher is utterly useless now. The nightmare of being an acupuncturist, being ostracized in the game is one thing, but now reality feels just as bleak. The spirit of the soul laments the past decisions. Enough of the chatter. Look, the officials have unexpectedly released examination tickets, exclaimed Poo-Poo, indicating that one could witness the vocal performances live. The authorities thoughtfully announced the mental power guidelines on June 2 ND, granting examinees and all netizens a 3-day grace period before utilizing the Marshall examination to stabilize public sentiment. The fervor surrounding the Marshall examination escalated dramatically under the officials' enthusiastic promotion. Meanwhile, Chao Sui, seated on the transit vehicle, felt increasingly unwell. The familiar warmth nearly overwhelmed him. He struggled to make it downstairs and, upon notifying Poo-Poo through the terminal, promptly lost consciousness. Upon regaining consciousness, he found himself lying in bed. The new bedding exuded a sunlit ambience, and Chao Sui rubbed his eyes in confusion. What happened? Before, there was the dual test. But after that, his memories grew hazy. Sui, you have finally awakened. Poo-Poo chimed as it glided into the bedroom with a glass of milk. The boy appeared as if he had just recovered from a grave illness. Yet Poo-Poo radiated uncharacteristic joy. Earlier, upon discovering Sui collapsed on the floor, Poo-Poo nearly short-circuited from shock, hastily carrying him back to the bedroom and activating the medical robot remotely at that moment. Sui was drenched in sweat, quickly saturating the bedding. It was a terrifying sight. The medical robot, however, remained unfazed, requesting an identification barcode and casually stating a diagnosis of awakening before abruptly terminating the call. Perplexed, Poo-Poo consulted an AI query to learn about awakening, finally grasping its meaning. Elated, it set about preparing dinner, eagerly anticipating Sui's transformation into a superhero. After listening to Poo-Poo's recounting, Chao Sui furrowed his brow and slowly sat up. Every movement sent waves of soreness throughout his body, a torturous experience. With a gentle tap, the terminal screen illuminated. His gaze was immediately captured by a particularly striking official announcement. Mental Power Awakening. Marshall Examination. Cosmic Human Alliance. ABO. What peculiar element has been introduced here? The boy swiftly adjusted himself, scrutinizing the entire announcement. It turns out this refers to an ABO system from a human race in an extraterrestrial realm. Part of the Cosmic Human Alliance. Chao Sui exhaled in relief, realizing it was not his own planet that was awakening into an ABO system, which would have alarmed him. Sui, you've been asleep for 2.5 days. I heard that the longer you sleep, the higher your mental power will be, Poo-Poo remarked, casting an admiring glance at the small robot, whose round head and innocent demeanor elicited a chuckle. Unable to suppress his amusement, Chao Sui affectionately ruffled Poo-Poo's smooth head. Suddenly, he froze. Had he truly slept for 2.5 days? Would he be late? Startled awake as if from a near-fatal illness, Chao Sui sprang up, disregarding his aching body, grabbed his examination card, and dashed out the door. Sui, you haven't changed your clothes, Poo-Poo called, watching the boy in his plush cat pajamas rush out, milk in hand, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Following the address etched in his memory, Chao Sui sprinted northward, instinctively employing the peach blossom step. With a light touch of his toes, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, darting away. His brown pajamas blurred past, catching the attention of passers-by who rubbed their eyes in disbelief. What was that commotion? Chao Sui himself barely registered what was happening, his body instinctively maintaining a high-speed drifting pace due to muscle memory. His blurred figure, moving at a remarkable velocity, resembled a hunting feline at first glance. Having covered several hundred meters, Chao Sui snapped back to reality, dismissing any distractions, focusing solely on reaching the esteemed Yangdu Academy. Chao Sui? Has classmate Chao Sui arrived? Inquired a round-headed teacher, adjusting his glasses with a finger. Despite the Interstellar era rendering glasses unnecessary for vision correction, they had become a fashionable accessory, especially favored by educators and scholars, like the formidable bald instructor, Mao Zhangqiu. After calling out several times with no response, Mao Zhangqiu's initial reaction was not anger, but rather intrigue. Was there truly a student capable of remaining so composed? It was known that many from their entire third-level department had arrived 2 to 3 hours early upon learning about today's martial examination, with some even opting to stay overnight at the school. Not to mention those unruly students, even the teachers had arrived an hour early, eagerly anticipating the release of the official opening decree. On this momentous day, how could anyone be late? What a commendable mindset. After reading through the names, Mao Zhengchu confirmed that only one student, named Chao Sui, had yet to arrive. He then turned to the nearby troublemaker, He Junyang, and inquired, "Do you know classmate Chao Sui?" He Junyang looked taken aback. Scratching his head, "I have no idea, Lao Si." Mao Zhengchu chuckled, "Aren't you the social butterfly of the third-level department?" He Junyang, "That's unfair, Teacher Mao. I truly don't know classmate Chao Sui. I've never even heard of him." He Junyang protested. Mao Zhengchu was merely jesting, but he exited the screen displaying the attendance list, calling out the name once more. With a thought, he accessed Chao Sui's information to initiate a call. Just then, a melodious yet slightly urgent voice emanated from the teacher's communicator, causing Mao Zhengchu to pause mid-call and glance towards the door. All examinees in the Yangdu Academy's third-level department turned their attention to the figure that had suddenly appeared before the sensing door. Chapter 86. The out-of-place 88. The sensing door slowly opened, and He Junyang rubbed his eyes vigorously. The tardy boy, clad in a plush brown pajama set, had cat ears that twitched violently with each deep breath, while his tail anxiously swayed from side to side, drawing considerable attention. Many examinees' initial focus was on the pajamas, but as their gaze shifted upward, gasps of astonishment filled the air. Perhaps even Chao Sui himself did not notice that after awakening, his formerly chestnut short hair had transformed into a tousled mane of light, silvery locks. The soft, curled ends lazily draped over his shoulders, and his lips, flushed from exertion, parted slightly, revealing delicate pearly teeth. His striking, light azure cat-like eyes ensnared hearts with their allure. What a visage! Paired with the plush pajamas, he resembled a feline spirit come to life. The examinees stood, transfixed at the doorway. He Junyang wiped away non-existent drool. His gaze fixed intently. This must be the classmate Chao Sui that Teacher Mao mentioned. He could now unequivocally confirm that he had never encountered Chao Sui before. Had he done so, he would undoubtedly have become one of the boy's admirers. Yet, there was something oddly familiar about the beauty before him. Unlike his appearance in the game, Chao Sui wore modern, doll-like pajamas, and coupled with his status as an examinee, no one immediately associated him with the renowned Sui He from the Star Realm. Mao Zhengchu clutched his chest. Although he was a robust man, he harbored a secret. He adored plush things. The charming sight made the teacher feign seriousness as he adjusted his glasses and cleared his throat. While the Empire advocated for freedom in attire, was it truly appropriate to wear pajamas to an examination? Moreover, dear little one, dressed in such a way, the boys here might become overly excited. Indeed, several troublemakers below were already radiating interest, their arms twitching with eagerness. "Classmate Chao Sui, right? Please do make sure not to arrive late next time, though I fear there may not be a next time." Mao Zhengchu surveyed the room, gesturing towards the seat to his right. Gazing at the fluffy, plush cat figure, Mao Zhengchu struggled to resist the urge to reach out and touch. Alas, to have a cat right before him yet be unable to caress it. What a cruel fate. Furthermore, next time, please refrain from wearing pajamas to the examination, he gently reminded. Upon hearing this, Chao Sui, who had just settled into his seat, felt his pupils constrict and quickly lowered his head, confronted by a sea of plush brown fabric. "Oh no, I came dressed in pajamas." Chao Sui's vision darkened, and he felt mortified, his cat-like claws digging into the floor. He Junyang, who had been transfixed by the fluffy figure, was startled when Mao Zhengchu suddenly swatted him. "What was that for, Lao Mao?" he exclaimed in surprise. Mao Zhengchu shot him a stern look. "Do not bully the young one. Oh dear, Lao Mao, you really ought to reconsider your biased perspective. I barely had the chance to express my affection before the word was swallowed by He Junyang, who furtively cast a glance at Shan Yinyan's classmate, fearing that his foolish remarks might frighten her away. After their playful banter, everyone regained their composure, and the classroom was instantly filled with a cacophony of discussions. "It's my first time witnessing someone wearing pajamas for an exam. I wouldn't dare don such attire for class. While others look adorable in their cat-themed nightwear, your choice is simply nauseating." "What do you mean by that?" Are you looking for a fight? The last one to arrive is indeed exceptional, with striking white hair. Speaking of white hair, it reminds me of an old acquaintance from the constellation. Huh? Now that you mention it, it does bear a resemblance, but that person was the top healer in the entire server. How could they possibly be here? Perhaps I was overthinking it. How shall we discuss the strategist? Quiet down. The strategist wishes to converse as well. Teacher Mao did not intervene in the students' chatter. It was the final day, after all, and he allowed this group of little rascals a moment of excitement before they would soon be in tears. Unbeknownst to the teacher's schadenfreude, Zhao Sui, at the center of the conversation, resignedly closed his eyes. Just as He Junyang was about to strike up a conversation, his outstretched hand began to dissolve, gradually transforming into a stream of azure data. Oh? He Junyang barely had time to turn his head when, indeed, all his classmates behind him, just like himself, were enveloped in a ghostly blue glow, vanishing collectively from the classroom in the blink of an eye. Mao Zhengqiu, with an air of detachment, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, observing the students dissipate like dust, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The Imperial Capital's Chak Terrace, the audience members who had secured their tickets were already seated, while those unable to attend in person eagerly claimed their virtual seats, filling the live stream with a lively din. The live audience could also see the barrage of comments in the stream, as the fortunate ones excitedly shared their thoughts. Oh my goodness, I haven't personally followed a live event since the founding of the nation. The difference between watching a live broadcast and being present in person was immense. The excitement was palpable, and the atmosphere was electric. Am I really about to witness players from the game engage in combat in reality? It has begun. It has begun. As the time arrived, all the audience members held their breath. Yet the thrilling spectacle they anticipated did not unfold. Instead, 3 large characters appeared above the Imperial platform, indicating under selection. Whispers of confusion spread among the crowd. When in doubt, they instinctively pulled out their phones to consult the online community. Everyone synchronized to open the official website. It turned out that as the exam commenced, the officials finally released the rules for this martial examination. All candidates would be transported to a virtual space at the start of the examination, where they would battle against system-simulated killing machines, with the robots ranging from E-level to A-level across 5 rounds. Those eliminated by the robots would receive their final martial examination results, and only those who passed the A-level certification would be matched for S-level real-world battles. For instance, if one fought through the rounds and ultimately lost to a B-level robot, their martial examination score would be C. Only by defeating an A-level killing machine would they qualify to ascend the Imperial platform and be seen by the audience. Is it really that exhilarating? This makes perfect sense. If we had millions of candidates engaged in 1v1 battles, it would take an eternity. Wouldn't that mean that at the very least, we would be witnessing A-level candidates? It's a peak battle right from the start, truly befitting an event organized by the officials. Quick, quick, the betting odds are out, come and place your bets. While the candidates were still embroiled in fierce battles, the waiting audience was not neglected. The official betting board quickly appeared, reigniting the atmosphere. On the board, several names saw their votes soar. Marshal Lin's third son, affectionately known as Little General Lin Xiao, the princess of the Shi family, Shi Yu, Gu Jiao, the disciple of the solitary drinker, and Gu Li, the eldest son of the Alliance's council member, along with the out-of-place code A00988. What a splendid gift on the last day of February. Thank you very much. As the name A00988 appeared on the massive betting board, nearly all the seed candidates experienced a sudden halt in their vote growth. Then, A00988's votes began to surge inexplicably. After all, Candidate 88 was a top-tier liberal arts student, and not just any top student, but a full-score laureate of both the imperial and federal systems, having surpassed several star candidates in popularity. The audience was not naive. Although it was a liberal arts background, it was certain that Candidate 88 would not lag in mental prowess, showcasing a significant advantage in the dual martial examination. There was also a rather eccentric yet somewhat logical reason. Amidst a collection of named candidates, the sudden emergence of a numerical code triggered a rebellious curiosity among the audience, compelling them to see the number triumph over the rest. A flood of mischievous netizens surged in, and Candidate 88's vote skyrocketed amidst the astonished expressions of everyone, catapulting them to the third seat. Who on earth is voting for 88? Please stop, the odds are plummeting. I thought my niche vote would go unnoticed. Is everyone giving their second votes to 88? Why is it climbing so rapidly? The rules of the betting board allowed each citizen 2 free votes. To wager more, one had to increase their stakes and purchase betting tickets, with higher rankings for their chosen candidates yielding greater returns. As the examination progressed, the martial officials tasked with maintaining order took their positions. Officer Lin, stationed at the platform, received salutes from the soldiers on duty as the stern officer strode in. Lin Ji inclined his head slightly, his short black hair tucked beneath his cap, his dark eyes coldly fixed ahead. His military uniform accentuating his formidable physique, exuding an aura of austere authority that was intimidating. Observant audience members immediately spotted Lin Ji. "Look, it's Major General Lin. Major General Lin is here, and he is the invigilator. Finally, I see my idol again. The last time was on the military channel. Is the martial examination this grand? A Major General invigilating?" Those in the upper tiers must have been quite out of touch. Not only is Major General Lin present, but his brother Lin Yuan, the acting marshal, is also overseeing the organization. Lin Ji lowered the brim of his hat, his oppressive aura intensifying as he made his way to the middle of the imperial platform. The audience members near the invigilator's position were caught off guard by an onslaught of chill, unaware of the unease within the man's heart, merely marveling at the presence of the Major General, whose aura was indeed remarkable. Lin Ji, expressionless, once again opened the chat box. His brother, parents, and younger brother had yet to respond, and standing here prevented him from secretly checking on Sui Sui. Regretting invigilating for the nth time, Lin Ji pressed his thin lips together, replied to his family, and hesitated for a moment before sending a message to Sui Sui, wishing her luck in the exam, then put away his screen and quietly awaited the arrival of the first candidate. In truth, the audience had underestimated the level of attention the martial examination attracted. Across the planet, Lin's parents, Alliance Council members, and the 3 major families of the capital, as well as even the Emperor of the Empire, had utilized projections to attend the event. Within the virtual box atop the imperial platform, the radiant Emperor Zhiyang and the moonlit Empress Zhu Wangyu leaned affectionately against the sofa. Not far away sat 2 light bulbs. The eldest Prince Wei Xingyu and the second Prince Wei Shengyu. Watching the Empress comfortably lean against their father, the second prince felt a pang of envy. Their parents' relationship remained as strong as ever, making these single dogs feel particularly out of place. Wei Xingyu turned to his elder brother and whispered, "Why do you think father suddenly took an interest in the martial examination? He never attended my college entrance exams." Of course, the last remark was merely a quiet complaint in his heart. The eldest prince, with his long hair neatly pinned up, donned a subtle light blue coat, and remained unfazed by his younger brother's incessant chatter. Calmly picking up a virtual milk tea from the table, it was a rare occasion when he wasn't burdened with state affairs, and he was in a pleasant mood, responding to Wei Shengyu's incessant prattle. "I don't know." Having grown accustomed to his brother's dismissive attitude, Wei Xingyu continued to ponder aloud, creating an exceptionally harmonious atmosphere. The Empress Wangyu swallowed the small grapes offered by Emperor Zhiyang and leaned closer to his ear. Whispering, "Yao Gu, are you certain the spiritual resonance has reacted?" "Yes, right here, this." A look of joy appeared on the well-maintained face of the Empress, though her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she wiped them away, saying, "These are truly the sweetest grapes I've ever tasted." The Emperor, pained by his wife's tears, felt similarly conflicted. In the adjacent box, the recently retired Marshal Lin accompanied Mrs. Wu and their youngest daughter, Lin Shuang, to witness their third son, Lin Xiao, compete in the martial examination. Finally, the second brother is making his appearance, Lin Shuang exclaimed, caught up in the electrifying atmosphere as she pointed at her long-unseen brother. "Huh? Why does the second brother seem a bit downcast?" Marshal Lin mused, stroking his chin, puzzled. However, as soon as the words left his mouth, he was met with a sharp glance from Mrs. Wu. "You silly old man. He is upset because he can't see Sui Sui." The entire Lin family was, of course, aware of Lin Ji's identity within the holographic game, and they had been quietly keeping tabs on the progress of Lin Dong and Sui He. With the situation not even having taken shape, Lin's parents respected the young couple's freedom to develop their relationship, refraining from investigating Sui He's real-life identity. Observing her silent second son, Lin's mother pursed her lips, remarking, "The eldest really is something. Of all the people to stand guard, he had to bring Li Ji along. Had I known this would happen, I would have sent you to take his place." Marshal Lin shrugged helplessly. He knew that if he stepped into the Star Network, it would likely explode with chaos, yet he refrained from countering Mrs. Wu's words and instead sought to change the subject. Lin Xiao, he began, but Mrs. Wu interjected with a knowing glance. I believe that boy will reach the finals, but there's no way he could win the title of martial champion. Come, Xiaoshuang, cast your vote for number 88. Trust your mother's intuition. The youngest is certainly lacking compared to the elder brothers. I suspect his intellect has been drained by his older brother, with all the martial prowess residing in the second. The only advantage he has is that he talks more than the other two. What a pity. Mrs. Wu's comments elicited laughter from both Lin's father and Lin Xiaoshuang. This was her first time attending such a grand event. Previously, when her elder brothers were preparing for their college entrance examinations, she was too young to remember much, only recalling the influx of visitors coming to offer congratulations. In truth, Lin Yuan, the eldest son of the marshal, was the top scholar of his era, while Lin Ji and Wei Xingyu were contemporaries, both champions of the 43rd cohort. The younger brother of both a literary and martial champion, Lin Xiao. The youngest son of the marshal was held in high esteem by the empire and ranked first on the betting list. That brat certainly won to be the first to emerge. Old Lin? Trust me, place all your bets on number 88, Mrs. Wu declared, observing her youngest son, who was covering his face in anticipation of the impending embarrassment. Suddenly, Lin's mother's eyes brightened. Here he comes, here he comes. Greetings everyone, I am Zazawi. This December, I couldn't gather enough tuition fees, so in a fit of impulsiveness, I tore up my admission notice and planned to assist at my relative's shop in town. However, over 60 brothers who grew up with me insisted on keeping me at the village internet CAF, proclaiming, we cannot power our love today without you. Chapter 88. The first candidate appears upon the vast imperial platform. A gentle blue glow cascaded down, and the previously raucous audience fell silent in an instant, even the surging barrage of comments pausing momentarily. The speed at which the first contestant completed the A-level certification took everyone by surprise. All eyes in the audience followed the stream of data as it descended gracefully, their pupils reflecting the dazzling points of light. He has appeared. Many audience members instinctively leaned forward, eager to catch sight of the figure that had materialized at the center of the imperial platform. Is that a light brown fur? Those who got a clearer view were taken aback, staring at the unexpectedly large cat that had appeared, questioning their own reality. The barrage erupted with reactions. What in the world? A large cat? You up there, are you blind? Clearly, that essay candidate in pajamas. No wonder he is the first to emerge. Such a unique presence. Thumbs up. Oh my goodness, look. The odds for a 00988 have skyrocketed. Wait, didn't they stop accepting bets? No. He is number 88. The commotion in the comments quickly caught the attention of the audience, who had been somewhat bewildered, now erupting with excitement. Regardless of the feline confusion, the crowd harmoniously began to chant the coding of contestant 88, offering a long overdue celebration for the once enigmatic literary champion. The focus shifted back to the youth standing at the center of the imperial platform. The plush cat gazed around, bewildered, as the crowd seemed eager to cheer him on, its large eyes widening in confusion. What was all this fuss about? Just moments ago, he had been in the classroom. And suddenly, with a flash, he found himself in an empty expanse, where a robot, with a red electronic eye, approached him menacingly with a laser sword. Zhao Sui instinctively activated his agility to evade, recalling the concept of awakening, and tentatively employed his skills from the game. To his surprise, the skills were indeed usable, albeit he was still somewhat unpracticed. Thus, after a brief adjustment with the E-level robot, he ultimately dispatched it with precision. A second robot soon emerged, and as the young man glanced at his palm, he felt his stamina replenished, instantly restoring to full capacity. Grasping the rules of the martial examination, Zhao Sui hesitated no longer and swiftly cleared his way through to the 5th round. The desolate landscape began to transform, the surroundings gradually blurring as the radiance intensified to a point where Zhao Sui had to close his eyes. Yet, upon reopening them, he found himself on a platform the size of a football field. With every seat around the imperial platform filled to capacity, the audience was positioned somewhat far, making it difficult to discern the conversations within the crowd. Initially in a daze, Zhao Sui suddenly heard the audience loudly calling out his number. Is 00988. His pupils constricted as he lifted his gaze, surveying the surroundings, distant yet clear enough to discern the encouragement, admiration, and joy resonating from the cheers. I in the VIP box. At the moment the boy appeared, Emperor Qiyang leaned forward, his calloused hand tightening into a fist, a rare crack appearing in his usually composed demeanor. I at him? Queen Wuyo supported her husband, her typically tranquil gaze rippling with emotion. The emperor halted her assistance, gradually rising from the sofa, adjusting the parameters of the live broadcast. In an instant, the vigilant silhouette of the youth magnified on the platform, his form vividly present before them. The imperial gaze scrutinized the young man's features, his hand extending almost instinctively, the words that escaped his lips causing Wei Xingyu and Wei Shengyu to rise in shock. Indeed, this child resembles you. Wuyo in another VIP box. As the first contestant made his appearance, viewers adjusted their screens, some perplexed while others wore expressions of disbelief. In the box of one of the three great families of the empire. The patriarch of the Zhao family stared in shock at the once simple-minded youth, his previously composed demeanor shattered. This is impossible? Is that not the foolish adopted son of the Zhao family? Exclaimed an elder who had vehemently opposed Zhao Sui's direct admission. That fool has become the top scholar? Absolutely impossible. Another elder's face began to quiver with disbelief. Some even began to blurt out accusations of cheating, exclaiming, "No doubt he is pretending. It's all a fade, head of the family, you." Before he could finish, he was sharply interrupted by the Zhao patriarch, who turned, his piercing gaze cutting through the group like a knife. If looks could kill, several of these elders would have been reduced to mere fragments. The previously domineering elders were taken aback by the sudden outburst, too intimidated to challenge the young patriarch's words. Observing the few elders who lowered their heads in silence, the Zhao patriarch tightened his grip on the jade pendant in his hand, his sharp nails drawing blood from his palm. He felt no regret over his earlier decision. Rather, he was infuriated by the incompetence of these allies. Once, Zhao Sui had boasted a 2S physique but was a dim-witted child. Unlike those who only sought to secure their own offspring, the Zhao patriarch's heart was small. Consumed solely by profit in his eyes, Zhao Sui was a perfect pawn. High martial prowess, pure intentions, and easily manipulated. It was a stroke of luck to have secured such a 2S combatant without offending him. Yet these fools had ruined it all, their minds clouded by thoughts of guardianship and inheritance. Fortunately, he had left himself a way out, refraining from completely antagonizing Zhao Sui, thus avoiding a direct confrontation. The Zhao patriarch rubbed his throbbing temples. It seemed prudent to restrain his clan members from approaching the youth in search of familial ties. Not having offended him was already a blessing, as Zhao Sui's status had changed. He was now the literary champion, and his physical prowess remained at 2S. Although he was unaware of how his intellect had been restored, Zhao Sui's future was undoubtedly boundless. While he could not forge a connection, he must not offend him. A glint of cold determination flashed in the Zhao patriarch's eyes. Perhaps this was an opportunity to eradicate the parasites within the family. In stark contrast, the Lin family sat in silence, even the usually boisterous Mrs. Wu was subdued. Eventually, it was Lin Xiaoshuang who tentatively broke the silence. "Is that Sui he?" "It appears to be," Lin's father replied, inadvertently tugging on his beard. "The second son truly excels, even surpassing the eldest." Wu glared at the suddenly frozen proctor, Lin Ji, with gritted teeth, feeling an itch in her hands that urgently required the grip of a hanger to alleviate. "Lao Wu, do not be impulsive. They have not yet become a couple. After all, you could consider it as a childhood engagement." Coughed. "Do you not hold an affection for Sui?" Marshal Lin chuckled to ease the tension, inwardly scornful of his second son for causing such distress to the child's mother. "Dear readers, you are still young. I shall refrain from engaging with you, straining to endure. However, should you dare to mention breaking up with me," glaring fiercely, a serious demeanor, "I shall immediately, unutterably, ensure you remain tethered to me for a lifetime," in a fierce tone. "Allowing me to protect you eternally," in a sultry low voice, expression fluctuating like a vibrant palette, and then softening with a tender gaze. "Remember to send your love tonight." Chapter 89. The fall of the horse. The news of candidate number 88 being the first to emerge from the assessment quickly ascended to trending status. Although being the first to appear did not guarantee one would become the martial champion, Historical data indicated a significant likelihood of victory, at the very least proving that candidate number 88 possessed formidable prowess. Furthermore, the dramatic revelation of the literary top scorer making their debut on the martial examination stage kept discussions fervent. As various high-definition images surfaced, netizens gradually discerned something amiss. No one mentioning this? I feel candidate number 88 resembles the little healer, Sui-He, from the constellation. It seems I share this sentiment. It truly feels off. They ought to be identical, right? Could it be? But Sui-He is a support character. Why would they be allocated to the martial examination area? Look at the comparison images I edited. They are indeed identical. Image X2. Upon the emergence of this shocking commentary, countless players from the constellation flocked to the discussion thread, their astonishment growing with each glance, ultimately descending into an eerie silence. Like a bomb poised to detonate, it merely awaited a catalyst to ignite its explosion. The individual closest to Chao Sui was, of course, the proctor, Lin Ji, who fell into a profound state of shock upon the boy's appearance. The conflicting emotions of delight and disbelief left Lin Ji momentarily paralyzed, straining to suppress the urge to approach. His sun-kissed skin flushed with a rare crimson HUI in the center, Chao Sui gradually acclimated to the overwhelming crowd, realizing he had entered the final phase of the martial assessment, albeit slightly ahead of the other candidates. However, his attire, a set of pajamas, was indeed less than fitting, as one-piece sleepwear could lead to unfortunate complications during a tussle. Given that game skills could manifest in reality, might not attire as well? His lustrous, cat-like eyes slowly closed. His mind began to sketch harmonious lines, and as the constructs in his mental realm grew clearer, an invisible force enveloped his being. The boy's garments inexplicably stirred without wind. His light-colored hair elegantly arched through the air, casting a familiar glow to the holographic players. Amidst the audience's astonished expressions, the large cat on the stage vanished, replaced by an ethereal beauty adorned with a peach blossom hairpin. A momentary silence enveloped the stage and the audience, a gentle evening breeze lifting the ends of her hair, the flowing white robe billowing, and a striking peach hue fluttering down like falling blossoms. The wide sleeves framed a graceful figure, embodying a captivating and romantic charm. Uninformed spectators marveled at the sudden transformation, while those in the know erupted in excitement at the familiar attire. It's truly Sui-He. Even if this outfit were reduced to ashes, I would recognize it. I should have realized it sooner. Who would have thought the top healer of the entire server would appear here? Sui-He's father is still a minor? Then I must have been far too harsh before. I shall be even harsher now. Perhaps I've accumulated too much virtue lately. Now I must gather even more. Are you all focusing on the wrong details? Shouldn't the emphasis be on why Sui-He, a support character, is present here? The hashtag Sui-He appears at martial examination and candidate 88's true identity quickly surged to the forefront of the Star Network's trending topics. A glance at the current trending list revealed an overwhelming presence of information regarding Sui-He. Many bewildered spectators, upon learning about the trending topics, were rendered utterly astonished in recent days. With the proliferation of mental acuity, the fervor surrounding the constellation hologram surged once more, prompting many previously uninformed citizens of Dawn to rapidly educate themselves on the constellation's intricacies. Even those who had never played were aware of the 14 hidden classes, let alone the only support player among them, Sui-He. The excitement surrounding the ancient Dian Kingdom and the Dragon Boat Festival had yet to dissipate, and Sui-He's capabilities within the dungeons were universally acknowledged, justifiably earning the title of the top support in the entire server. However, they could never have anticipated that the individual commanding respect and influence within the game was, in fact, a minor. Moreover, he was the dual-crown literary champion of the first generation of reforms. As a support character, he was the first to receive an A-grade certification and grace the martial examination stage. The layers of buffs disoriented the audience, leaving them slack-jawed, unable to close their gaping mouths. In the private box, upon witnessing the sudden transformation of the youth, Marshal Lin's electronic cigarette slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. Yet he could not divert his attention from the central figure. Spiritual manifestation? Ms. Wu, privy to the underlying truth, abruptly rose to her feet. The unique ability of a 3S level mental acuity, spiritual manifestation, allows one to construct and bring forth equipment and all items possessing special attributes from the game. However, This ability was exceedingly extraordinary and only existed within Dr. Xiao's theoretical constructs. Currently, no one within Dawn possessed 3S level mental acuity to validate it. Thus, in the context of a martial examination of moderate significance, such a living example had emerged. Marshal Lin's gaze grew somewhat dazed as he turned to his wife, murmuring, "Why do I feel that Li Ji is somewhat unworthy of her?" Ms. Wu placed her hand on her forehead. "Indeed, it is quite an elevation." Lin Shuang's bright apricot eyes sparkled as she gazed at Chao Sui, exclaiming, "Such a beautiful elder brother." Unlike the uproar among the ordinary populace regarding Sui He's identity, the upper echelon in the private box fell into an intense silence. Many family members dispatched to observe had begun to signal their kin back home, as the emergence of 3S level mental acuity was nothing short of astonishing. The moment Sui He's true form was revealed, the youth's information swiftly circulated among the major factions, and they all became aware of Chao Sui's status as the disowned child of the Cha family, triggering their recruitment radars to light up. In Box 1, Emperor Qiyang and Empress Wang Yu wore expressions of shock, quickly followed by an overwhelming sense of pride. Their royal lineage and Marshal Lin's family had coincidentally faced off for generations. Though Emperor Qiyang had suffered defeats across 2 generations, he remained silent, feeling a sense of discomfort in his heart. He had not anticipated that the third son, abandoned and lost, would fiercely restore their honor. However, upon receiving a message from his assistant, Emperor Qiyang squinted, his weathered fingers rhythmically tapping on the table, producing a steady, resonant sound. It seemed certain individuals were due for a reprimand, alongside an opportunity to reap some benefits. Meanwhile, Wei Shengyu, whose mind was occupied with thoughts of I am about to become an older brother, eagerly scanned the holographic window, watching the youth on stage with palpable excitement. Just moments ago, he had been overwhelmed by the weighty news from his father and quickly began searching for all information related to Sui He online. Growing increasingly exhilarated, his invisible nose rising ever higher. "Truly, he is my brother. He is remarkable. Ah, so many gifts." The author feels a twinge of guilt and decides to add another chapter shortly after this one. On the road to the underworld, at the Naiha Bridge, ghostly lights flickered above the eerie Mingchuan River. Mengpa gazed at you with concern, offering you the 12th bowl of her special soup, which you consumed in one gulp, yet still could not forget the past. Mengpa inquired, "What is it that you cannot let go of or forget?" You replied tearfully, "For the love that fuels my spirit. I dare not forget." Chapter 90. Sui yearns for close combat with delicate, ivory fingers. Chao Sui tucked a few unruly strands of hair behind his ear, slowly opening his glass-like eyes, as his feathered lashes fluttered. He recognized the familiar snow-white peach blossom robe adorning his form. The plush sensation had vanished, replaced by the real, smooth comfort of the fabric against his skin. Although he was currently in projection form, Chao Sui understood that this was different from the game. He also possessed this cascade of snow-white hair. Twirling a lock of his hair, he pondered whether this was a result of awakening. What Chao Sui did not realize was that this transformation of long hair was not due to a professional anomaly, but rather a bloodline awakening triggered by the resurgence of mental acuity. The direct descendants of the Sun Empire's Wei Sheng royal family were all silver-haired. As the audience awaited the appearance of the second candidate, an increasing number of admirers flocked to the martial examination livestream, including those who had originally gathered in the support section. The catalyst was that the viewers in the support section had also received word. "Oh, the head of the support team has arrived. We must go." Upon entering, they were immediately struck by the stunning visuals, and the enthusiastic netizens, oblivious to the youth's age, began to shower him with affection. "Darling, I am willing to delete my best friend's account for you." Covering face, "I formally proposed to my wife. I would sell my school to buy you a home. Once I am wealthy, I will arrange for everyone present to have one, and if that isn't enough, I will add more. Sister, is it possible to secure a loan? I feel as though I am half buried in the yellow earth, and as I grow older, my vigor wanes and I can no longer engage in lively pursuits." Tears welling up. In the auxiliary zone, the young lady arrives. All those in the martial examination area, step aside. Am I to battle in the auxiliary zone with such formidable strength? A peculiar group has quietly infiltrated the live stream, and countless whispers have swiftly drowned out the original astonished barrage of comments. In the agonizing wait, the protagonist, Zhao Sueha, is reluctantly standing still while beginning to meditate, softly murmuring within. Perhaps I am a tad too hasty. Which is rather awkward. At last, under the gaze of the multitude, a second blue luminescence emerged, resting upon the stands opposite Zhao Sueha. The filtering text at the top of the large screen finally transformed, displaying a captivating interplay of blue and white fragments, with a string of numerical codes materializing. A00988 vs A00102. The moment the other number was revealed, both the audience on stage and online erupted in astonishment. A00102. It is Lin Xiao. The youth clad in a black combat suit gradually took shape under the blue light, seemingly unaccustomed to the sudden brilliance, as Lin Xiao raised his hand to shield his face. Squinting slightly, hearing the cheers from the crowd, the overly dramatic youth felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction within, chuckling to himself that he was indeed the first to appear. Let the fervent support intensify. Lin Xiao's back subtly straightened, and once he acclimated to the gathering lights, he gradually lowered his hand. A flash of white at the corner of his eye made Lin Xiao pause, astonished that someone could possibly be quicker than himself. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, and a familiar figure immediately came into view. The overly recognizable attire caused the youth's pupils to constrict, and he blurted out without a second thought, "Sister-in-law?" Zhao Sueha, who had been scrutinizing the youth to study his opponent, was caught off guard and lifted her head in bewilderment. "Little one, do you have many questions?" But that was not the end. Lin Xiao's exclamation quickly reverberated through the Imperial platform's omnipresent loudspeakers. As one of the parties involved, a certain proctor had 6 thoughts on the matter. Lin Shuang secretly covered her eyes, never expecting that their private nickname would be so clumsily broadcast at the martial examination venue by her foolish brother. Ah, this is too socially mortifying. At this moment, Lin Shuang truly wished to summon her second brother and flee the empire to settle in the Federation. Yet her right hand, in all honesty, creaked open a small gap, peeking at the somewhat despondent figure of her second brother on stage. This time, the Crown Prince Qiyang and others fell into silence. They were, of course, familiar with Lin Xiao, as well as his sister-in-law. Lin Ji, Wei Shengyu, who had been outshone by Lin Ji more than once, widened his eyes in fury, his fists clenching tightly. Was his younger brother about to be taken away before he was even brought home? Absolutely not allowed. Sitting nearby, Wei Shengyu's thoughts coincidentally resonated with those of his second brother. The Crown Prince gently set his teacup down upon the table, producing a crisp sound, as a certain notion began to reignite. It seemed necessary to investigate further. Lin Xiao, who had spoken so recklessly, felt a chill run down his back, as if countless sharp thorns were piercing him. He quickly realized and awkwardly covered his unguarded mouth. "What?" Zhao Sueha, suspecting she might be experiencing auditory hallucinations, tilted her head in confusion. I meant to say you resemble my sister-in-law." Lin Zhao's face paled, glancing at the darkened expression of his second brother. And he sheepishly lowered his head. "Oh, let us commence then." Without delving into the peculiar opponent's words, Zhao Sueha gently flicked her right index finger, and a sharp silver needle materialized instantly between her fingers.